Friendship is magic. One day, I crossed over and became a changeling in the world of My Little Pony. In this changeling tribe, I, Starlight Glimmer, looked around at my peers hatching from their eggs and couldn't help but stick out my tongue. In this animated series, the power of friendship is limitless, but what about love? We feed on love and fill our bellies with it, but I have also seen the powerful love of Princess Cadance and Shining Armor transform into magic. As long as I have enough love, I can truly become an eternal being. Chapter 1. Newborn. The Hive. Nursery Room. Inside the deep green rocks, countless insect eggs filled the entire cave, with strings of eggs hanging even from above. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, and a black horse-like creature walked in. It was the queen of the changelings, wearing a black crown, her fierce horns shimmering with emerald light, her bright green eyes filled with excitement. Oh, my dear subjects, I can hardly wait. Today is the day you hatch, and I can't wait to see your adorable little faces. As time passed, the sound of cracking eggs filled the air, and the patterned insect eggs shattered one by one, with changelings emerging from them, their black heads and white bodies looking around amidst the broken shells. That moment, one changeling was confusedly gazing at its companions, feeling lost. Originally an ordinary person on Blue Star, he found himself transported to this realm upon closing his eyes in bed. Upon waking, he felt trapped in a small space. Starlight Glimmer forcefully broke free, finally hatching and opening his eyes to see the other changelings around him. When Starlight Glimmer turned his head, he immediately spotted the changeling queen admiring the other changelings, growing more familiar the longer he looked. His distant memories resurfaced in his mind. This is the changeling queen? Am I in the changeling tribe? And I become a changeling? Starlight Glimmer was somewhat astonished to have inexplicably crossed over into a childhood animated series. It was indeed hard to accept, but since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Pushing aside the eggs, Starlight Glimmer crawled towards the changeling queen, surrounded by many others crawling like him. Just then, he noticed a unique changeling, curled up in an egg, trembling as it watched the others. Sticking out his tongue, Starlight Glimmer's memories surfaced. He seemed to be the rebellious leader, though he had long forgotten his name since it was a long time ago. He had watched seasons 1 to 8, but only skimmed through the ending of season 9 due to paywall content and laziness. Starlight Glimmer decided not to crawl towards the changeling queen, but instead towards the trembling changeling. None of the other changelings paid attention. After crawling to its side, Starlight Glimmer knocked on the egg. "This what are you doing? Why not go greet our queen?" Hearing the noise, the changeling named Saris poked its head out and saw Starlight Glimmer greeting him. "You. Hello, I didn't mean to. I just. Hearing Saris's stammering words, Starlight Glimmer tilted his head and replied, "Are you scared? We're all kin. How about this? I'm Starlight Glimmer. What's your name?" Saris seemed surprised by Starlight Glimmer's response, but still answered, I'm Saris. "Hello, Starlight Glimmer." The sudden friendship warmed Saris's heart, creating a sense of camaraderie that made several other changelings nearby feel uneasy, their greedy gazes turning toward Saris. Noticing the hostility around him, Saris immediately ducked back into his egg. Starlight Glimmer shouted without hesitation, and the nearby changelings were startled by his ferocity and quickly fled the area. Fortunately, the surrounding noise was too loud, and it didn't attract the attention of other changelings. "All right, Saris, right? Being so timid isn't something a changeling should do. Come on, let's go see our queen. After all, this is one of the few moments we can approach her, and I don't want to miss it." After saying that, Starlight Glimmer crawled towards the changeling queen, occasionally beckoning Saris. As they slowly approached the changeling queen, Starlight Glimmer finally got a good look at her. Oddly, why did she have so many small holes in her hooves? Was it a trait of their kind? The changeling queen magically lifted Starlight Glimmer before her, their eyes locking. "Oh, what a special little creature you are. Your pupils are pure red. I hope you can become my ally in the future. Ah ha ha ha." With that, the changeling queen burst into laughter. Chapter 2. Hunting. The shimmering star, alone as a worm, stood on a cliff, gazing down at the roaring brown bear below, showing no signs of panic, but rather an expression of confidence. A flash of red light passed, and in an instant, the shimmering star transformed into a large spider with wings. 3 pairs of fierce eyes fixated on the brown bear below. It then opened its mouth and roared, shooting out a strand of silk that wrapped around the brown bear. However, the prey was still an adult brown bear, and the young shimmering star's silk couldn't fully bind the bear's body. But that was enough. As long as it could stick to the bear, it was good. Flapping its wings, the shimmering star flew directly into the air, taking the brown bear up with it. Then severed the silk. Without any support, the brown bear fell straight down. With a loud crash, the bear hit the ground, nearly lifeless. Still not enough. Dying animals can easily provoke a fight, and the shimmering star spat out another strand of silk, sticking to the bear, and dropped it again, leaving the bear completely silent. This is fantastic. The shimmering star flew to the side of the brown bear, transforming back into its original form, a small illusion spirit. Looking at the brown bear before it, the shimmering star couldn't help but drool. It had been several years since the shimmering star had tasted any meat. The illusion tribe fed on love, but in this desolate land, there was no love to consume, and the only food was some berries or else it would go hungry. As it could always hibernate. A barbecue feast was on the way. The shimmering star dragged the brown bear away, then found a cave under a rock, pulled the bear inside, gathered some dry firewood, and started a fire. As the delicious aroma wafted around, the shimmering star was filled with excitement. Without caring whether the meat was fully cooked, the shimmering star eagerly took a bite. Munching, the taste was perhaps okay. After taking a bite, the shimmering star felt that this piece of roasted meat was not as delicious as before. Perhaps the bear's meat was not good. Or it was because of the way it was roasted directly, or maybe because it was an illusion spirit and not used to such food. However, having something was better than nothing. Filling its belly was enough. The shimmering star couldn't bear to waste the love it had so painstakingly hunted for something as trivial as filling its stomach. This love was the foundation for its future strength and must not be wasted. Wait, this thing must be the source of magic. The shimmering star looked at the stone before it, emitting a faint magical aura. This feeling, truly as love, keeping it on hand might be useful later. Eating the not-so-tasty roasted meat, the shimmering star thought about the future. As one of the hunting team leaders of the illusion tribe, it often led many illusion spirits to hunt for the love of other animals, and because it was the leader, it consumed more love than other illusion spirits. But that was not enough, absolutely not enough. Although the shimmering star currently claimed to be invincible among the illusion tribe, even the highly popular Ferris was not its match. But for the cocoon queen, it could still be resolved with a few magical light waves. I need to hunt more love. It will definitely make me stronger. Where's the most love? This desolate land is definitely not a place full of love. Even filling the belly is a challenge, and love is at its lowest here. The shimmering star decided that after finishing this meal, it would go to other places for development. For the shimmering star, being with these guys was of no help at all. Didn't they see that when attacking Cantlot, these illusion tribe members were merely supporting roles? Perhaps together they might be stronger, but the shimmering star did not want to wait any longer. Time was running out. In the next 20 years, various powerful beings would invade Ponyland and even the entire world, including its own cocoon queen, the chaotic king, the storm king, Tyrek, Sombra, and so on. Then what? The grand finale. Throughout history, aside from Six, there were almost no ponies who could help them. This entirely illustrates the importance of high-end combat power. The shimmering star did not wish to become a mere supporting character later, just someone who would be casually mentioned. Oh, it's him. The once powerful captain in the illusion tribe, now also the patrol leader of the new illusion tribe, or something like that. Wiping its mouth, the shimmering star prepared to leave when a black figure suddenly blocked its way. Chapter 3. Leaving. The shimmering star looked up and saw that the figure was none other than the cocoon queen. The shimmering star hurriedly bowed. Oh, my esteemed queen. What brings you to this place? The cocoon queen did not answer the shimmering star's question, but instead looked at the remnants inside the cave, a half-eaten brown bear. My dear shimmering star, are you eating me? The cocoon queen appeared somewhat puzzled. Although she did not mind that her subjects were carnivorous, they usually placed animals in their specially made cocoons for sustainable consumption of love, rather than directly devouring their bodies. Your Majesty, does it matter? I'm just trying it out. The cocoon queen gave the shimmering star a surprised glance, and then said no more, turning to leave, spreading her wings, and casually said something before quickly flying towards the hive. The hunting team in the east discovered a herd of migrating buffalo passing by. You go help the hunting team and bring them back. As you command, my queen. The shimmering star looked up at the cocoon queen flying towards the hive, a glimmer flashing in its blood-red eyes. The shimmering star spread its wings and flew off into the distance. After passing a few sandy areas, the shimmering star saw a herd of buffalo cornered to one side, surrounded by a group of illusion spirits. However, since they were all in their juvenile stage, their ability to transform was limited, and they were somewhat hesitant in battle. The shimmering star ignored them, transformed into a griffin, grabbed a nearby boulder, and flew up. The shimmering star soared above the buffalo herd, spotting the leader, a massive buffalo, easily recognizable, who was currently leading the herd in resisting the illusion tribe. Completely unaware of the shimmering star above, locking onto the target, the shimmering star flew high, then dove down. The gravitational potential combined with the shimmering star's own kinetic energy made the boulder rapidly descend towards the target. Releasing it, the boulder fell straight towards the buffalo leader. With the sound of the air being cut, the buffalo herd looked up in terror, but it was too late to dodge. The boulder struck the buffalo leader, instantly splattering blood. Seeing the lifeless buffalo leader, the herd fell into chaos. At this moment, the shimmering star shouted, "Drive them to the cliff of despair." Hearing the command, the illusion tribe hunting team immediately adjusted their direction and began to drive the panicked buffalo herd. The large herd of buffalo saw a gap opened by the illusion tribe and, disregarding everything, charged out. At this point, the cliff of despair was a long canyon. The shimmering star first flew to the sky, then transformed into a gopher, instantly digging into the cliff. The boulders fell, and the other illusion spirits followed suit. Thus, the buffalo herd was split into several groups by the falling boulders. All right, from here on out, we just need to guard this spot. Occasionally dropping a few stones to wear them out, you all know what to do. Anyway, that's how it is. After saying this, the shimmering star prepared to leave. But just then, one of the illusion spirits blocked its way. "You're the shimmering star, right? I just wanted to say, aren't you going to eat some of the buffalo herd's love? After all, The shimmering star turned to look at them, understanding in its heart that the illusion tribe, under the leadership of the cocoon queen, was a survival of the fittest group. For an illusion spirit like itself to help them, yet they were willing to give up the deliciousness right in front of them. It was nonsensical. Forget it. The stars shone brightly, and after saying this, they flew away from this place. It would probably take a lot of time to capture them, and I certainly didn't want to waste time on such things. I have other things to do, like leaving this desolate land. Chapter 4, A New Life. After the stars shone brightly, they flew out. Once in an uninhabited area, they recited a spell and used a magical incantation obtained from the queen's treasury in the insect nest to teleport instantly to a strange place. Finally leaving that insect nest, now I need to disguise my identity. After all, being a lonely insect spirit is still quite dangerous. With that, the stars shone brightly again, and as the red light faded, a dark-colored unicorn appeared on the grass. Its pitch-black body, red mane, and ruby-like eyes, along with a pair of transparent glasses, made it look striking. There was also a feather quill stuck in an open book on its hindquarters as a cute symbol. "Now, I am Mr. Traveler Starshine." After saying this, the stars shone brightly and set off on their journey. As for what to do next, it was simple, just follow the sun. After walking for a long time, the stars shone brightly finally found a small village under the guidance of a kind goat. Just as the stars shone brightly were about to enter the village, they suddenly heard voices coming from not far away. "Do you know a lot about stones?" "Yes. I wonder if you've encountered a certain stone with super magical power that can absorb the cutie mark magic of an entire village of ponies?" "Yes. It's in that big cave over there." Hearing the conversation, the stars shone brightly felt a sense of familiarity. But they had almost forgotten these memories from so many years ago, only remembering significant events. Just as they were about to step forward, a light purple figure suddenly rushed out from the side. When the figure was about to collide with the stars shone brightly, they stepped to the left, and the light purple pony fell beside them. Oh, the light purple pony rubbed its head, which had bumped from the sudden stop, shook it, and then looked at the stars shone brightly, who was silently watching it. "You, when did you get here?" The starry pony, focused on searching for stones, had completely missed the arrival of the stars shone brightly and was now staring at them warily after being forced to stop and fall. The stars shone brightly recognized this pony and recalled some things about her. She seemed to be a pony related to Cutie Marks, who eventually became a principal or something. "Don't worry, you don't need to look at me so warily. We have no connection." After saying this, the stars shone brightly walked past without looking back, going to Gray Q's side to ask, Miss, do you know of any stones that can seal and absorb chaotic magic, similar to this kind of stone?" While speaking, the stars shone brightly took out a black-green stone from their satchel, a piece they had pried off before leaving the insect nest, which would greatly help them in combating disorder in the future. However, just a small piece would be ineffective. Fortunately, they encountered this divine pony's sister, and the stars shone brightly couldn't miss this opportunity. Gray Q looked at the stone, maintaining a neutral expression, but still replied, "This stone seems to have magical properties, and the smell on it is somewhat similar to that of the insect nest. You can keep walking that way, and you'll encounter a large insect nest. Of course, it's a long way, nearly across Pony Maria. The stones over there are identical to this one. Alternatively, you can go to the big cave over there. Dig down beneath the stone that seals the cutie mark, and you'll find it." Upon hearing the response, the stars shone brightly were momentarily taken aback, but expressed their gratitude and headed toward the cave. Chapter 5, Cutie Marks. The stars shone brightly strode forward, while Starry followed closely behind, staring at them. Unable to withstand Starry's gaze, the stars shone brightly turned and said, "Miss, although our destinations are the same, I know I'm good looking, but you can't keep staring at me like that." Upon hearing this, Starry rolled her eyes and replied, "Who cares about you, you little brat? I'm just afraid you'll ruin my stone since your stone is under mine. By the way, what do you think about cutie marks?" The stars shone brightly had no real thoughts about cutie marks, all fabricated, so they casually replied, "I don't have any opinions. Cutie marks only determine your advantages, not everything." "Then what do you think would happen if we both didn't have cutie marks?" Would the world become a better place? Aside from our different names, we have nothing else. We never compete. We don't argue about winning or losing. We have no superiority, and we have no inferiority. The stars shone brightly found it hard to believe. How did this pony start singing while talking? Is this a characteristic of this world? Previously, the stars shone brightly had seen the queen of the insect nest singing about how to devour love, with other insect spirits joining in, and at that moment, they were completely confused. I don't know, but I do know that your song doesn't sound very good. Starry, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat embarrassed and chose to ignore the unromantic comment and quickly walked ahead to ask, would you like to give it a try? I'm sure you'll have a different kind of fun. No, I really like my current life. The stars shone brightly clearly didn't believe her words, turned away from her gaze, and then entered the cave. At a glance, they saw the square stone. Thinking about their stone being underneath, the stars shone brightly quickly got to work digging. While Starry stood there, staring blankly at the large square stone. Is this the stone that can store cutie marks? It's really beautiful. In the deep pit, the stars shone brightly transformed into a gopher, digging quickly until they finally hit the stone. Looking at the stone before them, the stars shone brightly bared their fangs, greedily absorbing its power, and a heart-shaped mark appeared on their chest. As the magic was absorbed, the transparent heart began to fill with red. This was the power the stars shone brightly had gained since their arrival, capable of absorbing and storing magic. Their previous love was stored this way. After a while, once the absorption was complete, the stars shone brightly quickly dug their way out. As the stone's magic faded, it shattered, and the cave began to collapse. In the end, the stars shone brightly managed to escape before the cave fully caved in, only to turn around and find Starry staring at them in a frenzy. You jerk! What did you do? Starry was clearly a bit angry. If she hadn't protected the magic stone, she would have had to dig it out right away. The stars shone brightly felt a bit embarrassed, but their mood quickly dissipated. After being chased away by Starry with lasers, the stars shone brightly shook off the dust from their body and continued on their way to Manhattan. The stars shone brightly had already seen the signs of Manhattan, as they needed to take the train from Manhattan to Ponyville to attend the summer festival. A year later would be the return of Nightmare Moon, and they had to witness this classic event. Chapter 6. Money rolls in, no pony left out. Manhattan, a modern city in Ponyland. The stars shone brightly looked at this city and couldn't help but exclaim. When the sound of money rings out, all other sounds must remain silent. No pony can remain uninvolved. This will be the breeding ground for me to become a second or even first-tier combat power, letting you ignorant ponies taste the malice that comes from humanity. The brilliant stars walked in with great strides, and Manhattan was considered the most industrialized city in Ponyville. In this city of skyscrapers, reinforced concrete served as pillars. The streets were bustling with traffic, and busy ponies were everywhere, with various celebrity posters plastered on towering floors. This was heaven, but also hell. As long as you had enough gold coins in Manhattan, you could buy anything you wanted. The brilliant stars walked down the street, momentarily reminded of their former town. This place was nothing like a city in a magical world, but it didn't matter. The brilliant stars learned about the city's rulers through several cab drivers, one of whom was targeted by the brilliant stars. Duke Sapphire, a descendant of the founders of Manhattan, held significant power in the city and had once met the cosmic princess, receiving her commendation. At midnight, in the Sapphire Manor, possessing such a large estate in the precious Manhattan was clearly a symbol of power and status. The brilliant stars transformed into an insect and slipped inside the manor, evading security personnel. No need to search. Years of pampered living had taught these nobles how to enjoy life. In the largest and most luxurious room, Duke Sapphire was lying on a velvet-woven bed, fast asleep, unaware of the impending danger. Indeed, years of peace had made these ignorant ponies forget the brutality of war. When Canterlot was attacked by the Changeling tribe, they had no ability to resist, surviving solely due to the princess's love. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that the cosmic princess acted deliberately, but this Duke Sapphire was not among them. A pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on the old pony, revealing a greedy expression. Your future life will be replaced by me until the game ends. Of course. Your life will serve as the climax's fireworks. Ha ha ha. The next morning, Duke Sapphire invited all the noble ponies of Manhattan to attend the social ball that night. In the evening at Sapphire Manor, noble maidens danced gracefully, and the exchanging of toasts showcased etiquette. Gentlemen donned splendid attire, holding gem-encrusted scepters, discussing their family's prominence. Naturally, the biggest topic of the night remained the purpose of Duke Sapphire's ball. The brilliant stars stood on a high platform, looking down at the well-dressed ponies, a barely noticeable sneer at the corner of their mouth. Accompanied by the music, the brilliant stars walked down the stairs, instantly attracting the attention of all the ponies present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my ball. Tonight will be a night that changes the future. After a round of mutual admiration, it was finally time for the purpose of the ball. A pure white unicorn approached the brilliant stars and said, "Esteemed Duke Sapphire, your ball is a tremendous success. Is there anything we can assist you with?" The brilliant stars looked at the eager expressions of the surrounding ponies and slowly said, "Do you know about Tranquil Stone?" The ponies present looked somewhat puzzled. Although they were all born nobles, it wouldn't be wrong to say they were out of touch with reality. However, some knowledge of their ancestors as pioneers had been passed down. Tranquil Stone, a peculiar mineral, could be used as an energy source, but as other energy sources were discovered, it gradually became obsolete. While it wasn't completely worthless, it wasn't particularly valuable either. Aside from its aesthetics, it had no special uses. Without waiting for other ponies to inquire, the brilliant stars continued, "I have a trade route in the west, protected by the Storm King, whose strength rivals our cosmic princess. Our worthless Tranquil Stone can be sold to those seahorses there for several times its worth. But that is not the main point. Are you all interested?" Confidentiality in the name of nobility. The ponies were all shocked. The information was overwhelming and needed careful consideration. When did Duke Sapphire establish connections in the west? How come they didn't know? Who was the Storm King, and how could he be so powerful? Moreover, confidentiality in the name of nobility was no trivial matter. Breaking the agreement would lead to disdain from all nobles and expulsion from the noble class. However, seeing no ponies withdraw, the brilliant stars nodded and continued, "Very well. You all have great courage. Next, I shall reveal the key to this trade route." Upon hearing Duke Sapphire's plan, the ponies were all astonished. It was truly outrageous and greedy. If exposed, even the cosmic princess might take action against them. Truly worthy of the illustrious Sapphire family. However, I fully support Duke Sapphire's decision. So do I. Exactly, the Goldflower family fully supports it. After all the ponies voiced their agreement, the brilliant stars raised a glass and exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, money is magic. May your futures be bright." With the brilliant stars' toast, the other ponies echoed, "Money is magic." Chapter 7, Golden Tranquil Stone. Manhattan, a city forged from gold coins. In recent days, a piece of gossip had spread wildly in Manhattan, catching the attention of the ponies there. The nobles in the city were planning to buy up Tranquil Stone on a large scale. Initially, no pony paid attention to this matter, as it seemed to be a trivial rumor. However, as time passed, the price of Tranquil Stone suddenly doubled, which became intriguing. On the roadside, two ponies were walking side by side. "Have you heard? The price of Tranquil Stone has gone up. Apparently, it's due to a supply shortage." "I heard about it long ago. Some ponies are buying up these minerals. They say the price has tripled now, and there's no trace of Tranquil Stone on the market. If you want some, you'll have to go elsewhere, but then there's the issue of shipping costs. Sigh, if I had known, I would have stocked up on more Tranquil Stone. I could have made a fortune." "Haha, make a fortune? I used to think the same. Manhattan is full of gold, but it never belonged to us." Just as they were talking, a group of ponies suddenly ran past them, shouting about Tranquil Stone. Upon hearing this, the other ponies on the roadside exchanged glances and followed suit. By the roadside, several carts piled with Tranquil Stone were stationed, and a brown road pony was managing the stall. Everyone, I'm just passing by. What are you doing? We want to buy your Tranquil Stone." "What? These are all substandard fuel. Why do you all want these worthless stones?" Seeing the road pony looking confused, it was clear that this outsider had not heard the rumors of the city. The ponies couldn't help but get excited. "Why ask so much? I just want to buy them." "Exactly. Hurry up. Here are your gold coins. This is mine. I came first." Just as these ponies were about to fight over the stones, the road pony hurriedly prepared to mediate. "Stop arguing. I'll sell you these Tranquil Stones." Upon hearing this, the ponies rushed to grab them, and in no time, only a dazed road pony and his nearby gold coins were left. At that moment, a well-dressed Pegasus approached. Upon seeing him, the crowd quickly surrounded him. The Pegasus looked at the crowd and said, "I heard you have Tranquil Stone for sale?" Yes, that's us." Without further ado, the Pegasus handed out gold coins and left without looking back, seeing the instant profit of double their gold. The ponies hurried to chase after the departing road pony. "Hey, do you have any more Tranquil Stone?" Hearing the question, the road pony, who was dragging the cart, stopped and quickly replied, "Yes, it's in my warehouse. Do you want more?" "I said these broken stones are useless. Why do you care so much? Just tell us the address, and we'll go get them." Fearing that the other party would discover the price of the Turlon stones in this city, the other ponies hurriedly urged, and upon hearing that there were still some left, those who hadn't grabbed any yet became excited, thinking they were about to get rich. They quickly asked for the address and rushed home to get their gold coins, afraid of being beaten to it by other ponies. However, what they didn't notice was that this kind of thing was happening all over Manhattan. When other ponies saw the warehouse full of Turlon stones, their eyes couldn't hide their greed, and at that moment, news spread that Manhattan was buying Turlon stones at 10 times the price. It seemed that a group of noble ponies had received the news and were on their way, which undoubtedly injected a dose of excitement into the ponies, causing them to start buying up the stones in a frenzy, with some even starting bidding, fearing they would be too late. In just a few minutes, the entire warehouse of Turlon stones was sold out, and upon returning to Manhattan, they waited for the noble ponies to come by them, dreaming of wealth blooming everywhere. Chapter 8. The Great Trade Route. Just as the residents of Manhattan were dreaming of gold, a piece of news shattered their dreams. The Turlon stones were no longer wanted. After a week of large purchases, the price of Turlon stones no longer increased, but instead fell back to the original price, even dropping to rock bottom. For some unknown reason, the residents of Manhattan began to protest, demanding an explanation from the nobles. That very night, Starshine stood up. "All ponies, please be quiet. I have something to say." Seeing the angry eyes of the crowd, Starshine continued. "The reason we purchased Turlon stones is that I have a trade route in the West, where the price of Turlon stones can be sold for more than 10 times. Starshine saw the shocked faces of the ponies below and nodded, continuing. "However, since it was my first time doing such a thing, I lacked experience. While we did make some money from the Turlon stones, it was only 2 or 3 times. Not as valuable as we imagined. The purchase price exceeded the selling price, so I abandoned the investment there, and the purchasing stopped." The ponies below clearly didn't buy this and continued to protest. 2 or 3 times profit is already quite good. These noble ponies are too greedy. They argued. If there's a profit of 10, it can drive people crazy. With 50, they'll risk everything. With 100, they'll dare to take risks. With 300, they can trample all laws. These despicable noble ponies had no idea about their hard work. What about our Turlon stones? Right. Even 2 or 3 times is acceptable. Exactly. That's not insignificant. Starshine waved his hand, and the crowd quieted down again. "I didn't expect you to acquire so many Turlon stones, but we are all part of Manhattan, and I won't abandon you. How about this? You give me the Turlon stones, and I will act as your agent for selling them. How does that sound? I will only take a portion of the commission. This should work, right?" Thus, the Turlon stone incident temporarily came to an end. In the following months, the selling ponies made a considerable profit, leading to a more affluent life. This spread quickly, attracting a large influx of ponies into Manhattan, all eager to join in. Since Turlon stones were sufficient, they no longer needed to acquire them. Instead, they chose to invest in hopes of returns. In no time, the reputation of Duke Sapphire soared. At Sapphire Manor, noble balls were held once again, with piles of gold coins filling every corner. This was a scene of sharing the spoils, celebrating the fruits of victory. "Duke Sapphire, you are truly the greatest noble." "That's right, cheers to our Duke." Watching the other ponies celebrate, Starshine took a sip from his cup and smiled disdainfully. By exploiting the ponies' greed, he made a fortune selling the worthless Turlon stones and then took them back empty-handed. Now those stones were being sold at an ultra-low price elsewhere as startup capital, giving the first batch of ponies their so-called profits. As for the profits afterward, they were just the gold coins of the new ponies, a typical Ponzi scheme. The game continued until it could no longer be played. As for how to escape in the end, Starshine told the nobles that his trade route was just something he said, and no one had seen it. Who would believe it? So, in the end, he asked the ponies to select some representatives to set off together. But what could representatives who understood nothing do? Angering the Storm King, they were all detained, gone. Pirates are unreasonable like that. As for whether they believed it or not, it didn't matter. After all, the Storm King truly existed, and anyone who investigated seriously could find him. At that time, he would unite with other ponies to blame a portion of the representative ponies for ruining the trade route, and it would be another pile of gold. Watching these well-dressed noble ponies, Starshine couldn't help but smile. Soon, very soon, the more greedy you become, the crazier the tide of rebellion will be. Chapter 9. Shattered Dreams. Manhattan became increasingly prosperous due to Duke Sapphire's mysterious trade route. More and more ponies flooded into Manhattan, and this activity, which seemed to be money falling from the sky, was enticing. However, along with it came constant doubts. It was known that Duke Sapphire had connections with a mysterious big figure, rumored to be a southern pirate who could ensure the trade route's safety. Even the Cosmic Princess could not change that. No one publicly promoted such matters. After all, who could guarantee that the Cosmic Princess wouldn't sever their financial lifeline? This false prosperity caused Manhattan to change day by day. The city grew larger, and the ponies multiplied, presenting a thriving scene. In just half a year, it surpassed the economic level of the capital of Equestria, Canterlot. Until one morning, Duke Sapphire, along with other nobles, announced that they would select representatives from investors to follow the trade route for transactions, causing the entire Manhattan to boil with excitement. Ultimately, the selected representatives and a team of merchants left Manhattan amidst the farewell of other ponies. A month later, bad news arrived. The selected representatives had angered the Storm King due to financial issues. The trade route was destroyed, and supplies were seized. The transactions were over. Manhattan began to fall into an economic crisis, and the ponies of Manhattan expressed their grievances. In order to secure better funding, they invested all their earnings, hoping for better returns. After the next month, This confirmed their suspicions, and thus the cycle began. But this time, they lost everything. Their gold coins were completely depleted. Markets closed, factories went bankrupt, and a large number of ponies lost their means of survival. The affluent life of the past 6 months made them forget the original hardships. And they fell into despair on the streets, ignored by others. No pony knew what the next day would bring. The hard-earned savings vanished overnight. And surrounded by the difficulties of friends and family, they too fell into suffering. The ponies began to numb themselves, trying to convince themselves that this was not the result of one night. But when Duke Sapphire angrily confronted the elected representatives, he struck them with a fist. And there was no going back. In this difficult environment, an organization calling itself the Savior Squad was moving among the ponies of Manhattan. In a tavern, nearly 100 ponies gathered together, listening to a unicorn's speech in front of them. Dear ignorant residents, you have all been deceived. In fact, Duke Sapphire has no trade route at all. He is completely lying to you. Without considering hiding the truth, Starshine didn't bother with details. And the ponies were so blinded by the enormous profits that they only now began to realize the numerous flaws in this trade route. As the unicorn on the platform delivered an impassioned speech, numerous ponies were filled with righteous indignation, vowing to tear apart the blood-sucking nobles. Thus began the rebellion in Manhattan amidst a meticulously planned conflict, where the noble ponies openly mocked them and revealed the truth, leading to the uprising. The ponies cut off all communication channels with the outside world to prevent the noble ponies from escaping Manhattan. They then used their numerical advantage to storm the noble estates, discovering mountains of gold reserves while the nobles indulged in pleasure, leaving the common ponies to suffer. Public outrage surged. Chapter 10, Breaking Out of the Cocoon. In the end, at the New Era Square in Manhattan, countless ponies gathered to admire the beautiful scene. In the center of the square stood a statue of Duke Sapphire, spontaneously constructed by the people, stepping forward, symbolizing the guiding force leading Manhattan to glory. Below the statue, Duke Sapphire was bound tightly, looking utterly miserable. As the leader of the rebels raised his blade, announcing the last noble of Manhattan had been eliminated. Oh, amazing, we did it. Long life. This is our victory. The rebels piled up the gold coins hidden in the noble estates for distribution. Throughout the month of hard work, all the ponies formed deep bonds. At first, when the nobles were dreaming sweetly, the ponies barged in and caught them off guard, but soon came the counterattack, which was ultimately futile, leading to their capture a month later. In the square, the ponies sang and danced, celebrating this hard-won victory, drinking fine wine taken from the noble estates and enjoying delicacies they had never tasted in their lives, emotions running high. All of this was thanks to the pony in the center, whose timely actions prevented the nobles' escape. During this time, many ponies raised their glasses in his honor. But the leader, having been injured while protecting others, kindly declined their goodwill, earning him even more admiration from the others. Starshine stood at the center, watching the fallen Duke Sapphire in a pool of blood, unable to suppress a laugh. After kidnapping Duke Sapphire, Starshine had hidden him under a bed and then moved him away, subsequently amassing ill-gotten wealth, exposing it, and secretly inciting rebellion, ultimately leading to the current situation. Watching the chatting ponies before him, Starshine's mouth watered at the sight. The wealth of Manhattan was held by the 1% of nobles who occupied 99% of the wealth, while the 99% of ponies could only share the remaining 1%. Now, I will gather all the wealth of Manhattan here, Starshine thought. With the camaraderie forged through hard struggles, along with 100-fold of this wealth belonging to myself, emotions reaching their peak, Starshine took a sip of tea and then gestured. The ponies received the signal and began to burn the tranquil stones, the source of their troubles, needing to vent their anger. However, they were unaware that the tranquil stones were mixed with various other substances by Starshine. As the flames burned, the ponies danced around the bonfire, creating a lively atmosphere, which soon brought about a wave of drowsiness. At first, no pony paid attention to the changes in their bodies, thinking it was just fatigue. But later they realized something was off. However, closing their eyes, they fell into a deep sleep. Manhattan fell into silence, with only the bonfire in the square burning fiercely. Aside from any other sound, standing aside, Starshine couldn't help but laugh at the fallen ponies, then transformed back into his true form, beginning his final actions, needing to complete them before other cities discovered what was happening, with success or failure hanging in the balance. Starshine threw a scroll into the fire, and a green shield burst forth from the flames, enveloping all of Manhattan. Then came the most skilled part of the shapeshifters, devouring love, consuming their emotions. Chapter 11, The Cosmic Princess. Canterlot Royal Castle. At this moment, the Cosmic Princess sat by the window, lost in thought while gazing at the mural before her, depicting two celestial unicorns maintaining the sun and moon. How beautiful it was. The Cosmic Princess couldn't help but reminisce, and just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A member of the guard in armor rushed over and stood beside the cosmic princess, panting. "Your Highness, there's trouble. Something has happened in Manhattan." Upon hearing it was about Manhattan, the cosmic princess frowned. Recently, she had heard about certain events in Manhattan, but when she learned they were related to the Southern Storm King, she became very angry. These greedy nobles dared to trade with anything. However, due to the many nobles involved and the obstacles posed by other ponies, the cosmic princess thought it best to deal with them after the night of nightmare ended, prioritizing her sister's return. Thus, the matter fell by the wayside. But now what had happened? "Your Highness, it's Manhattan. It has been completely sealed off. Our ponies cannot enter at all, and those close to Manhattan are becoming unusually weak, which is why I came to report to you." Hearing this, the cosmic princess was clearly puzzled. Something was amiss, and there might be other happenings. She took a team of royal ponies and headed over. Flying over Manhattan, the cosmic princess saw the enormous magical shield and the countless cocoons wrapped around the ponies within. The shapeshifters. At that moment, the royal guard ponies were attacking the shield. And finally, with their combined effort, they broke a hole through it. The cosmic princess seized the opportunity to fly inside, seeing Manhattan surrounded by green slime. With ponies hanging trapped everywhere, a sense of fear spread among them, while only the cosmic princess had a clear goal, heading straight for the massive cocoon at the center of Manhattan. Just as the cosmic princess approached the cocoon within 10 meters, it made cracking sounds, and as it broke, 3 pairs of dazzling wings unfurled. The crimson wings bore golden patterns, followed by a black body, with a red glow emanating from the horn, crimson mane cascading behind, and violet light emanating from the corners of the black eyes, which were fixed in a daze on the cosmic princess, yawning and bearing fangs. Starshine placed his forehooves on his head. "Oh, my head really hurts. Evolution is not something a bug should do." "What is that?" Starshine, still dazed, saw a white figure before him, seemingly accompanied by a rainbow. As his vision slowly cleared, he finally recognized the cosmic princess and was taken aback. "Cosmic princess, how did you get here?" "How did I get here? You destroyed all of Manhattan and still ask me why I'm here." Starshine felt a bit embarrassed, as all of this was for the sake of evolution. However, it seemed insufficient now. At his current ability, he was only evenly matched with the Cocoon Queen, and could not defeat the cosmic princess before him. Therefore, in times of trouble, retreat is the best strategy. Starshine pretended to attack the cosmic princess and lunged forward. After the cosmic princess dodged, Starshine fled without looking back. But then, a fierce beam of light shot toward Starshine. Having just hatched, being able to fly away was already impressive. How could he evade the cosmic princess's petrifying light? No, like a standard villain. Starshine was hit and curled his body, wrapping his wings around himself, shrinking into a ball, ultimately turning to stone on the ground. Chapter 12, Captured Again. Canterlot Royal Castle. After dealing with some matters in Manhattan, Princess Celestia sat in her seat looking tired, handling the temporary tasks that had been added in the past few days. Damn those changelings, finding trouble for me at this time, really. There are only a few days left until the summer celebration, and I still have to find time to guide Ziyue. I'm so exhausted. At this moment, in a room in the castle, the petrified Starlight Glimmer was alone. And then a faint cracking sound came, with a small crack appearing on the statue. The crack continued to widen, first in the wings, then in the body. And finally Starlight Glimmer shook off the stone fragments from her head. Luckily, the sealing magic can also be broken. It's just a pity that my love is so limited. Suddenly, a heart shape appeared on Starlight Glimmer's chest, but the red part inside was pitifully small, leaving only the tip of a heart. Starlight Glimmer touched her stomach, which then grumbled. The priority now is to fill my stomach. So Starlight Glimmer secretly pushed open the door, and after finding that there were no patrolling ponies in the corridor, she quietly slipped out. I came quietly and walked gently. Guided by the instinct for food, Starlight Glimmer wandered around. Just around the corner, she heard footsteps and hurriedly pushed the door back inside. After the footsteps faded, she looked back and saw that it was a bedroom. Looking at the neat and clean room in front of her, a large white bed caught her eye. Just as Starlight Glimmer was about to leave, footsteps came again. Sensing something was off, she quickly searched for a hiding place, and as the sounds grew closer, she hurriedly hid under the bed. From under the bed, she saw a pair of snowy white hooves enter, and then the door closed, with Princess Celestia flopping onto the bed. I'm so tired. At this moment, Starlight Glimmer, hiding under the bed, dared not move, knowing that the love she had left was not enough to break free from petrification again, so she couldn't be careless. As time passed, a faint sound of breathing emerged, and Princess Celestia had fallen asleep. When the time was right, Starlight Glimmer stealthily crawled out and was about to leave when she turned to look at Princess Celestia lying on the bed, and scenes of revenge flashed through her mind. She quietly picked up the water jug from the bedside table and was about to pour it on Princess Celestia's bed when suddenly a burst of green flames erupted beside her, waking Princess Celestia and startling Starlight Glimmer. The unstable magic caused the jug Starlight Glimmer controlled to tilt and spill all the water onto Princess Celestia's legs. I can explain that. Princess Celestia ignored the letter that had fallen on the bed, wiped the water off her legs with her front hoof, and looked at Starlight Glimmer, who was showing her white fangs and smiling at her. Dear teacher, in the past few days, I have been studying pony magic diligently. I discovered that we are facing a bad situation. I believe the mythical moon mare is actually Nightmare Moon, and she is about to return to Equestria, bringing eternal night. We must do something to prevent this terrible prophecy from becoming reality. Please reply as soon as possible. Your most loyal student, Ziyue. Princess Celestia looked at the letter in front of her, shook her head slightly, and then turned around to write another letter to send. She then turned to look at the round statue lying on the floor. It's truly incredible that you could break free from your bindings in just one day. It seems you are quite powerful. Princess Celestia then changed the bedsheet with magic and continued to flop onto the bed to rest. Chapter 13, The Moon Mare. In the Eternal Freedom Forest, Royal Sister's Castle. With the magic of friendship, Princess Luna was finally purified from her moon mare form. With the rising sun, Princess Celestia revealed herself. That's right. Through Princess Celestia's explanation, Ziyue finally understood the significance of what Princess Celestia had been doing these days. And she was also happy to have made so many friends. After that, it was a joyful time for the royal sisters to gather. Pinkie Pie was excited. And just as she was about to speak, she suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. So touching, you know what this means. Oh, rubbing her head. Pinkie Pie turned back and looked curiously at what was in front of her. Oh, an egg? When did this get here? No, it's not an egg. Just then, Princess Celestia walked over and said to Ziyue beside her, My dear Ziyue, I have another task for you, which is to teach him what true friendship is. After saying this, Princess Celestia shot a beam of light, shattering the statue, and Starlight Glimmer's wings spread out again as she stood up, looking at the scene before her. She was no longer the moon mare, but rather the moon princess. Coupled with this familiar scene, memories resurfaced, and she murmured to herself, Has it already come to this? Princess Celestia said to Starlight Glimmer in front of her, You said your power comes from love? I think you are completely wrong. This is not love at all. It's merely plunder. Now I want you to go and learn the power of true friendship from my students. Are you willing? Absolutely willing, my princess. When under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Starlight Glimmer performed a noble gesture to Princess Celestia and then looked at Ziyue beside her. You are Ziyue. Hello, my name is Starlight Glimmer. Nice to meet you. Saying this, Starlight Glimmer transformed into the black pony she had been before. Pinkie Pie looked on in amazement. And then Princess Celestia explained to them that Starlight Glimmer was a changeling, a race that feeds on love, hoping they could help her truly understand the power of friendship. Hello, my name is Pinkie Pie. This is Rainbow Dash, Applejack, Fluttershy, and Rarity. I'm really happy to meet you. I'm also very happy to meet you. Oh, I'm so happy today. I've made a new friend. By the way, how did you transform into other ponies? And can you try transforming into my shape? Oh, and were you turned to stone? What was it like to be turned to stone? Could you not talk or move? Did it feel boring? If I were turned to stone, I would probably die of boredom. Oh, and I have a sister who loves stones, you of course. While Starlight Glimmer and Pinkie Pie were chatting, Princess Celestia leaned down and whispered to Ziyue, This fellow seems a bit off. Do not let her out of your sight. If she does anything suspicious, just use your harmony source. Ziyue looked at Princess Celestia with some confusion, while Princess Celestia merely smiled at her and walked away to chat with her sister whom she hadn't seen in 1,000 years. The summer celebration went very smoothly. All the ponies knew of Princess Luna's arrival, and Starlight Glimmer also held a welcome party in the library, and everything was joyous. Chapter 14, The Galloping Gala Tickets. In the library, Ziyue received 3 tickets to the Galloping Gala. Princess Celestia invited Ziyue to attend the celebration, of course, one for her friend. And don't forget to bring Starlight Glimmer along. At this moment, Starlight Glimmer was lying motionless on the sofa, surrounded by scattered books, while our lovely Spike was busy working. Hi Starlight Glimmer, could you help me tidy up the library? Starlight Glimmer glanced at Spike and then transformed into Rarity's form. Oh my dear little Spike. You can't make me do this kind of work that affects my rest, can you? Oh, looking at the awkward Rarity in front of him, Spike's eyes twitched. And he couldn't bring himself to retort, so he quickly ran to Ziyue's side and began to complain. Ziyue, holding the 3 tickets, then frowned and walked over to the sprawled Starlight Glimmer. You rascal, hurry up and help out. Qunxing Huanghuang felt that Ziyue was constantly pushing him with her hooves, and he instantly felt a sense of helplessness, so he could only transform back into his original form to help Suilong clean up. Once the library was tidied up, Ziyue took Suilong and Qunxing Huanghuang out to get some food, but Qunxing Huanghuang still wanted to stay home. With no choice, Ziyue had to leave Suilong to watch Qunxing Huanghuang while she went out to eat something. After Ziyue left, Suilong stood in front of the sofa, staring fixedly at Qunxing Huanghuang, who felt uncomfortable under Suilong's intense gaze. Suelong, can't you do something else? I want to take a nap. No. Ziyue said I have to watch you. Unable to persuade Suelong, Qunxing Huanghuang helplessly covered his head with a bean pillow from the sofa to shield himself from Suelong's gaze. Just as Qunxing Huanghuang was about to fall asleep, the library door was opened, and then he heard Suelong's voice. Hey, Ruru, why are you here? Ziyue went out. If you're looking for her, you'll probably have to wait a bit. Why did you bring so many animals? Then Qunxing Huanghuang's nap plan was completely ruined. Ruru brought a bunch of animals to clean the library. Qunxing Huanghuang understood that it was time to compete for tickets. Looking at a ticket under his bean pillow, just as he was about to speak, the door was quickly opened and then closed again. Ziyue was back. When Ziyue saw the scene in the library, she prepared to invite Ruru out, but was pulled out by Biki. Qunxing Huanghuang, feeling dazed, collapsed onto the sofa and then saw Yumbao and the others walk in. Hi. Hello, Qunxing Huanghuang. Hello, Applejack. Do you know where Ziyue went? She just went out, Jinqi, but she'll be back soon. Oh wait. What you have in your hand is the Galloping Gala ticket. That's right, Yumbao, do you want it? Of course. No problem. I don't like going out anyway. The Galloping Gala is boring. Everyone, whoever grabs it gets it. Saying this, Qunxing Huanghuang threw the tickets towards the 5 little ponies. And just as he picked up some popcorn from who knows where to prepare for the little mare battle, Ziyue returned. And the ticket just happened to float onto Ziyue's head. Then Ziyue was tackled by the other 5 little ponies, and with Ziyue's cry of despair, the chaos finally came to a stop. Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you doing? Just because I didn't watch you for a moment, you caused this mess. Oh Ziyue, you can't blame me entirely, okay? I was just appreciating the friendship between the little ponies, alright? I'm sorry. After Ziyue finally replied to Princess Celestia, Princess Celestia sent Ziyue several Galloping Gala tickets again. Chapter 15, Trixie. Ziyue and Suelong were recording magic, while Qunxing Huanghuang quietly watched from the side, experiencing a boring daily life. Qunxing Huanghuang felt that Suelong's 2 little whiskers looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them. Was it during Suelong's growth? He couldn't feel time passing, or was it that Ziyue had lost the essence of friendship? This didn't seem right. After all, unless something major happened, Qunxing Huanghuang would have forgotten most things by now, unless he encountered a significant character that could jog his memory. When Ziyue heard Suelong saying she was the greatest unicorn, Qunxing Huanghuang finally remembered. It was from Trixie's episode, with that blue bear. It seemed that he wasn't an intelligent creature, if confirmed to be just a beast. He wondered if that bear would taste good. Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you doing? Hearing Suelong's call, Qunxing Huanghuang quickly snapped back to reality, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't eaten meat in the past year and was a bit tempted, although wheat food was quite nice. He still missed meat products. Nothing much, Suelong. Suelong clearly didn't believe him. Just a moment ago, Qunxing Huanghuang had been staring and drooling, grinning foolishly, which was obviously off. But since Qunxing Huanghuang didn't want to say anything, Suelong decided to let it go. Then Qunxing Huanghuang began to inquire about Ziyue. Ziyue, I want to ask if that big bear over there is an intelligent creature? Yes, they can communicate. No. I mean, do they think like little ponies? Like Ruru's angel? Or are they just like other ordinary rabbits? Of course, what do you want to ask? Ziyue, since something was off. Qunxing Huanghuang was clearly not right. The hunger in his eyes was almost tangible. After sending Suelong away, Ziyue asked Qunxing Huanghuang, let me ask you something. I've read that your changeling tribe feeds on love, but you seem a bit different. You act recklessly. Which is why Princess Celestia asked me to be your guardian pony, right? That's right, I am indeed kind. Of course, this was overlooking the tragedy in Manhattan. Ziyue then asked, by the way, does your changeling tribe's diet include meat? Or to be precise, does your diet include meat? Qunxing Huanghuang did not respond, just smiled faintly. And Ziyue no longer pressed the issue. She had already understood. If you're really hungry, just drink some milk and eat some eggs. Those are allowed in Ponyville. Don't let the other little ponies know about your diet, especially Ruru, understood? Understood. Just then, Suelong rushed over, panting, and pulled Ziyue to leave the library. What's wrong, Suelong? Ziyue looked confused, while Suelong anxiously said, a little pony claiming to be the greatest unicorn came to Ponyville, and Jinqi and Yumbao lost. You need to hurry and avenge them. Ziyue looked at Suelong with a strange expression and then refused her request. No, Suelong, you're just showing off. We can't flaunt our magic. That would make everyone dislike us. Not getting Ziyue's permission, Suelong looked visibly unhappy, glanced at the already dazed Qunxing Huanghuang, and lost hope in his ability, leaving the library alone. In the evening, Ponyville shook, and Ziyue was shocked by the news brought by the rushing Suelong. She then dragged Qunxing Huanghuang out. Upon seeing that little bear, Qunxing Huanghuang shed his usual despondency, patted his chest to show Ziyue his prowess. But when Ziyue said they were intelligent creatures, Qunxing Huanghuang immediately stopped in his tracks and fell back into despair. Qunxing Huanghuang walked over to Trixie, observing the blue pony, and said to her, I heard you are the strongest unicorn. That's right. Trixie is the greatest unicorn, the most powerful in all of Equestria. If you want me to deal with that big bear, Trixie can't do it. No, no, no. Great Trixie, I have an idea. You can easily resolve this crisis. Do you want to hear it? Hearing this, Trixie was clearly tempted. It would be best to regain her face. She leaned in to listen. After Qunxing Huanghuang finished speaking, Trixie slapped him with a hoof, clearly angered. You. Trixie was so anxious she couldn't even speak, while Qunxing Huanghuang continued to encourage her. Heroes don't care about these details, sacrificing yourself for everyone. What is wrong with that? Trixie was almost in tears from anxiety. In the end, Ziyue perfectly resolved the bear crisis, winning cheers and applause from everyone, and Trixie ran out of Ponyville. After returning to the library, Ziyue finished writing a letter and then asked Qunxing Huanghuang, "What bad idea did you give Trixie?" I saw her face was all red. "Oh, it's nothing. Isn't she a unicorn? Perfectly has a horn. Just give that little bear a 1,000-year kill. It'll definitely distract the bear." What is a 1,000-year kill? Qunxing Huanghuang felt it was not a good time to talk today. He inexplicably received 2 hoof slaps. Chapter 16, Zebra Cola. The bright star, feeling downcast, walked along the street, followed by the serious-looking Ziyue and the bewildered Suilong. Ever since the bright star moved in with Ziyue, all of his daily expenses came from the pocket money Ziyue gave him. However, as an aspiring bug in the new era, he didn't want to be a freeloader like Ziyue's pet rabbit. So, unlike that lazy dragon, the bright star bucked up. He decided to write a book. And he even had a title in mind, The War of the Black Crystal King. He got to work, becoming more excited and increasingly proud of himself. When he turned around, he saw that the entire Pony Maria was engulfed in flames, having clearly turned into a meat grinder. With over 80% of the residents slaughtered by him, the Bright Star realized he was not cut out to be a leader. He would only become a tyrant. However, when Ziyue saw him writing, she curiously checked it out. Later, Ziyue burned the Bright Star's hard work and almost killed him. Fortunately, the Bright Star was exceptionally capable and managed to save his life. Afterward, he repeatedly promised to write a love story, allowing Ziyue to supervise him, which finally earned him permission to pick up a pen. The Bright Star held on to his love story, Princess of the Moon and Sombra, feeling quite reluctant. But being a bug under a roof, he had to bow his head, hoping the Cosmic Princess would understand. The Bright Star initially wanted to write about the Cosmic Princess, but due to Ziyue's interference, who believed the Cosmic Princess was pure and omnipotent, he had no choice but to change it to another princess. Walking down the deserted street, the 3 animals each had their own thoughts and failed to notice anything amiss until they heard a voice from a closed room. "Hurry, come here." Ziyue, a bit puzzled, still pulled the distracted Bright Star towards the window. "Biki, Biki suddenly exerted force, dragging Ziyue through the window. Rubbing her head, Ziyue looked up to find her good friends gathered in the room. Just as Ziyue was puzzled, Applejack guided her to the window, where Ziyue saw a creature in a brown cloak digging in the street. She is the evil witch. She dances wickedly, and if you stare into her eyes, you'll be frightened. What else does she do? She'll brew a pot of mixed soup, cook you, and eat you deliciously. Just then, as Biki was dramatically performing, a burst of laughter erupted, scaring Biki to hide under the table. The ponies turned around and realized it was the Bright Star lying on the ground, holding his belly and laughing to tears. "Ah ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Look at Applejack, she's shaking like that, huh?" The ponies fell silent again, and Ziyue began to preach her philosophy. "I think everything Keela does has its reasons. If any pony among us dares to approach her, we might uncover the truth." Meanwhile, the Bright Star noticed Apple Bloom quietly slipping out of the room, and as the other ponies were discussing, he stealthily crawled out after her. After stepping outside, the Bright Star quickly caught up with Apple Bloom and said, "Little one, it's dangerous to go to the Eternal Freedom Forest alone. Let me accompany you." "Oh, that would be great." Subsequently, the Bright Star and Apple Bloom followed Keela to the Eternal Freedom Forest. Just as Apple Bloom got closer to Keela, a sudden pull came, and the Bright Star hugged Apple Bloom. "Be careful, these brightly colored things are obviously toxic." Looking at the blue leaves around them, the Bright Star led Apple Bloom around. Just as they were about to approach Keela, footsteps were heard behind them. "Hey, Apple Bloom, come back quickly." Applejack rushed over and snatched Apple Bloom from the Bright Star's grip. "That's right, don't go near that witch. She might enchant you. You might be enchanted. Anyway, did you just leave my sight?" Ziyue looked very angry, leaving the Bright Star speechless. "Ladies, please look at your feet. You've all trampled over the blue leaves." The Bright Star then saw the ponies running wildly in the leaves and rolled his eyes. Seeing the Bright Star's expression, Ziyue, combined with the previous incident, thought he was dissatisfied with her, thinking he was an ungrateful guy. If he were to publish his book, it would probably be worse than turning to stone. Finally, they managed to leave the place, with the Bright Star trailing behind, lost in thought. The next morning, the Bright Star was awakened by the commotion downstairs. Rubbing his eyes and holding a green book, he walked to the stairs. Ladies, it's the weekend. Can't you be a bit more peaceful? Watching the chaotic scene below, the bright star's morning grumpiness dissipated. It was too funny, and he couldn't help but laugh, accidentally rolling down the stairs. Are you okay? A rough voice came, and the bright star looked up to see Ruru extending her hoof to him. Oh, I'm fine, just you all. Then the bright star watched as the ponies began to argue. As they quarreled about confronting Keela, just as the bright star was about to explain, they noticed that Applejack and Apple Bloom had disappeared and rushed out in a hurry. The bright star lagged behind, and when he caught up with them, he saw the ponies arguing with Keela in the treehouse. Everyone, listen to me, hey? Be quiet. The bright star finally managed to silence the chattering ponies, who looked at him curiously. The bright star slowly said, "What is wrong with you all?" He then threw a green book from his backpack, which contained documentation on toxic pranks. Ziyue, you all need to read more. Look at you, barging into someone else's home and causing chaos. Is there a pony among you who knows how to behave? Ziyue and the others turned red from embarrassment, but Keela forgave them. Just then, Apple Bloom walked in. Everyone, what happened? Why is it so messy here? Outside the bathroom, the bright star didn't understand why, after he had worked hard all day. He couldn't go in for a bath when they usually didn't wear clothes anyway. Chapter 17, Spring has arrived. In the early morning, the bright star lay in bed, feeling a bit dazed due to having secretly devoured some pixie fly love in recent days. Just then, the door swung open, and Ziyue rushed in excitedly, trying to drag the bright star out of bed. However, the allure of the blankets was too strong, and Ziyue couldn't pull him out. Bright star, you need to get up. Today is the day to send off winter and greet spring. We have a ton of plans to complete. The bright star retracted his exposed hoof and curled up in the blanket, completely ignoring Ziyue's nagging. After Ziyue blinked, she bit the blanket and forcibly dragged the bright star out. A cold breeze blew, and the bright star poked his head out from the blanket, looking at the dark night sky outside the door, feeling dissatisfied with Ziyue. When morning came, the bright star and Suilong yawned in unison, following Ziyue. Ziyue, however, looked excited, as if she had endless energy. After the mayor finished arranging things, Starlight Glimmer already had a goal. To the song of these strange little ponies, she walked alone towards Rarity, then sat down on a bench and, with astonishing speed, fashioned a bundle of hay into a gigantic bird's nest, hanging it in a nearby tree, quite in the style of a hummingbird, and then lay down inside it. Inexplicably, why is she singing again? Ziyue looked at the sleeping Starlight Glimmer with a face full of disdain, but thinking that she was right next to Rarity and should be fine. She went off to find her work. To be honest, Ziyue was a bit puzzled as to why the Cosmic Princess insisted that a pony must follow Starlight Glimmer. Starlight Glimmer was quickly making the bird's nest, almost one every second. Unable to sleep well due to Rarity's constant wailing, she could only crawl out of the nest to help her. Just when Starlight Glimmer thought she could finally get a good night's sleep, the other ponies began to gather and argue. Oh my, what is this all about? Starlight Glimmer was almost going crazy. She just wanted to sleep. Not welcome winter or spring. Welcome what? Fortunately, Ziyue used her strong leadership skills to bring the situation to a satisfactory conclusion. Eventually, spring arrived. Starlight Glimmer and Ziyue went to Rarity's shop. Ziyue wanted Rarity to sew a button on her dress, but Rarity insisted on making Ziyue a new dress and taking Starlight Glimmer along. However, Starlight Glimmer refused Rarity's suggestion. No, you don't need to make me a dress. I've already thought of my task at the Galloping Gala, and a dress won't be necessary at all. What task? How come I don't know? Ziyue was puzzled. The Cosmic Princess had never mentioned it to her, while Starlight Glimmer knew. She was a shapeshifter. The Cosmic Princess's task at the Galloping Gala was to shake hooves with countless ponies. She was already tired of this kind of work, and now having a free tool like Starlight Glimmer, of course, she would want to use her well. Thinking of her tragic experience made Starlight Glimmer very sad. A few days later, after seeing Rarity's aesthetic standards for clothes, Starlight Glimmer twitched along with Rarity. My goodness, it's like a small knife to the butt. This is eye-opening. Helpless, Starlight Glimmer transformed into the state they would be in for the gala from memory, and after some persuasion, the storm was finally settled. Chapter 18, Walking Among Falling Leaves. Starlight Glimmer felt something was off. It had barely been a few days, and it was already autumn. At this time, Starlight Glimmer looked at Ziyue, who was talking with Applejack and Rainbow Dash, seemingly as they wanted Ziyue to be the judge for some competition. Bored, Starlight Glimmer decided to find something to do. She looked around, and then spotted the apples on the apple tree. Starlight Glimmer walked over and kicked the tree hard, causing several red apples to fall. She picked up the apples, took a breath, wiped them on her body, and took a bite. Although not as sweet as she imagined, it was very crunchy. After devouring one apple in a few bites, Starlight Glimmer picked up another apple, just about to start eating when Ziyue suddenly interrupted her. Hurry up, Starlight Glimmer, Applejack and Rainbow Dash are competing in a Little Iron Pony contest. I'm going to be the judge, and Soren is going to be the commentator. Let us go. Starlight Glimmer helplessly rolled her eyes, quickly picked up the apple on the ground, and followed Ziyue. Starlight Glimmer found a haystack and sat down, placing the apple aside. Watching the two little ponies start to fight. Crunch, crunch sounds came from beside her, and Starlight Glimmer turned her head to find Pinkie Pie eating an apple next to her. Oh, did you know? I love watching competitions, especially the ones between Rainbow Dash and Applejack. They have these almost every week. It's really fun. By the way, this apple is really delicious. Where did you pick it? I like it a lot. Speaking of apples, you remind me of oranges, plums, chestnuts, and pears. Starlight Glimmer wiped her face with her hoof and sighed. What a delightful explanation. Then her gaze was drawn to the competition in front of her. She saw Rainbow Dash and Applejack battling it out, both wanting to win the competition. Unfortunately, they were little ponies, not very exciting to watch. Starlight Glimmer's thoughts wandered. She suddenly remembered the human versions of Applejack and Rainbow Dash. How come they were so colorful? How can humans be colorful? Just as Starlight Glimmer was lost in thought, Rainbow Dash and Applejack began comparing one thing after another. In the end, Rainbow Dash won decisively over Applejack with a score of 15-5. Not fair. You won with your wings. Applejack started complaining to Rainbow Dash, accusing her of cheating, and the two little ponies began to argue again, eventually deciding to hold the competition for a leaf run. Time quickly passed to the day of the race, and Starlight Glimmer received a race number of 66 from the volunteer ponies. Not bad. I've read a few books about running. Just follow me and run together later. Ziyue told Starlight Glimmer to stick with her, and Starlight Glimmer shrugged, indifferent. When they reached the starting line, they encountered Rainbow Dash and Applejack. What are you doing here for the race? We're here to compete. What? You're not an athlete. I mean, Starlight Glimmer can participate, but Ziyue, you're just a bookworm. No, I've read a few books about running. The two little ponies seemed not very good at holding back laughter and burst into giggles, while Ziyue remained unfazed. As Pinkie Pie's voice from the hot air balloon announced the start, Rainbow Dash and Applejack took off ahead, running fast. Starlight Glimmer, however, was leisurely jogging behind Ziyue. After a while, Starlight Glimmer saw Applejack complaining, then Rainbow Dash, and then Applejack again. Oh, they seem really eager to win the race. But just fighting for it won't lead to success. This kind of thing needs to be done step by step, if they run out of energy all at once. How will they compete later? I hope this doesn't affect their friendship, don't you think, Starlight Glimmer, Starlight Glimmer? Ziyue was venting to Starlight Glimmer. But feeling that Starlight Glimmer hadn't responded, she turned around and found Starlight Glimmer had already run ahead. Hey, Ziyue, you just take your time running behind. First place is mine. What? You jerk. Ziyue watched Starlight Glimmer race towards the finish line in the distance and began to quicken her pace as well. In the end, Starlight Glimmer crossed the finish line first, winning the race, while Ziyue came in sixth. Starlight Glimmer, you really? Ziyue looked at Starlight Glimmer on the podium, and Starlight Glimmer stuck her tongue out at Ziyue. Finally, with Rainbow Dash and Applejack's tussling, the leaf run competition came to an end, followed by a bunch of life lessons from Ziyue, and the two little ponies started running again. The Cosmic Princess then came over. Starlight Glimmer, how are you doing in Ponyville? Very well, Your Highness. Thank you for your concern. I think my friendship has progressed rapidly. That's good. I think you will learn even more about friendship later. Then the Cosmic Princess lowered her head, leaned close to Starlight Glimmer's head, and whispered, You little rascal. I don't know where you got that information, but Sunburst is my lover, not my sister's. So you better change that. I'm furious just seeing what you wrote. Sunburst can only be mine. Now go. Starlight Glimmer awkwardly smiled, then glanced at the puzzled Ziyue, feeling very helpless. Why do I have to take the blame? This is friendship, I suppose. Chapter 19, Rainbow Sonic Boom. Awesome. 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 Ziyue, they've all left, and I feel like we're in a really awkward situation right now. Qunxing Huanghuang blocked Ziyue, who was acting a bit crazy, and it was at this moment that Ziyue woke up, seeing a group of little ponies watching her. She blushed and quickly pulled Qunxing Huanghuang out. Oh, sorry, I just got too excited earlier and couldn't help but jump up. That rainbow was truly the most precious sight of my life. Hearing Ziyue's explanation, Qunxing Huanghuang smiled helplessly. She knew about the Rainbow Sonic Boom. It was from the competition that Rainbow Dash held, which brought the main characters together. Speaking of which, I also saw that rainbow back then. Really? What were you doing at that time? You also discovered your cute mark. Oh, sorry, I forgot you're a changeling. Your kind doesn't have cute marks. It's okay, but my memory from that time isn't very good. Of course, for others. Do you want to hear it? Seeing Ziyue's curious expression, Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but start reminiscing. What was I doing back then? Oh, I remember now. I was walking with Soris. It was a desolate land, and a towering hive loomed there. After returning from hunting, Qunxing Huanghuang ran into another changeling, Soris. Soris, what are you doing? You're so distracted. Soris quickly apologized after being bumped into by Qunxing Huanghuang and then heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he saw those crimson eyes. Oh, it's Qunxing Huanghuang. It seems I've made my brother angry again. All right, sorries. Virus won't mind such small things. He still cares about you as your brother. So, do you want to go for a walk with me? Really? That's right. Sories looked very excited. This is natural because in changeling society, it's survival of the fittest. Only higher-ranked changelings have the right to act independently, and changelings like Sories, who contribute nothing, can only stay in the hive. To put it nicely, they're guarding safety. But in reality, they're stuck and can't leave, let alone go for a walk. Then Sories followed Qunxing Huanghuang out of the hive and flew toward another place. Sories, I once saw a big lake over there. It's been a long time since I went there, and there are many animals around. Let's go take a look. Oh, that's amazing. Qunxing Huanghuang and Sories transformed into two little ponies and happily ran over. When Sories arrived, it was indeed a big lake, surrounded by lush green grass. And animals were gathered in small groups. However, as Qunxing Huanghuang and Sories approached, the animals showed wary expressions. Qunxing Huanghuang didn't care about their gazes. But Sories was a bit hesitant. All right, Sories, you know this is the changeling territory. Capturing animals is very common, and it's natural for them to be cautious. Hold your head high. Why fear in your own territory? Qunxing Huanghuang led the way toward the lake, with Sories closely following. Just then, a yak approached and blocked their way. Hey, we don't care where you came from. Hurry up and leave. This is our territory, and I don't welcome you. Huh, what did you say? Your territory? Ridiculous. When was that rule made? Qunxing Huanghuang refused to back down. A small yak dared to challenge her. If it weren't for the fact that it could speak, she would have treated it to a rare steak. Just as a fight was about to break out, a goat came over. All right, we're all here to survive, so stop arguing. Humph. The yak snorted and stomped away, while the goat, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, Sorry, you too. The yak didn't mean to be so angry, besides its temper. It's because the changelings have been chasing us too closely, and our living space here is getting smaller. Seeing a suitable place, we don't want to be disturbed by others. Now that you two are newcomers, what if you're changelings? We're really fed up. Sories, seeing Qunxing Huanghuang walk over without hesitation, continued talking to the goat, puzzled. Then why don't you leave here and find another place to survive? Upon hearing this, the goat smiled bitterly and said helplessly, You're a newcomer here, right? I heard that your place is beautiful, but unfortunately, if we escape separately, our chances of survival will be even slimmer. By gathering together, we still have a slight chance of resistance. Sories lowered his head, unsure of what to think, while the goat quietly left, leaving Sories to ponder alone. Then Sories walked over to Qunxing Huanghuang, who was drinking water, and whispered, Qunxing Huanghuang, what will you do after our walk? Qunxing Huanghuang looked at Sories in surprise and replied, What else can we do? Of course. We'll hunt for some achievements and increase your points so you won't be looked down upon. Just watch. When I attack, you can just observe. Of course, if you want to practice a bit, there are enough animals around to make the other changelings look at you differently. Just think about it. When Virus hears about your feats, what will his expression be like? I can already imagine that cute little face of his, haha. Upon hearing Qunxing Huanghuang's response, Sories looked somewhat unhappy, and Qunxing Huanghuang noticed his change. Are you thinking of letting them go? Oh, my dear Sories, you need to think about your clan. As a leader, what should you do? Fill your clan's stomachs, or help our food survive? Just then, Sories' stomach growled, and he was confused, not knowing what to do. At that moment, a rainbow streaked across the sky, accompanied by the sound of a sonic boom, shining in Sories' eyes. Rainbow sonic boom. Qunxing Huanghuang murmured to herself, while Sories seemed to have made a decision and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, No, if I were the leader, I would definitely find a perfect way to solve this issue. Although I can't give you an answer now, there will definitely be a way to have the best of both worlds later, won't there? You've grown, Sories. Courage is the first step. In the end, Qunxing Huanghuang let the group of animals go and took Sories away from there. Chapter 20, Appaloosa. A brown train traveled across the desolate plains, heading towards Appaloosa. Qunxing Huanghuang lay on the bed, turning to look out the window at the scenery, feeling quite amazed. There's actually a train here. Unbelievable. Appaloosa? What happened there? Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you looking at? The scenery outside, Rainbow Dash. We're about to reach a pioneering town, and we're going to meet a group of pioneers. Do you know? Pioneering always comes with blood and fire. What? Rainbow Dash looked puzzled, completely not understanding what Qunxing Huanghuang was talking about. Then she turned to Soren and said, Add some more fire. My popcorn doesn't seem to be cooked. With a burst of flames, the popcorn turned to ash, leaving only one kernel that fell on Rainbow Dash's head and then dropped down, caught by Qunxing Huanghuang below, who swallowed it. Just right. As the moon gradually rose, the ponies drifted off to sleep, while Soren ran off to sleep with the apple trees due to the noise, spending a silent night. The next morning, Qunxing Huanghuang was awakened by the loud noises outside the train. Through off her eye mask, and looked outside to find a herd of buffalo running beside the train. Oh, it's a circus performance. No, I don't think so. Rainbow Dash quickly ran out, leaving the others behind, while Starlight Glimmer was still a bit dazed. What happened, everyone? Did the natives and the pioneers fight? The car with the grain dragon was taken away by the buffalo. Starlight Glimmer shook her head, ready to chase after them. But Ziyue was clearly worried about Starlight Glimmer. His mental state was off, still a bit confused, and she was afraid he might do something outrageous. Ziyue suggested that Starlight Glimmer think about it after getting off the train. The train soon arrived at its destination, Appaloosa. As soon as they got off, Brayburn greeted them cheerfully, not even waiting for Applejack to say anything before taking them on a tour of most of the pioneer area. The other ponies were gloomy because of the grain dragon incident, but Starlight Glimmer was enjoying herself. The little town full of Western cowboy flavor was truly unique. But what was a Salt Lick? Shouldn't that be a bar? Brayburn, your town is indeed beautiful, but we have a big problem now. Our friend is missing. The buffalo ran wild and took the grain dragon. Rainbow Dash chased after them, and we can't find Pinky. I also brought an apple tree, and they took that too. Amidst the chatter of the little ponies, Brayburn could only think of one word: buffalo. Then he started complaining about the buffalo's barbaric behavior, recounting their violence. At that moment, Starlight Glimmer, who was standing next to Ziyue, tilted her head and whispered to Ziyue, a typical story of pioneers and natives. Do you want to hear about it? What? Ziyue was a bit confused. She hadn't thought about these things yet, but Starlight Glimmer had a sufficient understanding of such matters. After all, this wasn't the first time. Just like Manhattan, which was also a pioneer town. And now, the natives had completely disappeared, with only a few scraps of information left in the hands of the nobles. A brief mention of a war filled with blood and tears. The next day, just as Ziyue and the others were preparing to rescue Rainbow Dash, they encountered her outside the town. After that, Rainbow Dash replaced Bold Heart, and Applejack replaced Brayburn to start arguing over the land. Who is negotiating here? Starlight Glimmer joked to Ziyue, who looked helpless. Then she said loudly, "All right, stop arguing. Both the ponies and the buffalo have the right to use this land. There must be a way to resolve this." No. Ziyue glared angrily at Starlight Glimmer, who didn't understand the situation, while Starlight Glimmer looked evasive, whistling to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Oh, I have an idea," Pinkie Pie said, as the buffalo and the ponies gathered in one place. Pinkie built a stage and started singing and dancing on it, while Starlight Glimmer said to Ziyue, "What a cute little girl, but this is a blatant issue of interests. Singing alone won't solve it. The buffalo still have a slim chance for negotiation. Once Appaloosa is truly established, they will face total extinction." "What do you mean? What do you know?" Ziyue pondered Starlight Glimmer's words, wanting to ask what he thought. Starlight Glimmer smiled at Ziyue. "Now is not the time. Just wait. You'll understand soon." After the Buffalo Chief and Sheriff Silverstar set a time for battle and went their separate ways, Ziyue and the others were left staring at each other, while Starlight Glimmer waved for Ziyue to follow. Starlight Glimmer walked over to Sheriff Silverstar, who was stacking hay, and patted him on the shoulder. "Sheriff, I think you need an idea, and I happen to have one. Want to hear it?" Then Starlight Glimmer led the puzzled Sheriff Silverstar and Ziyue to the Salt Lick. Starlight Glimmer pushed the door open, and since a battle was about to happen, the Salt Lick was empty of ponies. Not even the bartender was there. Starlight Glimmer sat down in a corner without a care. "All right, Pony, what do you want to say to me? I still have to fix the project." Sheriff Silverstar looked quite impatient. He had to take responsibility for the whole town, while Starlight Glimmer said to him, "My sheriff, it really doesn't have to be so complicated. Just carve out a path from the center of the apple orchard for them to run on, and use some apples to block the buffalo's mouths. That Buffalo Chief won't be able to object." "Don't look at me like that, Sheriff Silverstar. The former Manhattan did just that. And now, are there any goats left there? It's all ponies. This place will become the next Manhattan." "Are you serious? And did Manhattan really have goats?" Sheriff Silverstar looked confused. "What goats? Why had he never heard of them? Wasn't Manhattan supposed to be a barren wasteland? Had there been other animals living there? This will involve the secrets of those nobles. Do you want to hear?" "No, not at all. But your plan?" Let me think." Sheriff Silverstar shook his head quickly. He knew what he should know and what he shouldn't. Then he groomed his beard with his hoof, thinking continuously. "Very well, Sheriff Silverstar. I look forward to your wise decision. Your family will become the next Sapphire family." Starlight Glimmer left the Salt Lick with Ziyue and said casually, "Look, the war issue is resolved." Ziyue suddenly sped up to block Starlight Glimmer's path and said, "What do you know?" Starlight Glimmer replied, "This is the bloody history of capital. If you want to hear it, I'll tell you." As Ziyue listened to Starlight Glimmer's narrative, her eyes widened. "No wonder Princess Celestia asked me to follow you. Your understanding is truly dangerous. No, this is the inevitability of history. Either join the train or be ground to dust. But that's unfair. The buffalo will be erased from history. Don't look at me like that. If you're interested, you can ask Shadow, the head of the Education Association. He'll tell you about the course of history and his generations-old plan to keep the masses ignorant. Think about it. Where's this place? Ponyville. Ponyville. Ziyue's eyes flickered, seemingly reluctant, and suddenly a light flashed in her eyes as if she remembered something. Then she chased after Starlight Glimmer. Wait, I remember you said they still had a glimmer of hope. What is it? Seeing Ziyue's expression, Starlight Glimmer suddenly thought of Solaris. Are you sure you want to know? Eventually, Sheriff Silverstar called the buffalo for negotiations and presented his conditions. However, to his surprise, the buffalo suddenly seemed enlightened, firmly sticking to their new conditions and threatening with the railway. Either develop together or things would get worse. Unfortunately, this was the early stage of pioneering, and they didn't have enough confidence to go down with a fight, so they could only agree to the buffalo chief's terms. Thank you very much, Miss Ziyue. As a pony, you actually helped us buffalo think. I represent the buffalo in thanking you. You're welcome, Buffalo Chief. It's my duty as an ambassador of friendship. On the way back, Ziyue began to explain the reasons to the other ponies, of course only mentioning what she could. Then she expressed her intention to open a school in the future to teach students of other races about the knowledge of friendship. Starlight Glimmer watched Ziyue, who was animated, and the other ponies who were very interested, smiled, and then buried her head in her pillow to take a nap. Chapter 21. Philomena and the Dusklight. In Mrs. Cake's candy shop, Starlight Glimmer was nibbling on a cupcake in her hoof. What a loving environment. It makes me hungry. The aroma of this cupcake makes me hungry. This cupcake is really good. The stars smiled awkwardly at the cosmic princess beside them. And as her gaze gradually shifted away, they let out a sigh of relief. Just then, as the cosmic princess was about to speak, Beaky ran over and swallowed the cake she was about to eat, only to be pulled away by Mrs. Cake. The stars chewed their food and couldn't help but admire the boldness and cuteness of the cheerful little pony. Then, they spat out a mouthful of cake because the scene of the cosmic princess being force-fed coffee was too funny. Seeing the cosmic princess covered in crumbs, they smiled and wiped her face with a nearby napkin before quietly slipping away. Phew, that was too scary. I almost got exiled to the moon. Ruru, you're here? Yes, hello, stars. The cosmic princess then introduced her pet, Philomena, a phoenix undergoing a rebirth. Seeing the bald phoenix, the stars couldn't help but think of Yuhui, whose hair seemed to resemble that phoenix, with red and yellow mixed together. Just thinking of her bald head made the stars spit out cake again, but this time it hit Ziyue. After wiping her face, Ziyue shrugged it off, saying, whatever. Let it be. This party is already ruined. Then, the cosmic princess was called away by the mayor, and the stars saw Ruru quietly taking Philomena back, while Ziyue was on the verge of a breakdown. Ziyue and the stars walked along the road, with Ziyue looking very sad. Stars, do you know? I feel like this party is terrible. I hope you didn't anger the cosmic princess, but thankfully we have Ruru. She did very well and hopefully made a good impression on the princess. Alright, we've arrived. Let us see what Ruru is up to. The stars rolled their eyes, indicating they didn't care. Ding ding ding. Ziyue stepped forward to knock on the door, and after Ruru opened it, Ziyue quickly walked in. Ruru, I just passed by to say thank you for leaving such a good impression on the princess today. How did the princess's pet end up here? Ziyue exclaimed in surprise after seeing Philomena on the table, while Ruru stepped forward to explain. I couldn't leave her there. She needs my help. The two little ponies began to argue again, while the stars stepped forward to peek at the sickly phoenix. Oh, so sad. You look terrible. What kind of expression is that? Look at me. I'm much prettier than you. The stars said as they transformed into a phoenix, flaunting their wings. While Philomena on the table couldn't take it anymore and began to cough at the stars, then quickly started plucking her own feathers. However, this process was stopped by Ruru, who was curious about the phoenix the stars had transformed into. Stars, what animal did you turn into? It looks so beautiful. It's Philomena's species. They look like this. Wow, so pretty. What a pity for Philomena, looking so sick. Ruru expressed her regret, while Ziyue angrily said, Stars, you're not allowed to annoy Philomena anymore. If she tells the cosmic princess, we're all finished. Seeing Ziyue on the verge of a meltdown, the stars drooped their feathers and lost their spirit. Then Ziyue sternly ordered Ruru to take Philomena back. Just as Ziyue opened the door, two royal Pegasi blocked the entrance. We heard we could find Ziyue here. We are here to inform you. Miss, the princess's pet is missing. Wait, she is here with you. One of the Pegasi, seeing the stars standing on the table, was somewhat surprised but still said to Ziyue, Miss Ziyue, you should have said Philomena was with you earlier. No. She is not Philomena. She is stars. Ziyue shouted almost madly, and the stars helplessly transformed back to their original form. The royal Pegasi were curious about this phenomenon, but finding the princess's pet was more important, so they exchanged a few words and left. Hey, stars, do you know you almost got us exiled? Or thrown into the dungeon, or locked in a dungeon in the place we were exiled to. Oh Ziyue, relax, it's just a phoenix. She won to run away. However, Ziyue didn't hear the star's words and instead anxiously discussed with Ruru how to treat Philomena. Then, amid the chaos, Philomena ran out, with Ruru closely following. And the stars were dragged out by Ziyue as well. As Philomena turned to ashes, Ruru cried her heart out. Just then, the cosmic princess walked over. What happened? Ziyue, Your Highness, a terrible accident occurred. It's all my fault. No, it's my fault. The stars said beside the ashes. You better turn back now, or I'll throw you into the dragoness nest. They aren't very friendly to phoenixes. The ashes seemed to stir and quickly flew into the sky, capturing the attention of the ponies present. As the ashes transformed into a phoenix, the ponies gasped in awe. She's a phoenix. They are usually normal, like this. But sometimes they undergo a fiery rebirth, losing all their feathers and turning into flames. The stars explained, snatching the cosmic princess's line, then looked at Ziyue. Didn't you hear what I said? Oh, I was too anxious at the time, so. Alright everyone, I understand now. Philomena apologized to the little girl. The cosmic princess watched Philomena fly towards the cage with affectionate eyes, and the stars were influenced by this emotion, sticking out their tongue and quickly covering their mouth. Sorry. Instinctive reaction. It's all right. Your Highness, do you miss her? The cosmic princess turned to look at the stars with a puzzled expression. Yes, she is like my child. You know? Oh, that's right. You know about Sombra and that mirror. Upon hearing this, the stars activated their transformation, and a little yellow pony appeared in front of the cosmic princess, with red and yellow curly hair and a cute mark of a red and yellow sun on their rear. Want a hug? The cosmic princess didn't know what to say and then hugged the stars tightly, while the stars softly said, Don't worry, she will definitely come back. On the day Ziyue is crowned as a princess. The cosmic princess looked at the stars in surprise, speechless for a moment. Afterward, Ziyue kept pestering the stars, eagerly wanting to know who that little pony was, but the stars only said that she would find out later. Who cares? The stars watched as Ziyue swished her tail and closed the door, leaving Suilong and the stars staring at each other in the room. Chapter 22, The Galloping Celebration. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the galloping celebration. Ziyue was looking down at a book, while Biki was playing on a trampoline. Biki, if you jump until you're all sweaty, I want to let you wear new clothes. Accompanied by Ziyue's magic, an apple instantly transformed into an apple carriage, and the 4 mice Ruru brought turned into 4 fine horses. This is so strange. The stars exclaimed as they watched the mice turn into horses. What kind of thing is this? They aren't even the same species. One's animated, and the other's realistic. What a joke. Just as the stars were complaining, Obo suddenly sprang out from the bushes and bit one of the mouse horses, causing the mice to panic and run away. No, come back. I wanted to use those horses to pull the carriage. How are we going to the celebration now? Wait. The stars were still processing the sight of the mouse horses running away when they suddenly felt a burning gaze and turned to find all the other ponies staring at them. What is going on? The stars twinkled, and a sense of unease washed over me, as if something bad was about to happen. It was so strange. Who came up with the idea of pulling a carriage with a horse to a celebration? Oh, stars, never mind that. Are you really not going to wear your dress? No, rare gem, I have other plans. Suilong was knocking frantically at the door, and I felt speechless. Usually, she didn't wear clothes and even took pride in showing her behind. Why was she suddenly acting like a lady today? Fortunately, Suilong eventually managed to get in and play, while I watched the little ponies getting dressed, feeling a bit odd, before being chased out by the screaming rare gem. What is this about? When they finally came out of the room and got into the carriage, I pulled them towards Canterlot. Suilong, behave yourself. Oh, sorry. Upon arriving in Canterlot, I felt my awkwardness return as all the ponies began to sing. How could they be so musically talented? Is this American art? But honestly, they sang pretty well. After the crowd dispersed, I looked at Suilong beside me and said, I'll find you later. Then I walked away, leaving Suilong standing there, unsure of what to do. I found a quiet corner away from the horses and transformed back into the Duke of Sapphire, puffed out my chest, and walked in. Inside the castle hall, the ponies were dancing gracefully, and the cosmic princess and Ziyue were chatting on a high platform, occasionally greeted by noble ponies. When I stepped in, the ponies who recognized me displayed expressions of disbelief. Look, it's the Duke of Sapphire. What? It really is the Duke of Sapphire. He actually showed up. Sapphire? He's still alive? I thought the nobles of Manhattan had all disappeared. I don't know. I heard that during that time. The ponies of Manhattan were only going in and not coming out, apparently for some money-making event, and when asked about the commoners, they seemed completely confused, as if they had lost all memory of what happened. Hello, Duke of Sapphire. It's a pleasure to see you tonight. May I ask why I haven't seen any other Manhattan nobles? I looked at the blue unicorn in front of me, wearing a monocle and a black suit, and I struggled to remember who he was. Duke of Ziying, I'm also glad to see you. It's been many years since we last met. Please forgive me for my absence. I must meet with the cosmic princess. I then walked past without looking back, ignoring the greetings of the other noble ponies, and headed straight for the cosmic princess, accompanied by a sudden stop in music, and the atmosphere grew tense. Hey, why did the music stop? Just as BG was curiously questioning the music, she was stopped by a lady beside her. The cosmic princess stood quietly on the high platform, staring down at me. Sapphire, why have you returned? My dear former highness, I come bearing the latest greetings from King Storm. Will you spare me? From the moment you betrayed Manhattan, you were already banished by me. So can I take this as a provocation? The cosmic princess interrupted my words directly, and with her explanation. The other noble ponies were equally incredulous. However, the atmosphere felt off, and they didn't dare whisper. I didn't respond, simply handed a letter to the attendant beside me, bowed gracefully, and then strode out of the venue. The cosmic princess seized the opportunity to say she had business to attend to, taking the letter with her as she left. As the music started again, the party continued, but the other ponies were disinterested in dancing, instead discussing matters regarding Manhattan. And eventually, they managed to create a unified version of the story. The Manhattan nobles, for some unknown reason, had formed a new dynasty elsewhere, plotting a rebellion that severely impacted the common folk of Manhattan, but they were later discovered and expelled by the cosmic princess. Their return could possibly signal the start of a war. For a moment, the hearts of the ponies were uneasy, but some nobles remained lost in thought. At that moment, BG felt the atmosphere of the ball was quite terrible and decided to initiate a BG-style party. With a soft push, the animals rushed in, and chaos ensued. At that time, the cosmic princess and I were heading towards the donut shop, while Ziyue behind us held the blank letter, looking puzzled. I don't understand. Why did you do this? What else could it be? Because I destroyed Manhattan and killed all the nobles there. What? Manhattan was destroyed by you? Why? Because I started a city war. War? Because I exploited every pony in Manhattan, draining their gold coins and leaving them in debt. And why is that? Because I need their feelings to fill my stomach. At this point, Ziyue was utterly speechless. What was going on? The cosmic princess looked down at Ziyue and said, I'm just explaining the situation in Manhattan. At that time, I used magic to erase the memories of every pony in Manhattan. I was exhausted during those days. The reason I had you watch Sapphire was that he is too indifferent and crazy about life to prevent the events in Manhattan from happening again. So I wanted you to teach him what friendship and love really are. Ziyue lowered her head in silence, reminding her of the books Sapphire had written before, as well as the matter with Appaloosa. She then sighed in relief, thankful that Sapphire was a friend who could listen to advice. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't know what to do. After they gathered in the donut shop, they all vented their frustrations about the celebration and burst into laughter together. Chapter 23, Chaos. A new day began, and I was awakened early in the morning by the noise outside. I opened the window to see which pony was shouting. The sky was filled with pink cotton candy clouds, raining black chocolate, chasing after every pony. Houses were turned upside down, resembling candy houses from a fairy tale, while milk flowed in the water, crashing into the nearby popcorn fields. Oh my gosh! Looking at the scenery outside, I couldn't help but exclaim, chaos had arrived. Just then, Ziyue rushed in quickly, saying to me, still lying in bed, hurry, something big happened in Ponyville. We need to help. Without waiting for a response, Ziyue dragged me quickly out of the treehouse and ran towards the Ponyville farm. As I regained my senses, I rubbed my head and noticed a group of long-legged rabbits running past, then back again. The aesthetic of chaos is truly strange, but the popcorn is quite tasty. I then heard Ziyue complaining that her magic wasn't working, but this clever little purple pony quickly thought of another solution. She had Rainbow Dash gather all the cotton candy clouds, and then Applejack used ropes to pull them down, while Fluttershy began to resolve the cotton candy situation with the help of the animals. Just as a few ponies were marveling at these strange happenings, a letter from the Cosmic Princess arrived, urging them to hurry to Canterlot. The ponies quickly made their way to the Canterlot Royal Castle, and upon seeing the Cosmic Princess, Ziyue eagerly asked her question. Is it about the weather or the behavior of the animals? What is going on? Why is my magic not working? The Cosmic Princess interrupted Ziyue's questioning and waved her hand. Please follow me. I have gathered you here for something very important. One of my old rivals. An old rival I defeated a long time ago seems to have returned. His name is Chaos. The stars, shining brilliantly, walked beside Ruru, and then they looked at the mural beside them. The menacing Chaos scared Ruru, causing her to flee quickly, while the stars stepped forward, licked their lips, and then said, how does it feel to see Ruru again? The Chaos in the mural suddenly moved its eyes, staring intensely at the stars below, its expression displeased. What do you want to say, you guy? The stars did not answer, still talking to themselves. You are the king of chaos, an eternal existence. The chaos of time is one kind of chaos, right? There is only one chaos in this world, whether in the present or the future, but there are countless Ruris. Aren't there? Waiting for 1,000 years, just for a fleeting moment, I want to ask, what does eternity feel like? Chaos snapped his fingers. and a surge of magic rose from the stars, but nothing happened. Chaos couldn't help but feel a bit strange, snapping his fingers repeatedly, but still nothing. What Chaos didn't know was that the stars were panicking, thinking, damn, Chaos's magic is really strong, and my stored resistance magic is depleting quickly. Fortunately, Chaos eventually stopped his actions, and the mural shook, looking down at the stars. Chaos stroked his chin, pretending to think. Eternity. Before meeting Ruru, it was boring. Boring, still boring, but since I met Ruru, she has been like a sweet candy, hard to swallow, but she will eventually melt away, leaving only sweetness. I have tried to taste all the delicacies in the world, but I still want to eat candy. Eternity has become a knife, stabbing into my heart. I can only keep eating candy to alleviate my sadness. She is like poison. Opening the packaging is boring, but the moment I hold it in my mouth is my only dream. What about you? I have heard of your actions, beings from beyond the realm. Tell me, why are you so thirsty for power? The stars were also troubled by this question. Yes, why did they desire power so much back then? Was it for authority, status, or to command 100 creatures to submit? Oh, I remember, it was because of a picture. In a dilapidated castle, on the purple throne, surrounded by emptiness. With no friends, what kind of friendship princess is that? Then the stars spoke out their dream. To live. What? I want to live longer than all the little ponies. So the knife points at me, doesn't it? Upon hearing the stars' answer, Chaos suddenly covered his head and burst into laughter, the sound echoing endlessly, startling the little ponies. Chaos. The cosmic princess, hearing that familiar laughter, exclaimed and then stared at the mural on the wall, showing a wary expression. Truly a master of acting. Chaos quickly entered the state, saying to them, "Did you miss me, little princess? I miss you. Being sealed in stone is so boring, but you don't know, do you? Because I haven't turned a pony into stone yet." As if having practiced countless times, every movement of Chaos seemed incredibly skilled. The lines continued, and finally, Chaos disappeared. Misled by Chaos, the purple pony thought the element of harmony was in the maze and led the other little ponies to run out. The cosmic princess looked at the empty space in the hall, with only one bug, then turned her head to look at the stars. "What did you just say to Chaos? I sensed you were chatting with him." "Sorry, princess, it's a secret between men." The cosmic princess clearly did not believe the stars' words, but still walked to the window, looking down at Purple and the others running around in the maze. "I hope they can change Chaos through friendship. Chaos is too powerful. Even the seal cannot last long. I have been reinforcing it all these years, but it still doesn't work well. I guess the next seal will only last about a year." The stars also walked to the window, standing beside the cosmic princess, saying to her, "Friendship is unlikely, but love can be. Love is candy, love is poison. It has forever bound Chaos and also bound itself." Hearing the stars' words, the cosmic princess suddenly felt a bit confused. What love? Isn't it friendship? Does the stars want Chaos to fall in love? That can't be possible, can it? He is the king of Chaos, arguably the strongest magical being. How can he talk about love? What? Nothing. Following the stars' gaze, they saw that Purple and the others had already gathered, but something seemed off. The cosmic princess immediately spotted the problem. They were affected by Chaos. The cosmic princess then paced back and forth in the hall, thinking of ways to rescue them, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She hurriedly called the stars over, asking him to go to her storage room and take out the letter Purple had sent her before, then send them out one by one. "Stars, go to Ponyville and help Purple and the others." The stars then left the castle, running towards Ponyville. When they reached outside Ponyville, suddenly a rainbow shot out from within, crashing down and quickly spreading out, enveloping the entire Ponyville. The rainbow waves shot out from Ponyville, reaching the outskirts. The stars rushed towards the rainbow's origin, discovering the already turned to stone Chaos tightly embracing the ponies. The stars glanced at the statue of Chaos beside him, beneath his terrified exterior. The stars could feel his joy deep down. Hiss hiss. The stars quickly covered their mouth, but at the same time attracted the attention of Purple and the others. "Stars, you're here. We have finally defeated Chaos and saved Ponyville again. Oh, that's great. Now the princess wants to gather you for an award ceremony. Let's go." Saying this, the stars took the lead with the statue of Chaos, heading towards Canterlot. Chapter 24. Insanity of Purple. After the disaster of Chaos ended, Ponyville resumed its peaceful life, with every little pony doing their own thing, living in harmony, without any troubles, at least for now. At this moment in the Oak Library, the stars were sitting in a chair, battling against Swaylong. Stars, you're going to lose. The 10,000 ponies I lead have already broken through Cloudsdale and are about to reach the Crystal Empire. The stars looked at Swaylong, who seemed confident of victory, and couldn't help but smile slightly. "General Swaylong, it's too late to be happy now. You won't hold on for long." "What?" Swaylong, reminded by the stars' words, suddenly realized that Canterlot had been breached by the shapeshifters, and now he was completely isolated and helpless. "No, this is impossible." Swaylong looked incredulous. hurriedly mobilizing his main forces to rescue Canterlot, but was then surrounded and besieged by the stars, ultimately leading to Suelong's demise on Full Mountain. The stars won the match, and the entire Ponyville came under their control, causing an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, Suelong. Now all of Ponyville will be plunged into eternal night. Canterlot to Appaloosa will become the breeding ground for the shapeshifters, and Manhattan to Winneapolis will become the slaves of the Black Crystal King. What? At that moment, a voice came from upstairs, and Purple hurried down to find Suelong sitting on the ground, while the stars stood triumphantly on the table. On the table was a partial map of Ponyville, with numerous black pieces occupying various places and many flags planted. The white pieces were scattered on the ground, completely defeated. What are you doing? Rebelling. After a flurry of commotion, ZUF finally believed that they were just playing a game and not actually planning to take over the world. Oh my dear friends, please stop messing with me. I'm already very annoyed and have a lot to do today. Come on, Suelong, we need to make a list first. Then Suelong was taken upstairs by ZUF to start the day's plan, and by the time the last task was completed, Suelong's hands were all swollen. Oh, today is really tiring, don't you think, Qunxing Huanghuang? Qunxing Huanghuang didn't want to pay attention to Suelong. This little pony could really run. Having almost explored the entire Ponyville, and now Qunxing Huanghuang felt especially cozy on the sofa and quickly flopped down on it. On my poor back. Just as Qunxing Huanghuang was about to rest, a sharp scream came through. ZUF was in trouble again. What to do? I haven't submitted my friendship report yet. And today is Tuesday. It's over. It's over. The Cosmic Princess will think I'm procrastinating. She must think I'm not serious, then summon me back to Canterlot. And then make me take a test. What if I fail? I'll have to go back to magic kindergarten. Seeing ZUF mumbling to herself, Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but roll her eyes and buried her head in the sofa, only to be shaken awake again. Qunxing Huanghuang, do you have any difficulties? Or any troubles? Qunxing Huanghuang looked at ZUF's wide eyes, thought for a moment, and realized that she just wanted to sleep, but still said, I urgently need protein to replenish my nutrition. If you can bring me that fat pig from Applejack's farm, maybe I would be very happy. I'm so tempted. Before ZUF could finish, she pressed Qunxing Huanghuang's head directly into the sofa, looked around, and found Suelong nearby struggling with the bandage wrapped around her hands. Not noticing the situation here, and let out a sigh of relief. No, I can't do anything that harms other animals. I need to go out and ask my friends. I'll bring you an oat sandwich later. After saying that, ZUF hurriedly ran out to quickly search for ponies in need. Suelong then walked over and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, ZUF is making too big of a deal out of this. Should we go help her? Hey, Qunxing Huanghuang, I'm talking to you seriously. Seeing that Qunxing Huanghuang ignored her, Suelong angrily left to prepare for the picnic. Qunxing Huanghuang was still sleeping when suddenly, there was a loud bang, and ZUF returned, her hair all messed up, looking unnatural. And her eyes showed madness, as if she was completely abnormal. Are you okay? I'm done for. No way. I will never give up like this. If they aren't in trouble, then I'll create trouble. You. Qunxing Huanghuang looked at ZUF's unnatural demeanor and was worried she might do something outrageous, gulped, and said, well, you can find an expert to help you. Conveniently, I can do that. As night fell, the Cosmic Princess was in the library, staring at ZUF and Qunxing Huanghuang. I can't believe you came up with such a crazy plan. You almost destroyed Ponyville and even sparked a war. ZUF, didn't you forget what I told you? You shouldn't be messing around with Qunxing Huanghuang. I'm sorry, Cosmic Princess, it's all my fault, but thankfully no ponies were hurt, right? And they even inexplicably gained a treasure, so it's all good, haha. Seeing the Cosmic Princess's displeased expression, Qunxing Huanghuang quickly shut up and stopped talking, while ZUF said, no, if there's anyone to blame, it should be me. I asked her to do it. Just then, the other 5 ponies at the door burst in, pleading with the Cosmic Princess to forgive them. It turned out that this afternoon, Qunxing Huanghuang had transformed into a giant green dragon, capturing all the foals in Ponyville, and threatened to eat them. Then all the ponies in Ponyville followed ZUF to rescue the foals and encountered the main dragon, leading to a battle between 2 dragons, where the long-lost bloodlust awakened Qunxing Huanghuang's ferocity in hunting. Fortunately, the Cosmic Princess arrived in time, preventing casualties, but that giant dragon was completely consumed by Qunxing Huanghuang's magic, turning into stone and shattering into pieces. The only consolation was that, aside from the Cosmic Princess, no pony discovered this brutal process. Alright, I'll let this go this time. But I will punish you. Starting today, you must report your friendship insights to me, only when you discover something. Then each pony wrote a reflection for the Cosmic Princess. And as soon as Suelong sent it, Rainbow Dash couldn't wait to say, ZUF, do you know where those 2 dragons went after that? I don't know. They probably flew away. ZUF waved her hand, exchanged a glance with Qunxing Huanghuang, and helplessly pouted. Chapter 25, Nightmare Night. At this moment in the library, Suelong was anxiously pacing downstairs, Then couldn't he help but shout upstairs, "Hurry up, Ziwa, we're going to be late for Nightmare Night." Then Ziwa came down wearing a blue hat and cloak decorated with yellow stars, along with a fake beard, strutting confidently. Are you pretending to be the old creepy grandpa from the retirement home in Ponyville? Creepy grandpa. Yes, the kind that specializes in abducting little dragons. Oh, Ziwa, what are you doing? Ziwa kicked Qunxing Huanghuang, who was lying on the ground, and said to Suilong, "No, I'm pretending to be Whisker's Star, the founder of the sheep transforming magic. Didn't you see my book about unicorn history? Also, Qunxing Huanghuang, aren't you going to dress up as anyone? This is your first time participating in Nightmare Night." Qunxing Huanghuang got up, dusted herself off, and said, "Wait, one moment to change." With Qunxing Huanghuang's transformation, Ziwa and Suilong couldn't help but drop their jaws. Suilong looked at the now dressed-up Qunxing Huanghuang and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, if the Cosmic Princess finds out, she'll probably exile you to the moon." Standing before them now was a white stallion, clad in fiery red armor, with a yellow sun emblem adorned with golden lines, menacing fangs, and black golden eyes. "Now call me the son of destruction." Oh, don't hit. Ultimately, under Ziwa's persuasion, Qunxing Huanghuang changed into the character Whisker's Star. Qunxing Huanghuang, although I really don't want to say this, I can't help but comment. Whisker's Star is a wizard, not a rapping sound system carrier. No, he is, when battling the sea monster. What? Because Qunxing Huanghuang mumbled something under her breath. Ziwa didn't hear clearly, but Suilong said, "Ziwa, actually Qunxing Huanghuang looks much better as Whisker's Star than you." Suilong. Just then, a knock on the door sounded, and Suilong opened it to find 3 little foals jumping out to ask for candy. Just as Ziwa was giving them candy, Pinkie Pie popped out, dressed as a chicken. "Pinkie, how old are you to still be playing this? I don't want free candy." "No way." Ziwa rolled her eyes helplessly, handed Pinkie a piece of candy, and then asked her how she felt about her costume. "You look just like a clown." "Oh, Qunxing Huanghuang, your Whisker's Star looks good." Then Pinkie snatched Suilong's candy and happily ran out, while Ziwa was fuming. On the way to the center of Ponyville, Ziwa kept ranting about how great Whisker's Star was, that he invented over 200 types of magic, and even had a library shelf named after him. But Suilong didn't hear a word, just sitting on Qunxing Huanghuang's back, munching on candy. On the way, Ziwa communicated with other little pony friends, then followed the mayor's voice to look at Cola. Cola explained the legend of Nightmare Night as she walked, and soon they arrived next to a statue. Cola took out some magical powder and sprinkled it into the air. "Why do you fear Nightmare Moon? Every year we wear these outfits just to evade her pursuit, because Nightmare Moon has only one purpose, to swallow little ponies whole. Hungry. She flies in the sky, and if she can't see any ponies, she will fly away. If she comes and can't see any ponies, then Pony Maria will be safe for a year." "Oh, I didn't expect the Princess of the Moon would eat ponies." "Oh, Ziwa, I'm just joking. There's no need to look at me like that." Just as Cola finished explaining, a hoof suddenly reached out from the crowd of ponies, and a slightly larger foal said, But that's not the version I heard." "Oh, then what story did you hear? Share it with us." "No problem, Miss Cola. The story goes like this. Legend has it that one night, Princess Luna followed the bearded star into another world, where she fell in love with a handsome unicorn. However, as their interactions became more frequent, they were eventually discovered by the Cosmic Princess. The Cosmic Princess followed Princess Luna into that world and also fell in love with that stallion. The two princesses then engaged in a fierce struggle, but the Cosmic Princess had the upper hand and won the stallion's heart. However, Princess Luna was unwilling to let go, which is why she transformed into Nightmare Moon, wanting to reclaim her lover. Unfortunately, she was banished to the moon. Later, the stallion, hearing about this, eventually left for another land and never returned. Since unicorns do not live as long as princesses, that stallion is no longer here. The legend says that deceased little ponies will be reborn as foals, which is why she searches for foals on Nightmare Night, just to see her beloved again. Accompanied by the foal's speech, the other ponies initially listened with great interest, but soon it became increasingly strange, and they began to sweat nervously. "It's over, it's all over, rumors will kill us all." Ziwa stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, unsure of what to say. "Royal scandal, what is this all about?" Ziwa then glared at the other pony, while the pony denied it vehemently, refusing to admit it. "Absolutely cannot admit it. Currently, only 2 books have surfaced, The Moon Princess and Somber and the Cosmic Princess and Somber. Both books have confused the ponies. It's a disaster." Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky. The Princess of the Moon had arrived. The group of foals, upon seeing her, someone suggested they could ask the princess herself, and they hurriedly ran towards the direction of the carriage. Cola couldn't stop them. Such matters should not be questioned. In the end, only a few adult ponies remained in the open space, at a loss for what to do. Princess Luna eventually landed on the ground and spoke in a royal tone. "Citizens of Ponyville, I have personally descended to Ponyville so that you can witness the true princess of the night. I am no longer the evil nightmare moon. I have turned over a new leaf and look forward to your affection and admiration. Let us turn this terrifying Nightmare Night festival into a joyous and glorious day." After the Princess of the Moon finished speaking, a group of foals rushed over and surrounded her. Seeing so many little ponies around her, Luna couldn't help but smile, surprised by her popularity. However, as the foals chattered excitedly, Luna began to feel uneasy. "What? Somber? Who is he? A rival for a stallion? Myself and my sister?" Just as Luna was about to lose her temper, the other pony and Ziwa hurried over, pulling her aside. After the explanation from the other pony, Luna recalled that the Cosmic Princess had indeed been distracted for a while. That was how it was. What? The Cosmic Princess really had a lover? Ziwa was the most surprised. She had thought this was just a random story written by the other pony, not realizing he was writing something based on reality. Luna then explained to the others that this was a misunderstanding, while Pinkie Pie shouted in the background, but was silenced by the other pony stuffing an apple into her mouth, allowing Luna to finish her explanation. Without Pinkie's interruption, the other ponies slowly began to accept Princess Luna. Throughout this period, the other pony was quite anxious, fearing that Luna would cause him trouble. However, fortunately, the princess found friends and was no longer concerned. Chapter 26, Spike's Growth Journey. At this time in the library, Spike was holding a heart-shaped ruby and couldn't put it down. The other pony seemed to have thought of something and realized that next week was Spike's birthday. What gift should he give Spike? He had an idea, a book titled The Little Dragon's Transformation and Wing Manual. Just then, Spike ran down from the library, startling Ziwa, who was organizing the bookshelves. After that, voices of conversation came from downstairs, and it seemed that Rarity had arrived. Spike then walked up with squinted eyes. The other pony noticed a kiss mark on Spike's face and understood why he looked so dazed. Spike swayed over to the other pony, bragging about how beautiful Rarity was and how he had won her heart. "Impressive, you're really amazing." Time quickly passed to the next week, and the other pony helped Ziwa tidy up the room in preparation for Spike's birthday celebration. While Ziwa was trying to find ways to erase the kiss mark on Spike's face because it looked too messy, just then, other pony friends also arrived, each handing their gifts to Spike. "Spike, happy birthday." The other pony handed his gift to Spike, but when Spike looked at the carefully wrapped book, his happy expression immediately fell. "Oh, you and Ziwa are the same, both giving books." "Don't say that, Spike. At least my book is about dragons." The other pony explained that he was completely different from that bookworm. This book was about dragons, at least it wasn't some random literary work. Upon hearing this, Spike became happy again and quickly opened the gift box. "What? Is this Dragon Rider and his princess?" he exclaimed. "I've wanted this book for a long time, but it hasn't arrived here yet. Thank you so much." However, when Spike opened the gift, he found it was not what he expected. "What is this? The cover color seems off. The Little Dragon's Transformation and Wing Manual? This isn't the latest series of Dragon Rider and his princess." "That's right. This book talks about the story of dragons growing and transforming wings, with various precautions and specific operations, based on the Great Dragon Explorer." "Hey, Spike, where are you going?" Spike was completely uninterested in this book. He just hoped that the other pony would give him one book, and Ziwa wouldn't give him another one. Receiving 2 books for his birthday was just too disappointing. At this time, upon hearing Spike's words, Ziwa quietly hid her gift, which turned out to be a literary work titled The Historical Significance of the Constellation Bear in Star Exploration. When Spike heard that Pinkie Pie had a surprise at the candy house, he couldn't wait to run outside, leaving the other ponies looking at each other. "The birthday boy has run away. Should we still continue?" After bidding farewell to the other ponies, Ziwa went with the other pony to find Spike. However, when they found Spike, he was stealing flowers from Rarity. Ziwa rushed over to stop him. "What are you doing? Stealing someone else's things as a birthday gift?" Upon hearing this, Spike was startled and quickly came to his senses. "You are right. I don't know what's wrong with me. Thank you for waking me up. I'm going to take the hat to Kai and I." Just as Ziyu was about to go back, Qunxing Huanghuang stopped her and then said to Ziyu, I think you might not understand. Taking care of a little dragon is not simple. Sui Long has reached the growth stage, and during this time, dragons tend to be more greedy, snatching things everywhere, which leads to rapid growth. Think about that green dragon from before. It was quite large in size, but its strength was pitifully weak and it had no intelligence. This is the price of accelerated growth, turning the treasures in the cave into someone else's wealth. Ziyu, you don't want Sui Long to become like that, do you? Upon hearing Qunxing Huanghuang's explanation, Ziyu was so scared that she covered her cheeks with her hooves and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, "Oh my, what should we do? We need to stop Sui Long from being so greedy, right? Where's Sui Long?" Just as they were chatting, Sui Long had already disappeared. Without delay, Ziyu and Qunxing Huanghuang separated to search for Sui Long. For efficiency, Qunxing Huanghuang transformed into a large greenish-blue rock, soaring high in the sky to look for Sui Long's trace. Beep. Qunxing Huanghuang immediately spotted Sui Long, who was busy snatching things. With one claw, he grabbed him up into the sky and then brought him back to the library. It was at that moment that Ziyu also arrived. Ziyu, we must keep an eye on Sui Long. We absolutely cannot let him become one. A loud rumble came, and Sui Long escaped again, leaving them no choice but to continue the chase. During this process, Sui Long grew larger and eventually transformed into a giant beast. No, Sui Long has taken the treasure, Ziyu shouted, while Qunxing Huanghuang transformed back into the rock and flew towards Sui Long. For some unknown reason, Sui Long suddenly reverted to his original form. And so a pony and a dragon fell from the sky. At that terrifying moment, Qunxing Huanghuang caught them. Sui Long, I am really proud of you. You stopped yourself. You personally destroyed Ponyville. You are my hero, Sui Long, my dear. Watching the pony and dragon chat, Qunxing Huanghuang yawned, feeling relieved that this matter was finally over. Transforming into a rock had exhausted him. Chapter 27, The Apple Brothers. Ponyville, Sweet Apple Acres. After hearing the noise outside, Qunxing Huanghuang slowly crawled out of the tent. After yawning, he said to BG, why are you shouting so loudly? For some unknown reason, BG had invited Ziyu to participate in a camping activity yesterday. Excited about the grand apple juice party, Sui Long insisted on joining, so Ziyu was dragged along. And Qunxing Huanghuang was also taken along. After exiting the tent, Qunxing Huanghuang noticed BG chatting with Yunbao Ro. But it seemed like Yunbao was a bit angry. As the sun rose, a long line formed outside Sweet Apple Acres. Qunxing Huanghuang stood behind Sui Long and heard Applejack's voice coming from the orchard not far away. Attention all ponies, the apple juice season is now open. With the announcement, the ponies in line began to happily discuss, and it seemed that this apple juice was indeed delicious. Qunxing Huanghuang thought to himself, after all, it was completely pure apple juice, extracted with no additives, and he couldn't wait to taste it. The long line began to move, and Qunxing Huanghuang saw BG passing by with a huge pile of apple juice, feeling surprised. How did she get that? Qunxing Huanghuang tilted his head, looked at the line, and then tapped Ziyu in front of him. What are you doing? Ziyu asked, confused, and Qunxing Huanghuang whispered to her, quick. Use your super smart brain to calculate where Applejack's apple juice will run out. You are so boring. Ziyu complained, but still did some mental calculations. Then she turned slightly to look back, resting her hooves on her chest, confidently saying, based on my calculations, it should run out at Ro's spot. Yunbao seems like she won't be able to get any. After that, Ziyu turned back to continue waiting in line, while Qunxing Huanghuang rolled his eyes, unsure of what he was thinking. The line quickly reached Ziyu, and after paying the coins, she and Sui Long each took a cup of apple juice and left the line, while Qunxing Huanghuang ordered 3 cups. Ziyu was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Qunxing Huanghuang was thinking. After finishing 1 cup, Qunxing Huanghuang licked her lips and said to herself, no wonder it's natural apple juice. It really is delicious. At this time, a plate of fragrant roast, Qunxing Huanghuang was nudged by Ziyu beside her, stopping her words. As the line got shorter, of course, relatively speaking, the supply of apple juice dwindled. In the end, just as Ziyu said, the apple juice ran out after the pony in front of Ro. Oh, come on. Why is the apple juice sold out again? Why can't you make enough apple juice for everyone to drink? Yunbao shouted loudly when she saw the apple juice sold out, while Ro in front comforted her, saying, actually, I don't mind whether I drink apple juice or not. The voices of many ponies discussing covered the surroundings, and the scene became noisy. Finally, Applejack began to explain why her apple juice was so scarce, and many ponies, unwilling, prepared to leave. At this moment, BG ran over and started to boast to Yunbao about how good and delicious the apple juice was, which made Yunbao very angry. Just as Ro was about to stop BG from continuing to provoke Yunbao, Qunxing Huanghuang handed Ro a cup of apple juice. Oh, did you buy this? Thank you so much. No need to be polite. After that, Qunxing Huanghuang walked over to Yunbao, pulled BG off of her, and handed the apple juice to Yunbao. Upon seeing the apple juice, Yunbao's eyes lit up. Oh, that's great. Qunxing Huanghuang, I love you. After saying that, Yunbao held the cup to her lips, ready to drink heartily. Just then, the sound of vehicles came from afar. In such situations, delays can cause changes, and Qunxing Huanghuang raised a hoof and directly poured the apple juice into Yunbao's mouth. Quick, drink your apple juice. Yunbao gulped down a big mouthful, wiped the foam off her lips, and then excitedly said, this is amazing. I've never had such delicious apple juice before. But Qunxing Huanghuang, why? Just as Yunbao was puzzled, it seemed that there was a commotion over by Applejack's stall, and Yunbao was drawn over by the sound. Flame and Flim, the 2 brothers, began to introduce their industrial juicer, and strangely enough, other ponies also started to sing along. Qunxing Huanghuang began to confirm that the musical talent of animals in this world was indeed impressive, capable of singing anytime and anywhere. The apple juicer Model 2, produced by the Manhattan Fruit Processing Plant, is a machine designed to enhance efficiency, generating a barrel of apple juice every 5 minutes. However, since it requires unicorn magic to operate, it was phased out after a while. Now, Manhattan uses the Apple Juicer Model 3, which has improved operational conditions, generating industry links, and using axle motion as energy. Ziyu looked at Qunxing Huanghuang beside her with a confused expression, and Qunxing Huanghuang said, "Don't look at me like that. I did stay in Manhattan for a while. Moreover, I remember that thing seems to be fixed in the machine. They clearly modified it. Should I report it with a hoof?" Ziyu rolled her eyes at Qunxing Huanghuang helplessly and then said, "Let's see how it goes." After that, the Apple family began to discuss, while the Flame brothers mixed in, and Apple Lily looked very excited, as if she could get coins without having to do anything herself. While Applejack stopped them, saying, "Wait, which side is 3/4? Which side is 1/4? Of course it's us. We'll use magic to accelerate the machine for free." Hearing this, Applejack began to worry, then walked dejectedly towards the Apple family. Seeing this, Starlight Glimmer stepped forward and walked over to the Flim Flam brothers. "Hey, gentlemen. Are you eager to drink some apple juice? But you'll have to wait, since we don't have any apples to press yet." "That's right. We have to wait until the Apple family's ponies finish discussing. I think they'll make a decision soon." Starlight Glimmer ignored the brothers' conversation and walked over to the machine, then said to them, "Apple Juicer, I remember this thing was supposed to be fixed to the machine. When did it get a wheel? Let me see. Illegal modifications. I guess you don't have a business license either, operating illegally. You seem to have scammed in several towns, right? Your credibility is 0. Haven't you been banned from doing business? Ponyville isn't a small town. It's supposed to be on the same level as Canterlot. Isn't it, Flim and Flam?" The brothers broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. "What is going on? Isn't Ponyville a small town? It's hard to deceive here. The lies have been exposed. What should we do?" "Wait. Don't rush to run away. Leave the machine." "What? What do you mean?" "That's what I mean. Hush money. Otherwise, you can go to jail." Starlight Glimmer pressed down on the machine with a sinister smile, while the Flim Flam brothers were angry but helpless, as these things really violated pony regulations. In such situations, ponies usually wouldn't think about illegal matters. They treat it like decoration, but if one pushed the issue, it would definitely lead to big trouble. "Let us go?" "But, brother, our machine." "Go." "Wait, Starlight Glimmer, what are you doing? Give their machine back." Just then, Twilight Sparkle walked over. She had been suspicious when she saw Starlight Glimmer approaching the two brothers, so she quietly followed, only to overhear Starlight trying to rob the machine. "Seriously, this machine doesn't look cheap at all," and just like that it was taken away. Although these two brothers are scammers, robbery is wrong regardless. After hearing Twilight's voice, Starlight reluctantly removed her hoof, and the Flim Flam brothers quickly started the machine and fled, fearing they might change their minds. "Hey, Twilight, this is a great tool for speeding up apple juice production, and it's free. You're just going to give up on it?" "Oh, fine." Starlight Glimmer, feeling intimidated by Twilight's intense gaze, was just then approached by Applejack. "What is going on? Why did they leave?" "It's nothing. They felt there was no market here, so they left." Applejack looked at Starlight Glimmer with confusion but didn't say anything, then said, "All right then." She turned to the other ponies and said, "Every pony, please come back tomorrow. I promise there will be fresh apple juice to drink." The other ponies looked disappointed and turned to leave, and at this moment, Twilight said to Applejack, "Don't worry, Applejack. We'll help you." "Right, Starlight Glimmer?" Yes. You're absolutely right." So the next day, Starlight Glimmer reluctantly joined the 6 ponies in their efforts. Starlight transformed into a large bird, gathering all the apples from the orchard with wind, and the ponies began picking the apples. In the end, hard work paid off, and barrels of apple juice were produced. This is so delicious," Rainbow Dash exclaimed as she gulped down a huge barrel of apple juice, while Starlight sat under an apple tree, sipping the juice. "Really, there's definitely a more efficient way to do this, but honestly, this taste is even better than mass production. What is going on?" "Starlight, this is made with care by the Apple family. Of course, it tastes good." Upon hearing Twilight's words, Starlight was taken aback. The magical world is truly fascinating. Chapter 28, The Dragon Tribe. Early in the morning, another busy day began. Starlight Glimmer, Applejack, and Big Mac were digging holes on the ground to prepare for trenches. This is exhausting, but just thinking about witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime dragon migration makes me excited. Don't you think? Absolutely. I especially love the dragon migration. Although I've never seen it, just imagining it makes me incredibly happy. Countless dragons flying through the sky, breathing fire, in red, green, blue, and purple. Starlight Glimmer looked at the greenhouse beside her, where Fluttershy was being dragged out by Rainbow Dash, but after Fluttershy yelled loudly, she quickly ran back into the room and then slipped out through the window. Rainbow Dash and Twilight Sparkle walked over helplessly. "All right. Fluttershy doesn't want to see the dragon migration, so it's just us 6 ponies. Wait, where did Rarity go?" At this point, Rainbow Dash looked around but couldn't find Rarity, while Big Mac said, Oh, I know. Rarity went to change her clothes. She'll be here in a little while. All right. Rainbow Dash picked up a camouflage hat and put it on, then jumped into the dug hole and excitedly rubbed her hooves as she took out binoculars. After a while, seeing nothing in the sky, Rainbow Dash complained a bit and then saw Rarity coming over in a bright purple outfit. Hey, friends, what do you think? Am I the most beautiful pony in the trench? If you flaunt yourself like that, the dragons will roast you. You look very pretty, Rarity. But could you please get into the trench before showing us? While they were discussing this, Big Mac said the dragons had arrived. And the ponies eagerly looked up at the sky, seeing a large group of dragons flying over in a swarm, then heading off into the distance. Thank you, Sui Long. You're welcome, Starlight Glimmer. Starlight Glimmer took the cake Sui Long handed over and started eating. To be honest, the dragon migration doesn't seem as spectacular as expected. But it's better than nothing. It's quite magnificent. Yes, of course, we can't underestimate the power of our dragons. Seeing the other ponies praising the dragons, Sui Long couldn't help but feel proud, and when they heard Sui Long's words, they all laughed. Hee, that's right, Sui Long. That apron you're wearing is the scariest I've ever seen. What is scary about an apron? It's hard to clean when you accidentally drop blueberries on your scales. Hard to clean stains, plus a clumsy little dragon. Rainbow Dash's words made Sui Long feel very sad, and Rarity came over to reprimand Rainbow Dash's behavior and comfort Sui Long. Starlight Glimmer, hearing this, thought about the muscular Sui Long later. Well, indeed, she's different from other dragons. This girl has turned into a muscular dragon. Childhood ruined. Time is a dragon-slaying knife. Cutting away at the dragon's body, truly terrifying. You have such a cute, chubby little face. Other ponies also came over to comfort Sui Long. But she clearly got a bit embarrassed, her face turning rosy. Little Sui Long, your face turned red, making you look so pretty. Sui Long got angry and howled, then stormed out. The other ponies saw this and thought she looked even cuter. The next morning, Starlight Glimmer opened the door and saw Twilight Sparkle yawning. Did you not sleep well last night? How last night? Sui Long kept asking me where she came from. I searched for information all day and found nothing. I'm so tired. There's no content about dragons here at all, except for the birthday gift you gave Sui Long suddenly. Ziyu seemed to have thought of something and perked up, looking at Qunxing Huanghuang, who at that moment felt a chill behind him and awkwardly said, Ziyu, what's wrong? Are you okay? Qunxing Huanghuang, do you know about the Dragon Clan? I know a little. That's great. Tell me what you know. Ziyu's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered something extraordinary, prompting Qunxing Huanghuang to cover her eyes with her hooves. After thinking for a moment, Qunxing Huanghuang said, Actually, I've almost forgotten the details. The current leader of the Dragon Clan is a huge blue adult dragon named Torch. But if I calculate the time, he will soon retire in these few years. He seems to have a daughter. What's her name? Flame? Or was it Ember? I forgot. The Dragon Clan possesses a blood drop stone scepter, which they use to control the dragons. To obtain it, one must go through the flame trial. Although the dragons are reckless, they will definitely heed the call of the Dragon King. Is there anything else? I can't think of anything right now. I'll tell you if I remember later. Just then, the door opened, and Jinshi and Yunbao walked in. Hello, have you had breakfast? Suddenly, Sui Long seemed to have made a decision. I've decided to set off early. I want to embark on a journey to find myself and seek my meaning as a member of the Dragon Clan. I want to join the great migration of the dragons. What? Hearing Sui Long say this, the other ponies were shocked. Yunbao stepped forward to argue with Sui Long, insisting she shouldn't leave, but Sui Long looked determined to seek her own meaning. Seeing this, Ziyu thought for a moment, interrupted their argument, and returned the backpack to Sui Long. I can't answer your questions. The book doesn't have the answers. What Qunxing Huanghuang said was just some common knowledge, and it can't help you find the answers. I believe you need to embark on this journey. We have no right to stop you. After the other ponies agreed with Ziyu, Sui Long left the library with their waving hooves, while Ziyu went into the library to grab Qunxing Huanghuang, who was trying to munch on a sandwich. All right, Qunxing Huanghuang, time is short. We need to follow Sui Long. Wait, my sandwich. I haven't had breakfast yet. Crossing the grasslands, climbing over hills, and stepping through the snow, they finally arrived at the dragon realm. Countless dragons were gathered here. Adult dragons found their own spots to take a nap, while young dragons were playing and frolicking in the valley below. Sui Long couldn't wait to run down, and just as she left, a giant claw suddenly grabbed the ground, followed by an entire arm, then another claw, black scales, sharp teeth, and crimson pupils reflecting the entire valley. Spreading its blade-like wings, it flicked its thick tail. Oh, my old back. Come on, Qunxing Huanghuang. We haven't even taken a few steps yet. And what do you mean by old? We are all older than you, okay? Oh, what is up, Jinshi? Yunbao, who are you calling old? All right, girls. If other dragons hear a dragon with 3 voices, we will definitely be exposed. It's fine. I'll take you all out when the time comes. Qunxing Huanghuang. A green dragon jumped down from the black adult dragon. Qunxing Huanghuang had to complain that it didn't look like it at all. Their skills were simply terrible. Then Qunxing Huanghuang was attracted by a green dragon not far away. The world was indeed full of surprises. And there really was such a careless dragon. They were forcing a round story. Alright, let us follow along. Qunxing Huanghuang, you are an adult dragon. It's not suitable for you to follow this group of young dragons. You can just watch us from a distance. Okay. Qunxing Huanghuang watched them stagger down, and then turned her head, discovering a nice spot. Hey, I like this place. You move away. The dragon lying on the rock heard this and roared at Qunxing Huanghuang, but was soon tossed away by her. Other dragons saw this and quickly distanced themselves from that area. Come on, I'm at least in the second tier, okay? I can't beat the cosmic princess, but I can handle you lowly ones. If Torch is still around, get lost. Seeing Qunxing Huanghuang's bad behavior not far away, Ziyu sighed and turned to walk towards Sui Long. Qunxing Huanghuang lay on the rock, watching the various competitions of the young dragons, getting bored to death. Suddenly, she noticed Sui Long spitting out a letter, which was snatched away by a red dragon. As the red young dragon rubbed the letter, he suddenly felt the sky darken, and the laughter around him stopped. When he opened his eyes, a fierce adult dragon stood in front of him, snatching the letter away. You're too noisy. Roar. All right, never mind. I just wished you a pleasant sleep. Goodbye. After saying that, several dragons ran off, leaving Sui Long and the ponies behind. Qunxing Huanghuang flew to a rock above and continued to lie there. Ziyu sighed, relieved that the cosmic princess's letter was finally safe. Then she heard hissing sounds not far away and turned to see a few dragons beckoning Sui Long. Hiss. Come over here, continue the competition. Qunxing Huanghuang squinted, watching a tail wrestling match in the distance. My goodness, how did that dragon grow? Its tail is bigger than its body. But thinking of that careless green dragon, she didn't dare to be curious anymore. Catching Sui Long, who was flying over, Qunxing Huanghuang tossed her back, and seeing that there was no commotion, the other young dragons obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Sui Long, you actually survived from that adult dragon. That's really impressive. But that doesn't prove you are a dragon. Now is the time for the dragons to compete. In the end, Sui Long passed the magma cannonball test and was accepted by them. But when Ziyu heard that Sui Long wanted to stay here forever, she immediately gasped. Qunxing Huanghuang lay on top, watching the young dragons take Sui Long high into the sky, while Ziyu waved to herself. Helplessly, Qunxing Huanghuang flapped her wings, grabbed Ziyu and the others from the ground, and followed Sui Long away from here. When Qunxing Huanghuang arrived, she found Sui Long surrounded by other dragons. Yunbao rushed in first, tearing off her clothes and charging forward. No one can touch a single hair on Sui Long's adorable head. That's right. Ziyu followed suit, swinging her hooves at the young dragons in front of her. Seeing this, the young dragons burst into laughter. Ahaha, you are so scary. I'm really terrified. Sui Long, are these ponies your friends? That's right, compared to you. They are my best friends. If you don't step back, I will show you what happens when ignorant dragons face ponies. Is that so? What will you do? The red young dragon glared at Sui Long with an unfriendly expression, while the gray-brown young dragon patted his shoulder. Boss, what? Something feels off. The red young dragon slowly turned around, discovering a huge black dragon standing behind them, while Jinshi lay on Qunxing Huanghuang's head. If you dare touch a scale on Sui Long's precious little head, I will tear you to shreds. Tear to shreds? No problem. Qunxing Huanghuang spread her sharp claws, scaring the group of dragons into a panic as they fled the scene, crashing into trees, shaking their heads, and then scampering back to the dragon realm with branches stuck to them. Oh, you guys. All right, Sui Long dear, we were just worried about you. We are your friends. Jinshi jumped down and hugged Sui Long, who was moved to tears. You are not just my friends, you are my family. Lying on Qunxing Huanghuang, they flew towards Ponyville, and Qunxing Huanghuang quietly said to Ziyu, speaking of which, what should we do about this phoenix egg? Of course, it should be left to Sui Long to take care of it. Just like I believe he will do a good job, and I'm really happy that Sui Long has decided to stay with us. Chapter 29, False Advertising. False Advertising. Walking down the street, Qunxing Huanghuang felt something was off. Every time other ponies saw him, they showed expressions of terror and quickly fled, hiding in their houses, closing doors, and trembling as they looked at him from the windows. What is going on? Qunxing Huanghuang was puzzled, and Ziyu said, I don't know either. Maybe they think you did something bad. Wait a minute, were you discovered? Ziyu glared at Qunxing Huanghuang with a displeased expression, while Qunxing Huanghuang quickly shook his head. No, I turned into a wooden wolf, and I haven't been to the Eternal Freedom Forest for a long time. Ziyu retracted her head, somewhat confused. Since it wasn't that they saw Qunxing Huanghuang stealing, what could it be? At that moment, Sui Long ran over. Ziyu, Qunxing Huanghuang, you have to see this. Sui Long held a newspaper in his hand, and when Ziyu took it and looked, she was instantly horrified. Really, look at Qunxing Huanghuang. Qunxing Huanghuang stepped forward to check, and found his own photo on it, just as he was steaming buns. Qunxing Huanghuang's evil deeds include putting other little ponies into a steamer to cook them, then eating them heartily. Hey, I don't eat intelligent beings. What? It's nothing. Sui Long. Qunxing Huanghuang remembered that when he mentioned buns to Sui Long wanted to try one. So Qunxing Huanghuang made a bun shaped like a little pony, and it turned into this. Chattering. After returning to the library, Qunxing Huanghuang felt something was wrong. This group of brats, rumors are killing me. Now, everywhere Qunxing Huanghuang went, a piece of land would clear out, and now he couldn't go anywhere. Qunxing Huanghuang lay on the chair when suddenly the library door was pushed open, and Zhu rushed in with a panicked look. Then cast a spell, enveloping the library. What's wrong? What else could it be? Chattering, just look. Qunxing Huanghuang took the newspaper and looked down. Ziyue, can't lot snobbish ponies. A high-ranking official, a scaly pony, said this hypocritical little pony believes Ponyville has nothing but dirt roads and country bumpkins. Sui Long, how can you say that about Ziyue? I think you're right. Qunxing Huanghuang, where am I being hypocritical? In the end, Ziyue stayed inside and didn't go out. After a few days, a knocking sound came from the protective shield. Sui Long peeked his head out and called out, and Qunxing Huanghuang walked over to see the news in the newspaper. Chattering. An open letter to Ponyville citizens. You've been following this column to learn the latest scandals and hottest topics, but this is the last article. We must apologize for the pain caused by this matter. In fact, Chattering was 3 little Mares, Sweetie Belle, Apple Bloom, and Scootaloo. As the column became popular, they became more entrenched, and they also realized it wasn't right, but they didn't want to face it because all the ponies loved reading what they wrote. From now on, we promise to respect the privacy of other ponies, and we won't report harmful things anymore. With the matter concluded, they ultimately gained forgiveness. Chapter 30, Train Detective. Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't understand why Ziyue was lying on the ground reading. Although it fit the pony setting, it was quite dirty. Just then, Qunxing Huanghuang heard Biji's voice. Ziyue. Qunxing Huanghuang, can you come help us? Qunxing Huanghuang suddenly saw a 4-tier cake on mash, surrounded by a group of ponies protecting the cake. This is too exaggerated. All right. Qunxing Huanghuang, let us hurry over to help. Watching Ziyue leisurely walk over and create a protective shield with magic. Qunxing Huanghuang also walked over and added another layer of protection. Then Mr. Cake couldn't help but look at Qunxing Huanghuang, who felt a bit awkward and nervous. 2 more ponies joined, and finally, under Biji's guidance, they entered the station. All right, everyone. We have successfully approached our destination. Look, Mr. and Mrs. Cake, we've successfully transported it. Now we just need to move it inside. Seeing the cake taller than the train door, Mr. Cake fainted again. Qunxing Huanghuang rolled his eyes and used magic to pry open the train wall, placing the cake inside, then restoring the wall to its original state. Thank you for helping me safely deliver the cake into the carriage. And thank you for inviting us to Cantlot for the national pastry competition. After Biji brushed off Applejack's hoof, she said, the best pastries are definitely made by the cake family, the almond meringue soft cheese puff cake. With so much fragrant and rich almond frosting combined with the uniquely flavored mascarpone cheese and silky sweet meringue, perfectly mixed together. That's why it's called almond meringue soft cheese puff cake. Listening to Biji's introduction, Qunxing Huanghuang's mouth began to water. It sounded delicious, and he decided to have a taste tonight. After all, Qunxing Huanghuang remembered that this cake was already nibbled on, adding himself wouldn't count for much. That's not the case, because I, Chef Gustav, am here to challenge your crude cake. In this pastry food war, my creation is the super exquisite lightning puff. That's not true. Donut Joe walked in with his donut castle, sprinkling frosting on it, and Mulia pushed in her chocolate reindeer mousse. And the 4 competitors immediately became tense. Qunxing Huanghuang looked around at the pastries and ultimately thought Biji's cake looked the best. Suddenly sensing something, Qunxing Huanghuang turned and saw Ziyue watching him. Qunxing Huanghuang, watch your drool, Ziyue whispered. Qunxing Huanghuang wiped his mouth and said to Ziyue, I'm too tired today. I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow. After Qunxing Huanghuang left the carriage, other ponies gradually left as well, leaving Biji standing there, determined to defend her almond meringue soft cheese puff cake. As night fell, Qunxing Huanghuang transformed into Ziyue's appearance, gently pushed open the train door, then climbed onto the wall, slowly making his way to the roof. Just then, Qunxing Huanghuang heard Biji's voice. Stop, you bad guy. Sensing that the moment had come, Qunxing Huanghuang quickly crawled over, and then saw Ruru nibbling on the cake. Feeling a bit puzzled, Qunxing Huanghuang crawled over, stood up on the roof, and hung in the air. Amu. This is delicious, Qunxing Huanghuang thought, while Ruru suddenly felt movement above her head, looked up, and was startled to see Ziyue hanging in the air, eating the cake. Right before she was about to scream, Qunxing Huanghuang covered her mouth. Amu mu mu. The sound immediately attracted Biji's attention, and Qunxing Huanghuang quickly retracted, while Ruru, hearing Biji coming, hurriedly ran out. At this moment, Qunxing Huanghuang quickly fled, returning to the house and licking his lips. The next morning, Qunxing Huanghuang was woken up by BG's screams. After tidying up his appearance, Qunxing Huanghuang casually walked out. BG somehow found a detective hat, holding a bubble-blowing pipe. Starting her detective game. Robber Griffin, Secret Agent Stallion, Killer Mule. Listening to BG's unreliable deductions, Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but marvel at this little girl's wild imagination. Just then, the train entered a tunnel, and when it came out, the other creations had been mostly destroyed. Now I really don't know who did it. While the group of ponies was in a state of panic, Ziyue stepped forward, and then the group of stars was sent back to their room by her. After a while, they were called out again, and Ziyue began her deduction. Yunbao was pointed out, Ruru was pointed out, and Biki was also pointed out. Upon hearing the evidence, they all confessed one after another. The corners of the group of stars' mouths slightly lifted. It was fantastic not to be implicated. However, when Ruru mentioned that Ziyue had also eaten, the other ponies were taken aback, but then Ziyue walked toward the group of stars. Okay, it's me. The group of stars reluctantly admitted. Watching as Biki pointed them out and combined their works into one, the group of stars felt amazed. What a creative little pony. Chapter 31, Royal Wedding. On the grass, the ponies were lying on a picnic blanket, having a picnic, while the group of stars sat nearby, taking out cucumber sandwiches, followed by mousse cake and apple pie, while the other ponies chatted happily beside them. This is so great. That's right, I love picnics the most. Oh, look at those beautiful butterflies, they're stunning. Look at my new hat. How do I look? The group of stars had no idea where they found so many topics to talk about, each speaking their own piece. While the group of stars couldn't keep up at all, yet these little ponies were able to respond fluently. Even Ziyue was the same. Truly incredible. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached, and the group of stars looked up to see a purple figure rushing over, munching on a sandwich. The group of stars didn't understand why Suilong was coming now. Wasn't he a bit too rushed? The picnic had just begun, as Suilong quickly ran over. The group of stars handed him a cup of water. Take a sip, don't tire yourself out. No, I want tea drink, Zufu. Suilong didn't respond, but instead spat out a letter from his mouth. Ziyue, puzzled, set down her apple, thinking about what the cosmic princess wanted with her at this moment, and opened the letter to read. Dear Ziyue, you must be looking forward to the upcoming wedding in Canterlot, just like I am. The other ponies were immediately shocked upon hearing this, and the group of stars nearly choked on a sandwich at the mention of the wedding, gulping down some water while looking at the surprised expressions of the others. Then said, it's okay, you all continue. On the surface, the group of stars appeared calm, but internally they were in a panic. A wedding. A royal wedding. The Chrysalis Queen is coming. What to do? How should I act? Does resisting the Chrysalis Queen mean resisting my own family? Ziyue glanced at the group of stars in confusion and continued reading. I will personally host the wedding ceremony, but I sincerely hope that you and your friends can help me organize the event. Ruru, you and your choir will be responsible for the live music. Biki, I couldn't think of anyone more suitable than you to host the wedding reception. Applejack, please take charge of preparing the reception feast. And Yunbao, after the bride and groom say I do, if you can perform a sonic rainbow, I would be very grateful. As for you, Ziyue, you will play the most important role in the wedding, ensuring that everything goes smoothly. We will meet soon. Your dear cosmic princess. After reading the letter, Ziyue was a bit puzzled. Whose wedding was it? It seemed Suilong suddenly remembered something and handed Ziyue another letter. The cosmic princess sincerely invites you to attend the wedding of Princess Miamakatans and my brother. Chapter 32, Royal Wedding. Upon hearing that Ziyue's brother was getting married, the other ponies congratulated her, but Ziyue looked somewhat angry. I only found out about the wedding invitation after receiving it, and not from my brother himself. How considerate of Shining Armor. If it's true, can't he just tell me in person? Ziyue snatched the cucumber sandwich that the group of stars had just taken out and began mimicking Shining Armor. Ziyue, I was going to tell you about the decision that would change my life, but forget it, you'll find out soon enough. Princess Miamakatans? Who is she? Seeing Ziyue's angry expression, the group of stars raised a hoof, attracting the attention of the other ponies. What's wrong, group of stars? Ziyue, I wanted to say, Princess Miamakatans has another name, Princess Melody. Upon hearing this explanation, Ziyue suddenly froze for a moment, then the corners of her mouth quickly lifted. What? Princess Melody? Are you sure Princess Miamakatans is Princess Melody? Oh my goodness. No wonder Shining Armor said he would give me a surprise. This is amazing, my brother is marrying her. Fantastic, fantastic. Seeing Ziyue like this, the other ponies couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Weren't they just unhappy? How could she be so happy just because of a name change? Applejack stepped forward to interrupt Ziyue's reverie. Ziyue, who is Princess Melody? Do you know her? Of course. My friends, Princess Melody is the best pony in the whole world. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and very gentle. Wherever she goes, she brings love. I only know that she will. And did you know? My former nanny was Princess Melody. She used to often be with me. Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I can't tell you. I never expected my brother would marry her. This is fantastic, fantastic. As the other ponies saw Ziyue like this, they joined in. And laughter soon spread across the grass. Only the group of stars sat there, munching on the sandwich they had retrieved. Suilong walked over. Don't be sad, group of stars. Look at me. I didn't receive any wedding tasks either. We can just enjoy the wedding feast later. By the way, I heard there will be a bachelorette party the night before the wedding. I'm planning to do this. Do you know what a bachelorette party is? The group of stars shook his head. He wasn't sad about that. It was the Chrysalis Queen. He hadn't seen her in a long time. And what about Sorise and Phyllis? How are they? The ponies laughed loudly on the grass, and when they heard that Ziyue's brother was the captain of the royal guard, they became even more excited. The captain of the royal guard and the princess's wedding? Oh, this is amazing. A grand wedding suddenly appeared in their minds, and they were filled with joy. Watching the ponies' joyful expressions, the group of stars suddenly remembered that if the cosmic princess could see through him, there was no reason the Chrysalis Queen couldn't. This seemed to be a test from the cosmic princess for Ziyue. Why worry? Just be a bystander and enjoy it. Later, he could find Sorise to catch up and then show off his impressive appearance to Phyllis. With this thought, the group of stars felt enlightened. Chapter 33, Royal Wedding. The next morning, the group of stars boarded the train to Canterlot, and the ponies inside the train were extremely excited. Performing the Sonic Rainbow at the wedding is the best wedding ever. This is the best wedding. You all are hosting this wedding. While I and the group of stars will be having the bachelorette party, celebrating Shining Armor's last night as a bachelor. It's going to be amazing. We've already thought of a lot of games. Oh, Suilong, you and the group of stars need to manage your time well. Don't let my brother oversleep the next day and miss the wedding, or he won't be able to marry Princess Melody. No problem, Ziyue. We promise to follow the schedule strictly. Well, that's good. Just thinking about my brother marrying Princess Melody makes me so excited I can't sleep all night. It's fantastic. How is that why you were making noise next door last night? The group of stars yawned, looking a bit displeased, and upon hearing this, Ziyue's face turned red. Feeling embarrassed. Sorry, group of stars. Oh, everyone look. Cantlot is about to arrive, and she looks just like a bubblegum. Bitch, what bubblegum? At that moment, a pink barrier suddenly burst out from the carriage, penetrating the table, the seats, and even the ponies, but it did not penetrate through Starlight Glimmer. Ziyue watched in shock as the barrier slammed into Starlight Glimmer's face at high speed, causing her entire body to stick tightly to the barrier. Caught completely off guard, Starlight Glimmer couldn't maintain her form, transformed back into her changeling appearance, and quickly crashed into the rear compartment, then penetrated halfway through the train. Starlight Glimmer. The train entered Cantlot, and Starlight Glimmer pushed aside the wreckage of the collided train and crawled out from inside. What the heck? Why didn't you give me access? Starlight Glimmer complained, while the other Cantlot royal guards were instantly shocked upon seeing her. Damn, what is that? I don't know. He's trying to blend into the carriage. Quickly sound the alarm. The alarm spread throughout Cantlot, and Starlight Glimmer looked up at the approaching guards, licked her tongue, and prepared to leave quickly. Just then, Ziyue's voice came from afar. Wait, Starlight Glimmer. It turned out that just when Starlight Glimmer triggered the alarm, Shining Armor, who was upstairs, saw the broken train, and initially intended to welcome Ziyue, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. Shining Armor hurried over, and then saw Ziyue and her friends running out of the carriage in fear. Ziyue. Brother. Shining Armor quickly ran over to hug Ziyue, then fussed with her mane, anxiously asking, what happened? How did you trigger the alarm? Are you hurt? Oh, Ziyue. You really worried me. Ziyue broke free from Shining Armor's hoof and urgently said to him, Brother, enough of that. My friend was knocked out of the barrier. We need to check on him. Saying this, Ziyue pulled Shining Armor along, and at that moment, the alarm in Cantlot sounded. Shining Armor said to Ziyue, It's an attack alarm. There's trouble. Chapter 34, The Royal Wedding. Seeing the dark figure outside the barrier, along with those evil eyes and sharp fangs. As if it were a born predator, Shining Armor couldn't help but feel tense. Could it be an enemy? Shining Armor blocked the ponies that were about to go out. Then he and the other ponies stayed inside the barrier, watching Starlight Glimmer outside. Shining Armor's expression was serious. This was a creature he had never seen before. One pony stepped forward, blocking them. Then Starlight Glimmer saw Ziyue and her companions following behind Shining Armor. Starlight Glimmer shook off the dust on her body, feeling dizzy as she looked at them. Hi, Ziyue, what's going on? Maybe you're not a pony, so you triggered the barrier. Brother, he's my friend, just let him in. Upon hearing Ziyue's words, Shining Armor was somewhat surprised. He looked at Starlight Glimmer outside, who didn't seem like a friendly creature at all, and frowned. Ziyue, I didn't know you had such a friend. He looks, not like a good pony. He isn't even a pony. I can't let such a dangerous creature into Cantlot. Hearing this, Ziyue became anxious and quickly said to Shining Armor, No, he's really my friend. Introduced by the Cosmic Princess, he must be fine. Upon hearing the name of the Cosmic Princess, Shining Armor looked at Ziyue in surprise, somewhat incredulous. But the Cosmic Princess? After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Starlight Glimmer, who was still scratching her head, and said, "Since you are a friend introduced by the Cosmic Princess, I can allow you to enter. But for safety reasons, you must be accompanied by my guards." "No thanks." Starlight Glimmer finally stopped her headache, then interrupted Shining Armor's speech, looking at him and the others with an unfriendly expression. "If I don't attend the wedding, so be it. I hate being ordered around by others, especially by someone like you who judges by appearance. You can go play your monitoring games by yourself." After saying that, Starlight Glimmer turned her head, spread her wings, and flew into the sky, leaving Cantlot. "No, Starlight Glimmer." Ziyue was about to chase after her when she was stopped by Shining Armor. "Ziyue, be a good girl. He doesn't look like a friendly creature at all." "But, I'm sorry, Ziyue, you know. The Cosmic Princess requires us to stay alert for potential dangers. Cantlot has faced threats recently, and we don't know who is causing trouble. The Cosmic Princess has instructed us to be on high alert, bearing the responsibility for Cantlot's safety. I must remain vigilant. This is my top priority. I haven't rested for several days, so I've been a bit on edge lately. I apologize for what I did to your friend, but for the safety of Cantlot, I must do this." Ziyue didn't know what to say. Was Starlight Glimmer a friendly creature? Yes, but also no. She didn't know how to explain to Shining Armor. Just then, the Queen of the Chrysalis approached. "Oh dear, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing, just a small issue, and it will be resolved soon. You don't need to worry." "A small issue? Well, okay." After saying this, the Queen of the Chrysalis's eyes flashed with a subtle green light. Chapter 35, The Royal Wedding. The Queen of the Chrysalis had already left the castle after the alarm sounded. She looked down and saw Shining Armor and the others confronting Starlight Glimmer. At first, the Queen of the Chrysalis was extremely angry. Which changeling dared to disobey orders and expose their identity? But as she looked closely, she realized that this changeling was clearly different, taller than other changelings, especially with those striking red eyes. "Starlight Glimmer, so you are here." The Queen of the Chrysalis couldn't help but sigh. Ever since she saw Starlight Glimmer roasting meat during her patrol of the territory, she had not discovered his presence in the hive again. Initially, the Queen of the Chrysalis was very angry, believing that Starlight Glimmer was betraying her by leaving the hive without permission. Is it easy to support such a large family? A whole race is waiting to be fed, and only one changeling has combat power. I have to worry about everything. Just when I finally have a decent subordinate, he runs away. Is that fair to my training? The Queen of the Chrysalis had sent changelings to look for Starlight Glimmer, but had never found him. As time passed, she gradually forgot about his existence. After all, there were other talented changelings, such as Pharynx, who could easily take Starlight Glimmer's place. The Queen of the Chrysalis didn't expect to see Starlight Glimmer here and couldn't help but smile. From the looks of him, it seemed he had grown a lot outside. But that was for the best. The more combat power on her side, the more she could realize her dreams. However, when the Queen of the Chrysalis saw Starlight Glimmer fly away, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. She then issued an order to a nearby attendant, and the disguised changeling immediately began to act, quietly sneaking away, while the Queen of the Chrysalis stepped forward to comfort Shining Armor. When the ponies saw the Queen of the Chrysalis, they all exclaimed in admiration. "Is this the Princess of Harmony? She's so beautiful." "That's right, look at them. How well matched they are. Just thinking about the wedding we're going to hold for them is so exciting." "Oh yes, I'm so happy." At this moment, however, Ziyue did not have an excited expression. Instead, she looked at the familiar face in front of her, memories flooding back. Then Ziyue said to the Queen of the Chrysalis, "Princess Harmony, it's me, Ziyue. Do you remember? Just now, that was my friend. Can I get him back?" "Friend?" Hearing something unbelievable, the Cocoon Queen was obviously taken aback. How is it possible? How could a shapeshifter be friends with its own food? It's like a human looking at a delicious chicken leg and saying they want to marry it, with a look like that of an elder. But the Cocoon Queen quickly regained her composure and said to Ziyue, "Let us talk about this later. I can see that Shining Armor is obviously a bit tired. I'll take him back to rest first, and we can discuss this matter afterward." Without waiting for Ziyue to say anything, the Cocoon Queen turned and left with Shining Armor. What a joke. If it were true that Ziyue said they were friends, then they definitely couldn't teammate. Better to be safe than sorry. First, let the shapeshifter find Shining Armor, and then. Chapter 36, The Royal Wedding. Shining Armor flew in the air, extremely angry. What is going on? He hadn't slept well the night before, and was already a bit dazed when he suddenly got hit in the face by a protective shield, then crashed through several train cars. If it weren't for his strong vitality, he would have been reincarnated by now, just as he was regaining his senses. He was ordered to be monitored by the royal guards, all because he had a villainous face? All right, he was indeed a villain, but Shining Armor was infuriating. He had wanted to be a good insect, yet was inexplicably suspected. He hadn't done anything wrong. Now Shining Armor finally understood how Keela felt before. So, was he just going back to Ponyville? Shining Armor didn't know. He flew alone to a nearby pond and looked down at his reflection, momentarily lost in thought. Just then, he felt something approaching from behind, but he ignored it since he had felt this way every day before. The reflections on the water's surface gradually increased. First one, then two, three, and soon a multitude of black reflections filled the water, yet they didn't disturb Shining Armor. At that moment, Shining Armor suddenly felt something pounce at him, and he quickly dodged with impressive speed. With a buzzing sound, a purple shapeshifter stopped in midair, looking at Shining Armor not far away. Shining Armor, where have you been these days? You just left without a word. Oh, Phyrus, don't be so angry. Shouldn't a reunion with a friend be a happy occasion? Happy? Phyrus was visibly angered by Shining Armor's words, but then his expression shifted to confusion. Wait. Shining Armor, why do you look different than before? You seem more dangerous now. You make me feel like Her Majesty the Queen. When he said this, Phyrus hesitated slightly, but said it anyway, and as he did, the surrounding shapeshifter army began to murmur. Although Shining Armor had always been outstanding among the shapeshifters, no one understood the gap between him and the Cocoon Queen except for special shapeshifters like Phyrus. But now, that gap seemed to have disappeared, and Phyrus couldn't feel it anymore. Quiet! Phyrus shouted loudly, and the shapeshifter army immediately fell silent. He then said to Shining Armor, "It seems you've been doing well out there. Tell me about it." "Oh, you want to know? I want to tell you." Shining Armor. Hiss haha. Phyrus then waved his hoof, and the surrounding shapeshifters immediately concealed themselves. Finally, only Phyrus and Shining Armor remained by the pond. Phyrus approached Shining Armor and said, "Let us talk about your increased strength later. Right now, I've received orders from Her Majesty the Queen. She wants you to go inside and cooperate with her. I know of a secret passage that leads into Canterlot. While it can't allow an army to enter, getting one or two shapeshifters inside is no problem." Chapter 37, The Royal Wedding. Upon hearing this, Shining Armor rubbed his chin with his hoof, thinking that going back in such a gray manner wouldn't be good. As for sneaking into Canterlot, to be honest, it was very dangerous. The Cosmic Princess was clearly quite formidable. Although she wasn't an eternal being like Chaos, she was at least a ruler occupying the top tier, a 1,000-year-old veteran, terrifying indeed. However, if he was just going in to eat and drink, it should be fine, considering how Shining Armor treated him, if he ate his wedding cake. Thinking of this, Shining Armor said to Phyrus, "Let us go, destination Canterlot." During this time, Shining Armor asked Phyrus about Soros, but upon hearing Soros' name, Phyrus seemed a bit downcast. What else can be done? I don't know what's wrong with Soros. He keeps thinking about unrealistic things, wanting to be friends with other beings, and wondering how we can truly avoid hunger. What friends? That's food. As long as we fill our stomachs, we want to go hungry. That's common sense. After listening to Phyrus complain about Soros all the way, Shining Armor felt like his ears were about to develop calluses. Although Phyrus was fierce, it was a matter of environment. All shapeshifters were like this. In fact, Phyrus had always been very gentle with his brother Soros, a typical case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Alright, we've arrived. Next, we'll cast our magic simultaneously with the shapeshifters who entered before, and then the Cocoon Queen will cooperate. We can create a small hole in the protective shield. Tighten your magic a bit, so that the other ponies don't notice us. We have 5 minutes left, just wait a little longer. After listening to Phyrus complain for another 5 minutes, Shining Armor successfully entered Canterlot through an abandoned underground mine. Looking at the controlled bridesmaid in front of him, Shining Armor transformed into her appearance and then entered the surface. Walking on the street, Shining Armor didn't rush to meet the Cocoon Queen, but wandered around first. Observing the festive atmosphere and various beautiful decorations, as he was admiring them, he suddenly overheard some discussions. The Melody Princess is the worst prospective bride in the world. Ziyue, what nonsense are you talking? The Melody Princess is a great person, but she is so picky. That's only natural. Who wouldn't want to get married beautifully? Hearing Ziyue and the others arguing not far away, Shining Armor sighed. After all, this wasn't the real Melody Princess, so it was understandable. Soon, he saw Ziyue angrily slam the table and then storm out. Following Ziyue while avoiding the Moon Princess's watch, Shining Armor stealthily slipped in. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief for almost being discovered by the Moon Princess, he unexpectedly bumped into Ziyue. "Oh, sorry. It's fine." Ziyue looked at Shining Armor and felt that this bridesmaid seemed familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her. Meanwhile, Shining Armor felt a bit sweaty under Ziyue's gaze, but fortunately, she only stared for a short while before being startled by a sound coming from the room. After which she left. Shining Armor's tense heart finally relaxed. He didn't know what was going on, but soon a familiar voice rang out. It was Shining Armor. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 38, The Royal Wedding. Shining Armor turned around and found Shining Armor looking at him with a puzzled expression. Just then, the Cocoon Queen's voice came through. "Dear, I asked her to come here to discuss the wedding. You don't need to be too nervous, just relax." "Alright, I am a bit nervous. I'll head back first, and you shouldn't overwork yourself. There's still Ziyue and the others for the wedding matters. The shining armor stumbled out, and at that moment, only the Starlet and the Cocoon Queen remained in the corridor. The Cocoon Queen said nothing, merely walked ahead, gesturing for Starlet to follow, and Starlet trailed behind her into a room. Once the door was closed, the Cocoon Queen turned back, revealing a toothy smile. Then, like a standard villain, the Cocoon Queen began to circle around Starlet. My child, how is life outside? Without the protection of the shape-shifting tribe, is it tough? It's okay. My queen, Starlet replied expressionlessly, and the Cocoon Queen seemed unfazed, instead smiling even more wickedly. That's good, but I heard you seem to have made friends with our food. Is that right? The Cocoon Queen stopped her circling. To be honest, Starlet was almost dizzy from the Cocoon Queen spinning. Why was she just going around in circles? The Cocoon Queen approached Starlet directly, and to avoid a collision, Starlet had to step back until her backside hit the wall, while the Cocoon Queen straightened up, pressing her hoof against the wall. I remember you weren't like this before. Brutal, ruthless, your methods of killing were shocking, devouring love, devouring flesh. Just look at you now. The Cocoon Queen released her hoof and began pacing back and forth in the room. What is the difference between you and a little pony making friends? Making friends with food? Do they know your past? Go think about it. After all, you are ultimately a member of the shape-shifting tribe, and we are your only family. Starlet pushed open the door, and the Cocoon Queen made no attempt to stop her. Thus, Starlet left, returning to the bridesmaid's room in the castle. Lying on the bed, Starlet felt quite exhausted. What should she do? Choose friends or family. She originally came just to enjoy the food and drink, so why were there so many troubles? So annoying. Starlet buried her head in the bean pillow, not knowing what to do. Forget it. She couldn't beat the cosmic princess anyway. Whatever happens, happens. Starlet decided to give up, patted the bean pillow, and prepared to sleep. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Starlet helplessly got out of bed to open the door. Who is it, knocking at this late hour? As soon as Starlet opened the door, she was knocked to the ground by a purple figure. Rubbing her bumped head, Starlet felt speechless. What was happening today? How many times had she bumped her head? At this moment, Ziyue, sitting on top of Starlet, pressed down on her and said, "What's going on with you? Why did you suddenly stop being a bridesmaid? Is there something wrong with Princess Enian? Have you noticed her bad behavior? Wait a minute, you seem to." Chapter 39, Royal Wedding. Ziyue looked at Starlet beneath her and felt increasingly familiar. Time was of the essence, so Starlet quickly changed the subject and said to Ziyue, "Could you please get off me?" Ziyue then realized she was still sitting on her, so she hurriedly lifted herself up. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just too anxious." "It's fine, but why did we leave without being bridesmaids? This matter doesn't concern you, so please leave," Starlet said, extending her hoof to ask Ziyue to leave. Upon seeing this, Ziyue drooped her ears and walked out with her tail down. "Starlet, what?" Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and Starlet felt her blood run cold. The atmosphere became tense. Damn it, Starlet immediately thought she had been tricked. Who would have thought Ziyue would call her name at that moment? And she actually responded. How was she supposed to explain this? What should she do? It was truly a sad day. Starlet hadn't been clear-headed all day. When did this all start? It seemed to have begun with Ziyue not sleeping at night and screaming everywhere. All in all, it was all Ziyue's fault. Just as Starlet was having a mental storm, Ziyue's mouth curled into a smile. She shook her hair, perked up her ears, and walked back in with a light step, closing the door with her hind hoof, and plopped down on the bed. "So what's going on?" Looking at Ziyue lying on the bed, Starlet twitched her mouth. Today was not suitable for going out or talking. Starlet walked over, snatched the bean pillow from under Ziyue, then flopped down on the bed, returning to her original form. Can't say. Why can't you say?" Ziyue asked curiously. Starlet poked her head out from the bean pillow, just meeting Ziyue's gaze, and after turned her head away. Ziyue, undeterred, decided she must clarify things today. She rolled over Starlet and looked at the other side. Opening her eyes, Starlet saw Ziyue again, and Ziyue repeated her previous actions. Starlet sat up, watching Ziyue lying beside her, her eyes twitching frequently. She couldn't take it anymore, really couldn't take it anymore. Burying her head in the bean pillow, despite Ziyue's pushing, Starlet remained steady as a mountain. As time passed, Starlet finally fell asleep. The next morning, Starlet groggily woke up. To be honest, she hadn't slept well last night. Something felt off. But when she opened her eyes, she discovered the reason. Ziyue was sleeping on her chest. Didn't she know she had gained weight recently? Ziyue was also awakened by Starlet's movements, rubbed her eyes, and said to Starlet beneath her, "You have to tell me the truth, or we won't be done." Starlet's head felt like it was about to explode, so she reluctantly waved the white flag. Okay, I'll tell you. My mom is here." "What? Your mom?" "The Cocoon Queen. She's here." Upon hearing this, Ziyue was clearly shocked. But why did Starlet call the Cocoon Queen mom? Why? Chapter 40, Royal Wedding. Starlet began to explain to Ziyue, and after hearing it, Ziyue suddenly burst into laughter, holding her stomach. "Haha, that's too funny. You mean you think the cocoon queen is like an ant queen, just popping out larvae? She laid so many shape-shifting beings? That's hilarious. No, that's completely wrong. After Ziyue finished laughing, she began to explain to Starlet. When Starlet recalled it, it seemed she hadn't paid attention to whether the shapeshifters had females. She was just concerned about whether she was full or not. They all looked the same anyway. Then Ziyue noticed the seriousness of the issue. Princess Inyan had been swapped out, and outside Cantlot, the shape-shifting army was pressing in. Things were urgent. Just as Ziyue was preparing to report to the Cosmic Princess, Starlet stopped her. Ziyue, to be honest, the Cosmic Princess is very powerful. This is not a problem for her. But you can't let her decide everything. You need to solve this yourself now. Ziyue was skeptical but decided to trust Starlet. So she first decided to find the real Princess Inyan. Time was of the essence, and Ziyue hurried back to the underground mine with Starlet. In the dark mine, Ziyue lit up a glow, surrounded by sparkling gems, but Ziyue was unconcerned and shouted loudly, Princess Inyan, where are you? Ziyue's voice echoed throughout the mine, and at that moment, a faint help came from within the wall. Ziyue activated her laser, blasted through the wall, and discovered the weak Princess Inyan. Ziyue rushed over, picked up the trembling Princess Inyan, and then Starlet saw them start to dance the ladybug dance. Let's go. The Princess of Phonetics suddenly heard a voice nearby and realized that a unicorn was standing next to her. Confused, she asked Ziyue, who is this? Oh, he is my friend, Qunxing Huanghuang, a shape-shifting spirit. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Phonetics was startled and was about to ask again when Qunxing Huanghuang spoke up. It's about time for the groom to kiss the bride. What are you all still discussing? Hearing this, the two little ponies became anxious. And Ziyue hurriedly asked Qunxing Huanghuang how to get out now. Qunxing Huanghuang looked up at the top of the cave. Meanwhile, inside the castle, the wedding was proceeding normally, with many noble ponies arriving at the venue. Shining Armor stood above, watching the door, while the five were preparing to step forward in order of the rehearsal, when suddenly a bright red light appeared, and a powerful laser pierced through the ground, creating a hole. Hey, what is going on? Rainbow Dash exclaimed, startled, almost hitting herself. Just as the other ponies were discussing, Qunxing Huanghuang and the others suddenly jumped out from the hole. Ziyue, Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you doing? Wait, Princess of Phonetics, you're here too? Ziyue sighed in relief upon seeing the scene around her, glad they made it in time. Everyone, you have been deceived by the Changeling tribe. The Queen of the Changelings disguised herself as me to steal Shining Armor's love. Little Princess, I didn't expect you to escape from the cave, but it's too late now. Not only have I taken control of Shining Armor, but my subjects are also about to breach Canterlot. Chapter 41, The Royal Wedding. Then they saw the Queen of the Changelings swaggering in through the door, completely unconcerned with the gazes of the other ponies. She walked up to Shining Armor and transformed back into her original form, with her pitch-black exterior, emerald wings, and fierce horn. The Queen of the Changelings laughed loudly, and then told them she was searching for food for her subjects, claiming that Canterlot had more love than anywhere else. But then the mood shifted. The Queen of the Changelings fixed her gaze on Qunxing Huanghuang. Qunxing Huanghuang, you dare betray me, abandoning your family to believe in that ridiculous friendship? Qunxing Huanghuang showed no fear and replied, betrayal? No, I was never loyal. So how can there be betrayal? As he spoke, Qunxing Huanghuang transformed back into his shape-shifting spirit form, his 3 pairs of wings rustling fiercely, looking even more impressive than the Queen of the Changelings. The Queen had not seen his true appearance from a distance when she was in the castle. She only caught a glimpse of his bright red eyes. But now, looking at him up close, he seemed overwhelmingly powerful. The Queen of the Changelings retracted her smile, her expression darkening, and then she launched an attack. Qunxing Huanghuang quickly raised a shield to block her attack. Qunxing Huanghuang, you can do it. That's right, teach this arrogant bug a lesson. Attack her. No, Rainbow Dash. If I attack her, it means I have to start the Changeling King competition. If I defeat her, I will become the king of the changelings. What do you want me to do? Attack you all for my subjects? Rainbow Dash was instantly confused by this brain-twisting question. What was happening? At that moment, Rarity, who was nearby, explained, Rainbow Dash, do you know about bees? When there are 2 queen bees in a hive, they compete. Only one queen is allowed to exist in a hive. What? What do we do then? We can't attack, and we can't not attack. Are we just going to watch? Just then, Princess Celestia came over from somewhere, telling them, hurry and get the elements of harmony to help Qunxing Huanghuang. If you defeat her, everything will be fine. Upon hearing this, they quickly ran out, and just as Qunxing Huanghuang and the Queen of the Changelings were confronting each other, a crashing sound came from outside the castle, followed by shouting and cries for help, creating chaos. The Queen of the Changelings laughed out loud upon hearing this. Qunxing Huanghuang, give up. My army has already entered Canterlot, and I think you can't hold on much longer. Qunxing Huanghuang fell silent, inwardly cursing Shining Armor. How can you have so much love, you fool? I'm about to collapse here. Glancing sideways, Qunxing Huanghuang was nearly out of breath. He saw other noble ponies panicking and fleeing in all directions, while Princess Celestia sat calmly on a chair, leisurely eating cake. Sister, Grandma, can you stop being so relaxed? Come help, will you? Just as Qunxing Huanghuang's thoughts were in disarray, the Queen of the Changelings seized the opportunity, increasing her output of energy, and Qunxing Huanghuang was caught off guard, knocked to the ground. At that moment, the others were escorted over by a group of changelings, and Qunxing Huanghuang felt exhausted. Teammates, all of you are useless teammates. I'm so tired. Sorry, Qunxing Huanghuang, we wasted your opportunity. It's okay, I'm already tired. Chapter 42, The Royal Wedding. Then the Queen of the Changelings began to sing a song. To be honest, the song was nice, but when Qunxing Huanghuang heard the last line, he was puzzled and raised his head to ask the Queen of the Changelings, Your Majesty, I have a question. You just said who says a girl can't have it all, but aren't you no longer a girl? Have you forgotten that you've been sleeping with shining armor for the past few days? The shocking statement made everyone present gasp in surprise, and Princess Celestia, sitting on the chair, choked on her little cake and started gulping down juice. The Queen of the Changelings, leaning on the windowsill, turned red with anger upon hearing this. You bastard. I don't care about feelings or whatever. I'm a girl, and I will always be a girl. I just want him to love me. You can go die tonight. Qunxing Huanghuang sensed that something was wrong, and the scattered changelings around also noticed the tense atmosphere and quietly left the castle. However, Qunxing Huanghuang was faster. He crashed into other changelings and flew out, closely followed by the Queen of the Changelings. The two shape-shifting spirits were in hot pursuit, while the other changelings outside the castle had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Isn't that Qunxing Huanghuang? Why is he being chased by Her Majesty the Queen? Stop him. The Queen of the Changelings commanded the other changelings, but they dared not step forward to help. After all, Qunxing Huanghuang's aura was similar to that of the Queen of the Changelings, and under her oppressive rule, no changeling dared to rebel. Seeing the hesitation of the other changelings, the Queen of the Changelings quickened her pace. Suddenly, a commotion came from inside the castle, and just as they were puzzled, a wave of light radiated from the castle, forming a protective shield that bounced all the changelings present away. Qunxing Huanghuang instinctively put up a defense upon seeing the shield. However, what Qunxing Huanghuang didn't expect was that the shield actually passed through him, not bouncing him out at all, accompanied by the Queen of the Changelings' unwilling roar. Only Qunxing Huanghuang remained as a shape-shifting spirit on the scene. What is this? Have I become an ally? Qunxing Huanghuang then remembered something, flew back into the castle, and saw the Princess of Phonetics and Shining Armor on the wedding stage, showering each other with affection. Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but complain, what is up with their manies? Why are they so smooth? Oh, Ziyue. Ziyue nudged Qunxing Huanghuang and smiled sincerely at the two ponies in front of her. Later, Shining Armor apologized to Qunxing Huanghuang, saying he shouldn't have judged a bug's goodness or badness so indiscriminately, and Qunxing Huanghuang generously forgave him. Just as he was about to hint at what had happened during the past few nights, Ziyue pulled him down. When it was revealed that the Cocoon Queen was not a relative, just like the Cosmic Princess and the other little ponies, Starlight sighed in relief. Hey Ziyue, aren't you curious? What about the Lonely Pony and the Sound Princess? Ziyue remained speechless, trusting her brother. Chapter 43, The Crystal Empire. Finally, the wedding was over, and Starlight and the others returned to Ponyville. These past few days had nearly exhausted Starlight, so the moment she arrived at the Ponyville library, she walked straight into her room, shut the door, and fell into a deep sleep. What's wrong? Why does Starlight look so tired? Suilong wondered as he saw Starlight in this state, while Ziyue, after putting down her backpack, said to Suilong, maybe she hasn't been sleeping well these past few days. Don't mind her, just let her sleep. And so, everything returned to normal, but just a few days later, Ziyue went a bit crazy. Where's my feather pen? Ziyue ran around, pulled out 3 feather pens from the pen holder, threw them into her backpack, then rushed to another bookshelf, pulling out a pile of books and flipping through them one by one. No. Suilong, where are the magical summaries volumes 1 to 36? Ziyue pulled books off the shelves everywhere, and after finally finding a book larger than Suilong, she tossed it to him, and he predictably got buried under it. After glancing at him, Ziyue seemed to remember something else. Memory cards. I need some memory cards, Suilong. I'm going to quiz you on everything I've learned. Just as Suilong crawled out from under the large book, he was buried again by memory cards. Seeing Ziyue wanting more, Suilong comforted her. You don't need to be nervous. Ziyue, it's just a test. Just a test? Just a test. The Cosmic Princess wants to test my learning outcomes. And you want me to stay calm because it's just a test. From a distance, the Oak Library suddenly rose up, then fell back to the ground. And upon closer inspection, one could see something falling from above. Yes, it was Starlight, who had been drinking afternoon tea on the windowsill. What did Starlight do to deserve this? She got shaken down from the windowsill while having afternoon tea. Opening the door, Starlight saw a crowd of ponies blocking the entrance. Starlight, when did you go out? Long, I didn't go out at all. I was shaken down from upstairs. Sorry, Starlight. I just received a letter from the Cosmic Princess. She wants me to take a test to decide the next stage of my learning program, and I'm extremely nervous. Ziwa said while busy, and Starlight rolled her eyes helplessly. It's just a test. What's there to be nervous about? Based on that 1,000-year-old mare's bad taste, it must be some boring task, something troublesome that she won't do herself. Looking at Ziwa carrying so many bags, Starlight couldn't help but marvel at her physical condition. After Ziwa took a deep breath, she staggered towards the train station. Canterlot Royal Castle. Since this was Ziwa's test, the other ponies waited at the train station while Long and Starlight followed behind Ziwa. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Ziwa entered the castle while Long and Starlight waited outside. Ziwa, relax, it's just a test. Encouraged by Long's voice, Ziwa walked in with anxious steps. Meanwhile, Long and Starlight waited boredly at the entrance. Long sat on the steps drawing circles, while Starlight looked up at the sky, thinking how much it looked like a sky, how white the clouds were. Just then, Ziwa suddenly popped out from the door, and upon seeing her, Long quickly got up to congratulate her. Ziwa, you're out so soon. I guess you got full marks. No, Long, it's a bit complicated. Starlight, could you come here for a moment? Hearing Ziwa's call, Starlight was puzzled about what it had to do with her, but she still walked in. Following Ziwa, Starlight saw Princess Luna at the entrance, and upon entering the hall, she found the Cosmic Princess standing in the center, looking strange. Is there something wrong? Starlight, do you know about the Crystal Empire? Sort of. Upon hearing the name of the Crystal Empire, Starlight understood that they had reached that part of the story, and upon hearing Starlight's answer, the Cosmic Princess said, when I told Ziwa that the Crystal Empire had returned, she immediately asked if King Sombra was back. I remember I never taught her about the Crystal Empire. So I asked a bit, did Ziwa learn this from you? That should be right. Ziwa waved her hooves beside them, saying to Starlight, oh, Starlight, don't be modest. I remember the game you and Long played, from the Crystal Empire in the north to the Bone Desert in the south, neighboring the Shapeshifters to the east, and looking at Griffinstone to the west. I've never seen such a huge map. Just part of it, just part of the map. Upon hearing this, the Cosmic Princess was a bit taken aback. What game? But she didn't speak further, and instead said to Starlight, since you know so much about the Crystal Empire, you can assist Ziwa in completing her exam. By the way, I still want to ask, how much do you know about the Crystal Empire? After thinking for a moment, Starlight looked up at the Cosmic Princess and said, Hope Radiance. Wait, I mixed it up. It's Hope Lumina. Upon hearing that name, the Cosmic Princess's calm face suddenly showed shock, and she squinted her eyes, staring at Starlight. You really are a strange one. Is there anything you don't know? Well, I hope everything goes well for you. Then Starlight took the confused Ziwa out of the castle. At the entrance, Long saw them and hurried over to ask what had happened. Starlight, with a mysterious expression, said to Long in a low voice, pack your things. We're going to the Crystal Empire. Hearing they were going to the Crystal Empire, Long's eyes suddenly widened, and his body began to tremble. The Crystal Empire? King Sombra. There was no way around it. After playing games with Starlight, Long had lost 7 out of 10 games to King Sombra's enslaving army, leaving him with a shadow over the Crystal Empire. But after regaining his composure, Long saw the two ponies moving further away and hurriedly ran after them. Wait for me. Walking along the road, Ziwa couldn't help but ask, Starlight, what else do you know about the Crystal Empire? Who was Hope Lumina? Was she the original princess of the Crystal Empire? Tell me. She might have held that title, but she gave it up. Ziwa, I have a strategy to get full marks on the Crystal Empire exam. Do you want to hear it? Upon hearing this, Ziwa hesitated for a moment, but shook her head. No, this is my own exam. I want to complete it myself. If the Cosmic Princess finds out I relied on you to finish it, then I'm done for. All right, I respect your choice. By the time they reached the train station, the other ponies had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing their arrival, they all rushed forward to greet them. Ziwa, did you pass? Should we celebrate? You made it through with the princess. Oh. Ziwa interrupted their celebration and said to them, don't be in a hurry. We are now setting off for the Crystal Empire. Upon hearing the name Crystal Empire, the other ponies were puzzled. Where's the Crystal Empire? Is there such a place in Ponyville? The train departed from Canterlot, heading north directly towards the Crystal Empire. Outside the train, the world was icy and snowy, with heavy snow covering the entire mountain range. After arriving at the station, the little ponies walked out into the wind and snow, while Jinshi proudly said, you all laughed at me for bringing so many scarves. Looking at the smug Jinshi, Qunxing Huanghuang was a bit confused. Is one scarf really enough to keep you warm? What's the principle behind it? Then Qunxing Huanghuang saw the dazzling armor rushing over from a distance, and he was also wearing a scarf. Qunxing Huanghuang inwardly roared, what principle is that? Soon, Qunxing Huanghuang saw Long tripping over a heavy load of luggage, scarves flying everywhere. Qunxing Huanghuang went over to help, stuffing the scarves back into the suitcase. Oh, Qunxing Huanghuang, you really helped me out. Ziyue was reminiscing with the dazzling armor when the dazzling armor urged them to leave quickly, saying there was danger present. What is it? It should not just be the Crystal Empire coming back. Several little ponies walked forward against the wind and snow, while Qunxing Huanghuang transformed into a polar bear, ambled along. But because of his large size, he blocked the wind and snow, causing the other little ponies to huddle close to him, feeling a bit awkward. Something is trying to break in. We suspect it's the great King Simbula who cursed this place back then. The Black Crystal King Simbula. Upon hearing this name from another pony, Ziyue immediately felt it was a bit tricky. Previously, Qunxing Huanghuang employed a strategy of fighting to sustain fighting wherever he went. There was fire, which was foolproof, but that was a game. However, now hearing this name in reality made Ziyue gasp in fear, while Qunxing Huanghuang said, "Don't worry. He's just barely hanging on now. No soldiers, no ponies. He can't even maintain his form. And there's me. Do you know a lot about King Simbula?" The dazzling armor, hearing their conversation, looked puzzled. Could it be that Princess Universe told you? Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. "Look over there." "What is that?" The dazzling armor exclaimed upon seeing it. "Let's hurry back to the Crystal Empire, quick." Upon hearing the dazzling armor's words, Qunxing Huanghuang immediately stood up, gave a bear hug to all the nearby ponies, then swiftly rushed towards the Crystal Empire. If I were alone, it would be fine. But bringing them along makes it harder to fight back. It's better to escape first. With 3 ponies on the left, 3 on the right, and Suilong on his head, Qunxing Huanghuang felt he was a bit slow, then transformed into a rock, and the ponies were all thrown onto him. Grabbing the dazzling armor, he charged, and Qunxing Huanghuang broke through the protective shield of the Crystal Empire. Qunxing Huanghuang fell to the ground, and the other little ponies rolled off. Ziyue rubbed her head, and then looked at Qunxing Huanghuang, who was about to walk out. "Qunxing Huanghuang, where are you going?" "Huh, isn't it obvious?" "Of course. I'm going to reclaim my honor. I still need to think about the Black Crystal King in his prime. But now he's just a pathetic little thing who can't even maintain his form. If I don't beat him up, I won't be able to eat my lunch today." "Hey, Qunxing Huanghuang, we just had lunch, and you ate quite well, remember?" "Beaky, stop messing around. Qunxing Huanghuang, come back quickly." Ensuring the safety of the Crystal Empire is the priority. Qunxing Huanghuang helplessly flapped his wings and transformed back into a pony. Looking at the gathered ponies, Qunxing Huanghuang said to the dazzling armor not far away, "All right, what should we do next? First, let's go to the castle and find Yinyun. Then we can discuss this matter." Only then did the ponies have time to look at the Crystal Empire, which was entirely made of crystal, shining under the protective shield. Jinchi's eyes couldn't leave this place. "It's so beautiful, so beautiful. My goodness, I can't even speak." "Focus, Jinchi. We're here to help Ziyue, not to sightsee." They then followed the dazzling armor into the castle, and Qunxing Huanghuang immediately spotted Princess Yinyun sitting on the crystal throne. At this moment, her horn was glowing blue, supporting the entire protective shield of the Crystal Empire. Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but complain to Ziyue, "Seriously, what's up with those two? The first time I saw them, the dazzling armor was weak while supporting the shield, and now it's Princess Yinyun. Are they really that connected to the shield?" Ziyue, hearing Qunxing Huanghuang's complaint, stepped on him hard, then smiled and ran over. "Princess Yinyun." When Princess Yinyun heard Ziyue's voice, her tired face finally showed a smile, and she quickly ran down from the throne. The 2 little ponies then began to joyfully jump up. Sun, ladybug, lazy, clap left, clap right, wag your tail. "Ha. Once Pony Maria is safe, we should find a day to gather and have fun," Princess Yinyun said weakly, while Ziyue looked concerned and asked, "Are you okay?" Princess Yinyun had been using her magic to spread love and light, temporarily able to protect this place, but she hadn't slept or eaten for a long time. "I want to help her, but my protective magic can't withstand King Simbula," the dazzling armor said with concern, patting Princess Yinyun's body, filled with heartache. Chapter 44, The Crystal Empire. Princess Yinyun insisted she was fine, but the dazzling armor refuted her, saying she was just holding on and expressed concern for the future of the Crystal Empire. After rubbing his trodden hoof, Qunxing Huanghuang addressed them. "Do you really not want me to go and beat up Simbula? Your magic is mainly defensive, and I'm precisely offensive." No way." Before the ponies could speak, Ziyue suddenly raised her hoof and crossed it over her chest to oppose Qunxing Huanghuang's suggestion. "Do you know your situation? If you go crazy, we'll be in big trouble." "Crazy? What do you mean?" "Ziyue, how come we didn't know Qunxing Huanghuang had this issue?" Applejack looked confused. If there was a creature in Ponyville most likely to go crazy, other ponies would first think of Ziyue, as she often went a bit mad due to planning issues. But Qunxing Huanghuang going crazy? No one had any impression of that. Ziyue didn't know how to explain to them. Princess Universe had once told her that Qunxing Huanghuang's mental state was quite unstable. Actually, after spending so many days with Qunxing Huanghuang, Ziyue had come to understand a bit. He was exceptionally friendly towards creatures he knew, and with his almost encyclopedic knowledge, he would definitely be a great help. However, Qunxing Huanghuang was overly indifferent towards creatures not related to him, like a little filly playing with her doll, interested for a moment, then just tossed aside, and worse, torn to pieces. Seeing Ziyue oppose his suggestion, Qunxing Huanghuang sighed, then walked to the window, looking out at the protective shield, lost in thought. The other ponies looked on, puzzled, and then the dazzling armor continued. Princess Yinyun is using all her magic to release spells, and I have to keep an eye on King Senbula's movements. We don't have time to learn about the situation with the crystal ponies. Crystal ponies? Ponies made of crystal? Jinchi looked a bit excited, but then realized she was too out of line and smiled awkwardly. Hearing this, Ziyue suddenly had an idea. I can do an investigative report. This is part of my exam, gathering information about the crystal ponies and writing it up to submit to you. This is fantastic. I love doing reports. Qunxing Huanghuang turned back to look at Ziyue, who was preparing to leave, and said inexplicably, one more enemy is not as good as one more friend. What? Ziyue stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Qunxing Huanghuang, who had turned to approach her. What do you plan to do? Find a way to protect the Crystal Empire and drive out King Senbula? And then what? 1,000 years ago, King Sombra was expelled from the land. And now he has returned. Who can guarantee that King Sombra won't come back again in 1,000 years? Hearing the doubts from the stars, the ponies present became troubled. How could this be resolved? Ziyue seemed to think of something and then said to the group, you aren't planning to take him down while King Sombra is still weak, are you? I have that in mind, but I have a better plan, a strategy of waiting for the right moment, replied the starry pony confidently. Ziyue looked confused and asked, what plan? First, we need to find King Sombra's girlfriend, and then, what? Upon hearing the starry pony's words, the other ponies were shocked again. His girlfriend? Does he have one? Ziyue, recalling something, angrily said, starry pony. You aren't planning to use King Sombra's loved ones to threaten him, are you? That's shameful. No, no, no. Ziyue, you don't understand the situation. She is not just any pony. Believe me, she was deceived by the shadow of the wasteland. We just need to help her see the truth. I hope she is still there, in the shadow prison. Shadow prison? What's that? Shining Armor, who had just arrived at the Crystal Empire a few days ago, looked a bit confused. He didn't know much, not even about the Crystal Heart, let alone a prison from thousands of years ago. The starry pony didn't answer, but walked over to the window and pointed outside. Outskirts of the Crystal Empire, in the extreme cold wasteland. It has long been used as a prison to hold those terrible monsters, the shadow of the wasteland. It was a prison that existed since the establishment of the empire. The other ponies gathered around and looked in the direction the starry pony was pointing, seeing nothing but snow and wind. King Sombra was there, staring at the Crystal Empire. I think it's too dangerous. Why don't we first follow my plan to investigate the crystal ponies? Yeah, we don't know anything about the distance. But we at least know a little about the Crystal Empire, right? A prison? It doesn't sound like a good place. How is it interesting to see crystal ponies? The starry pony interjected, that shiny mane, that glowing hair. Enough. Okay, starry pony, we'll talk about this later. What we need to do first is find a way to protect the Crystal Empire. Time waits for no pony. I think Princess Melody seems to be struggling to hold on. We don't have time to waste looking for the shadow prison. Ziyue rejected the starry pony's suggestion again. While the starry pony looked a bit unwilling. Why couldn't they adopt her perfect plan? She had read the textbook. Why was her answer different? The starry pony still believed she could succeed. After all, she was the one who had seen the script. Just when everyone thought she was about to give up. The starry pony suddenly exuded an ominous aura of fear and anger, purple magic swirling at the corners of her eyes, and her horn glowed green. Starry pony, what are you doing? What else? Cutting to the chase, let's get straight to the result. Didn't you say Princess Melody doesn't have enough time? I can finish this boring exam in 5 minutes. No. Ziyue cried out loudly, her voice breaking. The starry pony was standing right next to her, and the sudden shout almost deafened her. Covering her ears, the starry pony withdrew the fear magic and crouched down like the other ponies. What are you doing? After Ziyue finished her wail, she said to the starry pony beside her. No, this is a task given to me by the Cosmic Princess, not to you. I need to complete it myself, not through someone else's hands. I just arrived at the Crystal Empire. I haven't investigated anything yet. I haven't even seen a crystal pony. And you want me to complete the task directly? I haven't even written a report, let alone gained experience from this exam. How can I report to the Cosmic Princess if you let me muddle through this exam? If the Cosmic Princess finds out I completed this exam through cheating, I will surely fail and lose my qualification to study. No, that would be worse. The Cosmic Princess will think I'm a dishonest pony, and she will expel me from Ponyville, and then I will be banished to the moon. Ziyue looked a bit furious, pacing back and forth anxiously as if this were a big deal. The starry pony and the other ponies exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. In the end, They had to let Ziyue take her companions out to investigate the crystal ponies, while the starry pony was asked to stay behind to protect Princess Melody and Shining Armor. The starry pony lay aside, watching the two couples showing affection nearby, feeling a bit full. She stood up and looked down at the windowsill, faintly seeing 6 ponies wandering around, gathering information. Turning back, she said to Princess Melody and the others, "Is this really okay? Can you hold on?" Letting Ziyue and the others start the investigation on site, instead of me completing it directly, might allow you to start resting right now. Princess Melody lifted her head and said to the starry pony, "I believe Ziyue and the others can complete the task, and I can still hold on." Ziyue never lets us down. Since the principal had said so, the starry pony couldn't say anything else. She looked up at the increasingly arrogant King Sombra in the distance, lying on the windowsill, wondering where Ziyue and the others were. Oh, they must have gone to the library. The waiting process was long, and eventually, Ziyue and her friends ran over, with Ziyue excitedly holding a book and rushing to Princess Melody. "Princess Melody, Princess Melody, I found a way to restore the memories of the crystal ponies. The Crystal Exhibition. This book says the exhibition was initiated by the Empire's first empress and has become their most important tradition. The exhibition is held once a year to uplift the spirit of unity and love in the Empire to help them resist harm. My friends and I can hold the exhibition. The book has everything we need." Shining Armor looked very excited, but Princess Melody didn't seem well. Just as Ziyue hurriedly walked out, the starry pony standing in the corridor suddenly said, "You all are amazing. I hope you can successfully find the Crystal Heart." "What? The Crystal Heart?" "That's right. The Crystal Exhibition is held for the Crystal Heart. The Crystal Heart acts like a lock, sealing all the evils of the Shadow Prison, and it can release enough power to support the entire operation of the Crystal Empire." Upon hearing this, Ziyue, who was once full of confidence, suddenly deflated, hurriedly flipping through the book only to find that the last page was missing. Oh no, it looks like we have some work to do." Ziyue, why don't we ask the starry pony next to us? Can't she finish it in 5 minutes? "No, Sui Long, this matter must be led by me. This is my exam. The starry pony is just an advisor. What she said before was just a reminder, not cheating. All right, let's hurry and prepare." Saying this, Ziyue dashed out to find her other friends to discuss countermeasures, and after a while, she returned. The stars shone brightly, and we had already planned for them to handle the Crystal Exhibition, while I and Sui Long would go look for the Crystal Heart. You could help, but not by searching for the Crystal Heart. Instead, you would help delay the time for the crystal ponies and find a way to lift their spirits. Suddenly, a good idea came to Qunxing Huanghuang. Was it really that simple to lift their spirits? Thus, she agreed to Ziyue's request, and Ziyue quickly ran out to search for the Crystal Heart, while Qunxing Huanghuang strolled leisurely outside. Then, Qunxing Huanghuang began to help set up the venue, and eventually completed the entire arrangement for the Crystal Exhibition. At that moment, Ziyue ran into the castle. Suddenly, the magic of Princess Yun malfunctioned, but fortunately, it lasted only a short while. The barrier rose again. However, this incident caused the surrounding crystal ponies to feel a bit anxious, so they gathered towards the Crystal Heart. Qunxing Huanghuang saw the ponies gathering around, all wanting to see the Crystal Heart, while Applejack was blocking them. When she saw Qunxing Huanghuang relaxed and carefree next to her, she became furious and quickly said, "Hey, Qunxing Huanghuang, come over and help. Think of a way to stop them from gathering, okay?" Qunxing Huanghuang smiled confidently. What could be more attractive to the crystal ponies than the Crystal Heart? Of course there was. Walking to a corner without any ponies, she activated her transformation. A tall, pure white unicorn with smooth, curly pink hair appeared, dressed in blue decorative clothing with a slight exotic style. When Applejack saw Qunxing Huanghuang transform into a tall unicorn, she felt puzzled. What was the point of this? However, when the crystal ponies saw her, they all gasped in surprise and completely forgot about the Crystal Heart, instead crowding around Qunxing Huanghuang. "Princess Amore. It's Princess Amore. Princess Amore has returned. The Crystal Empire is saved. Boo-hoo, Your Highness, you have finally returned. I missed you so much." Qunxing Huanghuang did not expect the effect to be so good. Upon hearing the name of Princess Amore, the surrounding crystal ponies passed the word around. Qunxing Huanghuang had no choice but to move to a wider space to stand firm. A tremendous feeling of love instantly filled Qunxing Huanghuang's chest. This was not the love of a shining armor, but the love of subjects for their princess. The multitude of beings gathered here made Qunxing Huanghuang feel empowered. Chapter 45, The Crystal Empire. Qunxing Huanghuang involuntarily revealed the love heart on her chest. The red energy that had been dwindling at the tip of the heart suddenly surged rapidly. With more and more ponies gathering around, the energy of the heart replenished quickly, and Qunxing Huanghuang felt her entire body emanating joyful sounds, unable to resist gasping for breath. Why hadn't she realized before that being adored was such a wonderful thing? Oh, she remembered. Back when she was among the shapeshifters, the others viewed her with fear, trepidation, and admiration, not with love. It was true. If they had this emotion, they would have transformed long ago without needing reminding. Seeing that Qunxing Huanghuang's condition was clearly off, Applejack hurriedly squeezed through the crowd of crystal ponies and leaned next to Qunxing Huanghuang, quietly asking, "Are you okay? I see something's not right with you." "Not right." Qunxing Huanghuang exclaimed loudly, sounding as if she had a royal voice, causing Applejack to quickly cover her ears. "There's nothing wrong. I feel super perfect now. This feeling is amazing. Crystal ponies, cheer. Your princess has returned." Upon hearing Qunxing Huanghuang's voice, the surrounding crystal ponies erupted in cheers, and their fur became even more translucent than before, as if her words had greatly encouraged them. At that moment, the protective barrier of the Crystal Empire suddenly froze and flickered, while the surrounding crystal silver slowly turned into black crystal blocks. Seeing this scene, many crystal ponies began to panic. "He is coming. King Sombra is back. What do we do? Wait, we have Princess Amore. That's right, Princess Amore, please save us." All the crystal ponies looked at Qunxing Huanghuang, whose heart energy reached 80, seemingly affected by something. Qunxing Huanghuang now felt capable of confronting the cosmic princess. And upon hearing the cries for help, she shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, my subjects. He's just a mere Sombra." After saying this, Qunxing Huanghuang's horn sparkled with magic, then vanished, instantly arriving at a distance. Meanwhile, Applejack, after closing her gaping mouth with her hoof, said with a bitter expression, "Okay. Now I understand how Qunxing Huanghuang went crazy. This matter must be reported to everyone." Applejack pushed through the excited crystal ponies, grabbed the approaching Pinkie Pie, and rushed toward the castle. "Hey, Applejack, what happened? Thank goodness you're here, Rainbow Dash. Hurry and inform everyone. Qunxing Huanghuang's condition is a bit off. She seems to have gone mad." "Off? Qunxing Huanghuang went mad? You're joking, right? You must be talking about Ziyue." Suddenly, a fierce sound of magic explosions came from the edge of the Crystal Empire, followed by a magnificent light shooting out, quickly impacting the entire Crystal Empire. And the overwhelming magical aura instantly destroyed all the black crystals. "Is that Qunxing Huanghuang? All right, I'll inform everyone right now." Rainbow Dash looked astonished toward that direction, somewhat incredulous, but her sixth sense told her that this situation was not good. The group quickly assembled and rushed toward the castle, just in time to encounter Ziyue and Suilong rushing out. Seeing the other ponies coming, Ziyue couldn't help but cheer. "Guys, can you believe it? I almost failed the task just now, but the sudden wave of light destroyed Sombra's barrier, and then I came out. Do you know what happened?" "Oh, Ziyue. It's Qunxing Huanghuang. I can't believe what you said is true. She has also gone mad. She seems off." Upon hearing Applejack's words, Ziyue's jaw dropped in shock. "What is going on? Wasn't he at just a short while?" Then Ziyue shook her head. "Never mind that for now. Completing the cosmic princess's task was urgent." She took out the crystal heart from her bag and said to them, "Girls, I've got the crystal heart. As long as we put it back in place, we can start pouring the love of the crystal ponies into it." Just then, with a loud crash, Qunxing Huanghuang suddenly landed beside them, emerging from a pit and glaring at them. "Hello, Qunxing Huanghuang, boo-hoo." Pinkie Pie was about to step forward to greet her, but was suddenly covered by Applejack's hoof. The other ponies felt something was off. The situation seemed to have worsened. And indeed it was, as Qunxing Huanghuang suddenly smiled and said to Ziyue, "Oh my lovely little pony, have you found the crystal heart?" Ziyue felt puzzled. Why had she changed so much? But she still explained the situation to Qunxing Huanghuang. "Qunxing Huanghuang, yes, at first I really didn't know where the crystal heart was, but as soon as I thought of what you did before, I understood. The crystal heart has always been in the main hall." Qunxing Huanghuang seemed utterly uninterested in this matter and suddenly snatched the crystal heart, saying to them, "Thank you for helping me find my crystal heart. Otherwise, I would have to work hard to find it myself. The stars are shining. What are you doing?" "What? Ahaha." The corners of Qunxing Huanghuang's eyes drifted with red magic, and magic emanated from his horns as he loudly declared, "Ziyue, do you know? I have never felt such a powerful force. Just think about it. The entire citizens of a country dedicate their love to you. This feeling is simply wonderful. I now feel like I have endless power, inexhaustible and unceasing. Why didn't I think of such a good thing before? Now, I declare that the Crystal Empire is mine. No, it is mine. I'll run away, girls." Ziyue's horn suddenly emitted a dazzling light, dazzling Qunxing Huanghuang for a moment, and they quickly fled from the doorway, while Qunxing Huanghuang shielded his eyes with his hooves, watching the disappearing ponies. He looked at the crystal heart in his hand and revealed a barely noticeable sneer. "Run, run. In my territory, you can't escape." Then Qunxing Huanghuang strode towards the castle, ready to capture the two ponies who had usurped the Crystal Empire. While Ziyue and her friends hid around a corner, Ziyue gasped for breath and then said to her companions, "What on earth is going on? Does anyone know?" Applejack plopped down on the ground and began to explain to Ziyue. When Ziyue heard the story, she said to the other ponies, Alright, I think I know the reason. Qunxing Huanghuang is a shape-shifting spirit, and shape-shifting spirits are a race that feeds on love. Since the love Qunxing Huanghuang had previously consumed was scattered, he didn't notice it. But when he suddenly consumed too much love, he went berserk. We must correct him, otherwise, the entire Ponyland will be in trouble, as his war talent is fully developed. Just then, Qunxing Huanghuang's voice suddenly echoed from within the castle. Dear citizens, your Princess Amora has returned. I successfully shattered the Black Crystal King Sembla and captured these two traitors, and most importantly, when the Crystal Ponies saw Princess Inyun turned into a statue, they were a bit surprised, but soon they cheered when Qunxing Huanghuang took out the crystal heart. Compared to the dazzling armor he had only managed for a few days, Princess Amora, who had led for thousands of years, was clearly more welcomed by them. Moreover, she also possessed the crystal heart. No one cared about Princess Inyun anymore, except for the 6 of them hiding in the corner. Dear Crystal Ponies, I now officially announce that the Crystal Fair is starting. Now, dedicate your loyalty to me. Yay! Princess Amora. Princess Amora. In the corner, Ziwet turned her head back and said worriedly to the other ponies. This can't go on. He has completely lost control. While the love Qunxing Huanghuang has absorbed is not too much, we must find a way to wake him up. The more love he absorbs, the harder it will be for us to deal with him. Ziwet, I think we should hurry back and notify the Cosmic Princess. No way, Suilong. The entire Crystal Empire is now shrouded in Qunxing Huanghuang's magic. If we touch the protective shield, we might be discovered by him. Then let's go out and give him a beating. Wake him up. Don't be silly, Yunbao. We can't beat him right now, or should we think of another way? What to do? What to do? I've got it. What idea? Ziwei. The other ponies, seeing Ziwei suddenly have an idea, quickly asked her what it was. And Ziwei said, as long as we let the Crystal Ponies know that Qunxing Huanghuang is not their previous princess, and that the supply of love is cut off, won't Qunxing Huanghuang return to normal? Good idea, let's do it that way. But how can we let the Crystal Ponies see through Qunxing Huanghuang's true identity? Upon hearing this, the 6 began to think, and finally decided to launch an offensive among the Crystal Ponies. As for how to do it, now is the time for the Crystal Fair, and Qunxing Huanghuang won't be able to pay attention, which gives Ziyue and the others an opportunity. So they began to take action, splitting up to start persuading at the Crystal Gathering. When the Crystal Ponies were wandering around the fair, they would always encounter ponies popping up out of nowhere, telling them that the princess in the castle was fake and that they shouldn't be deceived. But what is this? Can't everyone tell that Princess Amora is fake? She looks exactly the same as she did 1,000 years ago. She defeated Sembla, has the crystal heart, and is hosting the Crystal Fair. Is she not real? Who is real? Yunbao complained to Applejack, who was squeezed in the small cart with her. This won't work. The Crystal Ponies totally don't believe us. And this plan isn't working at all. Don't be like that. Yunbao, maybe they'll notice something wrong with Qunxing Huanghuang? Oh, that's enough. BG, you stepped on my beautiful mane. Can everyone be quiet? I feel like the atmosphere outside is a bit off. What's wrong, Ruru? Applejack, hearing this, peeked out from the gap in the cart and suddenly found that the surroundings were empty. Just then, BG started to fidget. BG, don't move. Oh no. With a bang, the cart exploded and blue, orange, and pink ponies burst out from inside, shaking their heads, and then they saw the last thing they wanted to see. I heard the citizens complaining. It seems there are some ponies here speaking ill of me. I thought they were stubborn, but it turns out to be you. The pure white tall body and the beautiful pink curls were exactly the Princess Amora that Qunxing Huanghuang was impersonating. Seeing this, Yunbao immediately rushed up, only to be bitten by the recovering Applejack on the tail. Hi, Applejack. After Yunbao complained back, she stood up and said to Qunxing Huanghuang in front of her. All right, Qunxing Huanghuang, this isn't fun at all. Turn back now. Fun. Hee hee. Little girl, don't you understand what's happening? As if hearing the biggest joke, Qunxing Huanghuang laughed heartily, rubbed Yunbao's head with his hoof, and then began to sing. Then Qunxing Huanghuang ignored the surprised ponies, activated his magic, and attacked the ground. Instantly, crystal pillars rose from the ground, trapping them inside. This afternoon will be my coronation ceremony. I will unify the Crystal Empire, then Cloudsdale, and then Canterlot. Suddenly, Qunxing Huanghuang seemed to realize something. Interesting, where did the bookworm and that little dragon go? Seemingly thinking of something, Qunxing Huanghuang strode towards the castle, no longer caring about the trapped ponies, who still hadn't recovered from Qunxing Huanghuang's singing. Incredible, Qunxing Huanghuang can even sing? Didn't Suilong say he doesn't like singing? Alright, BG. This means Qunxing Huanghuang's thoughts have been further influenced by love. Now let's think about what to do. What can we do? Qunxing Huanghuang seems to have realized Ziyue and Suilong's intentions. How do we stop him? Why didn't I notice before that Qunxing Huanghuang is even more powerful than Ziyue when he goes berserk? Alright, Yunbao, we can only hope for Ziyue now. I hope she has everything go smoothly. At this moment, inside the castle, Ziyue and Suilong were secretly transporting the statue of Princess Inya. Go, Ziyue. The statue seems to be reacting. Ziyue's magic suddenly faltered, and then she said dejectedly, "No way, Suilong, my magic can't unlock it. Let's steal their statue first, and then think of a way. You don't have time." "What?" Before Ziyue and the others could react, crystal pillars suddenly rose from the ground, trapping Ziyue and Suilong inside. Looking back, Qunxing Huanghuang had come over. "The stars are shining brightly. Wake up a little. Don't let love cloud your judgment." Hearing Ziyue's words, Qunxing Huanghuang clearly felt a pain in his head, but he still shook his head and replied to Ziyue, "Wake up? What are you joking about? I'm as clear-headed as can be right now. I've never been this clear-headed before. What kind of days have I been living? Now my good days have come. And your good days are over." Hee hee. Outside the castle, the little ponies were bored, turning in circles inside the crystal cage, when suddenly, Ziyue and Suilong were thrown in. "Ziyue, are you all okay?" "Not good. Qunxing Huanghuang, if you have the ability, let us out, and then duel one-on-one." Qunxing Huanghuang ignored Yunbao's words and walked to the center of the open space outside the castle. More and more crystal ponies came over. Knowing that the ceremony was about to begin, the crystal ponies ignored the calls from the six, as they had been missing for so many years. It was understandable that Princess Amore was a bit temperamental. Perhaps they would be released tomorrow. Once Qunxing Huanghuang saw that enough crystal ponies had arrived, he took out the crystal heart from his satchel. Upon seeing the crystal heart, the crystal ponies stopped their noise and cleared their throats. Qunxing Huanghuang said loudly, "My dear subjects, I now declare the crystal gathering, the most perfect segment, the crystal heart, officially returned to its place. Now let us celebrate." Saying this, Qunxing Huanghuang placed the crystal heart back on the pedestal. Strangely, Qunxing Huanghuang felt as if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what it was at the moment. Just as Qunxing Huanghuang placed the crystal heart down, the crystal ponies began to kneel and pray. In an instant, the crystal heart emitted a wave of light that echoed throughout the crystal empire. However, fate played a trick, and with a loud bang, Qunxing Huanghuang was sent flying by the energy emitted from the crystal heart, then flew out of the crystal empire, disappearing without a trace. The crystal cage that trapped Ziyue and the others instantly collapsed, and Princess Amore and the others successfully transformed back into ponies. The crystal ponies were baffled by this phenomenon. What was going on? Why was Princess Amore sent flying? "Ziyue, it seems we are safe." "I know." Then Ziyue calmed the crowd and told them the truth. Inside the castle, everyone began to piece together what had happened, while Ziyue looked out at the crystal empire, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 46, The Shadow Demon of the Wasteland. Warning. Warning. Love remaining level, 96. Exceeding rationality value. Exceeding rationality value. Please reduce love. Please reduce love. Excessive love leads to the loss of principled freedom, and stagnant emotions cause reckless madness. Outside the empire, in the frigid wasteland. For a long time, it had been used as a prison to hold the most terrifying monsters in the world. In the snow, the cold wind howled, and the ground was covered in white snow. Suddenly, within a patch of snow, the snow began to move from the inside out. A black hoof reached out from the snow, followed by another hoof. Qunxing Huanghuang crawled out of the snow, rubbing his head that was seeing stars. This ominous feeling reminded him of that experience in Canterlot. Damn it, I remember. The crystal heart has the power to purify everything and to isolate evil. How dare you betray me, Crystal Empire? It was I who placed you there. I am your master. Qunxing Huanghuang was furious, whipping up gusts of snow and quickly charging towards the direction of the Crystal Empire. Suddenly, with a bang, Qunxing Huanghuang crashed into a blank protective shield. Rubbing his head, Qunxing Huanghuang had had enough of this. Under the magical impact, it didn't budge at all. Helpless, Qunxing Huanghuang had to calm down and make other plans. Think. Qunxing Huanghuang, how did the Dark Crystal King get back in the animation? Damn it, it was chaos that caused it. I can't wait for that time. And who can guarantee that chaos will remember me? Manga, what was the plot there? Right, Hope Radiance. Shadow Demon of the Wasteland. Crystal Empire, I will be back soon. With a new goal, Qunxing Huanghuang turned around and took a deep look at the colorful Crystal Empire in the distance, then walked into the snowstorm. Shadow Prison, here I come. Not knowing how long he walked, Qunxing Huanghuang finally found a glimpse of red in the icy wilderness. It was a huge red crystal, the Shadow Prison. Who are you? Why have you come here? You seem to be a shapeshifter, but a bit different from my impression. That's right. Have you also been exiled here? Qunxing Huanghuang ignored this group of shadow demons and directly used magic to open the passage to the Shadow Prison, then walked in. Inside the Shadow Prison, it was filled with grotesque and strange sights. The environment was like an oil painting, winding and twisting, as if countless demons were hidden in this fairy tale-like scene. Qunxing Huanghuang immediately saw the shadow demons floating around him. They floated in the air, with butterfly wings and pony bodies, like fairies. Enough already. Qunxing Huanghuang didn't want to waste time. Every extra minute meant a bit more depletion of his magic. This truly was the Shadow Prison, a hell that devoured magic. Shadow demons. To make a long story short, the Dark Crystal King has already been sealed by me today. He won't come out for at least 1,000 years. What? The shadow demons looked a bit surprised and angry, and just as Qunxing Huanghuang mentioned the Dark Crystal King, a purple figure suddenly burst out from the wall and charged at Qunxing Huanghuang. Wait, Hope. Qunxing Huanghuang paid no heed to the restrictions on the shadow demons, activating the love magic, and the ugly shadow demons instantly revealed their true forms. Hope Radiance, who was lying on the side, looked on in shock. How did they end up like this? Bastard. You. How could you use love magic? I remember shapeshifters didn't have this thousands of years ago. We have been trapped for too long. Has the era changed? Qunxing Huanghuang looked at the approaching shadow demons, and the heart on his chest reappeared. This thing could devour emotions and store energy. Fear was the same. It just hadn't been used so recklessly before, but now, a whip of magic formed, swinging and striking at the shadow demons. When the shadow demons were hit by the whip, part of their power was immediately absorbed. Not good. This thing is absorbing my power. Oh, me too. Everyone get back. No matter how they tried to escape, Qunxing Huanghuang showed no mercy, becoming increasingly ruthless. And many shadow demons were lost to the magic's consumption. Wait, we surrender, we surrender. Rebia shouted loudly, and Qunxing Huanghuang stopped the magic, then looked at them. However, what Qunxing Huanghuang didn't notice was that the heart on his chest was mixed with red and green, seemingly asymmetrical, with faint cracks appearing. Very well. I accept your submission. Now, listen to me. Then the Dark Crystal King is no longer that important. If you want to regain your freedom, it's simple. I'm also very willing to help you achieve it. You are very lucky, but the premise is that I like obedient ones. Magic formed shackles that locked around each shadow demoness neck. Then Qunxing Huanghuang turned around and said to the still dazed Hope Radiance, now, you go to the Crystal Empire. Summon the Dark Crystal King back, and then let him open the seal of the shadow demons. No, I absolutely won't. Hope Radiance did not submit to Qunxing Huanghuang, who was not surprised, and said to her, it's okay, I'll help you. Watching Hope Radiance leave the shadow prison, Qunxing Huanghuang revealed a satisfied smile. It's coming soon, I'll be back in no time. At this moment, inside the Crystal Empire, Ziyue was carrying a satchel, while the other ponies followed behind her. Thank you very much, my friends. Oh, Ziyue, how can I let you venture alone? That's right, Qunxing Huanghuang is also our friend, and we must bring him back. So, with the blessings of Princess Yin Yun and Sui Long, the 6 of them set off on their journey. Looking at the barrier ahead, Ziyue took a deep breath and resolutely stepped forward, with the other little ponies following her out. The wind and snow accompanied by a biting chill caused several little ponies to sway, but they continued to move forward. Walking on the snow, Ziyue and the others formed a line, struggling against the wind and snow, and just then, Roro suddenly said, look, what is that? Ziyue looked up, squinting her eyes, and then saw a brown figure walking on the snow. It looked like a little pony wearing a cloak. How could there be a little pony in this icy world? I don't know. Be careful. Let's go over and take a look. Ziyue and the others approached, and then they saw a purple figure under the cloak. With silver long hair, it was a unicorn. But why were her eyes green? Hello, do you know what is going on here? Hope Fuguang seemed not to see Ziyue and the others, continuing to walk on her own, which made Ziyue and the others feel puzzled. Seeing Hope Fuguang getting farther away, they decided to ignore her and continue forward. Meanwhile, in the shadow prison, Qunxing Huanghuang sat on a high platform, as if feeling something, and then walked toward the door. You all stay here honestly. King, we can't get out. Qunxing Huanghuang stepped out of the prison and walked into the distance. In the desolate snowy plain, Qunxing Huanghuang saw a large tent, a pink pony tent. It must be BG's masterpiece. Approaching the tent, Qunxing Huanghuang lifted the door curtain and saw the 6 of them eating. Qunxing Huanghuang. They seemed startled by Qunxing Huanghuang, thinking it would take a long time. But in less than a day, they found him. It didn't seem so difficult, right? Qunxing Huanghuang's condition was obviously not right. One eye glowing with red magic, the other with green magic. He looked fine. Be careful. Before Ziyue could warn, Qunxing Huanghuang immediately cast a spell, bringing them to the side of a red crystal. Qunxing Huanghuang walked in by himself, and the other little ponies looked at each other, then followed him in. Wow, I've never seen anything like this. How to describe it? Weird. That's right, it looks off here, and the smell is bad. Ziyue didn't speak, but ran to Qunxing Huanghuang and asked, what are you doing? Seemingly suffering from the common ailment of villains, Qunxing Huanghuang sat down on the throne, crossed his hind hooves, and placed his front hooves together. Speaking to the little ponies below, I have a plan. Here, I found Hope Fuguang, and made her go to the Crystal Empire to resurrect King Sombra. Then open the door and release my army, the shadow beasts of the wasteland. This way, when I get out, I will have enough power to silence any opposition. What? You have an army? It's only been 2 days. Ignoring BG's exclamations, Ziyue suddenly thought of the little pony she encountered earlier, she was Hope Fuguang. So she exchanged glances with the other little ponies, preparing to escape and report to Princess Inyun. However, it was already too late. The shadow beasts of the wasteland suddenly sprang out from nowhere, surrounding them, and Qunxing Huanghuang laughed loudly from above. That's right, my army, the shadow beasts of the wasteland. Hee. Soon, Ziyue was locked up again. The good news was that they found Qunxing Huanghuang and learned about his plan. The bad news was that they were captured and completely useless. What should we do? The Crystal Empire is doomed. Oh my Ziyue, I will never call you little crazy pony again. Qunxing Huanghuang is much scarier when he goes mad. Now he has taken that title from you. BG, stop talking. Ziyue is trying to think of a way. Oh, I've had enough. These little ponies are simply ugly. They have no sense of fashion at all. Seeing their dejected expressions, Ziyue couldn't help but take a deep breath and said firmly, Girls, cheer up. I believe we will achieve victory. Just as they were discussing, suddenly the big door of the cell quietly opened, and a shadow beast flew in. The other little ponies became alert upon seeing this. But the shadow beast waved its hand, indicating it meant no harm. I heard you say you will definitely win. Is that right? Yes, why? Are you here to mock us? No, I'm actually here to help you. Upon hearing this, Ziyue and the others lowered their raised hooves, puzzled. The shadow beast continued to explain, My name is Ayla. My mother sent me here. You should be friends of Qunxing Huanghuang, right? Yes, what do you want to say? He is too cruel. We thought the illusion race only fed on love, but we didn't expect he could also devour fear. We draw strength from fear. But he can forcibly strip our power away, leaving us weak and even extinguishing us. My mother understands that once he successfully escapes from here, we will have no value. And if he's unhappy, we might become his food, and he has already done this. So if possible, we will try to help you defeat him while he is not too strong. This is our sincerity. Saying this, Ayla left the cell and quietly opened a small gap in the cell door. Ziyue and the others looked out the window and saw that there were few shadow beasts around, and the ones on guard were either playing or sleeping, completely on alert. All right, girls, now it's uncertain who will win. After waiting for a while, a surprised voice came from afar. The door is open. That's great. Oh, let's hurry out. No. The king goes first. Let the king go. Hearing the commotion, Ziyue realized it was time to act and said to the other little ponies, Everyone, the signal from the shadow beasts has come. Let's charge out. Then, the 6 of them ran towards the sound, cutting through obstacles along the way. To be honest, the acting skills of these shadow beasts were really poor. They flew out themselves before even being touched. But there was no time to complain, as Qunxing Huanghuang had already stepped outside the portal. Qunxing Huanghuang strode out, noticing King Sombra and Hope Fuguang watching him warily. Then he laughed heartily. No need to be nervous, my friends. Crystal Empire, I am back. Ignoring the 2 little ponies, Qunxing Huanghuang called out to those behind him, Shadow beasts, come out. However, contrary to expectations, it was not the shadow beasts that came out, but Ziyue and the others. Seeing this, Qunxing Huanghuang was surprised. What is going on? Where are the shadow beasts? There are no shadow beasts anymore. It's just the 6 of us here. Qunxing Huanghuang immediately understood that those daring guys had betrayed him. But it didn't matter. Once he took over the Crystal Empire, he would go back and deal with them. Just then, King Sombra suddenly launched an attack on Qunxing Huanghuang, who immediately began to resist. King Sombra struggled to say, Hope, hurry. Hope Fuguang threw several golden, shimmering objects from her bag. Qunxing Huanghuang immediately recognized them as the elements of harmony. Once the elements of harmony were in the hands of Ziyue and the others, the situation began to change, and the scales of victory started to tip. Qunxing Huanghuang felt a sense of foreboding. He didn't want to experience the power of the elements of harmony. So using the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best option. Just as Ziyue and the others were preparing to take off, Qunxing Huanghuang made a full-force strike, repelling King Sombra, and then prepared to escape from this place, struggling against the feeling of stagnation brought on by the element of harmony. Just as the starry radiance was about to escape successfully, the Black Crystal King seized the moment, flew forward, and hugged the starry radiance, then interrupted its spellcasting. No. A 7-colored rainbow erupted from Ziyue and the others, carrying the magic of friendship, roaring towards the starry radiance, and the Black Crystal King holding it. Then a flash of white light passed, and a large pit appeared on the ground, with the starry radiance and the weakened Black Crystal King lying inside. Affection decreasing, remaining affection, 55. Affection restored to normal, rationality restored, alarm deactivated. Safety check alarm, carrier damaged, repair failed due to insufficient materials, collecting materials. Heart's Dreamland construction in progress, completion, 001. The starry radiance rubbed its head. Honestly, it couldn't remember how many times it had done that. Then it looked at the approaching group of ponies, and Ziyue stepped forward to help the starry radiance up. Welcome back, starry radiance. Afterward, The Starry Radiance apologized to the Crystal Pony and then asked what happened with Hope Radiance. Hope Radiance told the Starry Radiance that after being controlled, she had stolen the Crystal Heart following instructions and then went to the basement to resurrect the Black Crystal King. However, the Black Crystal King immediately noticed that Hope Radiance was under control, and soon Princess Melody also arrived and purified Hope Radiance. After Hope Radiance revealed the truth, Princess Melody specifically wrote a letter to send the Element of Harmony via the Lightning Pegasus team from Canterlot. The Black Crystal King then decided to help Hope Radiance and the others, which was also helping himself, so they began summoning the Starry Radiance. And that is how it ended up. After placing the Crystal Heart back in its original position, the Shadow Prison closed again. But under the magic led by Princess Melody and the Crystal Ponies, the Black Crystal King was rescued. The Black Crystal King, no? Black Crystal planned to resurrect the real Princess Amaryllis with Hope Radiance, while the Starry Radiance kindly sponsored a fragment of Princess Amaryllis' statue. How do you have this thing? Ziyue asked curiously, but the Starry Radiance didn't want to explain. This thing dated back to when they were still in the hive, and the Starry Radiance found it in the belly of that brown bear. Honestly, if it weren't for the weak magic emanating from this fragment, the Starry Radiance might not have cared about that brown bear at all. In the end, Ziyue returned to the castle. This incident was thrilling and full of dangers. But Ziyue still completed this task. The Cosmic Princess generously praised Ziyue and congratulated her on passing the exam successfully. Chapter 47, The Mirror Pool. The Starry Radiance had a dream, and it seemed a bit different. It heard a voice continually calling out to it, feeling lost and confused in the dream. We will meet soon, very soon. Heart's Dreamland Completion, 012. The Starry Radiance rubbed its head, sat up, and its open eyes sparkled with a red light. At this time, the sky had brightened. Pushing open the door, the Starry Radiance walked down the stairs, poured itself a glass of water, and gulped it down. Hi. Starry Radiance, why did you wake up so early today? Ziyue looked at the Starry Radiance's mane, which was a mess, and was a bit puzzled. Usually, it would sleep until the end of time. Why did it wake up so early today? There must be a reason. Ziyue thought the Starry Radiance hadn't completely purified yet, and immediately panicked. It's nothing, Ziyue, Ziyue suddenly produced a pile of medical equipment from somewhere. Put on a stethoscope, then took a magnifying glass, using magic to pry open the Starry Radiance's right eye to examine it. After breaking free from the restraints, the Starry Radiance shook its head, and its mane instantly returned to normal. Alright, Ziyue, I'm really fine. You don't need to worry. Really? Really? Ziyue was skeptical but still respected the Starry Radiance's opinion and then said to it, Okay, since you're fine, do you know? Starry Radiance. Today I want to practice a new spell, the Orange Transformation Spell. It can turn anything into an orange. Isn't that interesting? The Starry Radiance didn't want to speak. With a flick of its horn, it instantly turned the cup on the table into an orange, then into an apple, a banana, and finally back to a cup. Seeing this, Ziyue rolled her eyes. Starry Radiance, I know your magic is strong, but please don't show off like that. Okay. Hee. Starry Radiance. In a small square, rows of tables were set up in the open space, with many ponies chatting around. Ziyue placed a bright red apple on the table, ready to start practicing her magic. Go for it. Ziyue, you're the best. Suilong, beside the Starry Radiance, was cheering for Ziyue. Ziyue's horn emitted pink magic. And then the apple on the table began to change, rising into the air and then landing back on the table without anything happening. Go for it. Ziyue, try again. The Starry Radiance felt like yawning. This was simply too boring. Just as Ziyue was about to try again, a pink figure suddenly darted out from somewhere and crashed into Ziyue. The magic was thrown off course, scattering everywhere, and finally hit a small bird, turning it into an orange bird. At that moment, Ziyue was being hugged by Biki and looked a bit confused. Biki, why are you doing this? After releasing Ziyue, Biki said happily, because hugs are the most fun, especially hugging friends. What are you doing? I want to turn that apple into an orange. Just then, in Biki's excitement, she suddenly crashed into the cloaked Jinchi. Jinchi, do you want to see Ziyue turn it into an orange? It will definitely be fun, fun, fun. Look at this high-end and beautiful dress I made. Isn't it pleasing to the eye? Then Biki began to panic because she couldn't enjoy both joys at the same time. Just thinking about how much joy was happening at once made Biki anxious, and at that moment, she ran out. Jinchi then expressed the desire to continue showing off her dress, while Ziyue practiced her orange transformation technique by the table. The Starry Radiance looked bored and said to a nearby service pony, Give me an oat and vanilla sandwich and a glass of milk, please. Then the Starry Radiance picked up its breakfast, took a bite, and felt it was quite good. Watching Ziyue's clumsy magic performance, the Starry Radiance calculated the days with its hooves. It was almost time, just a few months left. An hour of boredom later, the Starry Radiance felt a bit bored, with many plates stacked on the table in front of it. Suddenly, the Starry Radiance felt it had eaten too much. Ziyue, I'm going to the bathroom. No problem. Go quickly and come back. Just as Ziyue felt she was about to succeed, Beaky ran out again and jumped onto Ziyue. Beaky, what are you doing? Oh, Ziyue. I'm timing how long it takes to go back and forth from the small lake to the apple orchard, so when I'm waiting for Rainbow to swing, I can go help them build a warehouse in Sweet Apple Acres, and then come back in time to see Rainbow do flips and dive. It takes 20 minutes for a round trip. Hearing this, Ziyue laughed. Beaky, no matter how hard you run, to do something like that, you probably need a cloning spell. Upon hearing this, Beaky suddenly had a good idea and said, by the way, Ziyue, the legendary mirror pool. Without waiting for Ziyue to ask, Beaky bounced away. And after Ziyue propped up the table, the starry radiance happened to walk over. What happened? Did the magic succeed? No, it's Beaky. By the way, starry radiance. Do you know about the mirror pool? The mirror pool, huh? I have some impression of it. That thing can replicate living beings, but it seems to be dangerous. No. The dangerous one is the dark magic spring. As she looked at the vague explanations from the group of ponies, Ziyue was completely baffled and soon stopped caring about this trivial matter. However, Ziyue soon found herself in big trouble. When they returned, they saw a group of pink ponies marching down the street. At first, Ziyue thought this was some sort of program orchestrated by Pinkie Pie. But then she started to think otherwise. Ziyue was trapped in the library as the residents of Ponyville began to complain incessantly, recounting Pinkie Pie's antics and urging Ziyue to come up with a solution. Calm. Those Pinkie Pies nearly destroyed my shop and messed up the animals' picnic. Just when Ziyue was feeling frantic, the shimmering stars came out of the library and handed Ziyue a red book. After receiving the book with confusion, Ziyue discovered it was about the mirror pool. Great, a solution has been found. Now, who can find the real Pinkie Pie among the duplicates? Upon hearing this, the other ponies began to discuss it. And just then, one Pinkie Pie popped out from the crowd, quickly followed by more and more Pinkie Pies appearing. Just as Ziyue was worried, she saw Stars calmly walk up to one concerned Pinkie Pie and grab her. Me too. We all have the same cute tails, the same cute manies, and the same cute hooves. After grabbing the Pinkie Pie, Stars pulled her out from the army of duplicates. This one is real. How do you know? Ziyue asked, puzzled. As a friend of Pinkie, she couldn't even tell which one was the real Pinkie. How could Stars tell? The Pinkie Pie held by Stars lifted her head and said to her, exactly. How can you be sure I'm the real Pinkie? What if I'm fake? I can't even tell which one is the real me. I don't know what to do. Boo-hoo. Stars patted the fluffy mane of the Pinkie Pie and comforted her. Come on, you're the only one frowning among the entire army of Pinkies. Doesn't that tell you something? The duplicates from the mirror pool are flawed. They have simplistic emotions and thoughts, and they are made of magic. Saying this, Stars focused her magic in her eyes and shot it towards Ziyue. When Ziyue was hit, she rubbed her eyes and discovered that the ponies around her were clearly defined, with magic surging, while the rest of the Pinkies, except for the one Stars was holding, were just filled with a mass of magic, lacking any basic structure. From there, things became easier. After sending away all the duplicate Pinkies, they headed to the mirror pool. Stars, seeing the pool in front of her, became curious and slowly approached it, thinking about what her duplicate would look like. Then Stars saw something incredible. Ziyue, be careful. No problem, Pinkie, I'm just taking a look, I won't cast any spells. Just after saying that, Ziyue saw Stars quickly retreat after seeing her reflection in the pool, her face filled with disbelief. When Ziyue approached the pool, she found her own reflection staring back at her, and nothing else. What's wrong, Stars? It seemed like Stars had regained her composure and replied to Ziyue, nothing, let's just leave it at this. We've seen it, so let's South seal this place up. Ziyue glanced at Stars with confusion, silently noting this incident, and after exiting the cave, she covered the entrance with a large stone. As Stars walked back, she still felt a bit uneasy. Why? Why does my reflection look like that? It's neither human nor a changeling. But, Chapter 48, Trixie, Ponyville. The Cosmic Princess decided to host an event to welcome foreign guests, while Ziyue got the showcase for entertainment activities. To this end, Ziyue decided to perform animal levitation and went to Rarity's house. After explaining the situation to Rarity, she eventually agreed to let her animal friends go with Ziyue. Rarity nervously watched the little animals, fearing something might go wrong, so she anxiously said to the animals and Ziyue, don't be afraid, friends. Ziyue's magic is very powerful. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable, Ziyue. You must be careful. Afterward, Soren comforted Rarity a bit, and Ziyue assured her that nothing would go wrong. Rarity, still nervously watching the little animals, couldn't help but nibble on her hooves. Stars looked on in surprise, clearly curious, and didn't pay much attention to the animals flying in the sky. Instead, she used magic to pick up the nail that Rarity had bitten off. Is that a nail? Do ponies have nails? Just as Stars was about to examine it closely, Rarity swatted it away with her hoof and glared at Stars, saying, it's very rude to randomly take a girl's nails, you know. Rarity's glare was indeed impressive, and Stars was momentarily stunned. Luckily, Rarity's focus was not on Stars. and she turned her attention back to her animal friends. Finally, Ziyue's performance ended, and the animals landed safely. They all surrounded Ziyue, seemingly wanting to do it again. While Ziyue said to them, "Let's call it a day for now. We can reconnect next time, as long as Rarity has no issues." Upon hearing this, the animals rushed back to Rarity, who seemed to be covering her eyes, still shaken from the previous performance. A red light flashed in Star's eyes as she looked at a plump beaver and licked her lips. So fat, this must be a lot of meat and thin skin. Suddenly, Rarity sensed something, immediately stood up, and hugged all the little animals under her, spreading her wings, looking around like an angry tiger. Startled by this sudden reaction, Ziyue exclaimed, "Rarity, what's wrong? Are you okay? And Soren, you got off my back." Soren awkwardly jumped down from Ziyue's back and said to Rarity, Rarity, what's wrong?" Rarity came back to her senses, seeming a bit confused, and said, "Sorry, Soren, I don't know what just happened. I just suddenly felt there was danger. So I acted like that." Just then, Rainbow Dash rushed over, hugged Ziyue, and said in a panic, "Ziyue, hurry, it's an emergency." Then Stars saw Applejack carrying the unconscious Trixie, and upon seeing Trixie's outfit, Stars felt a bit puzzled. When Ziyue arrived, she inquired about what had happened, and then Trixie, cloaked in black, revealed her blue head. Look, who is this?" "It's Ziyue. Trixie, what are you doing here?" Soon, Rainbow Dash began to provoke Trixie, who then turned her into a small winged version of herself. Ziyue demanded that Trixie release her friend, but Trixie insisted on a magical duel to determine who is the strongest unicorn, stating that the loser must leave Ponyville forever. Ziyue did not want a duel, but Stars was curious, so she stepped forward and said, "Hey, Trixie, do you remember me? Damn it, it's you. Do you also want to challenge the great and powerful Trixie? Of course, let's have a match." Upon hearing this, Ziyue suddenly turned around and said to Stars, "Can you do it?" "Of course." Stars stepped forward, ready to accept Trixie's challenge. Trixie said, "If I lose, I will never return to Ponyville, but if you lose, you will leave here forever, just like Ziyue. There's no need for more words. Let's battle." "Great, I like your attitude." Trixie's magic sparkled, blasting a cart carrying apples into the air, and then, there was no more. "The stars are shining brightly. What are you doing? This is just a competition. Trixie is just a little arrogant. She is not our enemy." Starry Hooves placed her front hooves on the Trixie statue, showing off to Ziyue and the others. There's no helping it. Petrification sealing magic can only be used by powerful beings like the Ethericorn, or by supervillains like the Dark Crystal King. Without a specific artifact, you can't use it at all. Looking at the terrified expressions of the surrounding ponies, Starry Hooves felt like she had used the wrong magic. Reluctantly, Starry Hooves reverted Trixie back. The transformed Trixie gasped for breath, her body trembling. She had only heard of such magic in legends, about some righteous pony sealing a monster for 1,000 years, and the thought of having to hold a pose for 1,000 years made Trixie shiver uncontrollably. "Trixie, are you okay?" Trixie swatted away Ziyue's outstretched hoof and curled up into a ball. Seeing Trixie's frightened demeanor, Ziyue gave Starry Hooves a look, and Starry Hooves rolled her eyes, indicating she understood. "Then should I cut this part of her memory?" Ziyue's gaze grew increasingly unfriendly, and Starry Hooves finally said, "I understand. I understand, friendship is magic." Starry Hooves stepped forward, looking at the curled-up Trixie, and extended her hoof. Upon seeing Starry Hooves, Trixie instinctively recoiled. But when she saw Starry Hooves' outstretched hoof, she did not respond. "All right, I'm sorry, Trixie, for putting you in this state." After pulling Trixie up, Starry Hooves said to Ziyue, "Don't worry, I will definitely return you a normal Trixie." Looking at the doubtful ponies, Starry Hooves added, "No magic." Finally, under Starry Hooves' assurance that she would definitely return them a complete Trixie, she took Trixie away from there. Ziyue watched their departing figures, still feeling a bit uneasy, then said to Sway Long, "I need to practice new magic, so it's inconvenient for me. You quietly follow them. If anything unexpected happens, come back and tell me." "Yes, Commander." Sway Long assured that he would complete the task, then sneakily slipped into the nearby bushes, then into a haystack, and finally under another pony. "Hi, sorry." Starry Hooves walked in front, while Trixie walked beside her. When Starry Hooves saw the unicorn amulet on Trixie, she said to her, "The amulet you are wearing is harmful. It can corrode the user's mind." Trixie was clearly a bit angry upon hearing this, but then thought of something and involuntarily explained, "Who said that? You must be jealous that I have such a powerful amulet. You can't trick it away from the great and omnipotent Trixie." "What? Are you envious of Ziyue for being stronger than you?" "You are lying, great and omnipotent." "Okay, you are right." As Trixie spoke, she began to recount her bitter past. No matter where she went, other ponies would mock her because of the Ursa incident. Trixie's magic performance was completely ruined. Then Trixie took off her necklace and tossed it to Starry Hooves. After Starry Hooves put it away, she said to Trixie, "Great and omnipotent is not a good thing. It is, in fact, a kind of sorrow." "What do you mean?" Trixie did not understand. What troubles could Starry Hooves possibly have with such powerful magic? Starry Hooves smiled silently. Trixie lowered her head in disappointment, and then Starry Hooves said, "You are actually doing quite well, you know? I am much worse off than you." "You? Worse off than me? What a joke. Look at you. You have friends, you have powerful magic, and I have nothing and am mocked by others." Starry Hooves thought for a moment, and then said, "I am not a pony, but a shapeshifter spirit. I don't even dare to show my true form. Afraid of startling other ponies. I look more evil than other shapeshifters, and I have found that even if I spread love, I cannot transform again." Shapeshifter spirit? What is that? Wait, I think I've heard of it. The invasion during the royal wedding. Just as Trixie was about to scream, Starry Hooves covered her mouth. "Calm down. I'm a good bug. No shouting." Trixie nodded in agreement, and then Starry Hooves released her, saying, "You see, comparing this way, you will find that your identity is much better than mine. At least in Ponyville, you won't be chased, right? How about Ziyue and the others? They certainly know. And you know? Starry Hooves, Trixie, Starry Hooves, Trixie. Starry Hooves, Trixie, Starry Hooves, Trixie, Starry Hooves." Trixie looked at Starry Hooves in surprise and asked incredulously, "All right, I do understand now. Your mistakes are much bigger than mine. What do the princesses say? This should escalate to a national level, right? And then what happened to you? Just as you see. The princesses asked me to learn about friendship, and now I am friends with the six." "Six? You mean Ziyue and the others, 6 ponies. Strange name. How do you feel about it?" "It's a great feeling. Just think about it. You are surrounded by a group of cute ponies, colorful ponies. How lovely. I have several times wanted to pet them. Who doesn't like 6 cute ponies? Hey, you guy, how do you feel about me? A bit arrogant, but also very cute. Want to pet me? Is it okay?" "No. By the way, besides Ziyue and the others, how about the other ponies? Have you interacted with them?" When Starry Hooves heard Trixie's question, she suddenly stopped and began to think. "Not really. It seems like I haven't had any interactions." Starry Hooves was awakened by this statement. It seemed she really had not communicated with other ponies. Trixie, hearing this, flicked her mane and confidently said, "Well, at least you have 6 more friends than I do. Now, you have 7. Aren't you afraid of me?" Starry Hooves, seeing there were no ponies around, transformed back into a shapeshifter spirit and stuck her tongue out at Trixie, who was clearly startled, but still steadied herself with a hoof on her chest, and said, "Of course, I am not afraid." The great and omnipotent Trixie does not mind this small matter. After all, the princesses have forgiven you, and so have I. Then Starry Hooves chatted with Trixie, discovering that there were so many fun things in other places that were not depicted in the animation, such as a llama tribe that spat everywhere and a gathering place for guardian beasts, which was just a line in the words of the fearless Pegasi. Trixie also praised Starry Hooves' knowledge. These things were never documented. Who would have thought that the universe princess, who had not yet become a princess, had pink hair? Who would have thought that before Wendigo, there was a unicorn tribe? Not bad. It seems Trixie has returned to normal. This task seems quite simple. Suelong, hiding in the bushes, scratched his butt with his paw, then raised 2 branches, watching the scene before him. Just then, a service pony approached. "Sir, would you like a cup of oat porridge?" Go away, can't you see I'm busy?" After shooing away the service pony, Suelong turned around and found that Starry Hooves and the others had already disappeared. Suelong was stunned for a moment before hurriedly searching everywhere. As the stars twinkled, Trixie walked down the road with Starlight glimmer. The sky was gradually darkening, and Trixie said to Starlight, "All right, this is my little caravan. Would you like to come in for a visit? It's quite cozy in here, though it might be a bit messy." Starlight, noticing Trixie busy with something, suddenly had an idea and said to her, "I have a great idea. Would you like to hear it? I guarantee you will become very popular." Trixie leaned out of the window, half her body hanging out, and asked, "What great idea?" Starlight replied, "As we walked here, I noticed that your performances are all about boasting about yourself, right?" Trixie, upon hearing this, seemed a bit unconvinced and showed a helpless expression, responding, "It's not really boasting. After all, it's just bragging, all right?" Starlight continued, "Have you ever tried telling someone else's story?" Trixie replied, "No. What do you want me to tell? Stories about your conquests in other places to promote your deeds?" Starlight said, "No, that would be worse. Have you heard the story of the 3 sea monsters and the 7 sages? Or the Biting Apple Legion? Or the Changeling tribe? Or the Dreamy Pixie?" Trixie expressed curiosity. "What are those? They sound interesting." After hearing these stories, Trixie clearly became intrigued, and Starlight asked her, "Do you have paper and a pen? I'll write them down for you. When you perform these stories, you will definitely become very popular." Trixie quickly turned around to search for them, thinking that even great Trixie was interested in these little stories, and surely other ponies would like them too. Perhaps these stories could make her popular again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Starlight Sparkle had finally finished her entire entertainment performance under the watchful eyes of the Cosmic Princess and her esteemed guests and received their praise. After stepping down, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed. "Phew, finally done with the performance. It seems my magic has improved again. Hey, Soren. What are you doing here? Soren looked visibly panicked, but still said to Twilight, you performed really well. However, seeing Twilight's puzzled expression, he couldn't bear the pangs of conscience and said, sorry, Twilight, I lost track of Starlight. Twilight reassured him, oh, Soren, it's no big deal. Maybe Starlight and Trixie have already made up. That's right, we should trust Starlight. After all, he is our friend. Just then, Fluttershy spoke up, everyone, don't worry. Mr. Mouse told me that Starlight is in Trixie's caravan. What? Twilight exclaimed, what's wrong with you? Nothing, nothing. After Starlight came down the stairs, Trixie leaned out of the window, hugged Starlight, and thanked him. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known there were so many wonderful stories. The great and powerful Trixie is back. Of course, I have many more stories. I'll tell you next time. Meanwhile, in the bushes, 7 pairs of eyes peeked out. Rainbow Dash, can you hear what they're saying? It seems they are talking about how Starlight revived something with a story. Oh, I get it, Rainbow. Trixie is saying that Starlight told her a story about reviving the terrifying Hell Legion to conquer the world and make everyone watch Trixie's magic show. That's why Trixie forgave Starlight. Upon hearing Pinkie Pie's words, the ponies in the bushes were immediately surprised. Applejack nudged Pinkie with her hoof and said to Twilight, stop messing around, Pinkie. Twilight, do you believe Starlight would do something like that? Actually, I'm not sure. Starlight knows some rumors that even the Cosmic Princess doesn't know. I'm not sure if it's true. Meanwhile, outside, after Trixie released Starlight, she said, now, Trixie is ready to sleep. Tomorrow, I will leave Ponyville and prepare to conquer the world with the stories you mentioned. Since Twilight and the others were discussing, they didn't catch exactly what Trixie said, but her last loud statement about conquering the world only confirmed Pinkie's speculation. Just as Starlight was saying goodbye to Trixie, Twilight and the others burst out of the bushes and surrounded Starlight and Trixie. Trixie was puzzled and about to question them when Rainbow Dash jumped up and nudged Trixie with her nose, saying, don't think I don't know your plan. We already know you want to revive the terrifying Hell Legion to conquer the world. Now just surrender. What? Trixie pushed Rainbow away with her hoof, looking confused at the glaring ponies around her, swallowing hard. Starlight then said, you were eavesdropping on me? The other ponies felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, and Twilight stepped forward to explain, no, Starlight, it's just that since you came back from the Crystal Empire, something seemed off, and we were worried about you. So we followed you. Starlight replied, what's off? Oh, I just had a few nightmares. There's nothing to worry about. But I think you must have misunderstood. After comparing notes, the ponies realized it was indeed a misunderstanding, and they ended this awkward encounter. Walking down the road, Twilight looked at Starlight, who was carrying the sleepy Soren, and said, congratulations on making another friend, even if it's Trixie. But I still congratulate you. I didn't expect you to know so many interesting stories. Where did you hear them? Starlight replied, thanks. Friendship doesn't seem that hard after all. Stories? Just read more books and newspapers. As they walked, Twilight looked up at the shining stars in the sky and suddenly noticed something different. Starlight, look, a heart-shaped constellation. That's the Andalusian constellation. After that day, all the constellations were redrawn, but one day it suddenly went dark. Do you know why? You knew, a chaotic being. Who? Starlight suddenly realized she had mentioned a name she shouldn't have. Thinking of the trouble that could follow, she turned to Twilight, who was still observing the constellations, and said, Twilight, what? A sudden bright light flashed in Twilight's eyes, and she rubbed her head, saying to Starlight, what do you want me for? We're home. Twilight looked ahead and realized they had arrived at the library entrance. Then Starlight walked inside, gently placed Soren down, and returned to her room, lying on the bed, hoping for sweet dreams tonight. Heart Dream Completion, 106. Chapter 49, Flight Academy. At this moment, in the open area, ponies were sitting aside, waiting for the postman to deliver the letters. Pinkie was bouncing around. I really hope the game starts soon. I'm so curious whether Rainbow Dash got accepted. Pinkie, you're even more nervous than Rainbow. I'm not nervous at all. Once I get into the Lightning Pegasus Academy. Don't say it, don't say it. Just then, a postman approached and handed an envelope to Rainbow Dash. Upon opening it, she exclaimed to the other ponies, I wasn't accepted. Just kidding. You guys are too easy to fool. How could I not get accepted? Rainbow Dash and Pinkie started playfully tussling, while Starlight seemed to have an idea and said to Twilight, Flight Academy. That sounds interesting. Should I go there to learn? Maybe I'll make more friends there. Before Twilight could respond, Rainbow Dash burst into laughter upon hearing this. Oh, Starlight, you're so funny. You don't even have wings. How can you go to the Lightning Pegasus Academy? And the ones who qualify to participate are outstanding flying ponies like me. You didn't even sign up. You can't do it. Ziyue also advised. Starlight, attending the Pegasus Academy requires registration, and I have several magic practices assigned by Princess Celestia. So I'm afraid I can't spare the time to accompany you to school. Starlight frowned, saying it's just an outer shell. With a little transformation, wings would naturally grow. Looking at Starlight with wings spread, The other ponies widened their eyes in disbelief. See, did you forget I also have wings? And I once won first place in the shapeshifter hunting competition. The Pegasus Academy is no big deal. It's just a matter of moving my hooves. And Ziyue, I can't always stay by your side, can I? But you still haven't learned the essence of friendship. What if you cause chaos at the Lightning Pegasus Academy? No pony will be able to stop you. Come on, Ziyue, that place is said to be the headquarters of the Lightning Pegasus team. It's the Lightning Pegasus team. Cloud Chaser, tell us about the history of the Lightning Pegasus team. Cloud Chaser felt it made sense, opened her mouth, and then fell silent. The history of the Lightning Pegasus team is... Cloud Chaser, you don't actually know the history of the Lightning Pegasus team, do you? Who said that, Applejack? I know. I just forgot. And even without a history, I'm still the best member of the Pegasus team. Cloud Chaser spun in the air, not caring about this matter at all. When Starlight saw Cloud Chaser's reaction, she explained to Ziyue they were originally the Pony Guard, protecting Princess Celestia. They first came to prominence under Firefly's leadership as the Princess's Guard. Are you still worried about me causing trouble? But, alright, Ziyue, you need to give Starlight some confidence. Didn't he used to be good friends with Trixie? Okay. Treasure, I think you're right. I agree to let you apply to the Pegasus Academy. Now you need to register first. Starlight interrupted Ziyue's guidance and said to her, I have my own tricks for this. What tricks? You'll find out. Ziyue nodded in agreement, then said to Starlight, alright. But first you need to get rid of your horn, understand? Starlight then realized that she was currently a unicorn. She touched her head, and the horn disappeared. The Pegasus Starlight officially made her entrance. At this moment, the incoming Pegasi were lined up, discussing the upcoming exam items, while Cloud Chaser was looking around. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Hi, Starlight, over here. Starlight flew to Cloud Chaser's side after seeing her waving. Starlight, I can't believe you really came to the Pegasus Academy. How did you manage that? A wise pony has their own tricks. Just then, Firefly flew over, and the ponies immediately lined up and fell silent. With her red-brown fur and blue uniform, Firefly walked up and began to lecture. Look at you guys, you must all think you can join the Lightning Pegasus team, right? Yes, sir. Do you think you are the top pilots? Yes, sir. Well, let me tell you, dream on. If you had the ability to be top pilots, you would have already joined the Lightning Pegasus team. Do you think you're something special? The ponies were scared and trembling, and Firefly walked up to Cloud Chaser. Looks like you're the most useless one here. No, you're not. You're the second most useless. The first should be this one beside you. Starlight, right? I received a letter from Princess Celestia. You think you can just walk in through the back door? The Pegasus Academy is not a place for you noble ponies to come and play. I advise you to pack your bags and leave quickly. This is not a gathering for your kind. Starlight seemed not to hear it and replied to Firefly. Firefly, I'm way better than you. We'll see about that. Alright, backdoor recruit. And my name is Firefly, not Flyfire. Starlight was stunned for a moment. Did I misinterpret that? After watching Firefly leave, the turquoise pony next to Starlight said, Wow, bro, you're amazing. Maybe we can be friends. I'm Flash Dust. No talking. Now you all fly 500 laps, quick. At Firefly's command. All the Pegasi spread their wings and flew into the air, starting to turn in circles. Starlight and Cloud Chaser flew side by side, and Starlight said, See, Cloud Chaser. I think coming here was the right choice. I've already made my first friend, right, Flash Dust? Starlight pointed at Flash Dust, who waved back. Do you know each other? Alright, I didn't expect you to be able to fly. Want to speed up? I'll warm up first. I haven't flown in a while. Hope you can keep up with me. Oh, quite cocky, huh? Then let's see who has faster. No problem. The three Pegasi began to speed up, with Starlight taking the lead. Then Starlight said, I'm going to speed up now. You two can just wait behind. Starlight channeled her magic and suddenly accelerated, spinning in circles in an instant. Cloud Chaser and Flash Dust were left wide-eyed, but they still decided to speed up and catch up. Starlight stopped at the starting point, watching the ponies spinning overhead. Firefly walked over and said to Starlight, Alright, I think my impression of you has changed a bit. You fly pretty fast. But this is just the initial challenge. I hope you can keep it up. After waiting for a while, Cloud Chaser and Flash Dust came over. Flash Dust, looking incredulous, said to Starlight, I can't believe you got so fast. It's like you have magic. What can I say? It's natural talent. Who can I blame? Then they all went to the cafeteria. Starlight was eating an apple in front of her when Cloud Chaser quietly approached. Hey, you didn't use magic, did you? Come on, Cloud Chaser. This test is about assessing all-around abilities. Why would I need magic? But that is not fair. Alright, Cloud Chaser, my flying ability drops significantly when I shapeshift. That's also unfair, so negative times negative equals positive. And don't forget my main purpose for coming here, to make friends. The Lightning Pegasus team has the most precise and fastest pilots in the world, but sometimes they encounter dangers. At that time, Lightning Pegasus team members must recover quickly. This is the dizziness simulator. It will make you very dizzy. Your task is to wake up from the dizziness and recover to straight flight as quickly as possible. And when you recover, you must make a smooth landing. Alright, who has first? Starlight followed Flash Dust, then requested the same treatment. Firefly didn't say much and directly waved her hoof, so Starlight flew out, instantly regaining her senses, then activated her acceleration magic and quickly landed on the ground. Wow. 3 seconds flat. You're so fast. That's nothing to brag about. Flash Dust walked over and saw Starlight and Cloud Chaser chatting, so she joined in. Starlight, you were more than 3 seconds faster than me. How did you do that? That's not something you're born with. Don't lie to me. Starlight looked at Flash Dust and said, my strength has always been like this. Right, Cloud Chaser? Cloud Chaser seemed a bit hesitant, but still stammered. Yeah. The next day, Yunbao and Qunxing Huanghuang began to discuss whether they were a pair, and then saw the schedule, discovering that Qunxing Huanghuang was teamed up with a Pegasus named Cotton Candy. Qunxing Huanghuang looked around and said, who is Cotton Candy? Where's my dear teammate? It's me. Qunxing Huanghuang turned to look at a nearby Pegasus. A purple one with silvery mane. Qunxing Huanghuang didn't have much impression of her teammate, but greeted her nonetheless, then comforted the disappointed Yunbao before leaving the cafeteria. A day later, it was time for the new competition, the flag snatching contest, divided into red and blue teams. The team that found the most flags would win. Qunxing Huanghuang was on the red team, while Yunbao and Shanshan were on the blue team. Qunxing Huanghuang said to them, how about it, girls? Want to compete? Absolutely. Shanshan replied confidently, as if victory was assured, while Yunbao looked a bit troubled but nodded in agreement. Ready, set, go? With the command of fire. Qunxing Huanghuang and the others took to the skies and began searching for flags. Qunxing Huanghuang spotted a red flag and was about to accelerate when she heard a shout from behind. Captain, slow down. I can't keep up. Qunxing Huanghuang then remembered that the captain and teammates should not be separated. Although Cotton Candy was faster than an average Pegasus, she paled in comparison to Qunxing Huanghuang. Realizing this wasn't going to work, an idea suddenly popped into her head. Cotton Candy, hold on tight. What? That doesn't seem right. Don't hesitate, Cotton Candy. Look. Yunbao and the others have already grabbed a flag. Already? Cotton Candy turned to see that Shanshan was indeed flying towards the finish line with a red flag. Thinking about her team losing the contest, Cotton Candy quickly wrapped her hooves around Qunxing Huanghuang. Qunxing Huanghuang tightened her wings and said to Cotton Candy, wait a minute. Don't throw up on me. What? Qunxing Huanghuang accelerated rapidly, and Cotton Candy floated around like a doll hanging on her. Qunxing Huanghuang moved like a shooting star, swiftly snatching one flag after another, while Shanshan, seeing this, first froze in shock, then anxiously said to Yunbao, not good. Qunxing Huanghuang is too fast. Our blue team is about to lose. We need to speed up. Shanshan immediately increased her speed, while Yunbao looked a bit distressed but still tried to keep up with Shanshan. The other Pegasi unconsciously slowed their flying, watching the two pairs of Pegasi darting back and forth. Ultimately, the contest turned into a race between Shanshan and Yunbao against Qunxing Huanghuang and Cotton Candy, with Qunxing Huanghuang winning by grabbing 3 more flags. At this moment, Qunxing Huanghuang approached the panting Pegasi and said to them, not bad, girls. But you still can't compare to the friendship between me and Cotton Candy, right, Cotton Candy? Hey, I'm older than you. And you're just as Yunbao was about to object, Cotton Candy, still hanging on Qunxing Huanghuang, felt dizzy and then spewed out a rainbow, nearly drenching Qunxing Huanghuang. Sorry, everyone, I need to deal with this trouble on me. Cotton Candy, let go of me, Cotton Candy. As Qunxing Huanghuang struggled with Cotton Candy, Yunbao glanced back and noticed Shanshan looking furious, as if she should have been the champion instead of this pair. Shaking her tail, she left alone. Yunbao stretched out a hoof, preparing to comfort Shanshan when Qunxing Huanghuang called out to her. Yunbao, come help. Cotton Candy can't get down. Shanshan was flying alone in the sky, feeling gloomy, thinking that if she were teamed with Qunxing Huanghuang, they might have already won all the flags. However, seeing Qunxing Huanghuang's performance, maybe she was the true captain, which was a hassle. Yunbao was good, but still lacked something. It was frustrating. Time passed quickly, and the next event was about to begin, a famous competition, the aerial obstacle course, which required precise flying in harsh conditions. With the command of fire, the ponies took to the skies, and due to previous performances, Cotton Candy refused to hang on to Qunxing Huanghuang again, and Qunxing Huanghuang didn't want to take another bath. As her soap was almost used up, Qunxing Huanghuang and Cotton Candy flew behind Yunbao and Shanshan, watching them perform difficult maneuvers, with Cotton Candy looking quite excited. Wow, Captain. Look at them. They're amazing, right? I wish I could do that. Relax, Cotton Candy. I can do those moves too, and I'll do them better. Want to see? Of course, show me, Captain. Qunxing Huanghuang put on her glasses and quickly began to spin around the clouds. Just as she was turning, she suddenly noticed that Yunbao and the others seemed to have done something, and the other team lost control, crashing from behind. Qunxing Huanghuang reacted quickly, pulling Cotton Candy to the side, and the front team crashed into the rear team. What happened? I don't know, but Cotton Candy, let us go help them. After a while, with the command of fire, The others flew over and pulled the Pegasi out of the clouds. After lunch, the afternoon project was cloud cleaning. Qunxing Huanghuang swiftly flew through the clouds, clearing them one by one. Shanshan saw this and said to Yunbao, "Hurry, Yunbao, we're going to fall behind." "But I think we're doing fine. There's no need to compete with Qunxing Huanghuang. No, we have to win. Come on, Yunbao, I have a good idea." Then, Yunbao and Shanshan formed a tornado and quickly cleared the surrounding clouds. Qunxing Huanghuang then heard Cotton Candy's voice. "Captain, look, Yunbao and the others have been thrown out." "What do you mean thrown out?" Qunxing Huanghuang looked up and saw the uncontrollable tornado, and then noticed a purple hot air balloon floating over. "What?" Upon seeing it was Ziyue and the others, Qunxing Huanghuang didn't bother to hide her skills anymore, casting magic with her eyes glowing red, channeling it to her wings, and quickly flapping them to form another tornado. That tornado suddenly opened its crimson eyes and gaped its huge mouth, swallowing Yunbao and the others' tornado and dissipating it in the air. The other Pegasi watched in shock, their mouths agape. What just happened? Did she just flap once and create a tornado? Is that magic? At that moment, a voice from the hot air balloon called out, "Quick, everyone look! A tornado battle!" "Oh my gosh, I didn't expect to encounter something so interesting when we came here. Is this how Yunbao and the others train?" As the ponies landed, Qunxing Huanghuang flew over and immediately spotted Beaky jumping down from the hot air balloon, who then hugged Qunxing Huanghuang. "Do you remember me?" "Of course." Qunxing Huanghuang was confused, as he hadn't seen this episode, and then looked at Ziyue, who shook her head after getting out of the hot air balloon, indicating that Beaky was just like that. Just then, Yunbao flew over, and after Beaky bounced off Qunxing Huanghuang, she immediately hugged Yunbao. "Do you remember me?" "I'm Beaky." "Beaky. Of course I remember you, Beaky." Just as they were chatting, Shanshan suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, I knew you were cheating. How could a noble pony like you not have magical items? That tornado is proof. Your grades are all fake. And now I'm going to report you and expel you from the Flying Pony Academy. This way, I'll be number 1 along with Rainbow Dash." Then, Flash Dust extended a hoof bump invitation to Rainbow Dash, but Rainbow Dash rejected it, swatting Flash Dust's hoof away and angrily telling her, If it weren't for Starlight's help, my friends would be in danger. You even hurt my wing and knocked down other students during the obstacle race. I know you want to do your best, but your methods are wrong." "All right, Rainbow Dash." Flash Dust looked a bit angry, but then thought of something and said to her, "But the Lightning Pony team doesn't think so, which is why I'm the captain and you're just a team member. I won the competition based on my own strength. Unlike some pony who used dishonorable means, that's a real violation." "Starlight. Sorry, she's just a bit too chatty." "Isn't she?" Starlight looked at the angry Twilight in front of her, then rolled her eyes and used her magic to turn the petrified Flash Dust back. Flash Dust lay on the ground, scared and panicking. Upon seeing Starlight, she quickly fled the scene without saying much. Starlight quietly said to Twilight, "Please, Twilight, the petrification sealing spell is the best magic. The incantation is simple, and it can be used openly. The most important thing is that it's a group skill. You wouldn't want me to use spider silk to cover her mouth, would you? That would expose us. No. Can't you just use ordinary magic? No. You've led me astray. This isn't how you teach others a lesson. Come back, Starlight. Let me finish." Other ponies hurried to stop the angry Twilight, while Rainbow Dash stood in the open, watching Flash Dust fly away, unsure of what she was thinking. Then, as if making up her mind, she said goodbye to Twilight and the others and flew towards the fiery office. After Rainbow Dash flew back, unsure of what Starlight had said to make Twilight angry, she saw Twilight riding on Starlight, swinging her hooves, while other ponies pulled Twilight back. Rainbow Dash, feeling dejected, flew over and immediately caught the attention of the ponies present. "Rainbow Dash, what's wrong? You look so glum." "Applejack, I've made up my mind. I'm quitting the Flying Pony Academy and won't be joining the Lightning Pony team anymore." Upon hearing this, the ponies stopped playing around and gathered around Rainbow Dash. "Joining the Lightning Pony team was your dream. Not anymore. Don't be like this, Rainbow Dash. I know you're really sad right now." Just then, Spitfire flew over and said to Rainbow Dash, "Stop right there, Rainbow Dash. Why didn't you give me a chance to speak before leaving my office? What we need is the best flyer in all of Ponyville. But you're right. We shouldn't sacrifice the interests of other ponies just to be the best. It's not just about challenging yourself. It's also about challenging yourself in the right way, and you've proven you can do it." Then Spitfire tore down Flash Dust's captain's badge and expelled her from the Flying Pony Academy, before turning to hand it to Rainbow Dash. Upon seeing herself as captain, Rainbow Dash spun around in excitement, and Spitfire smiled, turning to Starlight. I've heard about you two. Use magic, huh? Pegasi don't have magic unless they possess magical items. Wait a minute, where are your wings?" Starlight brushed off some dust with her hoof and said to Spitfire, "Sorry. Spitfire, I'm actually a unicorn. I came here just to experience flying life and make some friends. Good times are always short. I have to leave now." "What? Spitfire looked incredulously at Starlight, confused about the situation. Then she remembered the letter from Princess Celestia, stating that this pony wouldn't stay long. She thought it was just a noble visiting for fun, but it turned out she was a unicorn, not a Pegasus. No wonder she couldn't join the Lightning Pony team. Alright then, and remember, my name is Spitfire, not Firefly. Chapter 50, The Gratitude of the Wood Dragon. Starlight walked towards the stairs, pushed open the door to the reading room, and found Spike looking for books while Twilight was brewing tea. Starlight quietly approached Twilight and said to her, "Pust, Twilight, today is the last day of the month, you know." Upon hearing this, Twilight frowned but still replied, "Alright. Go quickly and come back soon. Don't let any other ponies find out." After receiving permission, Starlight skipped out of the library, and Spike curiously asked, "Where is Starlight going?" "You don't need to worry about it. So, have you found the books?" After counting, Spike confidently patted his chest and assured her, "Of course. 12 books. But seriously, Twilight, how can you read 12 books in a week?" After placing the teapot on the table, Twilight said to Spike, "Of course I can. Princess Celestia thinks I can, so she gave me this task. I don't want to disappoint her. By the way, Spike, why don't you take the day off today? These books will keep me busy for a while." I really do have a lot of things I want to do." After hearing this, Spike ran out too. And then Twilight took a sip of tea and began to read the books. A fairy fly buzzed over Ponyville, then headed towards the ever-free forest, diving into the grass, which rustled as a wooden wolf emerged. The wooden wolf stretched its wooden body, shook itself, and looked deep into the forest. "Hunting day, this is great. Too bad it only happens once a month. Bugs under the eaves, I have to bow my head. Dear proteins, here I come." The wooden wolf then ran deeper into the forest, starting its foraging plan. Starlight plopped down on a log, looking at the dragon and phoenix soup simmering in the pot, feeling like something was missing. So she added some mushrooms and a bit of honey. "Today is my lucky day. I found a chicken-headed, snake-tailed creature, plump, juicy, and delicious." After taking a sip of the soup, Starlight felt it was about ready. Just as she was about to scoop it into a wooden bowl, a scream suddenly came from afar. "Help! Help!" Starlight looked towards the direction of the cry and saw Spike running towards her. Upon seeing her, he immediately ran back, then came running back again, knocking over her dragon and phoenix soup as he ran away. Starlight looked at the food scattered on the ground, staring at the one bowl of soup left in her hooves, still in shock when a group of wooden wolves came running over and knocked over the soup in her hands. "I can't take this anymore. I only had one sip." Starlight was furious and transformed into a winged spider, charging towards the group of wooden wolves, knocking down trees along the way. At this moment, Spike ran out of the forest but found himself at the edge of a cliff with no way out. Back against the cliff, Spike looked at the wooden wolves slowly closing in and lamented his imminent demise when suddenly a web shot out from the depths of the forest, trapping one of the wooden wolves and pulling it back into the woods. What is going on? Spike hadn't reacted yet when suddenly a stone flew over and hit him. Looking up, he saw it was Applejack. "Come get me, you big dummies. Run." Just as Spike was about to take off running, a huge black spider fell from the sky, crushing the remaining 2 wooden wolves. Spike looked at the enormous creature in front of him and unconsciously swallowed. Open wide. Just as Starlight was about to say something, several stones suddenly flew over, hitting her. Starlight shot out a web and knocked all the stones to the ground. "Spike!" Spike saw Applejack rushing towards him, and suddenly he seemed to think of something, resolutely saying, "Applejar, don't mind me. You hurry and run. Go tell Ziwa that the time spent with her is the happiest time for me. She is my best family. Also, tell Qunxing Huanghuang that the sapphire of his is what I ate, not that it was lost. To be honest, it was so delicious that I couldn't help but eat it. And you will always be my friends. Suilong." Hearing a familiar voice, Suilong opened his eyes and soon discovered that Qunxing Huanghuang was standing in front of him, while Applejatter stepped forward and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, "So it's you. Qunxing Huanghuang, you scared us. But speaking of which, how did you end up here?" I actually came for a walk." "A walk in the Eternal Freedom Forest?" "That's right, I prefer nature." Seeing Qunxing Huanghuang, Suilong understood that the spider was actually transformed by Qunxing Huanghuang. Looking at the fragments of wooden wolves scattered everywhere, Suilong spoke to Qunxing Huanghuang, who was chatting with Applejar. "Qunxing Huanghuang, I didn't expect that you actually saved my life." "It's nothing, Suilong. But speaking of which, how did you two end up in the Eternal Freedom Forest?" Suilong hesitated, while Applejar generously admitted, "That's because I saw a hot air balloon floating here and wanted to check it out." "Yes, I felt the same way." Seeing the hot air balloon not far away, Qunxing Huanghuang raised an eyebrow and then turned to them, saying, "All right, since it's all good now, let's talk next time." "Okay, Qunxing Huanghuang." After Applejar untied the hot air balloon and prepared to leave, Suilong, not knowing what he was thinking, suddenly followed Qunxing Huanghuang. Qunxing Huanghuang was a bit puzzled why Suilong was following him instead of Applejar. "Suilong, why are you following me instead of going back?" "No, Qunxing Huanghuang. You saved my life. I want to repay you, so let me do whatever you need. I will follow you. Qunxing Huanghuang was a bit surprised, not expecting Suilong to do this. Seeing that it was still early in the day, he thought he might still catch another animal. But bringing Suilong along would be rather restrictive, making it impossible to hunt. So he reluctantly said to Suilong, Suilong, this is just a small matter. You don't have to follow me. We are just friends. No, you saved my life, and I want to serve you for a lifetime. This is my dragon clan's code of honor. Qunxing Huanghuang looked at the card Suilong pulled out of his mouth and immediately felt a headache. Should he take Suilong to have a meal together? To help him regain his dragon instincts? But after thinking about it, he quickly dismissed that idea. He absolutely couldn't do that. If Ziyue found out, he would be finished, definitely finished. Looking at Suilong, who had his eyes wide open, Qunxing Huanghuang seemed to think of something. He then looked around and suddenly spotted a caterpillar climbing up a tree, and an idea popped into his mind. Qunxing Huanghuang pointed at the caterpillar on the tree with his hoof and shouted, Suilong, help. It's a venomous caterpillar that eats illusions. It's going to eat me. Help. Qunxing Huanghuang collapsed to the ground, covering his face and crying, as scared as could be. Seeing the caterpillar on the tree, Suilong was a bit puzzled, then grabbed the caterpillar and tossed it into the forest. Qunxing Huanghuang, lying with his head sideways, caught sight of Suilong's action and immediately hugged Suilong's little paw, saying, Suilong, you saved my life. I am so grateful to you. Seeing this, Suilong awkwardly wiped his face with his hand and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, come on, Qunxing Huanghuang. That was just a caterpillar. It's nothing. I must repay you. This is my dragon dignity. Hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang felt a headache coming on. What to do? Should he erase Suilong's memory of this? But if Applejar checked later, it would be troublesome. Should they erase it together? But that wasn't a solution either. It was almost noon. Should he eat? Looking at Suilong's determined appearance, he decided to first distract Suilong. So Qunxing Huanghuang said, Suilong, don't you have Ziyue? After I learn about true friendship, I will still move out, so you can't follow Ziyue. What will you let her do? Thinking of this, Suilong suddenly froze and then said, you're right, Qunxing Huanghuang. I've decided to explain everything to Ziyue. I believe she will understand. Then Suilong ran out of the forest with his short legs, and Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. He then dove back into the forest to look for his proteins, successfully trapping a sheep. Qunxing Huanghuang was about to dig in when a call came from the other side of the forest. Qunxing Huanghuang, where are you? Oh, wooden wolf, help, help. Hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang immediately ran over, smashed the wooden wolf, and Suilong hugged Qunxing Huanghuang's front hoof, saying, Qunxing Huanghuang, you are so great. You saved me twice. And now I want to serve you forever. Suilong, have you forgotten you still have Ziyue? Don't worry, Ziyue has already agreed. I will serve you forever. Qunxing Huanghuang didn't hear anything, and his mind kept echoing forever, forever. No. Qunxing Huanghuang walked ahead, while Suilong followed behind, entering the library. Qunxing Huanghuang saw Ziyue flipping through books and was so angry that she couldn't contain herself. How could she agree? Has Ziyue really become a bookworm? Qunxing Huanghuang walked up to Ziyue and said, Ziyue, what are you thinking? Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you doing? Then Ziyue turned to Suilong and said, sorry, Suilong. I was lost in thought, so I wasn't agreeing to your request. Ziyue, you don't understand. This is the code of honor for a dragon. If I don't follow it, I won't be a noble dragon anymore. Seeing Suilong's stubbornness, Ziyue shook her head helplessly. She then turned to Qunxing Huanghuang and pulled him aside, saying, what is going on? I don't know. I was making soup, and then Suilong kicked over my soup. And a bunch of wooden wolves chased me. I fought them off, and then Suilong came to repay me. Why don't you let Suilong save you? How to save? I don't know, let me think. Then hurry up, or I'll take Suilong to hunt together. Wait, just kidding. As if she thought of something, Ziyue said, Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you allergic to? What? In the afternoon, Qunxing Huanghuang was reading with Suilong when suddenly Qunxing Huanghuang fell down. Suilong, seeing this, anxiously asked. And when Ziyue came over, she said that Qunxing Huanghuang was hurt by some fruit eaten in the Eternal Freedom Forest. Then Suilong ran out with a list. Then Suilong seemed to have forgotten something and returned to the treehouse, where he saw Qunxing Huanghuang and Ziyue chatting. What are you doing? Oh, Suilong. How did you come back so quickly? Actually, then Suilong learned what friendship was. Chapter 51, The Chaotic Old Friend. Ziyue and the others were waiting on the grass for the arrival of the Cosmic Princess. At this time, Biki was bouncing over to show Zhenqi her newly polished hooves, while Qunxing Huanghuang was yawning, seemingly not having slept well. Just as they were discussing what guests the Cosmic Princess might bring, Suilong suddenly exclaimed in terror. What if he has bat wings, deer antlers, goat legs, and a snake tail? Impossible, that's chaos. How could the Cosmic Princess treat that guy as an important guest? Maybe you should ask her. The Cosmic Princess arrived in a flying carriage, with another one carrying the statue of chaos. The little ponies looked on in disbelief. and Ziyue slowly walked up to the Cosmic Princess, saying, "Excuse me, Your Highness, the Cosmic Princess, how did you bring chaos here?" On the other side, Stars Shining walked up to the Chaos statue. To be honest, Stars Shining didn't get a good look at the Chaos statue last time. So this time, he could observe it properly. It was indeed like a patchwork creature with dragons, sheep, snakes, horses, and other animals fused together, a representation of chaos. Even the act of blinking was so interesting. Yes, Chaos winked at Stars Shining, and this statue could no longer confine him. Stars Shining also blinked in response to Chaos. And just then, Ziyue's voice came through. "Stars Shining, you and Yunbao go get Applejack and Ruru. We need to break Chaos's seal." "All right, Ziyue. Soon." Stars Shining and Yunbao found them in the sweet apple orchard. Yunbao flew over directly and said to them, "You guys, can you hurry up and get to Ponyville? Everyone is waiting for you." The Cosmic Princess looked at the arriving Ruru and said to her, "I know this request is harsh, but I believe if it's you, you can surely make him turn over a new leaf. So you really believe I can do it?" Ruru agreed to the Cosmic Princess's request. While Stars Shining noticed that Chaos's statue revealed a big grin, then immediately changed back to a terrified expression, which no one noticed. The Cosmic Princess left Ponyville first because of the royal summit, and then the six of them looked at the Chaos statue in front of them. To be safe, Ziyue and the others first brought the element of harmony. Stars Shining stood by as they released Chaos. Stretching his arms and legs, Chaos felt very good. With a snap of his fingers, a squirrel turned into a savage squirrel. Ziyue immediately scolded, "What are you doing? Stretching your arms and legs? I'm the king of chaos. Wearing a tight stone bodysuit all day, it's suffocating me." With another snap, a brown rabbit turned into a muscular rabbit. Stars Shining looked at the plump rabbit in front of him, and a red light suddenly flickered in his eyes, showing great interest. Stars Shining couldn't help but lick his sharp teeth. Suddenly, Chaos seemed to notice something, glanced at Stars Shining, found something off about him, ignored Ziyue's words, and flopped his body, flapping his wings to fly next to Stars Shining. "Hey, Chaos, are you even listening to me?" Chaos sat down on a cotton candy, snapping his fingers at Stars Shining. Hey, wake up, what's wrong with you?" "What?" Chaos quietly leaned close to Stars Shining's ear, covering one side with a palm, and said to Stars Shining, "You look off, you know? A red light flickered in your eyes just now." "Red light? Did it?" "Yes. Do you want me to check it for you?" "That would be great." Ziyue was surprised to see Chaos and Stars Shining chatting happily, suddenly feeling uneasy. When did they meet? As Ziyue stepped forward to intervene, a warning line suddenly pulled over, blocking her and the others. "Sorry, everyone, professional check, please do not disturb." Chaos somehow found a white lab coat to wear, along with a stethoscope and thick glasses, flipping through a medical encyclopedia for shapeshifters. Stars Shining lay on a dental chair as Chaos listened to Stars Shining's stomach with the stethoscope, and then said, "You have some bloating. Eat less greasy food and more fruits and vegetables. Also, turn back into a shapeshifter. Your body is filled with magical energy, which interferes with my senses." After seeing the two of them like this, Ziyue twitched her eye corner, not knowing if it was good or bad. But then thought of something and looked at Stars Shining, who had turned back into a shapeshifter, saying, "Stars Shining, stop playing around. Come here quickly." "Wait, let me check a bit more." Chaos opened Stars Shining's eyes, looked at his teeth, raised his hooves, and then with a snap of his fingers, everything around them returned to normal. Chaos said to Stars Shining, "Interesting, attack me, go all out, and let me see." "Be careful, Chaos." "What a joke. I'm the king of chaos." Stars Shining activated his magic, revealing a red heart on his chest, which immediately caught Chaos's attention. Chaos casually transformed Stars Shining's magical beam into a balloon and said to Stars Shining, "What's that thing on your chest?" "My emotion storage device." "Oh, very special. Can it be exposed?" "Of course." Chaos wanted to pick it up to take a look, but as soon as his hand touched it, he suddenly felt his chaotic magic being absorbed, along with his affection. Chaos withdrew his arm, then pressed his face against it, staring wide-eyed at the red heart on Stars Shining's chest. "Do you understand what this is? What functions does it have?" Stars Shining thought for a moment and uncertainly replied, "It can store the emotions I receive, like love, hate, fear, and then that's it." Chaos scratched his head, then patted his ears, and suddenly a rabbit, a piano, and an elephant popped out of his ears. He then tapped his ears, feeling much clearer, and placed his ears on the red heart. Then he said, "Let me listen. It seems to have a sound, talking about restoration, the dream of the heart, and other things I couldn't quite hear. How have you been sleeping?" Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, Stars Shining said, "Actually, it's been quite off. I've had trouble sleeping several times, just like last night. Should I find Princess Luna to understand the situation?" Chaos quickly waved his hand, directly stopping Stars Shining's idea. No. To be honest, you shouldn't let other ponies try this. It's not a good thing for them. Your poor sleep is probably because of this. Once it finishes self-repairing, it'll be fine. Didn't you see the seam on it? What seam? Oh, there really is one. Chaos had a pile of miscellaneous items at his feet. Then threw all these things into a big pot, stirred back and forth, and finally poured it into a ceramic jar, handing it to Stars Shining. 1 spoon a day. Have sweet dreams. Stars Shining saw how Chaos was helping him and then thought of something, agreeing to perform a show that shapeshifters are best at for Chaos. Soon, Ziyue and the others saw a flash of white light, with Chaos holding Stars Shining, unable to suppress his smile. Hurry, hurry, transform again. They are too cute. I can't believe it. Then on the grass, a scene formed as white light flashed, nearly blinding Ziyue and the others. Enough. Ziyue's angry shout finally made the two stop. And then she saw Stars Shining transformed into a pony with a dragon tail. Before she could take a closer look, Chaos's hands were glowing, and after the light ended, Stars Shining turned back into a black pony. What was that just now? What? Seeing that they didn't want to answer, Ziyue helplessly rolled her eyes and then said to Chaos, "All right, Chaos, now we need to talk. Come on, Ziyue, don't think I don't know what you all are thinking. You want to reshape me and seriously put your hopes on this little cutie, making me want to pinch your little face." Ziyue couldn't believe how Chaos knew about this. While Chaos stated that although he was sealed in stone, he could still hear the voices from the outside. Ziyue and the others threatened with the element of harmony, demanding Chaos to turn everything back to normal. Finally, after Chaos turned the squirrel and rabbit back, he snapped his tail, affecting the beavers in the forest. "All right, I accept the transformation, but where should I stay during this time? Hey, Wushu, how about coming to the library? We can play Ludo there." "No, I want to go to Roro's house." Who can refuse a little cutie? Right, Roro? Wushu picked up Roro, who was a bit worried but still gathered her courage to say, "No problem, as long as you like it." At Roro's house, as soon as they entered, Wushu spotted the sofa and walked over to lie down on it, stretching his arms like a lazy uncle. Roro was cleaning up and then said to Ziyue and the others, "He's a bad guy, but we're different from him. We should at least be warm and welcoming, right? You don't mind sacrificing your chair, do you?" Angel, seeing Wushu comfortably lying on her chair, jumped over in a huff, grabbed Wushu's claw, and pulled hard, but couldn't move him. Then Angel left her chair, looking for another opportunity to take it back. "He's such a big bad guy, Roro. He's trying to drive a wedge between us, making it impossible for us to use the harmony element. Come on, I'm not a big bad guy at all." "I'm not big," Wushu said, kicking Angel away and lying back comfortably on the sofa. Seeing this mess, Applejack prepared to leave, and the other little ponies also stepped out of the room. Ziyue was still a bit worried and advised Roro, "Roro, are you sure you can handle this? I know it's not easy, but the Cosmic Princess believes in me, and I know what to do. I want to be friends with him, treat him well, and host him nicely at my place. That's the best approach. Do you think that will work? I think it's worth a try. All right, if you need anything, just say the word, and we'll come running. Stars Shine Bright." On the way, Ziyue looked a bit worried, while Stars Shine Bright seemed carefree. Ziyue casually asked, "Do you think Wushu and Roro can become friends in the future?" "No," Stars Shine Bright immediately replied. "Friendship is already in the past. The future has surpassed that relationship. Of course, Roro doesn't realize it yet, and Wushu is enjoying this feeling of starting over. We'll see how it goes." After hearing Stars Shine Bright's answer, Ziyue became even more anxious. She couldn't let the Cosmic Princess down and had to complete her task. Luckily, she still had a plan, to use magic to transform Wushu into a good dragon horse. Stars Shine Bright didn't care about Ziyue's thoughts. He just wanted to sip some sleep-inducing soup and get a good night's sleep. When they arrived at the library, Ziyue saw Stars Shine Bright carrying the mysterious dark cuisine up the stairs. She wondered if there would be any side effects from Stars Shine Bright eating that. But Wushu was more important. She couldn't worry about that now. She needed to find the transformation magic first. After taking a sip, Stars Shine Bright thought it tasted good, a bit like honey-mixed cantaloupe. Just as he was about to lie down to sleep, the door suddenly rattled. Reluctantly, Stars Shine Bright got out of bed to open the door. Ziyue stood at the door and said to Stars Shine Bright, "Wushu tore my book, and now I can't find the transformation magic. Do you have anything like that?" Stars Shine Bright thought for a moment and then said to Ziyue, "How about enslavement magic?" "My nose." Upon hearing the term enslavement, Ziyue slammed the door shut, leaving Stars Shine Bright rubbing his nose, confused, before lying back down to sleep. "Oh, I can't believe we have to eat with Wushu," Young complained in the sky, while Stars Shine Bright said to Ziyue, "You guys can eat. Why wake me up?" "Because it's Wushu's treat, and there might be unexpected situations, so we called you." Stars Shine Bright glanced sideways and noticed some beavers moving wood, their eyes red and looking a bit strange. Just then, Wushu opened the door and rolled out a red carpet. The ponies hesitantly walked in, and Stars Shine Bright stepped forward, saying, "Wushu, this is the crystal tea I brought from the Crystal Empire. I heard it has a 1,000-year history. Here you go. Where should I put it?" Holding a jar of tea, Stars Shine Bright said to Wushu, Wushu looked at the jar of gemstone-like tea in Stars Shine Bright's hand, waved his hand, bowed, picked up the tea jar, and placed it on the shelf. Thank you, Stars Shine Bright. If your friends were as nice to me as you are, that would be great. Of course, except for Ro-Ro. Ro-Ro was puzzled about how Wushu knew where she placed the tea, but before she could say anything, Yunk interrupted her train of thought. Ro-Ro, I don't think we should trust Wushu. Yunk, relax. I've already been transformed. As they entered the room, Wushu, dressed in a black butler outfit, invited the ponies to sit. The ponies maneuvered past Wushu's obstruction and took their seats, and then Ro-Ro said, You all know the Cosmic Princess wants us to help Wushu do more good with his magic. Beaky, do you want some gravy? Hearing gravy, Stars Shine Bright suddenly froze, and then quietly asked Ziyue, Gravy? Do you guys eat meat? No, this is made from vegetables, similar to sauce. Don't think too much. Stars Shine Bright then became interested in the gravy. When the gravy dog ran over, Stars Shine Bright grabbed it, poured some into his plate, and tasted it, finding it quite good. Then the gravy dog ran towards Yunk and spilled it all over her. Yunk immediately flew up, shouting, It's so hot. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. He did it on purpose. No, it was just an accident. Look, everyone, dancing candles. Stars Shine Bright watched as the white candles danced on the table, and Yunk blew them out in one breath. The candles then launched attacks against Yunk. Hey, stop it. I see this is your fault. No, you angered them. I think there's something fishy about this. The soup pot heard this and immediately spat out soup. Stars Shine Bright seized the opportunity to dodge, then grabbed the pot and poured it out. The other ponies started blaming Wushu, but Ro-Ro defended him, saying, I think Wushu is trying really hard, but I see that none of you, except Stars Shine Bright, are giving him a chance. The entire dinner party, except for Stars Shine Bright enjoying himself, turned into a debate among the other ponies, unaware of the joy of the food-loving worm. When Stars Shine Bright finally realized what was happening, the dining room was already empty, and Ziyue was pulling him outside. Wait, I'm not full yet. You shouldn't eat anymore. Sweet Apple Acres has been flooded, and it's all Wushu's fault. Looking at the dam and the flooded sweet apple orchard, Ro-Ro decided to win Wushu's heart by never using the harmony element against him. However, when the water turned to ice, the other ponies lost their patience. Ziyue said to Stars Shine Bright, Can you change back? No, Wushu's magic is chaos magic, and it's completely different from ours. It won't work. Then Ro-Ro exploded in anger and started yelling at Wushu. Seeing Ro-Ro's Cold War state, Wushu sat dejectedly under an apple tree. With a flash of magic, the sweet apple orchard returned to its original state. I do love causing trouble, but you are friends, and I can't just think about my own happiness, right? That's right, Wushu. I'm glad you can correct your mistakes. The little ponies returned to Ruru's home to finish their dinner. The next day, Princess Cosmos arrived in Ponyville and smiled at the improved chaos before her. Yes, Your Highness. I am willing to use my magic to help you do good. I will try my best. Seeing this, Starlight Glimmer ran over and said to Princess Cosmos, Me. I want to help too. Can you please not let Ziyue and the others follow me anymore? I'm a good bug, and I understand friendship very well. Really? More genuine than pearls. Well, congratulations on successfully obtaining friendship. Then, Princess Cosmos stretched her neck and whispered to Ziyue, I'll still give you the element of harmony just in case, and keep an eye on Starlight Glimmer. Remember to report back to me. Upon hearing the whisper, Starlight Glimmer and Chaos exchanged glances, and then Chaos shrugged, indicating that this was how they were. You're right. You mentioned that Ruru would have a way to reform Chaos. She treats Chaos as a friend and helps him realize that friendship is important to him. Once you have it, you won't want to lose it. Starlight Glimmer said quietly. Exactly. Once you have it, you won't want to lose it. With the encouragement of the ponies, Chaos stepped forward and shyly said to Princess Cosmos, Friendship is magic. Chapter 52, The Crystal Empire Application Committee. Ziyue and the others were invited to help Princess Melody complete the application for the competition in the Crystal Empire. Ziyue then advised Suilong, Are you really sure you can take care of it? Of course. Otherwise, how could I confidently promise to take care of it? Let me see what I should do now. Seeing Suilong pick up the recipe, Ziyue angrily said, Like taking care of this whole house of pets. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Okay, go have your welcome event in the Crystal Empire. Ziyue walked uncertainly towards the train station, and then Applejack exclaimed, I've never seen the ponies so excited. Of course they're excited. They are applying for the Ponyville Games, the grandest sporting event in all of Ponyville. Then, Rainbow Dash recalled the failure in Cloudsdale and looked very lonely, so she decided to make sure this event would go well. Ziyue also said, That's right. Princess Melody hopes we can do our best to persuade the judges to choose the Crystal Empire, right? Starlight Glimmer suddenly thought of something and said to them, I have an idea. We can capture the judges first, then I'll transform into her, announce that the Crystal Empire is the competition venue, and then erase her memory. Just forget I said that. Seeing the disapproving looks from the others, Starlight Glimmer eventually sidled into the train. The other ponies also entered the carriage. And after the train started moving, the sounds of the welcome ceremony echoed repeatedly in the carriage. 4, 3, 2, 1, welcome to the Crystal Empire. Then Ziyue seemed unsatisfied and requested to start over, adding a footstep practice on the train. As expected, an accident occurred. The train suddenly stopped, and Ziyue and the others fell inside the carriage. Starlight Glimmer looked at the crystal gates before her and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Crystal Empire, I'm back. Look at these hard-working little ponies. They've made the Crystal Empire spotless. It's beautiful." That's right, they've put in a lot of effort for this welcome event. They must have brought ponies from all over the country to decorate. Maybe they think we're really impressive. Princess Melody was right. These ponies really do seem excited. After arriving at the salon, Starlight Glimmer and the others saw Princess Melody getting groomed, and then a pony burst in, telling Princess Melody that her hairstylist was sick and couldn't come to avoid infecting her. When Princess Melody asked if anyone could braid hair, it turned out no hairstylist could. Princess Melody planned to give up. "I have an idea. Maybe I can transform into Princess Melody. The hairstyle will be no problem." Starlight Glimmer slightly transformed, and Princess Melody's hairstyling version appeared. But then Ziyue immediately opposed it, saying, "The Crystal Empire, due to the existence of the Crystal Heart, is the most loving place. Starlight Glimmer absolutely cannot be king again. If she loses control again, it wouldn't just be the welcome event at stake. The Crystal Empire would be a problem." Hearing this, Starlight Glimmer rolled her eyes, transformed back into a black pony, and turned to leave the salon, preparing to stroll around elsewhere. Walking down the street, Starlight Glimmer watched the joyful crystal ponies working hard for the welcome event. Just then, Ziyue and the others rushed past her on the street. Starlight Glimmer was puzzled and decided to follow them to see what was going on. Soon, she saw Ziyue and the others arriving at the train station, welcoming a little pony with a chicken pattern. Starlight Glimmer was somewhat confused about what they were doing. What episode was this? It had been so long that she had almost forgotten. Just as Starlight Glimmer turned her head, she saw a dark brown pony with a patterned bag and a cute trophy symbol, looking gloomy at the train station while glancing at the watch on her hoof. Starlight Glimmer approached and said, "Ma'am, why do you look so unhappy? Is there anything I can help you with?" "Hello, I am the application Judge Hashweni. I am here waiting for my welcoming pony, but I haven't seen anyone yet." Starlight Glimmer was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. She did have some memories, but not many. It seemed the Crystal Empire did successfully apply in the end, regardless of whether it was due to other nobles' manipulations or regulations. Leaving a pony stranded here wasn't good. So, Starlight Glimmer cleared her throat and said to Hashweni, "Miss Hashweni, if you don't mind, I can take you on a tour of the Crystal Empire. As the former king, I have a deep understanding of the Crystal Empire." Looking at the black Starlight Glimmer before her, Hashweni frowned, then stroked her chin with her hoof, thinking for a moment and confirming, "Former king? King Sombra? I heard you were out traveling?" No, I'm not Sombra. I'm Starlight Glimmer. I actually only ruled the Crystal Empire for 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 36 seconds before being ousted. But don't worry, please trust my professional abilities." Upon hearing this, Hashweni was clearly taken aback. Considering she was alone and being introduced by a so-called former king, it seemed better than being alone. "Really? Well, okay, let's go." Hearing this, Starlight Glimmer used magic to lift the bag and led Hashweni away from the train station. Starlight Glimmer walked ahead, guiding Hashweni into the gates of the Crystal Empire, and began to explain the history of the Crystal Empire. The Crystal Empire is one of the earliest countries in Ponyville. It was established a long time ago, and because this is a storm area with constant snow and wind, the ancients specifically created a magical artifact, the Crystal Heart, which can drive away the snow and wind and bring light. Starlight Glimmer brought Hashweni close to the Crystal Heart area, where many ponies were watching. Hashweni stepped forward and saw the floating Crystal Heart. "Very nice. That's right. It's the symbol of the Crystal Empire. Many ponies come here to admire it. The beautiful Crystal Heart always makes people want to taste its sweet and juicy love." "What? Nothing. Next we're going to the food area." Then Starlight Glimmer led Hashweni past the castle, and Ziyue rushed out from inside. Seeing Starlight Glimmer with another pony, she looked a bit puzzled but still said, "Hello, Starshine." "Goodbye." "Hi, Ziyue, wait." Watching Ziyue walk further away, Starshine said to Hashweni beside her, "All right, Miss Hashweni, be careful of the puddles. Where were we?" "Oh, the food area. There are many Crystal Empire delicacies for tourists to taste. You can try some." Hashweni walked forward to taste the food from the Crystal Empire. It was quite nice, with various food stalls all around, and little ponies coming and going, filled with laughter. Hashweni nodded. Starshine then said, "All right, let's move on. That area ahead is the merchandise section. There are many unique products with crystal structures. Our Crystal Empire is very hospitable. How about a crystal ball as a gift?" Taking Hashweni along, Starshine walked down the path, and then Hashweni saw a statue being carved. Seeing Hashweni stop, Starshine said, "Oh, they are carving a statue of Hope Radiance and Black Crystal." symbolizing the dawn at daybreak, the Dark Lord ultimately embraced by light. And the little ponies of the Crystal Empire have forgiven his rule. Oh, look over there. That's my statue. How is it? Not bad, right? Hashwani looked over and compared, realizing it was different. I see some differences. Oh, they used my form when I ruled the Crystal Empire. It's Princess Amore's statue. Would you like to hear the story of Princess Amore? All right, go ahead. As Starshine spoke and walked, suddenly a little pony with a vase on its head rushed over and quickly ran away, while Ziyue and the others swiftly followed. Starshine, what are you doing? Ziyue, come quickly, we can't catch up with her. Applejack's voice came over, and Ziyue didn't care about Starshine anymore, running over. Hashwani, seeing this, was a bit puzzled and then asked Starshine, what are they doing? Is this a tradition of the Crystal Empire? Starshine thought for a moment and then said, it's just an attempt. Every month the Crystal Empire draws a traveling pony to visit the Crystal Empire castle. That pony just might not be used to the castle environment. Hashwani was a bit surprised to hear this and then said, it's a great activity, enhancing the tourist experience. I haven't seen such enthusiastic activities in other cities. I saw quite a few accompanying ponies earlier. It seems Princess Amore values the experience of this event. Exactly. By the way, the castle is just ahead. Miss Hashwani, would you like to go in and take a look? No. Every time I go to a city, I watch the same performances over and over. Visiting their various castle buildings and such, the repetitive activities are starting to bore me. Hearing this, Starshine immediately thought of other activities. Actually, we have a beauty salon here that is open for free to all beauty-loving ponies. We've been walking for so long. How about we relax a bit? Hashwani nodded in agreement, and then Starshine took her to the beauty salon. After entering the salon, Hashwani walked to a chair, and then a crystal pony came over. Starshine, feeling bored, glanced over and saw Jinshi taking care of her hair. Just as Starshine was about to approach, she was stopped by Jinshi. Starshine, what are you doing here? Leading the judges to relax. What? Judges? Wait, I haven't finished yet. Just wait a minute. Upon hearing this, Jinshi quickly pressed down on Princess Amore, who was about to get up, speeding up her actions, and at that moment, a yellow pony walked in. Oh, today is truly the happiest day of my life. But I'm so tired, I need to relax. As Jinshi sped up, Princess Amore finally finished her hair. Then Princess Amore walked out and looked in the direction of Starshine's hooves, seeing Hashwani lying in the chair. At that moment, Hashwani was chatting with that little pony. Princess Amore approached and said to Hashwani, Miss Hashwani, hello, I am Princess Amore. How do you rate the Crystal Empire? Hashwani sat up, removed the cucumber from her eyes, looked at the shiny Princess Amore in front of her, and before she could say anything, there was a commotion at the salon's entrance. Ziyue and the others had arrived. Princess Amore, to be honest, the management of the Crystal Empire is quite good, especially with Mr. Starshine's introduction, rich in history, diverse in colors. And there are so many interesting activities. Oh my gosh, it's Princess Amore. This is truly the happiest day of my life. Hashwani smiled at the selected little pony. So I have decided that the Crystal Empire will be the host for the next Little Pony Maria competition. Ziyue, witnessing this, was in shock. Recalling how Starshine had been with her earlier, saying to him, how did you manage that? It doesn't seem like magic was involved. Upon hearing this, Starshine twitched his eye and then said, come on, you all mistook the wrong pony, but when it mattered, it still relied on my efforts. But seriously, Starshine lowered his voice and said to Ziyue, given how hard I'm working, can you let me visit my old friends? Ziyue immediately knew who Starshine was talking about and directly rejected his request. Starshine's revenge plan ended before it even started. Then Princess Amore announced the good news, and the crystal ponies cheered. Their love further ignited the crystal hearts, which radiated a rainbow-like magic, making the entire Crystal Empire shine even brighter. Starshine, with her beautiful crystal mane, left the Crystal Empire and then headed to the train station with Ziyue and the others. Apple Lily, what are you doing here? Starshine turned around to see the cute team. Apple Lily was taken aback upon seeing Starshine and felt something was off, just as she was about to say something. Xianming Lulu suddenly pulled Apple Lily, and then the three little ponies quickly ran out. Starshine felt a bit confused and then walked over to the crystal ball seller, bought 4 crystal balls, and was about to head towards Ziyue when she saw Suilong running past with a bunch of pets, using magic to pick up scattered suitcases. Starshine walked into the carriage at Ziyue's urging. Once inside, Starshine plopped down and suddenly felt something, placing the backpack on the ground, revealing the crystal balls inside. Sensing movement beneath her, Starshine silently kicked the messenger bag, while the cute team looked at the crystal balls in their hooves and let out soft giggles. Hey, did you hear that laughter? It sounds a bit like Apple Lily. No way, Applejack, I think it sounds more like Sweetie Belle. Upon hearing this, the cute team quickly covered their mouths, while Starshine said, it must be that you all haven't been home for so long that you thought of your little sister. You're right, I do miss little Apple. Just then, a gurgling sound came, and Applejack said, whose stomach is growling? It's me. Starshine immediately replied, You all should know. I spent the whole day with the judges and didn't eat a single bite, so of course, I'm hungry. Oh, I see, but Starshine. Why didn't you tell me you were with the judges? Starshine rolled her eyes at Ziyue and then said to her, did you ever give me a chance to speak? That's true. Ha. Then, the Shining Star saw Angel running in with a green gemstone and darting under Applejack's rear. The Shining Star then said to them, I feel like this carriage is a bit stuffy. Should we go to the front carriage? Really? Okay then. Subsequently, several little ponies sat up and walked out of the carriage, while Suilong took a bite of the gemstone, calming down a bit, but still feeling uneasy. After arriving at the station, Suilong and the others jumped out of the window, and after the train left, Ziyue saw Suilong and her pets come to welcome them. I came to pick you up. The cute brigade rushed to the Shining Star's side. Crystal ball. What? How do you know about the crystal ball? Jinchi turned around to ask Sweetheart Baby, while the Shining Star said, I saw them just now, so I took the crystal ball out of my bag to show them. Suilong, this is your crystal ball. Holding the crystal ball, Suilong scratched her back and whispered to the Shining Star, thank you for keeping it a secret for me. We're friends, no need to be polite. Entering the library, Suilong was about to put the gemstone down while holding a cupcake, but as she stretched out her tongue, the gemstone was swallowed. Realizing what she had done, Suilong's eyes widened. No. Chapter 53, Princess Ziyue. A new day began. The Shining Star sat up and stretched her front hooves. Yes, it was indeed good. The sleep-inducing soup mixed haphazardly worked wonders. She hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. Heart Dream Completion, 234. Stretching on the floor, the Shining Star then opened the window, wanting to bask in the sun, but suddenly a torrential rain fell, splashing her face, shaking her body. The Shining Star looked up at the sky and suddenly noticed many dark clouds floating above, some thundering, some raining, and some even snowing. What's going on? The Shining Star then walked down the stairs and saw Ziyue rushing in anxiously. When Ziyue saw the Shining Star coming down, she said, not good. Shining Star. Jinchi has taken over Yunbao's job because her cute mark has turned into Yunbao's cute mark, and she said she has always done it this way. I heard Jinchi say that Yunbao is now at Ro-Ro's house. I'm worried that Yunbao has taken over Ro-Ro's job. Wake up, Suilong. We need to hurry to Ro-Ro's house. Hearing this, the Shining Star was momentarily stunned, and in that moment of distraction, Ziyue pulled Suilong out and waved her hooves to signal the Shining Star. When they arrived at Ro-Ro's wooden house, the Shining Star saw Yunbao fighting with the animals. The room was in chaos, and Yunbao was too busy to care. Going to the cake shop, they found Ro-Ro blowing up balloons and making everyone laugh. But poor Ro-Ro had no talent in this area. Of course, it was the chaotic one sitting in the cupcake, eating cake and laughing heartily. Isn't Ro-Ro's performance interesting? Oh, you're right. Today is a big day. That's right. I remember now. Oh, Ziyue called me. See you later. After leaving the cake shop, the Shining Star arrived at the dessert orchard and found Beaky kicking the apple tree, but the apples fell all over the ground instead of into the wooden barrel. At the clothing store, Applejack was making various outfits, but none of them looked fashionable. Applejack was heartbroken and threw the clothes into the trash can. After avoiding the bad weather, the Shining Star and the others returned to the library, where Ziyue was stomping her hooves, showing signs of great anxiety. This is all my fault. Just last night, when you went to take a bubble bath, I received a special letter from the Cosmic Princess. Ziyue recalled the incident. The Cosmic Princess had given her a special magic book that recorded the spells that the bearded star had not completed. From this to that, from that to this. The mark of fate. You in me, I in you. Therefore, Ziyue applied the influence of the element of harmony to exchange their cute marks. Thinking of this made Ziyue feel ashamed. It was all her fault. Suilong then said, then just use the dispelling magic. There is no dispelling magic. What about the memory restoration magic from before? The problem isn't memory. It's that their cells have been changed. Wait, Shining Star, do you know the way to dispel it? Upon hearing this, the Shining Star said to Ziyue, they are all your friends. I can only say so much. The rest you have to complete on your own. What do you mean? Wait, friends, I got it. Ziyue seemed to have thought of something, her cute marks suddenly shining in her eyes. And then she quickly ran out the door. Suilong was a bit confused, wondering what happened, while the Shining Star did not explain to Suilong but said to the outside, congratulations, Princess Ziyue. What? Suilong wanted to say something, but was stopped by the returning Ziyue. Shining Star, Suilong, come help. I have a way to dispel the magic. Then Suilong and the Shining Star followed Ziyue to Ro-Ro's side, bringing her to Yunbao, and after calming the animals, Ro-Ro returned to her true self. Then Yunbao was brought to Jinchi, and after quickly clearing the clouds, Jinchi was taken to Applejack, restoring the clothing store to its original state. They took Applejack to help Beaky manage the sweet apple orchard, and finally, Beaky returned to Ponyville, awakening the laughter of the ponies, walking on the road singing songs. Ziyue seemed to understand something and hurried into the library, picking up the book to add, together, we friends work hand in hand, the mark of fate becomes one, and magic knows no bounds. With the last punctuation falling, the element of harmony suddenly shone brightly, and the other 5 necklaces emitted their own light waves, surrounding Ziyue. And with the appearance of flashing lights, Ziyue disappeared. Ah, where's Ziyue? The shining star ignored the panicking ponies and instead said to Beaky, Plan 6. Let's start right now. Upon hearing this, Beaky showed an incredulous expression, her eyes slowly widening, and then she opened her mouth wide, exclaiming, What? Plan 6, are you sure? That's right. Time waits for no pony. It's getting dark. We need to hurry. Then Beaky threw a few copies of the plan to the other ponies and immediately ran out. The ponies opened the booklet and saw the tasks inside, looking incredulous, then looked at the shining star. The shining star nodded, and the other ponies immediately cheered and rushed out of the library, leaving only Suilong looking puzzled, not knowing what had happened. After stepping out the door, Ponyville had transformed. Everywhere were streamers and balloons, tables filled with food, and the residents of Ponyville were bustling about as if preparing for a huge party. Beaky was running around, arranging the party details. Finally, all the ponies stood in the square, and with the starlight falling, Ziyue appeared, spreading her wings, and Ziyue opened her eyes. What happened here? With a bang, the streamers flew everywhere, and Beaky happily said, Congratulations, Ziyue, on becoming a princess. Today is indeed a day worth celebrating. I've never been this happy. Beaky, how did you know I became a princess? Wait, am I a princess? Not me. It was the shining star and I who designed 200 different party scenarios. And your becoming a princess was Plan 6, a big party. Everyone, looking at the joyful faces around her, Ziyue felt a bit moved, and at that moment, the cosmic princess walked over. Ziyue, you have shown generosity, compassion, enthusiasm, integrity, optimism, and of course, you also have the leadership qualities of a princess. So you are a princess. Then Princess Cosmos explained to Ziyue that as a role model for all the little ponies. Ziyue seemed a bit worried about how to be a princess, and Princess Cosmos comforted her, saying, You have plenty of time to learn. After that, it was time for the big party in Ponyville, and Ziyue cheered up with the celebration of the Ponyville residents. Suddenly remembering something, Ziyue asked Beaky, Did you see Qunxing Huanghuang? I haven't seen him. Oh, he said he had something to do, so he went ahead. What? Ziyue was confused upon hearing this. Where could Qunxing Huanghuang possibly be at this time? Meanwhile, Qunxing Huanghuang was walking through a more primitive forest, pushing aside the tangled grass, and then entered a cave. After going in, he turned on the light and entered the cave, looking at the magical traces on the walls, and couldn't help but smile. The willful young lady has been causing trouble for long enough. Princess Cosmos misses you, so I came to take you home. He. The lights dimmed, and the cave gradually darkened, with only a pair of scarlet eyes shining, smiling like a crescent moon. I'm coming to the human world. Chapter 54, Glimmer of Twilight. Qunxing Huanghuang took a step forward and then jumped in, accompanied by a surge of magic, finally entering another world. Opening his eyes, eager to see what he looked like, he felt something and stretched out his arms only to realize, Where are my hands? Qunxing Huanghuang was a bit confused, feeling something was off. And after examining his body, he discovered he had turned into a ball. What is going on, meow? Just as Qunxing Huanghuang was in a daze, several plant tentacles suddenly shot out from behind. As Qunxing Huanghuang was filled with anger, he suddenly felt he was being attacked, and when he turned around, he found a huge carnivorous plant bearing its teeth. Where did this carnivorous plant come from? Can't you see I'm busy? Leave now, or I won't be polite. The carnivorous plant seemed not to hear and attacked Qunxing Huanghuang with its tentacles. But this wasn't Pony Maria. Qunxing Huanghuang didn't need to restrict himself from using any special magic. He opened his mouth, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Life drain. The carnivorous plant was bitten by Qunxing Huanghuang, and visibly began to wither. No matter how the plant thrashed, it couldn't shake off Qunxing Huanghuang. And after 2.5 minutes, the carnivorous plant was reduced to a pile of dead branches and leaves. After spitting out a mouthful, Qunxing Huanghuang bounced away from there. Later, the carnivorous plant revealed its head from the pile of dead branches and sighed, relieved to realize something was wrong. It quickly abandoned part of its body to survive, and watched as the black ball disappeared from sight, quietly hiding away. Qunxing Huanghuang bounced out of the jungle and finally arrived at the beach. Looking at his reflection on the water's surface, he felt sad. A round black body, 2 pairs of pointed triangular ears, big cute eyes, a mouth with 2 tiger teeth, and a long black tail. What a joke! How did I end up like this? Even sea monsters can turn into human forms. Why can't I, as a shapeshifter spirit, turn into a human? Also, is there such an animal on Earth? Oh, I remember, sea monsters were also one of the ponies, a relative of the eagle horse tribe. No wonder, only ponies can turn into humans in Pony Maria. Qunxing Huanghuang thought he could turn into a human, but his hopes were dashed. However, then he remembered that he was a shapeshifter spirit. Turning into a human wasn't too straightforward. But now he wasn't in Pony Maria, and using magic meant using a little less at a time. It couldn't be maintained for long. So, the main goal now was to find humans and convert their love into magic. Oh, what good luck. Qunxing Huanghuang saw a cruise ship passing by the small island and couldn't help but smile. He then jumped into the sea, transforming into a dolphin, and swam quickly toward the cruise ship. The dolphin leaped into the air and landed on the cruise ship. After turning back into a black ball, Qunxing Huanghuang looked around the deck and found that there wasn't a single person there, which was a bit strange. Shaking his ears, Qunxing Huanghuang seemed to hear a song coming from inside the cabin, so he decided to investigate. He then bounced down the stairs. Inside the cabin, in the restaurant, the three sisters, Adaki, were singing loudly. Today was the birthday of Mr. Sapphire's daughter, a celebration for which the cruise ship had invited many young people. The three sea monster sisters, who had been hungry for several days, heard this, and Adaki didn't want to miss this great opportunity. Young people's emotions were the richest. This might be one of the few big meals they would have here. So the three sisters falsely claimed to be a somewhat famous music group and asked to sing a song. Mr. Sapphire listened to a part of their song and indeed found it good, so he invited them to join the cruise for the gathering. Adaki and her sister's plan went smoothly. They sang in the restaurant while people around began to stir over minor matters. Adaki stood on the table singing loudly, while Iris leaned against a pillar, pacing back and forth. As for Sonata, she sang a few lines and then took a bite of pudding. The atmosphere was great. But just as the sea monster sisters were preparing to hit a high note, they suddenly noticed that the emotions absorbed by their ruby were decreasing. That wasn't the worst part. The worst was that the faces of the people around were turning increasingly pale, and one by one, they began to fall down. Adaki watched as the emotional magic drifting away from them flowed into the restaurant's entrance like a small pump, realizing they had collapsed from exhaustion. And standing at the entrance was the ship's first mate. Hey, what are you doing? Iris looked a bit angry. She had just been singing well when suddenly a young man next to her collapsed, scaring her so much that she almost broke into a high note. Then, feeling the flow of magic, Iris walked towards the first mate at the door. Looking at the expressionless first mate in front of her, Iris poked him and said, "This is our sea monster sisters stage, and we haven't even eaten yet, and you're starting to take away? Is there such a thing? Come here." Iris. Adaki suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Iris by the collar, and pulled her back. Iris was just getting into the groove when suddenly interrupted. She was about to ask Adaki for an explanation when the first mate collapsed right at her feet. "Sorry everyone, it takes some time to control this ship. The captain's cabin is really hard to navigate. This cruise ship is practically a maze. Luckily, I found the first mate wandering in the corridor. Human legs are much faster than my bouncing. Thank you for your understanding. I'm just here to get some emotional food." Qunxing Huanghuang jumped onto the first mate's back, staring at the three sea monster sisters with his big, cute eyes, not feeling that there was anything wrong with him. Just then, Adaki pulled Iris and walked up to say, "You're a magical creature? From Pony Maria?" "That's right, I'm a shapeshifter spirit." Hearing this, the three sea monster sisters were clearly taken aback. Sonata suddenly put down her food and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, "That's not right. I remember that ordinary shapeshifters don't eat like this." "Sonata, think carefully. If it were an ordinary shapeshifter, could they be exiled to this world without magic?" "Hey, what do you mean, Iris? How would I not know? I just want to know how he created this scene. I didn't hear any singing. You actually think about these things? What's wrong? Why shouldn't I think about it?" Adaki, upon hearing her good sisters arguing again, rubbed her face and then pulled them apart. "Enough, stop talking." She then turned around, looking warily at Qunxing Huanghuang. "You're new here, right? You have no idea about the rules of this world. Do you know what you just did? I don't know how you instantly drained their emotions. But now they're like this, and it could bring unnecessary trouble. We have to keep a low profile in this world. There's no magic, you know." Qunxing Huanghuang seemed to hear her, but ignored her completely, just opening her mouth wide, taking a deep breath, and swaying her tail back and forth behind her. Seeing Qunxing Huanghuang's behavior, Adaki suddenly felt angry and was about to step forward to teach this ignorant junior a lesson when Qunxing Huanghuang unexpectedly pulled out a black handgun from behind with her tail, wrapped it around the trigger, loaded it with her mouth in one smooth motion, and aimed it at the restless Adaki. "I found this little gadget on the cruise ship. I hope you like it." Adaki was clearly surprised upon seeing the handgun. She had seen such things online before, and then her hair stood on end, her body stiffening. Estimating her current magical reserves, she could only block 3 or 4 bullets. Not to mention the survival issue afterward. It was clear that the two idiots behind her wouldn't be of any help, given how much emotional power the opponent had just absorbed. As the eldest sister of the Ocean Sisters, Adaki was very aware that their magical reserves were clearly not as abundant as hers, combined. They might not even surpass her own. If the opponent ran out of magic, it would be one thing, as both forced control and teleportation were options that could be attempted, but unfortunately, the opponent also had magic. If the opponent countered her magic, the three sisters would be completely finished. "Adaki, what's wrong? Are you scared of this little gadget?" Iris, the second sister, seemed puzzled and turned to look. She saw Adaki was extremely tense, while Qunxing Huanghuang was pointing a strange object at them. What harm could such a little thing do? Being in the middle position as the second sister of the Sea Witch trio was indeed awkward. The youngest sister was annoyingly reckless, and the eldest sister didn't want to listen to her at all. Now that there was an opportunity to taunt, she had to speak up. Shut up, Iris. That's a gun, you uncultured fool. Everyone, settle down. It had been a long time since they had heard Adaki speak so seriously. The last time was when they encountered the old man with the broken mirror and realized the seriousness of the situation. The two sisters stopped their chatter. What do you want? Speak clearly. If you really anger us, we can just perish together. Adaki spoke fiercely, and Qunxing Huanghuang smiled slightly when she saw the Sea Witch sisters settle down. Good. I'm a creature with a good sense of proportion. Talking reason is my specialty. Now, you go to the kitchen and bring all the oil barrels here. We need to cook, okay? Iris, why are you poking me? Adaki's eyes widened at this. You crazy person. You're definitely a madman. Then she thought of something, nodded, and pulled her two sisters' hands to walk out. Adaki, are you really going to do something so insane? Shut up, Iris. I'm just tricking her. Let's hurry and get on the lifeboat before she reacts. Qunxing Huanghuang stood on the first mate's shoulder, watching the lifeboat drift further away from the railing, then smiled. After the first mate tossed his laptop into the water and pulled out a cigarette, putting it in his mouth. Qunxing Huanghuang aimed the handgun at the cigarette, but without looking. With a click, flames shot up. The technology in this world is really strange. I can only learn about guns online, but in reality, there are no related items. The most damaging weapon I could find is a breech-loading cannon. Qunxing Huanghuang just wanted the Sea Witch sisters to stay away from her, to avoid mixing up the two plots. Otherwise, how could she manage? Walking into the cabin. The first mate collapsed, and Qunxing Huanghuang jumped onto the captain's head, looking towards the nearby land. The cruise ship charged straight towards the dock, and the people on the dock saw the ship rushing crazily and hurriedly fled. In the chaos, Qunxing Huanghuang jumped into a taxi. Drive, go to 7th Street. What? You're good. Qunxing Huanghuang quickly took control of the driver to leave the dock. She had just learned from the computer that 7th Street was just a street away from Cantelot High School, which was the safest place to get off. As the car drove along the road, Qunxing Huanghuang poked her head out, supporting her body with her tail, looking at the scenery outside. The surrounding buildings looked like a combination of ancient and modern architecture, with plenty of open spaces filled with various RVs. The most common sound outside was not car horns but the sound of music. It seemed this was a world highly developed in music. After arriving at her destination, Qunxing Huanghuang jumped out of the car and bounced towards Cantelot High School, which was not far away. Just as she reached the corner, she jumped into the air, and a pink-haired girl walking around the corner with flyers happened to bump into her. Qunxing Huanghuang glanced sideways and immediately saw a yellow cheek slam into her. And as the flyers scattered on the ground, Qunxing Huanghuang steadied herself and looked at the girl who had fallen. Xiaodai rubbed her bumped head and suddenly remembered something, immediately saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wow, what a cute little cat. Xiaodai opened her eyes and found that what was in front of her was not a person but a round little cat, staring at her with big, adorable eyes. Its triangular ears flickering, and its tail swaying back and forth, instantly hitting Xiaodai's heart, ignoring the scattered flyers around. She hugged Qunxing Huanghuang tightly and began rubbing her face against her. Qunxing Huanghuang was a bit surprised. She hadn't reacted to her speed just now, which was truly unbelievable. But thinking that she still had serious business to attend to, time was of the essence. Qunxing Huanghuang needed to capture her back before Yuhui Sha entered the portal. If she got the friendship crown, things would become much more troublesome. Thus, Qunxing Huanghuang struggled hard in Xiaodia's hands. Feeling the little cat in her arms was restless. Xiaodai said, all right, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. I apologize. Do you want to come with me to the Cantelot Animal Shelter? Today is the weekend, and maybe you can make a lot of good friends there. Hearing Xiaodia's suggestion, Qunxing Huanghuang froze. It was the weekend? That meant there were no classes at school. So Yuhui Sha would definitely not be there. Would she have to wait until tomorrow? But calculating the time, the portal would only open tomorrow night. So what was the point of coming early? Feeling that Qunxing Huanghuang had stopped struggling, Xiaodai thought she had agreed to her idea, and after tidying up the scattered flyers, she took Qunxing Huanghuang and walked over. Walking along the road, Xiaodai finally stopped at the entrance of a shelter not far away. It seemed quite spacious, with several volunteers helping to care for the animals. When they saw Xiaodai arrive, they greeted her. Xiaodai, hello? Hello, Xiaodai. What cute animals. Where did you find them? The director is planting carrots. You should go help him. The Cantelot shelter was built specifically for stray animals, and the director was the man in a straw hat planting carrots right before them. Xiaodai put down her backpack, and after opening it, the animals inside ran out. She looked at the still and shining group of stars in her arms and said to them, don't worry, little one. Mr. Director is a really good person. He especially likes small animals and has specifically set up a shelter for them. Then Xiaodai hugged the group of stars and walked over, standing behind the director, and said, "Mr. Director, I've come to see you." Upon hearing this, the director stopped what he was doing, stood up holding a carrot. "Oh, it's my little assistant. Miss Xiao Dai? Actually, you don't have to be so formal, just call me Wu." The group of stars stared wide-eyed at the gray-brown human in front of them. With black and white mixed hair, red-yellow eyes, and a slightly protruding tiger tooth, feeling quite incredulous. Wu quickly stuffed the carrot into the group of stars' mouth, then snatched them away. Xiao Dai found Wu's sudden actions a bit strange and asked, "Well then, Mr. Wu, do you know this animal? It seems to only have a head and no body, a bit like a kitten, but still somewhat different." Wu rolled his eyes a bit and replied to Xiao Dai, "Oh, this animal is very rare. It lives in a very distant place. Maybe it was abandoned by others. But don't worry. Let me calm this little one down a bit, and he will soon become a member of our family." As he spoke, Wu stepped back, then quietly turned around and slipped into the storage room amid Xiao Dai's confusion. Sighing, Wu directly grabbed the group of stars, and the two looked at each other. After the group of stars spat out the carrot, they said to Wu, "How come you're here? Why can't I be here? I am the king of chaos. Wherever there is chaos, there is me. This is normal. I want to ask you how you ended up here. I came here to find Xiao Ma, but I didn't expect you, this thick-browed, big-eyed guy, to betray Ro and turn to this Xiao Dai. What? I am Wu, the embodiment of chaos. The Wu from Xiaomalia and the Wu from the human world are not the same. How can chaotic matters be called deception?" Seeing the group of stars staring at him with bright, shiny eyes in disbelief, Wu didn't say much more, placing the group of stars on the table. Then he changed to a melancholic expression, took out a cigarette from somewhere, and put it in his mouth, preparing to light it with the group of stars lighter. With a snap, a sound suddenly rang out, and then Xiao Dai rushed over, witnessing this scene. "Mr. Wu, what are you doing? Smoking is prohibited in the animal shelter." Wu then realized, looking at the lighter's flame and glancing at the cigarette in his mouth, momentarily at a loss, standing there dumbfounded while listening to Xiao Dai's incessant chatter. The group of stars sensed that the situation was not good, quietly retrieved their belongings, swallowed them, and then slipped out quietly. After dispersing the small animals that had approached, the group of stars prepared to leave. Just then Xiao Dai came over and grabbed the group of stars. "All right, little one, don't worry. I've already taught Mr. Wu a lesson, and now you can get along well." After Xiao Dai picked up the group of stars, they looked at Wu, rolled their eyes in annoyance. But thinking about not having a place to stay tonight, they could only quietly wait until Xiao Dai finished her volunteer activity and then jumped into her backpack. "Huh. Little one, do you want to go home with me?" The group of stars nodded, and then Xiao Dai rubbed their head and tucked them into her backpack. After saying goodbye to Wu, the group of stars, after Xiao Dai turned around, saw Wu standing at the entrance of the shelter through the gap in the backpack. At that moment, he was covered in small animals. A squirrel on his shoulder, a kitten clawing at his pants, a little snake wrapped around his waist, holding a small dog in his arms, and even a spotted deer following behind him. When Wu saw the group of stars' eyes from the backpack, he raised his arm and waved it in the air, instantly creating a portal to Xiaomalia. On the other side in Xiaomalia, another Wu was waving at them. Really, they are the same Wu, truly. The group of stars also stretched out their tail from the backpack to respond. The group of stars then followed Xiao Dai back home. Xiao Dai's room was decorated similarly to that in Xiaoma Valley, but there weren't as many animals. And there were several more wardrobes. After placing the group of stars down, Xiao Dai left the room, and the group of stars glanced around, soon spotting a rabbit nest not far away, which looked very comfortable. So, they moved their body and swaggered in, pushing the rabbits inside out. Just as they were about to rest, a pair of large hands grabbed the group of stars out. No, this is Angel's room. Your room is over here." The group of stars was shoved into another small nest. It turned out that Xiao Dai was helping the group of stars find a cozy spot to sleep. The group of stars crawled inside and looked out at the darkening night sky, not knowing what they were thinking. Chapter 55, The Afterglow Shines Bright. The next morning, the group of stars was awakened by the sound of an alarm clock. They then saw Xiao Dai busily packing her things, opening her backpack as the animals gradually crawled in. The group of stars seized the opportunity and jumped into the backpack. Xiao Dai then put on the backpack, stepped outside, and boarded the school bus, preparing to head to Cantlot High School. At Cantlot High School, the group of stars immediately spotted the statue of a white stallion, and behind it was a school that looked like a small castle. Xiao Dai then walked in holding her backpack. Inside the hall, people were coming and going, and Xiao Dai carefully walked through. "Sorry. Oh, excuse me." The surrounding students were a bit indifferent. The group of stars saw their chance, hooked the zipper with their tail, quickly opened the backpack, and jumped out. Time waits for no one. Every minute they waited, their magic would fade a bit. Just in case, finding Yu Hui Shua was a priority. So, the group of stars bounced around in the crowd. "Hey, where are you going? Come back." Xiao Dai saw the group of stars run out and hurried to chase them. But unfortunately, the surrounding students blocked her way. Just like that, The group of stars successfully squeezed out of the crowd and jumped into the corridor. The group of stars strolled leisurely in the corridor, observing the surrounding crowd. Some students noticed the group of stars, but didn't pay much attention, just focusing on their own tasks. Where could Hui Shua be? While thinking, the group of stars suddenly spotted her two little followers. Immediately, they had a target, following her two little followers. The group of stars saw them stop at the door of a classroom, leaning against the wall and looking at the clock not far away. The group of stars concluded that Hui Shua was in class inside, and without further ado, they directly crashed into the door, making a loud noise and sliding to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Celestia, who was teaching, put down her chalk and opened the front door of the classroom. When the door opened, she saw a black round ball lying on the ground. What is this? Celestia wondered, then squatted down and poked it with her hand. It was soft, a bit like a small animal. The group of stars felt someone poking them repeatedly and was just getting up, shaking off the dust. A cat? Celestia said, puzzled, but the group of stars ignored her question and bounced up with force, landing directly on the podium. A quick glance revealed Hui Shua sitting by the window. At this moment, she was absent-mindedly listening to the class, but when Qunxing Huanghuang came in, her attention shifted. The two exchanged glances, and Hui Shua felt a bit strange, always having a bad premonition, while Qunxing Huanghuang smiled and revealed two sharp canine teeth. My dear young lady, I finally found you. You've played long enough. There should be a limit to your mischief. By the order of the Cosmic Princess, I am here to take you home. Upon hearing that this little cat could speak human language, the surrounding students were slightly surprised and began to discuss among themselves. However, Hui Shua found it hard to believe. She stood up and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you talking about? What young lady? Did that old guy send you to catch me? With you, there's absolutely no way I'm going back. That's hard to say. Celestia then stepped forward, standing next to the podium, and said to Qunxing Huanghuang, are you here to find Hui Shua? Is the one called Cosmic Princess her family? That's right. She is Hui Shua's teacher. Before the statement was finished, Hui Shua interrupted the conversation. No, she doesn't deserve to be my teacher. She has known everything for a long time, but never let me gain power. She fears my strength, afraid that I might threaten her position. What are you two still doing at the door? Hurry up and throw her out. Hearing this, Jianjian and Wowo stopped watching from the door and walked into the classroom, preparing to catch Qunxing Huanghuang. Qunxing Huanghuang was also done playing. Just as Celestia was about to say something, Qunxing Huanghuang suddenly grew larger and then bigger and bigger, her fur becoming shinier and whiter under the sunlight's reflection. Soon, a huge adult polar bear sat on the podium and said to the two trembling little followers in front of her, an adult polar bear has a bite force of over 800 kilograms, while the average human bone can withstand a maximum of 200 to 500 kilograms. You now have two choices. 1. Bring the young lady to me, or 2. Qunxing Huanghuang raised her paw and placed it on her neck, sliding it from left to right while sticking out her tongue. Upon seeing this, Jianjian and Wowo were so scared that they hugged each other. But unexpectedly, with a loud bang, the podium finally could not withstand the weight and collapsed, causing Qunxing Huanghuang to fall to the ground. She then stretched out her paw, pointed in the direction of Hui Shua, and shouted, cross region. Hearing the command, Jianjian and Wowo hurriedly walked toward Hui Shua. Sorry, big sister, compared to your fist. We think our little lives are more important. That's right, and going home isn't all bad. Damn it, you two traitors. Hui Shua didn't waste any words, pushed against the table, and quickly jumped up, directly kicking Jianjian to the ground. She then grabbed her backpack and threw it at Wowo before rushing towards the back door. Qunxing Huanghuang regained her composure, rubbed her rear, and after putting her tongue back in her mouth, saw the two on the ground wailing. She glanced sideways and noticed that Hui Shua had already run out of the classroom. Useless, get up and chase her. Otherwise, I'll use your heads as balls. Qunxing Huanghuang burst through the front door and rushed out, while Jianjian and Wowo, upon hearing this, stopped their wailing, quickly got up, and chased out through the back door. In the corridor, the students witnessed this scene, with the once imposing Hui Shua fleeing quickly, grabbing things to throw at Jianjian and Wowo behind her. Aren't they Hui Shua's little followers? How dare they resist her? But then, a giant polar bear charged out from around the corner, roaring toward them. Seeing this, the surrounding students began to run, and chaos erupted in the school. Feeling her magic power dwindling, Qunxing Huanghuang knew she could not let this go on. If she couldn't catch the other party soon, her magic would run out, leaving her in an awkward situation. So she thought of something and decided to appeal to reason and emotion. Qunxing Huanghuang was ready to use her eloquence to subdue Hui Shua. Hui Shua, listen. The Cosmic Princess actually misses you. She has your photo on her nightstand and even hugs it to sleep. How do you know that? Upon hearing this, Hui Shua locked Jianjian in a cabinet, then kicked Wowo away, and quickly ran while looking back at Qunxing Huanghuang. Don't worry about it. In short, the Cosmic Princess has never blamed you. I don't believe it. What she cares about is her throne, not me. Just because I have a higher talent than her. She doesn't trust me. Qunxing Huanghuang bypassed the toppled cabinet, burst through the classroom door, and then ran out after circling the classroom. No. The Cosmic Princess really misses you, and you haven't been home for a long time. Think about it. What can you do here? At most, be a campus kid king? What's so fun about that? When you go home, not only will you have your own private castle, but as the first student of a monarchic country, you will have unimaginable status, wear jewel-encrusted clothes, sleep on a bed bigger than a basketball court, and maybe even have a fief. If you go back, you might even have your own private boy band. Upon hearing this, Applejack, who was watching from the side, suddenly spat out a mouthful of soda. Thinking that people in the city really know how to have fun, then incredulously said, "Private boy band?" Qunxing Huanghuang and Yue Shuashuo ran into the gym and began to circle around. That's right, it really is a private boy band. A boy band selected from millions across the country. What are you talking about? They're called the Royal Guard, not a private boy band. So what? They're basically the same. They're handsome, strong, and revolve around you. What else could they be if not a private boy band? And most importantly, they don't wear clothes. Damn it, the one called Monitor and Little Pony don't wear clothes either. The Royal Guard wears armor, not. Yue Shuashuo was ultimately so enraged that she found it hard to breathe, her speed gradually slowing down, while Qunxing Huanghuang felt her eloquence was perfect. Unexpectedly, Yue Shuashuo slowed down her pace. Even heroes have a hard time with beautiful women, and so did Yue Shuashuo. Yue Shuashuo accidentally fell to the ground, then turned over, watching Qunxing Huanghuang slowly approach her while continuously retreating. Hey, Pigeon Jack, what is happening? Is Yue Shuashuo in danger? Why is there such a big polar bear here? Applejack pulled at his hat and said to the approaching Rainbow Dash, "This isn't the time to be sulking. It seems Yue Shuashuo is about to be taken home by this polar bear, and she seems unwilling. What should we do? Should we help her? Of course. Even though Yue Shuashuo isn't a good person, she is still one of us in Canterlot. If she gets taken away by this inexplicable animal, what if she gets eaten? All right, count me in. It's our duty to defeat this evil shapeshifter." Ponyville, what shapeshifter? Applejack was a bit confused. But the Ponyville crew didn't answer, only pulling out a bunch of colorful ribbons from somewhere and throwing them to Rainbow Dash and Applejack. After receiving the ribbons, the two quickly ran to either side of Qunxing Huanghuang. At this point, Yue Shuashuo had backed into a corner with no way to retreat, while Qunxing Huanghuang slowly approached her. After swatting away the things thrown at her, Qunxing Huanghuang revealed her sharp teeth and smiled at Yue Shuashuo. "Young lady, stop resisting uselessly. Just come back with me and make the Cosmic Princess happy." Yue Shuashuo, seeing the bear paw slowly reaching towards her, couldn't help but hug her head with her arms and close her eyes. However, the expected touch never came. Yue Shuashuo curiously opened her eyes to see that Qunxing Huanghuang's bear paw was tightly bound by a ribbon. "Hurry up, the afterglow is shimmering, hurry." Seeing that the other end of the ribbon is Applejack, the afterglow shimmering feels a bit strange, but still rolls to the side and breaks away from the gaze of the dazzling stars, running towards the open space. The dazzling stars tugged at the ribbon in hand. But surprisingly, it didn't budge. Applejack is quite strong. Just as she was about to approach Applejack, she suddenly felt something was off with her back foot. Cloudsdale Daisy had ensnared the back foot of the dazzling stars. "Big silly, come over here." The dazzling stars looked at the two pulling at each other and felt a bit perplexed. At that moment, suddenly a bag of something came crashing down on her, accompanied by a cloud of powder. "Achu achu. Pinkie Pie, how could you carry Pepper with you?" The afterglow shimmering saw the dazzling stars sneezing continuously and was a bit confused, then asked Pinkie Pie, who picked up a cupcake and said to the afterglow shimmering, "Oh, that's the pepper I sprinkled on the cake. Pepper-flavored cake is really delicious. Enough, you lot." Just as the dazzling stars held her breath and prepared to charge out, a sudden flash of light struck her eyes. "I'm not late, am I? I just took down the mirror from the closet with a few classmates. Just in time to block the polar bear's line of sight." "Rarity, why are you helping me?" "Come on, afterglow shimmering. I'm not helping you. I'm avenging my clothes. That polar bear just knocked down my entire row of limited edition clothes onto the ground, and now they're all dirty." Looking at the subdued dazzling stars, everyone couldn't help but feel excited, but the dazzling stars didn't think so, burning with anger. How could she be subdued by these little ones? No way. The dazzling stars stopped flailing, and just as everyone thought she would stop struggling, she stood up, her towering height of over 3 meters instantly imposing. "You've played enough. I've played enough. There's not much time left until the portal opens, so my dear lady, it's time to go home." The polar bear transformed from the dazzling stars grew larger, its fur gradually receding, revealing shiny scales on its skin, its form becoming more massive. A pair of giant wings sprouting from its back, teeth sharpening, accompanied by the smell of sulfur, its pupils turning into slits, and its small tail gradually lengthening. then slapping against the ground with a loud sound. Wow, cool. Cloudsdale Daisy, this is not the time to praise the enemy. I know, but that is a dragon. I've never seen a dragon in my life. Applejack hurriedly pulled Cloudsdale Daisy to the side of the gym, where students gathered together, seeking comfort. The dazzling stars looked down at the little ones below. They were still no bigger than her palm. The children's show was about to end. Now it was time for the adults to hunt. She stepped closer to the afterglow shimmering, and after the afterglow shimmering pushed everyone aside, she walked forward. Okay, you win. Take me back. The afterglow shimmering seemed to resign herself to fate, spreading her arms and no longer struggling. And upon seeing this, everyone rushed over. No way. Afterglow shimmering. You're just giving up like that? Yeah, you're the bully of Canterlot High. Just a mere dragon, and you're yielding? A dragon? Applejack. It's easy for you to say, but that is a dragon. Cloudsdale Daisy, don't dampen our spirits, okay? Rarity quickly interrupted the quarrel between the two. And Pinkie Pie, out of nowhere, produced a fire extinguisher, standing in front of the dazzling stars, aimed at her. Oh, look at you, your mouth is on fire. You need to put it out quickly. That said, the girls never took a step back. At that moment, the afterglow shimmering suddenly felt she had overlooked something. And just then, the dazzling stars mocked, boring little tricks. You've wasted a minute of my time. Time is running out. It's time to get down to business. Just as the dazzling stars extended her claws, she suddenly froze, and the girls felt a bit confused, while the dazzling stars heard the voice she dreaded the most. Ding dong, the chaotic card alarm reminds you that emotional storage is at 7. Emotional storage is insufficient. Please replenish energy. To ensure there are no instinctive reactions. The chaos reminds you that the optimal option will be chosen, and the energy-consuming magic will be turned off. The moment the voice finished, the dazzling stars instantly transformed back into a little black ball, then fell from the air with a thud, hitting the ground and lying still. Damn it. I got too carried away. The magic power used to transform into a dragon and to transform into a polar bear is not even on the same level. It's a huge drain on magic. Now I'm out of magic. What to do? What to do? How embarrassing. It's better to stay still. While the dazzling stars was thinking this, Pinkie Pie put down the fire extinguisher and pointed at the dazzling stars, shouting loudly. Oh, great. The opponent has no magic left. Let us hurry and beat her up. Wait, Pinkie Pie, be careful of traps. Applejack pulled Pinkie Pie back, cautiously watching the dazzling stars not far away, while the afterglow shimmering went around everyone and slowly walked over. Just as the afterglow shimmering approached the dazzling stars, suddenly the dazzling stars jumped up, startling everyone. Don't move. Put your hands up. The dazzling stars held a gun with her tail, and the girls were immediately shocked. The dazzling stars couldn't help but smirk. But she didn't notice that the little butterfly behind her was slowly approaching. Just as the dazzling stars sensed something behind her, a hand chop struck her head. The girl saw that it was usually the soft little butterfly who had stopped this crisis and rushed over, while the little butterfly felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she had been late just now. The dazzling stars fainted in a daze, and the gun in her hand fell to the ground. Cloudsdale Daisy picked it up, seemingly remembering something, disregarding Applejack's protests, then pulled the trigger, and a burst of flame shot out from the gun's muzzle. Hi, I remembered. I have a lighter like this at home. The dazzling stars then heard chattering sounds, and when she opened her eyes, she saw 6 heads surrounding her. With a thud, the dazzling stars prepared to jump aside, but due to her long tail, she was caught by the afterglow shimmering. The dazzling stars hung upside down, threatening them. You wait for me. I was careless this time and didn't dodge. Once I recover, I'll call an army over here. You all oh. Don't turn, don't turn. The afterglow shimmering tossed the dazzling stars into the little butterfly's arms and said to her, That's impossible. No matter how willful the cosmic princess is, she won't send an army here because of the large numbers. That would disrupt the balance between the two worlds. And I've studied this. Suddenly thinking of something, the afterglow shimmering felt a bit puzzled and asked the dazzling stars, Wait, there's still about a day until the portal opens. How did you get here? Could it be that there's another entrance to Ponyville? The dazzling stars hadn't come to her senses yet when the little butterfly weakly raised her hand and said, Actually, I picked him up on the way. I was afraid he'd feel lonely, so I brought him to school. Upon hearing this, Pinkie Pie said to the little butterfly, Oh, so it was you who brought in the shapeshifter. Hearing this name, the afterglow shimmering's eyes widened. Then she said to Pinkie Pie, What? Shapeshifter? How do you know he is a shapeshifter? I guessed it. Looking at the afterglow shimmering's incredulous expression, Pinkie Pie waved her finger, pretending to be mysterious. Ignoring Pinkie Pie's antics, the afterglow shimmering walked up to the dazzling stars and said to her, I remember the ponies and the shapeshifters are enemies? How could you help the cosmic princess? You guess. TCH. As Hui Shua heard that the other party didn't want to explain, she decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, she could just go back and check for herself. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and turned around to say, Thanks for today. After saying that, Yu Hui Shua Shua prepared to escape, but at that moment, Celestia walked over, hands on her hips, addressing them. Yu Hui Shua Shua, and that little black cat. Come with me to the office to discuss the school's compensation issue. Qunxing Huanghuang and Yu Hui Shua Shua stayed in the office, while the other girls stood outside waiting. Celestia looked at the form in her hand and read aloud. Let me see. 5 classroom doors, 10 desks, 2 podiums for cabinets, 3 mops, 6 trash cans, and 7 brooms. Qunxing Huanghuang sat beside the desk, yawning as if she didn't care at all. Noticing her nonchalance, Celestia said to her, Be serious. We're discussing an issue here. What issue? Just give you a gem and it's settled. The rest can be considered a donation to your school. Hearing this, Yu Hui Shua Shua then asked, You carry gems when you go out? No. I can just grab one when I get back. Tap, tap, tap. With the sound of a pen tapping on the table, Celestia interrupted their conversation. No. I don't want monetary compensation. I want you to provide labor as compensation. Chapter 56. Yu Hui Shua Shua. What? Hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang's eyes widened. And when she saw Celestia's serious expression, she suddenly thought of the cosmic princess and drooped her ears. Celestia nodded after seeing this and said, After you finish cleaning. As per usual, I should discuss this with your guardian, Yu Hui Shua Shua. Distracted, Yu Hui Shua Shua snapped back to attention at the mention of her name, looking down and not daring to meet her gaze. I'm here. Since your guardian here is me, we will discuss this matter when we get home. Oh. Then what about you? Who is your guardian? Don't tell me it's Xiao Dai. You've only known her for less than 2 days. Don't try to fool me. I don't have a guardian. I have abandoned my clan and am now alone. So fine. Her name is Ziyu. All right. After this matter is settled, I need to talk to her about your issues. Not to mention the wanton destruction, just the fact that you almost hurt a classmate is worth a warning. After that, Celestia took out 2 brooms from the doorway, handed them to the 2, and then chased them out of the office. Qunxing Huanghuang wrapped her tail around the broom and angrily jumped over, while Yu Hui Shua Shua held the broom, unsure of what to think. As Qunxing Huanghuang cleaned the hallway, many classmates showed interest in her, but they only watched for a moment before leaving. Were they bold or just lacking common sense? Out of the corner of her eye, Qunxing Huanghuang spotted Jian Jian and Mua hiding nearby. Thinking about these useless little followers, she couldn't understand what Yu Hui Shua Shua saw in them, and anger surged within her. Qunxing Huanghuang bounced over, threw the broom at them, and said, What are you looking at? Get to work. But we will do it right away. Right away. Upon hearing them dare to argue, Qunxing Huanghuang immediately used her limited magic to conjure sharp teeth and roared at them. The 2 little followers immediately bumped into each other, quickly separated, shook their heads, and started cleaning. Qunxing Huanghuang lay on a nearby chair, watching them work. So this is why Yu Hui Shua Shua took them in. What are you doing? Turning around, she saw Yun Bao and Daisy. Qunxing Huanghuang replied, Can't you see? I'm cleaning. Come on. Commanding your new followers to clean. You're really something. Exactly. We thought we could help you. Upon closer inspection, Qunxing Huanghuang noticed that they were all holding various cleaning supplies. She didn't know what they were thinking. One moment they were fighting. The next they were helping each other. But why not? Qunxing Huanghuang jumped down, grabbed a cleaning tool, and began to get busy. As Qunxing Huanghuang and the other girls cleaned, more classmates saw them and joined in, and eventually, the number grew larger. After everything was sorted out, Qunxing Huanghuang felt a bit dazed, as if she had seen this scene before. Phew, finally done. Thanks everyone for your help. Okay, now we should head home. Goodbye. Goodbye. Qunxing Huanghuang looked at the backpack that Xiao Dai was reaching out with and shook her head, then jumped into Yu Hui Shua Shua's backpack. Seeing this, Yu Hui Shua Shua shook her backpack, while Qunxing Huanghuang wrapped her tail around Yu Hui Shua Shua's arm and said, I have to keep an eye on you for the next 3 days while the portal is open. What? Get off me. Stalemated. Yu Hui Shua Shua suddenly thought of something and stopped shaking, then shouldered her backpack and dragged Qunxing Huanghuang towards the school bus. Back at home, Celestia saw Qunxing Huanghuang wrapped around Yu Hui Shua Shua's arm and said, I need to talk to Yu Hui Shua Shua. You stay in the living room for now. If you're hungry, wait for Luna to come back. She went to buy cat food. I don't eat cat food. Celestia frowned, then grabbed Qunxing Huanghuang and tossed her onto the living room sofa, then under Qunxing Huanghuang's watchful gaze, pushed Yu Hui Shua Shua into the room. The 2 talked for what seemed like a long time, and finally, Yu Hui Shua Shua came out with her head down, only to find Qunxing Huanghuang being fed cat food biscuits by Luna. Alright, now that Yu Hui Shua Shua's issues are resolved, when can I meet your guardian? Qunxing Huanghuang thought for a moment and replied, In 2.5 days. After all, she's very busy these days with various ceremonies and such. Okay, then you can stay for now, but we don't have a cat bed at home, so you can only sleep on the sofa. Qunxing Huanghuang nodded while chewing the biscuits, indicating her agreement. As long as she could get through these days, she could fly away afterward. Who cared about her guardian's matters? The next morning, Qunxing Huanghuang was startled awake by a knocking sound. She opened her eyes to find Luna knocking on Yu Huishua's door. Yu Huishua, get up for breakfast, or you'll miss the school bus. After knocking for a long time without a response, Luna became puzzled. Then Celestia pulled out a key from somewhere, opened the door, and found a bulging blanket on the bed. Just as Qunxing Huanghuang was about to go over to join the fun, she was stopped by Luna standing at the door. Hey, you can't just enter a girl's room. Qunxing Huanghuang found them really annoying, but still waited at the door, while Celestia walked in, pulled back the blanket, and discovered it was just a stuffed bean pillow. Yu Huishua had long since disappeared. Luna, Yu Huishua is missing. Hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang hurried to follow Luna's steps, discovering that no one was on the bed and the room was empty. Then she saw the open window and suddenly thought of something, shouting, "Oh no, my portal!" Then, under their watch, Qunxing Huanghuang jumped out of the window and quickly leaped towards the school. Canterlot Royal Castle. The sun had not yet risen, and Yu Huishua cautiously jumped into the portal, returning to this familiar yet strange place. Now was not the time for reminiscing. In a few minutes, the cosmic princess would rise with the sun, and they would wake up. Holding the fake crown taken from home, Yu Huishua, draped in a gray cloak, sneaked into Ziyue's room after evading the guards' patrols. Using magic, she placed the crown from the table into her bag, then set the fake crown back on the table. Just as she was about to leave, she accidentally tripped over Suelong's tail and fell to the ground, causing the crown to drop out. The noise immediately startled Ziyue, who, upon seeing Yu Huishua on the floor, shouted, "My crown! She stole my crown!" Realizing the situation was dire, Yu Huishua hurriedly picked up the crown and ran out, with Ziyue quickly chasing after her. Other little ponies, hearing the commotion, also rushed outside to join the chase. As Ziyue saw Yu Huishua about to escape, she quickly cast a spell and dashed in front of her, but Yu Huishua managed to dodge. In a sudden leap, Ziyue tackled Yu Huishua to the ground, causing the crown to bounce around before ultimately smashing against the mirror. Meanwhile, Qunxing Huanghuang finally reached Canterlot High School, noticing Xiaodai distributing flyers. Upon seeing Qunxing Huanghuang, Xiaodai quickly greeted him, but Qunxing Huanghuang ignored her and rushed into the portal. Inside the transport tunnel, he felt a bit dizzy, but a glimpse of something golden flashed past him, making him uneasy. On the other side, Yu Huishua appeared in front of the mirror and said to Ziyue, "Goodbye, princess." Qunxing Huanghuang flew out of the mirror and knocked Yu Huishua away. The other little ponies were surprised to see Qunxing Huanghuang emerging from the other side. "Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you doing here?" When Qunxing Huanghuang heard the shout, he raised his head to respond, but Yu Huishua beneath him kicked back forcefully, sending Qunxing Huanghuang tumbling down. And then she quickly dashed into the portal. Shaking his head, Qunxing Huanghuang didn't answer Ziyue's confusion and saw Yu Huishua entering the portal. Time was of the essence, so he jumped in as well. The other little ponies watched this scene in bewilderment, completely unaware of what was happening. To be safe, Ziyue ran to the cosmic princess's room, woke her up, and recounted the events. Soon, the little ponies gathered in the castle hall, where the three princesses sat on the steps. The cosmic princess then said, "Yu Huishua was once my student. She started her studies not long after Ziyue, but she aspired to rise too quickly and failed, becoming cold-hearted and hypocritical. I tried to help her, but she ultimately abandoned her studies to find her own path, even going so far as to steal your crown." Ziyue thought for a moment and suddenly realized that Qunxing Huanghuang had become the cosmic princess's first student back then. No wonder the cosmic princess had that expression. But thinking of Qunxing Huanghuang, Ziyue asked, "Cosmic princess, do you know why Qunxing Huanghuang is with Yu Huishua?" The cosmic princess pondered for a moment and replied, "I don't know why Qunxing Huanghuang is there. He must know an entrance that I don't. Come, perhaps you will understand it better than I do." Back by the mirror, the moon princess said, "This is not an ordinary mirror. It is a gateway to another world. It opens every 30 months. It used to be in the Great Hall of Central City, but after the Melody Princess reclaimed the Crystal Empire, we moved it here for her to watch over." The cosmic princess approached and said, "I always hoped Yu Huishua would return to Equestria through this door to listen to my teachings again. Clearly, that was just my wishful thinking." Melody Princess added, "Ziyue, you must cross through the mirror to retrieve the crown. Without it, the other elements of harmony will lose their power, and Equestria will lose its most important defense." The moon princess concluded, "Your crown does not belong to Yu Huishua's so-called home. She will surely bring disaster to that world." The cosmic princess handed the bag to Ziyue and said, "Now it's up to you, Ziyue. Of course, besides the crown, you must also bring back Qunxing Huanghuang. With his personality, I'm worried he might cause trouble in that world." Just as Ziyue was about to step forward, the other little ponies stopped her, wanting to go along. But the cosmic princess stated that to prevent disrupting the balance of the worlds, only Ziyue could act. The moon princess reminded Ziyue, When the moon rises to the top of the night sky on the third day, the portal will close completely. Perhaps Qunxing Huanghuang will know how to return. But just in case, make sure to come back on time. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue stepped forward with resolve, carrying everyone's courage, and then dove into the mirror, while Suilong suddenly shook and followed suit. In the human world, after returning, Yue Shuashuo found no sign of the dropped crown. Thinking of the approaching Qunxing Huanghuang, she rushed into the school in a panic and hid. Qunxing Huanghuang burst out of the portal and frantically ran into Canterlot High School, searching everywhere for Yue Shuashuo. Desperate, Qunxing Huanghuang did not want to forcibly absorb the emotions of these students to cast magic against the demon version of Yue Shuashuo. Thus, he went from classroom to classroom looking, even calling out Jiejie and Wowo, who were in class, to help find Yue Shuashuo. After Ziyue emerged from the portal, she was astonished to see Suilong transformed into a dog, and then she realized her hooves were gone, panicking. Suilong covered Ziyue's mouth, urging her to calm down. And recognizing the high school as a castle, Ziyue decided to start searching from there. Ziyue knelt on the ground, Suilong jumped up, and then Ziyue began to run. Suilong seemed to spot something and nudged Ziyue. Ziyue. Ziyue turned around and saw a young man walking a dog. Realizing something was off, she quickly got up and brushed the dust off her clothes. Another blue dog sensed something and smiled at its owner, but the young man showed no interest, pointing ahead. The little dog, seeing this, walked away dejectedly. Ziyue stumbled inside and leaned against a display case, looking at the collectibles before her. What do you think, Suilong? Did these come from Equestria too? Wait, what have I turned into? Just then, the class bell rang, and students rushed into the hall, creating a crowded scene. Ziyue, lying on the ground, seemed completely unaccustomed to the noisy environment, and at that moment, a loud shout came from the speaker. Hey, 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 okay, the broadcast is on. Quick, let me try. You two idiots, quiet down. After 2 claps of hands from the speaker, it suddenly fell silent, and Qunxing Huanghuang spoke into the microphone. Ahem. Yue Shuashuo, I know you're here. You've got the guts to steal the crown but not to admit it, huh? Let me tell you, your ex-boyfriend's life is in my hands. If you know what's good for you, come out now, or else. Or else what? What else? Of course, Principal Celestia. What are you doing here? I've heard from Teacher Cherry that you took Jiejie and Wowo from her class and also captured a con. Now, you need to contact your guardian immediately. I have something to discuss with her. Then the speaker emitted a harsh noise, and the sound vanished. The students in the hall felt confused, but Ziyue had an ominous premonition upon hearing this. Finally, guided by Xiaodai, Ziyue walked into the office. All right. I'll talk to him. Sorry for the trouble. After the office door was closed, Ziyue let out a sigh and then stared at the black fluff in front of her. At this moment, Qunxing Huanghuang's gaze was flickering and uncertain. Qunxing Huanghuang, what have you done? Vandalism, intentional fighting, kidnapping, unauthorized lock-picking, rummaging through the office. Do you want to blow this place up to finish the job? If it weren't for the lack of magic power, I could have done it too, she muttered quietly. Ziyue was so angry that her face turned red, and she then smoothed her chest with her hand, finally regaining her breath. All right, I have already explained to Principal Celestia. I want to participate in the autumn dance and fairly compete with Yue Shuashuo for the ownership of the crown. Now, come with me to sign up. Upon hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang didn't understand Ziyue's mysterious operation and instead asked, What? What are you thinking? That's your thing. Just take it back directly. No way, think about it. If we say in Ponyville that there are 2-legged creatures who look like this, it would definitely cause chaos. Qunxing Huanghuang looked confused, not understanding what was going on. But since Ziyue was taking the blame for her, she had no choice but to follow her instructions. Thus, Ziyue was taken by Qunxing Huanghuang to the gym. Entering the venue for the autumn dance setup, Pinkie Pie was blowing up balloons and started greeting Ziyue when she saw her. Hi, Qunxing Huanghuang. Hi, Ziyue. Pinkie. No, I'm Pinkie Pie, not Pinkie. By the way, do you have a twin named Starlight Sparkle living in town? And do you have a dog named Spike? Ziyue was a bit confused upon hearing this, and then looked at Qunxing Huanghuang, who wagged her tail. Ziyue didn't understand, and then asked Pinkie Pie for a form to fill out. Oh, Ziyue, your handwriting is so ugly. It's like you've never held a pen before. Just then, Ziyue's stomach growled. After being scolded for an entire morning, she was already starving, and then Qunxing Huanghuang took her to the cafeteria to prepare for lunch. When Ziyue saw Xiaodai waving at her and noticed the others sitting over there, she followed along. Due to the previous polar bear crisis, the girls had reconciled, and Qunxing Huanghuang completely couldn't understand their thoughts. I plan to run for the princess of the autumn dance. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. And Rarity said, Dear, you probably don't know, but because of what Qunxing Huanghuang did before, you are now just as scary as Yue Shuashuo in the eyes of others. It's probably hard for you to distinguish yourselves. Hearing this, Ziyue was clearly taken aback, then looked maliciously at Qunxing Huanghuang, who was eating a hamburger. At that moment, Yuhui Shuashuo came over with a tray and said to Ziyue, "You think you can take my autumn dance? Don't even think about it." Qunxing Huanghuang jumped onto the table and said to Yuhui Shuashuo, "You finally dare to show up. Your little minions are all mine now. What more do you want from the dance? Just surrender obediently. Bastard, are you insulting me? I won't give up." Qunxing Huanghuang and Yuhui Shuashuo faced each other, creating a tense atmosphere that attracted the attention of the students in the cafeteria. Just as Ziyue was about to say something, Qunxing Huanghuang instead laughed and then swiped her tail across Yuhui Shuashuo's face, saying, "Insult? This isn't an insult. This is an insult. Everyone look at me." After Qunxing Huanghuang shouted, the students who were still eating were immediately drawn to her. Qunxing Huanghuang shook off Ziyue's reaching hand and jumped out, using her limited magic to transform into a little pony, with red and yellow curly hair, orange fur, big eyes, and a cute face. There was no cute mark on her butt, and it was strikingly similar to Yuhui Shuashuo's appearance when she was young. "Bastard, what are you doing?" Yuhui Shuashuo threw her tray down on the table and lunged at Qunxing Huanghuang, but Qunxing Huanghuang easily dodged without a care. "Yuhui Shuashuo, shut up." Yuhui Shuashuo quickly reached out to grab Qunxing Huanghuang, but Qunxing Huanghuang just lightly jumped and landed on another table. They then ran back and forth in the cafeteria. Qunxing Huanghuang transformed again, but this time, there was a cute sun mark in red and yellow on her butt, which attracted everyone's attention. Upon seeing this, Yuhui Shuashuo's face turned red, and disregarding her composure, she shouted loudly, "You are not allowed to look at my cute mark. What's wrong with that? Come look at my cute mark, ahaha." Qunxing Huanghuang lay on the table, swinging her front hooves back and forth, while Yuhui Shuashuo was already furious, throwing an apple at Qunxing Huanghuang, who just lightly dodged it. Chapter 57, The Autumn Dance. Qunxing Huanghuang lay on Akun's lap, tilting her head and asking, "Am I cute?" Akun, feeling a bit shy, touched the back of his head and said, "Cute. Do you like me as a cute little pony?" "I do." Qunxing Huanghuang seemed to have received some signal, immediately jumping up onto the table, pointing her front hoof at Akun, and said, "Aha, you're a pervert for liking little ponies. You should go to jail." As soon as Qunxing Huanghuang finished speaking, the cafeteria fell silent, while Yuhui Shuashuo just stood there, clenching her fists. Her face darkened as she gritted her teeth, and then ran out of the cafeteria without saying a word. Ziyue and the others were left dumbfounded, while Rarity slapped her cheek and said, "Ziyue, are you sure Qunxing Huanghuang is part of the insect race in your world? After this reverse operation, Yuhui Shuashuo's votes will definitely surpass yours." "Yeah, what a blunder. Huh, Pinkie Pie, blunders are not worth celebrating." Ziyue tugged at her hair, feeling a bit at a loss. And when she saw Qunxing Huanghuang walking over proudly, she awkwardly wanted to find a hole to hide in. In the library, Ziyue was preparing for the autumn dance, while Qunxing Huanghuang was told to stay aside and prohibited from helping. "What is this? Am I working hard just to make a wedding dress for Yuhui Shuashuo?" Boss, I think so. That's right. I didn't expect the big sister to have such a tragic background." "Oh, I meant to say she's very pitiful. Wait, don't hit me, boss." Qunxing Huanghuang was hitting Guogua, while Jian was making sarcastic comments on the side. Just then, Ziyue shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." The library fell silent, and Ziyue nodded in satisfaction, only to see Teacher Cherry standing with her hands on her hips, prompting Ziyue to show an awkward smile. "Oh, sorry." After Cherry left, Ziyue continued flipping through books, searching for introductions to past autumn dances, and without exception, they were all about Yuhui Shuashuo. No, now it was Qunxing Huanghuang's two little followers who had made some tricks, which allowed Yuhui Shuashuo to dominate for years. But Ziyue would never do such a thing. While she was in distress, Biki came over and said to Ziyue, "Stop frowning. Why don't we go to the cake shop for some ice cream? It might just solve the problem." Ziyue thought for a moment that just sitting here was useless, so she agreed to Biki's suggestion, and then took the trio into the cake shop. Add more oats. Forget it. Just add however you like." Ziyue held the ice cream and walked to the girls' seats, while Qunxing Huanghuang sat on the table, eating pastries and watching them chat. "Everyone, listen to me. The dance is tomorrow night, but we still haven't planned how to help Ziyue gather votes." Yes. Especially after being promoted by the stars, Ziyue's votes dropped even lower. "Oh, I have a plan. Stars, you transform into Ziyue, and let's do it again." "What?" After hearing Biki's suggestion, Ziyue felt a bit confused and awkward, but Stars didn't think too much about it, jumped off the table, and then transformed. The plan was abandoned, and Stars had no magic left. Just then, Rue suddenly shouted, "Got it." After saying this, Rue blushed and squatted down, then continued, "My idea might work. Although it sounds a bit unreliable, what if we all wear the same outfit to show unity?" Rue took out a headpiece and a tail, put them on, and continued, "This stuff was super popular in freshman year. It was just like the Cantalot Lightning Pegasus team." Upon hearing this, Stars coughed a few times and said, "What an awkward plan. Oh, don't stop. It's a good plan." Ziyue patted Stars and signaled Rue Ray to continue. Right now, the different clubs aren't very harmonious, but what if we unify them? We will definitely win. The group then confirmed the plan to sing while eating. At this time, Stars felt something was off. Didn't we sing in the cafeteria yesterday? Why am I so socially awkward? Damn it, the will of the world is affecting me. It's definitely not because of singing for word count. In the cafeteria, the girls exchanged glances, while Stars buried her head in her food, tapping the table with her tail. Wearing the headpiece, Beaky knocked on her plate, signaling the start. Bang bang bang, dong dong dang clang clang clang. Knocking on the table, stomping on the floor, clinking cups, and then Rue clapped and stomped her feet. Shout-Eye randomly knocked on her cup. Applejack pounded the table. And Yuna Daisy hit her plate. Once the atmosphere was lively, the few of them got up from their seats and began to jump around, with Yuna Daisy jumping onto the table to sing. Then Ziyue pushed the door open and jumped onto the table, and the other girls followed suit. Stars quickly finished her lunch and dashed outside, just in time to bump into Yuhui Shuashua, who was sneaking a look. What are you doing? Yuhui Shuashua was startled by the voice, looked down at the ground, and frowned upon seeing Stars. Are you campaigning? That's right, I helped you. And you're not grateful, but look at you with a face full of resentment? Help me? Is that what you call help? What a joke. My authority is completely gone now. You've completely ruined my status. Do you know that? Now, there are girls who dare to secretly touch my hair. I heard them say I'm cute. This is all your fault. Yuhui Shuashua was very angry, and just as she was about to leave, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice came from behind. I miss you, Yuhui Shuashua. Can you come back to see me? Upon hearing this, Yuhui Shuashua froze in place, then stiffly turned around, tears streaming down her cheeks. With hair flowing like a rainbow, a pure white body, a red sun printed like a blazing sun, a golden crown, and a slender horn, Stars looked at Yuhui Shuashua with a gentle expression. Yuhui Shuashua slowly walked forward, raised her arms, and hugged Stars' neck, crying softly. Stars suddenly twitched, her eyes glowing red, and then two fangs grew from her mouth, looking at Yuhui Shuashua as if she were food. Ding! Warning, disorderly program alert. Love degree remaining. 5. Insufficient energy, about to enter instinct mode. Yuhui Shuashua felt nothing, and at this critical moment, the cafeteria door was suddenly pushed open. A few students chatting and laughing froze upon seeing this scene at the door. Ziyue looked over from afar and immediately saw the Cosmic Princess. While wondering why the Cosmic Princess was here, she suddenly thought of something. That as Stars, didn't she lose her magic? At that moment, Ziyue noticed something was off with Stars and shouted, Stars, snap out of it. As Ziyue's voice rang out, Yuhui Shuashua snapped back to reality. Looking up at Stars, who was staring at her fiercely, and immediately released her arms, wiping her tears and stepping back a few paces. Just then, Shout-Eye's bow changed, transforming into a lively butterfly with a chaotic head and pink wings with a blue body. A flash suddenly burst forth, and Stars fainted. When she opened her eyes, it was already evening. Stars was cradled in Xiaoya's arms, looking at the crowd at the selection site. Stars shook her head, and when Xiao-Dai noticed she was awake, she asked, Are you awake? Are you feeling better? Oh, my head hurts a bit. What is the situation now? Stars had planned to awaken Yuhui Shuashua's conscience. But didn't he expect the love degree to drop so quickly, leading to her loss of consciousness? Xiao-Dai quietly said, The competition is intense. It's almost 50-50 now. Looking at the lines continuously drawn on the blackboard, Stars was a bit surprised, suddenly sensing something. She saw Yuhui Shuashua wearing a beautiful evening gown, a bit like a rare masterpiece, and Xiao-Dai said to Stars, Yuhui Shuashua, didn't he have an evening gown? So Rue helped make one. Hearing this, Stars was clearly puzzled. What happened during my unconscious period? Principal Celestia announced the results, declaring, This year's Autumn Gown Princess is a tie, with votes completely unanimous. Therefore the Autumn Gown Princess will be jointly held by Ziyue and Yuhui Shuashua. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted in excitement. Both Yuhui Shuashua and Ziyue were surprised, but Stars noticed they both sighed in relief, feeling a bit confused. Girls' thoughts are hard to understand. Then they entered dance mode. Stars curiously touched the crown, which suddenly emitted a shining magic that shot towards the crowd. Upon contact, Ziyue and the others suddenly began to transform. However, Yuhui Shuashua was different. She began to turn into a red figure and grew larger. Well, it seems like I've caused trouble. After the battle ended, the ball officially began. Watching Ziyue dancing on all fours, Stars quietly left her, and upon seeing the chicken leg on the table, noticed no one was paying attention to her, so Stars jumped up to enjoy her dinner. After the ball ended, Ziyue, holding the chicken leg munching Stars, was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something and placed the chicken leg on the plate. Then she called out to Suilong, who was playing with Xiao-Dai, and prepared to leave the human world. Watching everyone say goodbye, Ziyue said to Yuhui Shuashua, who stepped forward, I hope that when we meet next time, you will have learned about friendship. No problem. Say hi to the Cosmic Princess for me. As their reluctant gazes lingered, Stars felt puzzled and said, "Didn't I tell you about the other entrance? Why are you still making that face?" Ha. As the moon rose, Zue successfully entered the portal. The moon rose, and the portal closed. Beaky suddenly bumped into a statue. "Wait, I haven't changed back yet. Portal, come back." In Ponyville, the ponies were waiting, and the mirrors suddenly changed. Then Zue and the others emerged from the mirror. "Zue, you're back. I knew you could do it." Then they began to ask Zue various questions, while Qunxing Huanghuang transformed into the humanoid form of Yuhui Shuashuo, allowing them to better understand what it means to be a pony. Having magic is really nice. Wow, is walking on two legs very tiring? Not at all. It's really fun. Pinkie Pie stood up and started walking wobbly, immediately causing a burst of laughter. "Sorry everyone, I'm really tired from dancing now." Upon hearing this, the ponies present were all surprised. Dancing? It was at this moment that Pinkie Pie said, "Oh, I know." Qunxing Huanghuang interrupted Yuhui Shuashuo's dominance at school, and Zue taught her what friendship is. Thus the behind-the-scenes got cleared up, and then there's the grand finale. Singing and dancing together, right? "Beaky, what are you talking about? I didn't understand a single word." Applejack asked Pinkie Pie, while Qunxing Huanghuang looked somewhat surprised, and then asked, "How do you know this?" Pinkie Pie, "Oh, I can foresee, unlike you who knows the script." Qunxing Huanghuang was taken aback upon hearing this, and then was puzzled. Indeed, a divine pony is worthy of the title. The next morning, Zue began her coronation ceremony. Dressed in a pink-yellow gown, Zue walked slowly on the red carpet, waving her hooves at the surrounding ponies, and finally, Princess Celestia began the coronation. "Not long ago, my esteemed mentor Princess Celestia sent me to Ponyville to live. She sent me to study friendship, and this is something I didn't value before. Thank you, friends. Thank you all ponies." Chapter 58, The Tree of Rhythm. After Zue's coronation, Qunxing Huanghuang brought Pinkie Pie back to Beaky, who understood the hard work of the past few days. Just then, Zue's shout came from outside the castle, where Rainbow Dash was teaching Zue how to fly, and Zue was shouting outside the castle. Then Qunxing Huanghuang saw Zue soar into the sky from the ground, quickly flying up, then gliding in the air, and finally crashing down to the ground, leaving a mark. Wow, that was indeed a spectacular finale. Beaky shouted loudly, while Zue lay in the dirt, not wanting to speak. The ponies then walked into the castle and encountered Qunxing Huanghuang coming out. "Hi, Zue, how is your flying practice going?" "Oh, it's a total mess. I don't even know how to face the opening ceremony of the summer festival. I'm really getting frustrated." "Come on, don't be so down. You still have me, right?" Qunxing Huanghuang transformed into Zue's appearance and expressed that he could take Zue's place at the ceremony. But this proposal was unanimously rejected by the ponies. Qunxing Huanghuang rolled his eyes and silently followed behind them, and they finally stopped in front of a display frame that depicted Zue becoming a princess. "You look beautiful, dear. They really captured your grace as a princess." Qunxing Huanghuang looked at the slightly abstract portrait of Zue on the display frame, somewhat confused. I don't see anything. This abstract art style, look. Zue's hooves have turned pointy. You don't understand. This is every pony's dream. Every pony dreams of one day wearing a crown and having their portrait hung in the stained glass. This is not every pony's dream. My dream is to dream of frosting." Just as they were discussing, Rarity interrupted their conversation. "We seem to need to go. We're going to miss the train." Rarity was right. I don't know what you all think, but the royal celebration is in Canterlot. But our mayor asked me to go back to Ponyville to hold the summer festival. Upon hearing this, Zue felt a bit disappointed, but Applejack comforted her. "Don't be sad. When the summer festival begins, when the sun rises, you'll be with the other princesses." After comforting Zue, they prepared to leave Canterlot and return to Ponyville. "Zue, don't worry. We will tell you everything about Ponyville." "Absolutely true. Heartfelt. Cupcakes in my eyes." The train was about to depart, and the ponies sat in the train and said goodbye to Zue, who looked at them gradually leaving her, feeling a sudden melancholy. "I don't understand. They just left, and I already feel like I've lost something." Qunxing Huanghuang stepped forward and said to Zue, "This is also part of learning friendship. It's just the last lesson." "What?" Zue found Qunxing Huanghuang's words baffling, as if she understood something, and at that moment, Suilong took a letter from the postman, opened it, and ribbons sprang out. Then Suilong said, "You haven't lost anything, Zue, your friends, Beaky." After hearing this, Zue glanced at Suilong and then said, "I still lost something. I just know it." Zue lowered her head and turned back towards the castle, while Suilong closely followed. Qunxing Huanghuang glanced and walked beside Zue. Inside the castle, Suilong looked at the checklist, all tasks completed, then told Zue that they could return to Ponyville before the summer festival, but Zue worried that there wouldn't be enough time. Feeling anxious when Princess Celestia came over to comfort her. "As long as you need me, I will always be there, just like when I needed you. You were there too." Then Zue and Suilong began to review the checklist again. while Princess Celestia smiled and shook her head, then walked out. Qunxing Huanghuang felt that there was nothing for her here, so she followed out as well. The two ponies walked side by side, and Qunxing Huanghuang had some doubts, then spoke up. You lied just now, didn't you? Princess Celestia looked at Qunxing Huanghuang in surprise, and then said, Where did I lie just now? Qunxing Huanghuang said nothing, and Princess Celestia did not ask further. Just then, Qunxing Huanghuang seemed to hear some noise, and looking down, she found a black vine growing up from the castle floor. Star-sucking vine? Upon hearing Qunxing Huanghuang's words, Princess Celestia turned her head and looked at the ground, only to see the vine rapidly growing and then wrapping around Princess Celestia, after which, under Qunxing Huanghuang's gaze, Princess Celestia was dragged in. Hello, is there any pony? Looking at the big pit on the ground, Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but lean forward to look. Then another vine wrapped around Qunxing Huanghuang's front hoof, pulling her down as well. Qunxing Huanghuang was dragged wildly in the underground tunnel, and when the opportunity arose, she bit down, a mouthful of chaotic magic filling her mouth. And Qunxing Huanghuang was ultimately thrown off halfway. Yuck, why does chaotic magic taste so bad? Various flavors mixed together, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty. It's simply an endless aftertaste. Qunxing Huanghuang shook her head, and then realized that she was already in the everfree forest. What is going on? Just as Qunxing Huanghuang was about to leave, suddenly a huge flower bud sprang up from the ground, swallowing Qunxing Huanghuang whole. And then a beam of light shot out from within the flower bud, rotating 360 degrees and destroying all the surrounding trees. Qunxing Huanghuang stepped on the flower bud, looking at the empty ground around her, suddenly feeling something, looking up to find that chaos was holding a picture frame. And the area where Qunxing Huanghuang was located was inside the frame. Chaos gently adjusted the progress bar below, then time flowed backward, and lasers converged from all directions back into Qunxing Huanghuang's horn, after which the flower bud closed again. Qunxing Huanghuang helplessly lay inside the flower bud, idly staring at the flower bud inside, then thought of something, picked one, and began to chew on it. Chocolate flavor. Oh, that one is cream flavor. I don't know how long it has been, but suddenly the sound of movement outside was heard, followed by the sound of vines waving, as if a giant creature was vibrating. Suddenly, I was knocked to the ground, and after the flower bud opened, I crawled out from inside. Lifting the petals that were blocking my head, I immediately saw the giant alligator tied to a tree, and Ziyue and the others were talking. When they saw me, they were somewhat surprised. Qunxing Huanghuang, so you are here. That's great. I thought I wouldn't be able to find you. Do you know where the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess have gone? They are currently missing, and we have no idea where they are. Ziyue rushed over with a worried look and shook my front hoof. After I shook off Ziyue's shaking, I slowly said, What were you arguing about just now? Oh, it's like this. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess are both missing, and we are worried about Ziyue's safety. If something happens to her, what will happen to little Maria? Applejack stepped forward to explain, while I pushed her aside and said to them, Well, now I still have some strength. So let me escort Her Highness back. You common ponies can go about your business. Let's go, Your Highness. We will first return to Canterlot Castle, where there are royal guards. Your safety is more important than that of the common ponies in Ponyville. Ziyue saw my outstretched hoof and slapped it down, saying no. How could I think that way? I would never abandon my friends. Upon hearing Ziyue's words, the other ponies also lowered their heads. Sorry, dear. We may have been blinded by your princess status. We are friends, and there shouldn't be any gaps between us. Oh, I looked at the 6 ponies embracing each other, then scratched my head and said, Ahem, now is not the time. We need to find the rhythm tree before the star-sucking vines completely occupy Ponyville. Let's go, everyone. I took the lead, and the other ponies followed closely behind. Ziyue quickly walked up and asked, Star-sucking vines? Do you know what these plants are called? Where did they come from? Just some leftover snacks from a dragon horse. Eating and dropping crumbs is really a bad habit. All right, we've arrived. Before Ziyue could express her confusion, we saw a huge pit, and the vines were emerging from there. I flew down into the pit, pointed to the stairs not far away, and waved to them. Beaky rushed ahead, rolling down the stairs, and then bouncing in front of me. Oh, I'm first. The other ponies came down one after another, and then saw the rhythm tree entwined with the star-sucking vines. Ziyue suddenly thought of something, and said to them, I know how to save this tree. We must return the element of harmony to it. The other ponies were surprised to hear this, then thought about how to protect Ponyville without the element of harmony. But Ziyue spoke up, the element of harmony does unite us. But our unity does not rely on the element of harmony, but on our friendship. It is more important than any magic. My new role in Ponyville means I need to take on new responsibilities, and our friendship will be tested, but it will never be broken. Time is of the essence. Is everyone ready? Ziyue soared into the air, then took the decoration from her necklace and let it float around her. Upon seeing this, I couldn't help but comment. How can that thing be taken off? It really is just a decoration. Without saying more, I suddenly unleashed my magic. blasting the star-sucking vines wrapped around the rhythm tree into dust, which further enraged the surrounding vines, causing them to surge forward. Ziyue seized the opportunity and placed the element of harmony on the rhythm tree. Finally, the rhythm tree emitted a rainbow-like glow, completely eliminating the star-sucking vines throughout Ponyville. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess woke up next to the tree. We know how important the element of harmony is to you. It takes great courage to hand it over. Just then, the rhythm tree suddenly emitted light, and a small flower bloomed in front of the tree. Ziyue curiously reached out to touch it, and the flower blossomed, revealing a six-sided box that looked like crystal inside. What is in here? How do I open it? 6 locks, 6 keys. I don't know where the keys are. You won't solve this puzzle alone. As soon as the Cosmic Princess finished speaking, I raised my hoof and said, I know where 3 of the keys are. Where? Ziyue asked excitedly, but I just covered my eyes with my hoof. A standard beaky oath, causing Ziyue's ears to droop. Oh, you guy? Finally, in Canterlot, Ziyue successfully flew up, releasing a magical symbol like a rainbow sonic boom. I was somewhat confused. The rainbow sonic boom is semicircular, which is easy to explain, but how did this hexagon appear? Back in Ponyville, at the Golden Oak Library. Ziyue kept flipping through books in the library but found nothing, so she said to me, who was lying on the sofa, that's enough. Tell me what that box is for. Stop keeping me in suspense. No. In an instant, I was taken aback, and upon looking closely, I saw a purple figure, furious. With a purple pony carrying a demonic wind, transforming into a fiery red pony, stepping forward. I was terrified and tried to evade, spinning around and disappearing without a trace. Momentarily lost, filled with anger and hatred, only to have to fight again another day. After seeing the little fiery pony, I felt it was inappropriate to stay any longer. So I took a short rest and prepared to look for another place. I stood at the entrance of the library, thinking that I might not be able to go home tonight. So I turned to leave the library in search of another place to stay. Walking on the street, I saw the ponies coming and going around me. They all had their own homes, while I was just lodging in the library. I thought about where I would live next. Now that I was free, I didn't have to stay in the library. Looking up into the distance, I suddenly thought of something. The ancient royal sister castle in the eternal Freedom Forest. It could be repaired and perhaps become my own castle. With this thought, I headed toward the eternal Freedom Forest. Walking in the forest, I strode forward, crossing the suspension bridge, thinking that this bridge also needed repairs. Finally, I looked far ahead and saw the old castle. I stopped and stood outside the dilapidated castle, recalling that this was the work of the Cosmic Princess and Nightmare Moon. The castle had fallen into disrepair and was in a precarious state. This is a big project. I can't complete it alone. I need to think of a way. Chapter 59, Castle Troubles. Afterward, I sneaked back into the library and entered my room, taking out the photos taken by Suilong during the pajama party at the library, as well as the hair I had collected over time. Don't ask why I collected it. It's just needed for the plot. Hi, Qunxing Huanghuang. So you are here. Ziyue and I are getting ready. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard Suilong's voice from behind. While Suilong was speaking, Ziyue's voice came from downstairs. Suilong, what are you doing upstairs? We need to hurry up and set off. Ziyue's hoof steps grew closer, and when Suilong turned around, he saw Ziyue standing at the door, looking at him with a puzzled expression. What are you doing in Qunxing Huanghuang's room? Oh, I saw Qunxing Huanghuang come back, so I came to check it out. Right, Qunxing Huanghuang. Suilong turned around, but there was no dazzling figure of the stars. Ziyue looked helplessly at Suilong, who had a bewildered expression, rolled her eyes, and said, all right. Suilong, don't worry about the dazzling stars. He can do whatever he wants. I don't need to keep an eye on him anymore. Let's hurry up and try to find what the Cosmic Princess mentioned. After that, Suilong nodded, then saw Ziyue's departing back and quickly chased after her. After the dazzling stars flew out of the window, they flew deep into the eternal Freedom Forest and then stopped in a small clearing. Phew, I almost got bumped into by the little fire horse. It turns out what the cartoon said was true. There are really little ponies that can get that angry. The dazzling stars steadied themselves, looked at the royal sister's castle not far away, and then, according to memory, posted the photos of Ziyue and the others on the tree, along with a strand of their hair, carving cute markings. All right, now I need some little ponies' help to build my castle. Nothing beats free labor. After the dazzling stars transformed back into a phantom spirit, they recalled the incantation's slogan. The tip of the dazzling star's horn glowed red, and then quickly shot out to the tree with the photos, the red light oscillating back and forth in the photos, eventually forming a hexagonal pattern. The tree emitted red light along the texture, and with a loud bang, the tree exploded, and a replica of 6 successfully appeared. Seeing the approaching little ponies, the dazzling stars felt puzzled. Why did their colors look so faint? What was the episode about back then? They couldn't remember the details of seasons 8 or 9. Only that the queen of the changelings had cast a spell. Then the dazzling stars didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Anyway, they had the labor force now and could start cleaning the castle. All right, little ponies, let's head to the royal sister's castle. We need to be responsible for making the castle look new again. Just as the dazzling stars were about to set off, they noticed the 6 little ponies looking listless. The dazzling stars frowned and said to them, "Hurry up, we're leaving. I don't want to sleep on the street." "You don't want to sleep on the street? With your strength, why don't you just steal a house?" "That's right. I actually have a big house. A really huge house, bigger than a castle. But I want to let you have it." "Cleaning? How boring. Every day is just so dull." The dazzling stars watched the group of little ponies singing against the grain. Their head aching, only thinking about what to do after creating them. "Forget it, it's fine like this. If other little ponies weren't unwilling to come to the eternal freedom forest, I wouldn't want to create them either. Everyone be quiet. You were created by me, so you all have to listen to me. If it weren't for other little ponies not coming to the eternal freedom forest, you would still be a piece of broken wood." Hearing this, the replicas all stopped their noisy chatter, and then the fake Zue stepped forward and said, "All right, if possible, we are willing to listen to you. Also, I remember I had wings. Why am I just a unicorn now?" "Because your photo is of a unicorn. Now, let us go." The dazzling stars turned and walked towards the castle, while the fake Zue, after hearing the dazzling stars' explanation, clenched her teeth, unsure of what she was thinking, and then followed suit. The dazzling stars led them across the suspension bridge and arrived at the front of the royal sister's castle. The fake Zue saw it and said awkwardly, "Come on, it's just an old castle. Why don't you go steal a new one? I remember the Canterlot castle is pretty nice." "Oh, enough of you. That castle has ponies living in it. Now you all go inside and clean. How you do it is up to you. Otherwise, I'll turn you back into wood." After hearing this, the fake Zue awkwardly smiled and then walked into the castle, while the fake Applejack kept chattering beside her, claiming that she had a castle 1,000 times better, which was in the sky and therefore unreachable. The fake Rainbow Dash dragged the fake Pinkie Pie, and the fake Rarity took the opportunity to trip the fake Twilight Sparkle, who was carrying a large pile of things. "Twilight, enough. Hurry up and throw out your junk. Do you think it's not messy enough here?" "No, these are my treasures. I absolutely won't let go of them." "Oh wait, that is so pretty. That is mine too. None of you are allowed to take it. It's all mine." The dazzling stars saw them like this and immediately yelled, then threw the cleaning tools to them, taking the lead by walking upstairs with the tools. "I'm going to clean upstairs, you all figure it out." "Oh, I want to go over there. It looks dirtier." "That area is mine. No one is allowed to take it." The other fake little ponies saw this and began to separate, scattering throughout the castle. Just as they had just left the castle hall, Zue entered with Suelong. Zue took the lead, and Suelong followed timidly, arriving at the library, where Zue was immediately attracted by the collection of books. "Wow, there are so many ancient history books here. This is truly a historical treasure. I can't believe it, wow." Suelong cautiously walked over and got entangled in a spider web hanging from a tree, stumbling and falling to the ground. "Oh, that hurts. Hey, watch it, you idiot." Suelong opened their eyes and immediately saw the fake Rainbow Dash lying on a unicorn statue, seemingly preparing to sleep but disturbed by their intrusion. "Rainbow Dash, how did you get here?" Upon hearing the noise from the fake Rainbow Dash, Zue crawled out from the pile of books and flew over. The fake Rainbow Dash blew a puff of air and said, "Come on, Zue, you really gave yourself a pair of wings? Going crazy trying to be a princess. How hypocritical." Zue was immediately annoyed upon hearing this. "What are you talking about? I've always had wings, didn't you know? Why say that?" The fake Rainbow Dash looked somewhat irritated, spat, and flew out of the library, ignoring Zue's calls. "How could she do that?" Suelong stepped forward to comfort Zue. "I don't know. Maybe she is just in a bad mood today, which is why she came to the castle to sleep. I should apologize. If I hadn't disturbed her, she wouldn't. All right, Suelong, you don't need to blame yourself. We can talk to Rainbow Dash later. Right now, the most important thing is to find the book that the Cosmic Princess mentioned. We'll stay here all day. Maybe we should just stay here." Hearing this, Suelong's mood instantly sank. It was chilly here and didn't feel like a good place at all. On the other side, Rarity and Twilight also entered the royal sister's castle. Twilight decided to use the old ancient tapestries in the castle as inspiration for design by restoring them, convinced that retro classics would be all the rage next season. Just then, Angel suddenly ran in and saw the fake Rarity in the hall. Angel was puzzled, then looked back at the real Rarity approaching the castle, and then at the fake Rarity in the castle hall, becoming quite confused. The fake Rarity dropped the broom, cursed, and walked into a castle passage, while Angel quickly followed. The fake Rarity was walking when she suddenly felt an animal behind her. Turning around, she saw Angel running over and said, "Oh, it's you, Angel. What are you doing here, you annoying rabbit? Shouldn't you be at home eating carrots instead of running around? Sooner or later, you'll become the dinner of a wooden wolf." Upon hearing the mockery from fake Ruru, Angel was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat incredulous. Fake Ruru did not pay attention to the dazed Angel, but shook her bangs and walked around the corner and out. Soon after, Jinshi and Ruru also approached. When Ruru saw Angel in a daze, she said to her, "Angel, you shouldn't have run away like that. The things in the ancient ruins could hurt you. You might stub your toe or trip over a stone." Ruru kept rambling, while Angel simply wiped her face, one paw pulling Ruru's hair and the other paw pointing forward, then kept bouncing in place. "Do you want me to follow you?" Angel nodded immediately, but Ruru hesitated a bit because Jinshi and she were not in the same corridor. "Wait, where's Jinshi?" Ruru looked around and found it completely empty, suddenly feeling scared. Seeing Ruru like this, Angel quickly ran behind her to push her. Ruru sensed Angel's urgency and followed her into the eerie, dark corridor. Then, Biki quietly slipped in and disappeared from sight. Just as Ruru was leaving, Ziyue walked past with Suilong from the second floor, and Ziyue claimed she would stay here for a night, which made Suilong somewhat panicked. Just after Ziyue left, Yunbao and Applegyre also walked in. Applegyre pointed at the castle, excitedly saying, "All right, we've arrived. This is where courage is tested. This is the place to obtain the essence of harmony. When I was younger, Granny Smith told me a legend. When the nightmare moon was dispelled, her dark magic didn't completely vanish with her. When night falls on the castle, this magic transforms into the night shadow god Hoof Demon Steed." "Are you talking about a ghost?" "No, little pony, you know." Just then, a terrifying figure suddenly cast a shadow from the hall, blocking Yunbao and Applegyre in the center. It had long horns, a glowing single eye, a high, humped back, and a huge tail. "Mine, all mine. No one is allowed to take it." Upon seeing this, Yunbao and Applegyre screamed and quickly scattered to escape. Fake Shinshi dragged a pile of scrap metal through the hall, while the glowing unicorn struggled to pull these things along. On the other side, Jinshi, upon seeing the painting on the wall, immediately exclaimed in admiration, but then she couldn't find Ruru, which puzzled her. However, her love for these ancient tapestries made her overlook Ruru's disappearance. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from the side. Jinshi thought it was Ruru, but upon closer inspection, she saw fake Applegyre approaching. Jinshi was surprised. "Applegyre, how did you get here?" Fake Applegyre quickly rolled her eyes and said without thinking, "Actually, I was observing the castle's decorations. You know, my ancestors were the designers of this castle." Jinshi was incredulous and quickly asked, "What? Is that true?" "Applegyre, you never mentioned it before." "Of course, I'm an honest little pony." Jinshi became even more excited upon hearing this and said to fake Applegyre, "That's great. Do you know where the most beautiful tapestry is?" "Of course, Jinshi, I'm more familiar with this castle than my own home. Come with me." Then Jinshi followed Applegyre as they wandered around the castle. Yunbao quickly dashed through the corridor and hid in a room, cautiously looking out the door. "Applegyre, what do you think that thing is?" "Applegyre?" Just then, a hoof suddenly touched Yunbao from behind, and she screamed loudly, covering her mouth with both hooves. Turning her head, she saw fake Ziyue looking at her. "Shut up, idiot." "Wah." After fake Ziyue released Yunbao, she lit up the room, and Yunbao saw it was a storage room. "Ziyue, how did you end up here?" Fake Ziyue poked Yunbao's nose with her hoof and said, "What else?" "Of course, I'm planning to seize the power of the Starlight. He's so powerful, yet he foolishly chases after some elusive friendship. It's really laughable. I have a plan. As long as we work together, soon the entire Ponyville will be under my, cough cough, our hooves." "Ah." "What?" Yunbao was taken aback, and before she could say anything, fake Ziyue lifted a tattered cloth, revealing a blackboard filled with plans on how to conquer Ponyville and then attack Canterlot. Seeing this, Yunbao's mouth dropped open even wider. Applegyre quickly ran outside, then suddenly found herself falling down the stairs, shaking her head. Soon, a little pony appeared in front of Applegyre, who shook her head and saw fake Yunbao lying in a pile of junk. Chapter 60, Castle Chaos. "Hey, Yunbao, how did you get in front of me?" Fake Yunbao gave Applegyre a disdainful look and snorted, "Oh my, I can't believe a country bumpkin like you found me while I was hiding here. I'm so unlucky." Upon hearing fake Yunbao's words, Applegyre was instantly filled with rage and said, "Yunbao, you have no right to talk about me. You ran away too. And I'm not some country bumpkin. Come on, look at you, kicking apples all day. You have no sense of style. Being with someone like you makes me embarrassed to be a pony." Hearing this, Applegyre's face turned red, and she angrily replied, "Fine, I really misjudged you." Then Applegyre ignored fake Yunbao, turned around, flicked her tail, and walked up the stairs on her own. Fake Biki was walking down the corridor, bored, glanced at the broom on her mouth, threw it aside, and lay straight on the ground. Ah, the sad life of a pony, the sad castle. Suddenly, a shadow covered fake Biki. It was a little pony covered in cloth. Fake Biki just took a glance and continued to daydream, while the cloaked pony happily exclaimed, "Look, I found something, a clone that looks just like me. This is the best day ever. But it reminds me of that experience with the mirror pond. It was horrible. But today is different. You look a bit gloomy. Let us go play." "Oh my, look, a giant sound-moving organ. It's simply amazing." Biki then dragged fake Biki to the organ, wanting to play it to prepare for the castle party. Meanwhile, Starlight was lying in a secret room, flipping through a diary and munching on a carrot she found somewhere. She thought it was smart to have her little minions do the work while she just lay there to clean up a tidy castle, hoping they would work hard and not slack off. Outside the door, Ziyue and Suilong were flipping through books continuously, a long table filled with books. After putting down a book, Ziyue asked Suilong, "Find anything?" "No." Suilong pressed her head, preparing to get another book when suddenly a star spider fell from the ceiling and landed right on her nose. Seeing the spider on her face, Suilong immediately leaned back in fright, triggering the switch under her chair, which opened the secret room's door. Suilong was mesmerized by the star spider and started to run around. Just as Ziyu was about to help, a nearby bookshelf suddenly opened. When Ziyu turned around, she saw Qunxing Huanghuang lying there. Qunxing Huanghuang was eating a carrot, and, upon hearing the commotion outside, she moved the books aside and immediately saw the open door and Ziyu standing at the entrance. "Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you doing here?" Ziyu looked a bit puzzled, while Qunxing Huanghuang felt a bit embarrassed. Not long ago, she had vowed to lead by example and clean up, but now she was found resting here, which was indeed hypocritical. Suddenly realizing something, Qunxing Huanghuang showed a strange expression. "Wait, I created them, and they dare to rebut me? This is a serious offense against a creator." And looking at her, she seems to be slacking off too. Qunxing Huanghuang's gaze became dangerous. Ziyu, however, was more interested in the secret room. As she walked over to the book in Qunxing Huanghuang's hand with a light step, Qunxing Huanghuang became furious to see Ziyu acting so nonchalantly. She threw the book aside, which made Ziyu's heart ache. "No." Ziyu rushed over to pick up the diary, while Qunxing Huanghuang stretched her arm and said to Ziyu, "What are you looking at? Come rub my legs. I've been sitting for a while, and I'm exhausted." "What are you talking about, Qunxing Huanghuang?" Ziyu looked a bit angry. Qunxing Huanghuang was startled by Ziyu's reaction, then became furious. "How dare you defy your creator? Do you not want to live anymore?" So Qunxing Huanghuang stood up and approached Ziyu. Under Ziyu's confused gaze, Qunxing Huanghuang directly pressed down on her head and started to rub it. To be honest, Qunxing Huanghuang had wanted to do this for a long time. Who could refuse a cute little pony? Each one was so adorable, with big eyes and colorful coats. If they weren't intelligent beings, she would have wanted to cuddle them long ago. It felt like her old golden retriever, with smooth fur. But the tactile sensation was even better, and the sideburns emitted a hint of lavender scent, with a soft belly. Ziyu, Qunxing Huanghuang, what are you two doing?" Suilong rushed over after dealing with the star spider, and saw Qunxing Huanghuang rubbing Ziyu like a small animal, while Ziyu lay in Qunxing Huanghuang's arms, looking a bit dazed. Upon hearing Suilong's voice, Qunxing Huanghuang looked up and found Suilong staring at them with a strange expression. Qunxing Huanghuang was confused. She clearly hadn't created a substitute for Suilong, so why was Suilong here? Qunxing Huanghuang's mind was racing, while her hooves continued their mechanical motions. Then, as she touched Ziyu's wings, Qunxing Huanghuang suddenly stiffened. Suilong, what were you going to tell me this morning?" Suilong was puzzled about why Qunxing Huanghuang asked that, but replied, "Oh, the Cosmic Princess sent a letter today. She asked me and Ziyu to come to this castle to find a book, which might hold clues about that strange box. I was just about to inform you to come along, but when I turned around, you had disappeared. So this is the real Ziyu? Of course. How could there be a fake Ziyu?" Qunxing Huanghuang looked down at the lying Ziyu, who also lifted her head to look at Qunxing Huanghuang, and then a hoof flew over. Qunxing Huanghuang curled up in a corner, silently rubbing her eyes, while Ziyu lay on the cushion, looking at the Cosmic Princess's diary. Suilong stood at the door, sensing that the situation seemed a bit dangerous, deciding it was best not to move. Yuna listened to the crazy plan of the fake Ziyu. Although she couldn't fully understand what she was saying, words like seizure and war occasionally popping up stimulated her nerves. Extra, bad guys are just magic. True strength comes from within. I am full of curiosity about other worlds. The night sky was particularly beautiful. In the library, Ziyu sat by the window, the open window reflecting the moon above Ponyville. The moon was large and round, with no unicorn symbols left. It made sense. The nightmare moon had long disappeared, replaced by our moon princess, restored to her original state through the power of friendship with her companions. Under the moonlight, Ziyu took out a locked notebook from the drawer, retrieved a key from a nearby flower pot, and gently turned it. With a crisp click, the notebook was opened. Ziyu glanced back at the sleeping Suilong, who was still mumbling in his sleep, the blanket kicked down to his feet. Ziyu gently used magic to pull up the blanket, covering the little guy to prevent him from catching a cold. "Who? Shoo, Orui, don't wake Suilong." Ziyu gently tapped the nearby owl and smiled, then opened the notebook. Orui kindly handed Ziyu a feather. After receiving the feather, Ziyu dipped it in ink and continued writing in the notebook. Date, observation log of the shapeshifter. I know this is very impolite, but I must understand Qunxing Huanghuang's behavioral habits. He is powerful and also very proud. This is the 913th day of my observation. As is known, the magic of shapeshifters mainly comes from consuming the love of other beings to fill their bellies, then converting that love into magic to cast spells. This is quite normal. However, since Qunxing Huanghuang arrived in Ponyville, I have recorded every instance of his consumption, but strangely, his output energy does not correlate with his input energy. This piques my curiosity, as just maintaining shapeshifting consumes a considerable amount of magic. Yet Qunxing Huanghuang seems to manage it effortlessly, and it has no impact on his life. Alternatively, Qunxing Huanghuang might have some extra hunting records that I don't know about. I must clarify this. This isn't just a task given to me by the Cosmic Princess. More importantly, I must know if Qunxing Huanghuang has done anything out of line. He is powerful yet vulnerable, and I don't know what he's worried about. The emotions that occasionally flicker in his eyes feel familiar to me. Indeed, I have seen them with the Cosmic Princess and in Chaos. What exactly is that? He doesn't speak, and I don't ask. Perhaps I will find the answer later. At that moment, Ziyu's ears suddenly twitched. It seemed there was some noise coming from the next room. To be honest, ever since she became a princess, Ziyu's potential had increased significantly, including her hearing ability. Ziyu closed the notebook, locked it with the key, returned it to the drawer, and stuffed the key back into the flower pot. She decided to check what Qunxing Huanghuang was doing next door. Orui, stay here. I'll be right back. Ziyu softly told the owl and quietly left the room, closed the door, took a deep breath in the hallway, and walked toward the next room. Gently turning the doorknob, the door opened a crack, and Ziyu saw a peculiar item standing in Qunxing Huanghuang's room that she had never seen before. It was emitting a faint glow, while Qunxing Huanghuang's bed was empty. What was that thing? Chapter 61, Castle Chaos. Yuna couldn't believe her friend would do such a thing. The fake Ziyu immediately noticed that Yuna wasn't listening seriously. She shot Yuna a glare and said to her, "Forget it. An idiot like you will never understand what I'm saying. Let's gather everyone silently first, and then we'll talk. But you all have to listen to me. Now, while the stars are still unaware, we need to act quickly." So, Jia Ziyue pulled Yunbao out of the storage room. And then they each went in different directions to look for other ponies. Yunbao, still dazed, was walking down the hallway when she suddenly got knocked to the ground by another pony. Rubbing her head, Yunbao heard the other pony's angry shout. "Hey, can't you watch where you're going? Is your head made of stone? It hurts so much." Yunbao looked up and saw the fake Ruru glaring at her. And she was a bit surprised. How did Ruru end up here? But there was no time to think about that. Ziyue seemed a bit off. Ignoring the fake Ruru's tone, Yunbao grabbed her shoulders and said anxiously, "It's bad, Ru. Ziyue has gone crazy. She plans to take over Ponyville and then attack Canterlot. We have to stop her quickly." The fake Ruru pushed Yunbao away with her hoof, rolled her eyes at her, and said, "What does that have to do with me? If she wants to fight, let her. It'd be best if they all died." "Ruru, how can you say that? We're friends." "Oh, right, we're good friends." The fake Ruru ignored Yunbao and walked straight past her. Seeing the fake Ruru's indifferent attitude, Yunbao squatted down in frustration, scratching her head. Just then, she heard a noise ahead. "Yunbao, what are you doing here?" Looking up, she saw Angel standing in front of her, with Ruru following behind. Upon seeing Ruru's concerned expression, Yunbao instantly got angry. "Enough. If you don't care, that's fine, but don't put on this fake concerned look. I don't need you anymore. I'm going to find Applejack. She will definitely help me. Goodbye." With a huff, Yunbao flapped her wings and flew past Ruru. After Yunbao yelled at her, Ruru's eyes filled with tears, and she couldn't help but bury her head and cry. "Why, Yunbao? She doesn't need me anymore." Seeing this, Angel wiped her face with her paw, thinking these ponies were really hard to please. Just as she was about to comfort Ruru and then chase after the fake Ruru, another noise came from a different hallway. "Oh, I'm serious. My family used to have a gold mine, with diamonds everywhere, and pearls, emeralds, agates, all sorts of things, but I just don't care about them." "Oh, Applejack, I thought you weren't the kind of pony who brags, but now you seem to be." The fake Applejack was walking with Shinchi, who found Applejack's words full of holes. Just a moment ago, the fake Applejack pointed to a pile of garbage and claimed it was their treasure, leaving Shinchi speechless. Then they heard crying ahead, and Shinchi immediately ran forward to check, discovering Ruru on the ground crying, while Angel waved her paw at Shinchi. "Dear, why are you crying? Who made you sad? Let me teach them a lesson." Upon hearing Shinchi's voice, Ruru stopped crying and looked up, sniffling quietly. "I don't know. Yunbao suddenly yelled at me for no reason, saying she didn't need me anymore, and then she went to find Applejack. Yunbao, she doesn't need me anymore, wah. Oh dear, don't be sad. Applejack, what is going on?" Shinchi hugged Ruru and gently patted her back, then turned to ask the fake Applejack what had happened. The fake Applejack immediately started making up stories. "Oh, it was a dare between me and Yunbao to see who was braver. Maybe Yunbao got scared by something. She's such a coward. She's not brave like me." Hearing this, Shinchi frowned and scolded. "Enough, Applejack. Since I met you, you haven't told a single truth. Didn't you just say you were here fixing art? Now it's a dare? You're such a braggart. Ruru, let's go. Let this braggart stay here. After helping Ruru up, Jinchi led her forward, while Angel ran ahead to guide them, afraid of losing track of the fake Ruru. The fake Applejack stood still, puffed, and then turned to leave confidently. Suddenly, a voice came from ahead. Applejack, there you are. Stop wandering around. Hurry up and come with me. We need to find the others. The fake Applejack opened her eyes and saw the fake Ziyue in front of her, waving her hoof to signal for the fake Applejack to follow. The fake Applejack replied, actually, I saw them just now. I was with them. The fake Ziyue clearly didn't believe a word the fake Applejack said and used magic to pull her toward a side hallway, afraid the fake Applejack would disappear again. On the other side, Beaky sat at the organ, while the fake Beaky lay on top, completely unwilling to move. Seeing this, Beaky opened the organ cover and said to the fake Beaky, all right, stop lying there. Let's get lively. I'm a professional organist, and we'll be the new generation of Beaky duo. I've even thought of a name. Beaky and her Beaky stand-in performing a super invincible organ concert together. How about that? Sounds great, right? The fake Beaky pushed Beaky's hoof aside and then laid her face on the organ keys, looking dejected and dazed. After a moment of thought, Beaky seemed to have an idea and said to the fake Beaky, oh, I know. You must not have slept well. I remember there are some coffee beans in the castle. I'll go find some for you to eat. I'm sure you'll be as lively as me. And then we can play the organ together. The fake Beaky didn't want to respond, and as soon as Beaky left her seat, she laid down on the organ keys, causing a loud noise. Hearing this, Beaky covered her ears and said, oh my gosh, it seems not every pony has musical talent like me. Your playing is simply terrible. But don't worry, just stay here, and I'll go get you some coffee beans. I'll be back soon, so don't leave. Watching Beaky bounce out of the room, the fake Beaky didn't want to talk. She got up, threw the gray cloth Beaky had left over herself, and slumped back down on the organ, continuing to be bored and dazed. Chapter 62. Chaos in the Castle. Just after Beaky left the room, she saw the fake Ziyue and fake Applejack walking toward her. So, Beaky quickly jumped over to greet them. Hi, fake Ziyue. Hi, fake Applejack. How are you? I'm great, Beaky. Seriously, I just ate 3 carts of apple pies, 6 carts of apple tarts, and drank a whole big pool of apple juice. I'm feeling fantastic. Beaky was taken aback by the fake Applejack's statement and replied, wow, you're amazing. I can only eat 1 cart of apple pies, and then I can't eat anymore. The fake Ziyue immediately stepped in front of them, afraid they would continue talking. All right, you little dunderheads. Now 1, 2, 3. We've only found half of the ponies. There are still 3 others missing. I hope Yunbao has gathered all the ponies. Then, the fake Ziyue walked in front, while the fake Applejack and Beaky walked behind chatting. Hearing the increasingly absurd things being said behind her, fake Ziyue couldn't help but sigh. There was no way around it, aside from herself. They were all a bunch of useless teammates. But it was precisely because of this that she had the chance to become the true ruler. Thinking of this, fake Ziyue couldn't help but smile, and just then, Beaky leaned over and asked, hey, fake Ziyue, what are you laughing about? Nothing. Let's hurry and find Yunbao and the others. Fake Ziyue replied as she wiped the drool from her mouth and continued on her way, pondering where Yunbao and the others might be. Applejack was angrily walking inside the castle, unable to believe that Yunbao would say such things about her. Weren't they friends? Applejack looked a bit dejected. Just as she was walking with her head down, a shadow suddenly spread over her, growing darker and darker. When she looked up, she saw a terrifying monster approaching her. Ah, a monster. Applejack prepared to run, but since she had twisted her foot when she fell down the stairs earlier, her limbs slipped and she fell to the ground. Grabbing a broken branch with her mouth, she started waving it around haphazardly. Just when Applejack felt she was doomed, a voice came from ahead. Don't move, it's mine. Applejack felt the branch in her mouth being snatched away by the monster, and the voice sounded so familiar. She cautiously opened her eyes and then widened them in surprise. Jinchi, what are you doing here? And why are you carrying such a huge bag of, junk? In front of Applejack, fake Jinchi was carrying a pile of discarded items collected from somewhere in the castle, including an armor rack, branches, a delicate blanket, and old paintings, all haphazardly stuffed onto her. No wonder fake Jinchi looked so terrifying. It was because she was carrying so much stuff, and the glowing unicorn horn looked like an eye. Once Applejack figured it out, she immediately felt relieved. I'm here to collect treasures. They're all mine. Are you here to steal my stuff? I knew it. Now, I'm going to keep a close eye on you. Hearing this, Applejack was at a loss, wondering what she would do with such junk. But fake Jinchi's sharp gaze made her feel embarrassed. After fake Ro came down the stairs, she encountered fake Yunbao lying there. Looking at the sleeping fake Yunbao, fake Ro suddenly had a good idea. She quietly approached fake Yunbao, leaned in close to her ear, and shouted, wake up, sleepyhead. Fake Yunbao jumped up in fright, hitting her head on the ceiling, and fake Ro burst out laughing, while fake Yunbao lay in a pile of fallen objects. Holding her head and looking at fake Ro, you jerk, you woke me up. Oh really? But didn't the stars tell us to clean the castle? Yet. Here you are sleeping. Do you want me to tell them to turn you back into wood? I was just resting. What about you? What are you doing here? None of your business, sleepyhead. Fake Yunbao covered her head, and seeing fake Ro push closer with her nose, they locked eyes. Just then, fake Ro suddenly used her stare technique, and fake Yunbao lost her balance, falling back into the pile of junk. Fake Ro lay triumphantly in fake Yunbao's spot, like a victorious little rooster, and fake Yunbao immediately shouted, "Hey, that's my bed. No, it's mine now." Seeing fake Ro looking so smug, fake Yunbao mumbled and flew away. Just as fake Yunbao took off up the stairs, she bumped into Jinxi and Ro. "Yunbao? So you were here. How could you treat Ro like that? She's so kind. How could you say that about her?" Having just been angered by fake Ro, fake Yunbao felt furious when she saw another Ro and heard Jinxi's inexplicable accusation. "Enough. You too. Don't think I'm easy to bully. When I get angry, I'm not someone to mess with." "What? Yunbao, you did something wrong and still won't admit it? I'm really blind to have a friend like you. All right, stop arguing." Yunbao didn't mean it. Maybe she's just in a bad mood today. Let's sit down and talk it over. Stop pretending to be nice. You just stole my spot, and now you're comforting me? Do I look like a fool? Wait, that's not what I meant. Enough. Ro, stop worrying about Yunbao. She's just an ungrateful brat, talking nonsense and completely unaware of what she's saying. Angel was surrounded by the three little ponies, pacing back and forth, stretching her claws. And realizing she wasn't being noticed at all, she put her hands on her hips. The noise was relentless, and Angel couldn't help but cover her ears and close her eyes. Then, opening one eye and thinking for a moment, she looked down the stairs, took a deep breath, and decided to go see for herself. The scent of fake Ro was right below, so she hopped down the stairs, ignoring the three arguing ponies. While they were arguing, there was a commotion from the other side. "Yunbao, I can't believe you actually found them. What are you all arguing about?" Hearing the noise, fake Ziyue walked over in the direction of the sound, and immediately saw the three little ponies quarreling. Just as she was pleased that fake Yunbao hadn't disappointed her, she realized they hadn't heard her at all, so she amplified her voice with magic and shouted, "Shut up, you bunch of idiots." The voice instantly startled the three arguing little ponies, and Jinxi and the others covered their ears, looking back to see it was fake Ziyue and the others. "Ziyue, Applejack. Beaky, what are you three doing here?" Jinxi looked confused, not knowing what was going on, and just then, Beaky jumped over and said, "Oh, I saw you all went into the castle, so I followed you in. I was just about to throw a huge castle party, but then I found." Fake Ziyue raised her hoof to stop the chattering Beaky and said to Jinxi and the others, "All right, since all the ponies are here, let's hurry back and discuss how to rule Ponyville." "What?" Jinxi and Ro were shocked, while fake Yunbao just scoffed and flew over, following behind Ziyue. Watching fake Yunbao and fake Applejack follow fake Ziyue, Beaky bounced closer to Jinxi and Ro. "Oh, I guess fake Ziyue and the others are planning a party to rule all of Ponyville. They want to throw a huge party and invite all the ponies in Ponyville to come. It's such a grand plan. I can't wait to eat the party cake. Yum smack smack. Oh, I hope so." Seeing Beaky looking nostalgic, Jinxi and Ro exchanged glances. Just then, fake Ziyue's voice came again. "Enough, time waits for no pony. You all need to hurry up." Reluctantly, Jinxi pulled Beaky and followed Ro to catch up with fake Ziyue and listen to the so-called plan to rule Ponyville. After Angel jumped down the stairs, she finally spotted fake Ro lying in the pile of junk. After rolling her eyes, she suddenly had a good idea. Since they weren't coming to find her, she would go find them. Angel rubbed his claws and then smiled maliciously. After looking around, he picked up a small stone and threw it at fake Ruru. The stone hit fake Ruru's wing, instantly waking her up. Once awake, fake Ruru turned around and saw Angel sticking out his tongue at her, which made her furious. She shouted, "You damn rabbit. Not only did you disturb my sleep, but you also dare to throw a stone at me. Just wait until I throw you into the forest to starve." Saying this, fake Ruru spread her wings to catch Angel, but as soon as Angel saw her getting up, he immediately ran up the stairs. Fake Ruru, caught off guard, crashed into the wall, shook her head, and grew even more resentful towards Angel. After jumping up the stairs, Angel discovered that Ruru and the others were nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, a furious roar from fake Ruru echoed from below, causing Angel to panic and randomly choose a path to run down. On the other side, Yunbao was quickly darting around the castle, hoping to find Applejack. Eventually, she spotted Applejack walking down the corridor and was delighted until she suddenly noticed a huge figure behind Applejack, the same as the one she had seen in the castle before. Surprised, Yunbao saw that Applejack was limping and concluded that she had been captured by the monster. Without caring for her own safety, Yunbao swallowed hard and hurriedly flew towards fake Jinxi. Applejack was following fake Jinxi down the corridor, looking helpless as fake Jinxi continuously rummaged through various items, blocking the way back and forcing them to move forward. Suddenly, Applejack saw Yunbao rushing over and heard Yunbao shout, Applejack, run! Yunbao dashed past Applejack and collided directly with fake Qunxing. As fake Qunxing struggled to drag her belongings, Yunbao crashed into her, causing the ropes binding the items to snap, and both Yunbao and fake Qunxing were buried in the rubble. Qunxing, Yunbao. Just as Applejack was worried, Yunbao suddenly sprang out from the debris, holding fake Qunxing and shouting loudly to Applejack. Hurry, run, Applejack. Don't worry about me, I'll hold off the monster. You need to get out of here. You have a whole family to take care of. Applejack was surprised to hear Yunbao's words, but quickly realized what was happening. She smiled and said to Yunbao, Yunbao, that's Qunxing, not a monster. What? Initially, Yunbao was prepared to sacrifice herself for Applejack's safety, but upon hearing Applejack's words, she suddenly opened her eyes and realized she was holding fake Qunxing's head. After releasing fake Qunxing, who was now furious upon seeing Yunbao, she hurriedly began collecting her scattered belongings. These are all mine. You can't take them. I knew it, Applejack. You were planning to team up with Yunbao to steal my things. No way. As fake Qunxing frantically gathered her junk, Yunbao crawled out from the debris and approached Applejack, asking, Qunxing, why is she here? And why does she look so stingy? I don't know. She has been like this since I saw her. I have no idea what happened. Just then, Angel ran over, and Applejack was visibly surprised to see him. Before she could react further, fake Ruru flew in, looking furious. What did Angel do to make Ruru so angry? Yunbao asked Applejack, feeling confused. As Angel darted past two small ponies and squeezed into a gap in the pile of junk, fake Qunxing, seeing this, roared angrily. Ruru, I knew it. You're all after my treasures. I will never let your pet succeed. What? Who cares about your pile of junk? Don't you realize you've delayed my chance to catch that damn rabbit? Fake Qunxing quickly started rummaging through the gap Angel had passed through. And fake Ruru cursed before joining in. Yunbao and Applejack exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why they were acting so crazy. At that moment, the large door next to them opened, and Sui Long, holding a wooden stick, trembled as he walked out. But upon seeing Yunbao and the others, he was instantly shocked. Extra, the villain is just magic. Are you a good horse or a bad horse? This is a place only villains can enter. Stealthily opening the door, Ziwe slowly walked over. Looking at the covered blanket, she reached in with her hoof and felt that it was still warm, indicating that Qunxing Huanghuang had just left not long ago. Then Ziwe turned her head to look at the glowing mirror beside her. She approached the mirror, saw her reflection, and pressed her hoof against the surface, causing ripples like a lake. Withdrawing her hoof, Ziwe gazed at the softly glowing mirror, as if she had thought of something, and muttered to herself. Perhaps today I will understand the secret Qunxing Huanghuang has been hiding. With that thought, Ziwe no longer hesitated and plunged into the mirror. A flash of white light passed, and when Ziwe emerged from the mirror, she was stunned by the sight before her. Islands floated in the sky, each with medieval-style fortresses built on them. And below them stood a magnificent castle, resplendent and grand. The castle's foundation resembled a tree trunk, as if it had grown from the ground, and orange lights adorned the entire structure. At the castle's entrance, a long line formed, filled with bizarre creatures, each different from the last. At the entrance stood a device that began to test whether the creatures could enter the castle based on their goodness or wickedness. Ziwe immediately recognized it as a magical artifact, but it seemed she had never read about it. Watching the animals that had emerged from the mirror behind her line up, Ziwe pondered and decided to join the queue. As Ziwe stood in line, she discreetly peeked ahead at Qunxing Huanghuang, who had transformed back into his illusionary form and was now second in line. She heard the soldier in front begin to ask questions. Are you a villain now, or have you been one in the past? The two-headed dog in front of Qunxing Huanghuang laughed heartily and replied to the guard, of course. I'm a villain, both past and present. When I was very young, I once ate a small pony all by myself without any help from other creatures. That taste was truly unforgettable, and since then, Ziwe gasped quietly at this, only to witness an even more unbelievable scene. Qunxing Huanghuang patted the two-headed dog, which turned around and bared its teeth at him. What's wrong, little bug? Do you have something to say to me? Without saying a word, Qunxing Huanghuang gently exhaled and then inhaled forcefully, instantly sucking the magic out of the two-headed dog, which was reduced to a pile of goo in just over 2 seconds. Seeing this, the guard said nothing more and directly allowed Qunxing Huanghuang to enter the castle. Sir, please proceed. Next, as Qunxing Huanghuang entered through the castle gate, a team of guards swept away the remnants of the two-headed dog that had been drained at the entrance and then returned to their posts inside the castle. Watching the queue, Ziwe understood how this magical item operated. Simply put, villains could enter, while the good ones were thrown out. Watching the constantly moving line, Ziwe's heart filled with worry. As the princess of friendship, it was naturally impossible for me to be a villain. Perhaps I had done something bad in the past. But compared to this group of beings around me, my actions were like a feeble introduction. Thus, I began to hesitate, watching as my team was about to arrive. After a clench of my teeth and a stamp of my hoof, I decided to venture inside to find out what was going on. Chapter 63, Castle Troubles. Why is it so noisy outside? What is happening? Wait, how did you all get here? Suilong, what are you doing here? I was reading with Ziyue in the castle library. How did you end up here? Jinshi and Ruru, what are you digging for? At that moment, Angel seized the opportunity and dashed out from behind a pile of clutter, quickly darting past Suilong and escaping into the library. Seeing this, fake Ruru stopped her actions and followed her in. Fake Jinshi, noticing both Angel and fake Ruru had entered that room, assumed they must have stolen something important from her, and yelled to put down her things before running in after them. Yunbao and Applejack shared a bitter smile. Applejack helped the knocked-over Suilong to her feet and followed them inside. Meanwhile, fake Ziyue was walking down the corridor with the little ponies, and Applejack addressed Jinshi and the others. It's true, when Sweet Apple Orchard faced an unprecedented crisis, all the apples came to life. They captured the little ponies from the other apple families and made them build catapults to attack other places. But in this moment of crisis, I, Applejack, stepped forward, kicking one apple to the left and another to the right. Ultimately, relying on my unbeatable strength, I drove out those apple invaders and chased them out of Ponyville. Beaky found this very interesting. It was simply too amusing. However, Jinshi, who was following behind, felt a bit impatient. How could apples come to life? Applejack was becoming increasingly dishonest. Next to them, Ruru seemed somewhat distracted, as she had just noticed that Angel was missing. When she wanted to ask Ziyue if she could leave the group to find Angel, Ziyue suddenly snorted and asked if she had something to say, which scared Ruru into silence. But thinking of poor Angel, who might trip over a stone or get hurt by falling debris, or perhaps was being chased by some terrifying monster, Ruru decided to muster her courage and request again from Ziyue. Suddenly, Ruru's attention was caught by a mural on the wall. An eye in the mural was staring directly at her, making her feel a bit scared. She quickly dashed out and collided with fake Yunbao, who was flying ahead. Hey, Ruru, watch where you're going. Sorry, Yunbao. That painting was just too scary. Ruru then screamed loudly, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding ponies. She crouched on the ground, trembling with her head in her hooves, pointing with a hoof at the painting not far away. Enough. What is wrong with you all? Fake Ziyue said angrily. After finally gathering them all, she didn't want any more trouble. But seeing what Ruru was pointing at, fake Ziyue walked over, squinting at the painting, and saw nothing wrong at all. Ruru, why are you making such a fuss? Just then, as fake Ziyue turned around, the eye in the painting suddenly moved and stared at her. The other ponies, seeing this, huddled together and screamed. Ah, Ziyue, the painting behind you, its eye moved. What? Hearing Jinshi's warning, fake Ziyue immediately jumped aside and, without thinking, used her magic to attack the painting. The painting, along with the wall, shattered, and suddenly a shadow darted out. Fake Ziyue yelled and chased after it, while the other ponies felt a chill run through the castle. What do you think that was? I don't know, maybe a ghost. Are you scared? Who has scared? I'm brave. You're the one who has scared. Are you daring enough to chase after it? Of course. Fake Yunbao and fake Applejack exchanged glances and slowly followed after it, while Beaky bounced along behind them, and Jinshi and Ruru silently walked after them. In the library's secret room, Ziyue was engrossed in a book, which was the diary of the royal sisters, detailing various interesting events in the castle. Ziyue was completely absorbed in it. Meanwhile, Qunxing Huanghuang felt a bit numb from squatting too long and prepared to sneak out quietly. Hoping that her duplicated ponies hadn't caused her any trouble, she aimed to retrieve them before Ziyue and Suilong discovered them. However, as soon as she lifted her leg, Ziyue snorted, making Qunxing Huanghuang retract her hoof. Ziyue, I didn't mean it. I was just... Ziyue didn't respond, and Qunxing Huanghuang worried that if she delayed, things might change, fearing that Suilong, who had just gone out, might discover the presence of the other duplicate ponies. After thinking it over, she decided that now that she had started, she might as well face the consequences. So she took a deep breath, stopped disturbing Ziyue, and immediately stood up to run outside. Suddenly, Ziyue said something, but Qunxing Huanghuang didn't catch it clearly. She instinctively turned back, and, at that moment, a rabbit burst out from the doorway, followed by fake Ruru crashing through the door and colliding right into Qunxing Huanghuang. Then fake Jinshi barged in, landing on fake Ruru and Qunxing Huanghuang. Fake Ruru looked up and saw Angel standing on the table, quickly flipping fake Jinshi off her and racing over. After rubbing her head, fake Jinshi noticed the books in the library and became uncontrollably excited, jumping right into the pile of books, stacking them up. Mine, all mine. Yunbao and Applejack walked in and immediately spotted Qunxing Huanghuang lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Qunxing Huanghuang felt that everything was ruined and thought it best not to make any moves. Suilong approached and poked Qunxing Huanghuang, who was lying on the ground. Hey, why are you lying on the ground? You can't sleep here, you'll catch a cold. At that moment, a surge of magic swept through, and fake Ruru and the others were suddenly frozen in place. After Ziyue released them, she asked, What on earth is going on? How did you end up here again? Qunxing Huanghuang glanced around and noticed that none of the ponies present were duplicates, so she sighed in relief, glad there was still a chance to salvage the situation. But just then, fake Ruru pointed at fake Shinchi. I report. I was cleaning just fine, and then they came over to mess things up. It's all their fault. Wait, it was you and that damned rabbit trying to steal my stuff. I was just trying to work the hardest. Hearing the conversation between the two little ponies, Ziyue immediately turned her gaze to Qunxing Huanghuang, who was trying to sneak away. Qunxing Huanghuang looked flustered and was about to say something when suddenly, sounds of fighting came from the other side of the library. Curious, Ziyue walked over and discovered little ponies fighting in the hall below. She saw another version of herself and a group of companions battling against a dark figure. What is going on? Why is there another me down there? I don't know. How can there be another me? Yunbao and Applejack were both confused, while Qunxing Huanghuang felt her head was about to explode. The encounter between the duplicate ponies and the original was already surprising enough. But what was that shadow? Who was she? Wait a minute. After Glimmering Stars counted the horses, she suddenly remembered that one horse was missing. After checking, she found that one of the pixies was missing. Could it be that she is one of the fake pixies? That's not right. The shadow is clearly a unicorn. The fake Ziyue seemed to sense something and looked up to see Glimmering Stars and the other ponies. Without caring about her surprise, the main force, fake Ziyue, found it a bit difficult to deal with the enemy, so she shouted, Glimmering Stars, hurry down and help. We need to eliminate this monster so that my plan to unify Pony Maria can continue. What? Unifying Pony Maria? Glimmering Stars, what are you planning behind the scenes? Ziyue questioned Glimmering Stars. At that moment, Applejack suddenly shouted, Ah, I know. She is a shadow pony formed by the residual magic of Nightmare Moon. What? Shadow pony? Suilong, who was nearby, immediately cried out in fear and hugged the leg of Yunk. However, Yunk also felt a little scared upon hearing this. Suddenly being hugged by Suilong startled her, and she began to shout in panic in Glimmering Star's ear. Why are you all shouting? Can't you let the ponies rest? The fake pixie suddenly jumped out from somewhere and stood on the opposite podium, yelling at the ponies present. Glimmering Stars was already having a headache. And after Yunk shouted at her, she became angry. It's just a ball of magic. What's the big deal? Glimmering Stars spread her wings and jumped down. The shadow pony quickly looked up when it heard the noise and widened its yellow eyes upon seeing Glimmering Stars flying over. The shadow pony fired a laser. But Glimmering Stars dodged it, then flew straight at the shadow pony, grabbing it and covering them with her wings. Just like a vampire bat swallowing an apple, she engulfed the entire shadow pony. Seeing this scene, the main ponies were astonished, while the copied ponies looked very excited. Enough. Everyone be quiet. With Glimmering Star's shout, the ponies present immediately fell silent. In the end, in the hall, the copied ponies sat in a row, while the main ponies and Suilong formed another row, and Glimmering Stars sat in the middle. So, you thought that because I kicked you out of the library, you had nowhere to go. So you planned to clean the Royal Sisters' castle in Eternal Freedom Forest as your own castle, but due to a lack of hooves, you specially used magic to create a group of our copies to help? Where did you learn this magic? I didn't know about it. I found a type of magic in the secret scrolls of the Illusion Clan that requires a photo and a small part of the body of the copied ponies. I originally just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect it to succeed at once, Ziyue replied with a puzzled expression. After answering Ziyue's question, Glimmering Stars turned to the fake Ziyue and said, I asked you to clean, but you were destroying things everywhere, slacking off, especially you, Ziyue. Then Glimmering Stars turned to Ziyue and said, I wasn't talking about you. I know. Glimmering Stars turned back to the fake Ziyue and said, especially you. Plotting to rebel against Pony Maria. You're not even a princess, can't even defeat a ball of energy, and yet you want to dominate Pony Maria? You even wrote a plan. How audacious. I haven't even planned it out yet. Ahem. In short, I am very dissatisfied with you. Upon hearing Glimmering Star's reprimand, the fake Ziyue immediately drooped her face. Then she thought of something, smiled mischievously, and looked at Glimmering Stars with wide eyes. I was wrong, I'm sorry. You can punish me however you want. I won't resist at all. Please forgive me. The fake Ziyue hugged Glimmering Star's arm and looked at her with wide eyes, glancing sideways to give the other copied ponies a signal. The other copied ponies immediately understood and rushed over to hug Glimmering Stars, pleading with her continuously. Glimmering Stars was taken aback by this, and then noticed that the main ponies were looking at her with strange expressions, as if they were looking at garbage. She never expected that the most obvious reaction would come from Ro, who seemed to have been looking at her like that ever since she saw the other copied ponies. Damn it, being pecked by the geese while trying to shoot them. Your chaotic family is the most playful. You have two of you. Glimmering Stars couldn't stand the copied ponies' random touching, especially the fake Ziyue, who kept trying to see if she could gain her magic from Glimmering Stars. Glimmering Star's magic suddenly burst forth, causing the copied ponies to wrinkle up and instantly turn back into wooden forms. Glimmering Stars looked at the scattered wood and was still not satisfied. She then shot a laser, and the piled up would instantly turn to ash. You won't blame me, right? No. How could we? Exactly, we are friends. Upon hearing their responses, Glimmering Stars felt a chill run down her spine, as their expressions and tone of voice were completely inconsistent. She knew that her next life was ruined, and just when she was about to consider whether to use the memory-erasing magic, Zeus said, "All right, girls. Let's let this matter go. Glimmering Stars, I forgive you on behalf of them, but from now on, I will keep an eye on you." Glimmering Stars swallowed and felt something was off. Then everyone returned to the library, and Zeus shared the royal sister's diary with them. They decided to write a diary as a reference for the other ponies. The girls all agreed, while Glimmering Stars seemed to remember that there was an episode where trouble arose because of a diary. However, when Zeus asked Glimmering Stars to write one too, Glimmering Stars found it troublesome. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished, and Glimmering Stars ended up with an extra diary to write. Chapter 64, The Fearless Pegasus. Glimmering Stars stood in the library's living room, looking at the work in front of her, feeling that something was missing. For a moment, she was uncertain. The Canterlot Creative Works competition had started, and besides various small rewards, the winner would receive a large piece of pear cake specially made by the Magoa pear family. Applejack's birthday was coming up, and Glimmering Stars planned to give this pear cake as a birthday gift to Applejack. Something about this sculpture feels incomplete. What could it be? Glimmering Stars frowned and squinted her eyes, backing away continuously. At that moment, she accidentally stepped on a few books on the floor and fell backward. Oh my gosh. Glimmering Stars picked up the book that had fallen on her face, and, upon seeing the content and illustrations inside, her eyes lit up as she thought of something. Right? I still need a bunch of big and small rings as decorations. Placing them behind the statue to create a gradient effect that will bring the work to life. I'm such a genius. Then Glimmering Stars closed the book, which was titled The Fearless Pegasus and the Scocello Ring. She looked at the book and began to smile mischievously. Just then, Zeus walked over and, upon seeing Glimmering Stars holding the book about the Fearless Pegasus, was surprised. "Oh, Glimmering Stars, I didn't know you liked reading the Fearless Pegasus books. Actually, I have the entire set of Fearless Pegasus books here. And you know what? I received news that the latest edition of the Fearless Pegasus might be delayed for 2 months. Do you want it?" Ugh, how annoying. Zeus put the Fearless Pegasus back in its original place. Just as Zeus was speaking, Qunxing Huanghuang had already left the living room and gone upstairs. Qunxing Huanghuang then opened a book to search for useful clues. Eventually, Qunxing Huanghuang confirmed something and wrote a letter, preparing to leave the library to mail it. As soon as Qunxing Huanghuang pushed open the door, she saw Beaky approaching. Upon seeing Qunxing Huanghuang, Beaky said, "Hi, Qunxing Huanghuang, how are you? I'm planning to throw a party in the library for the National Casual Party Festival. What do you think?" It's a very good festival. I've heard of it before. I have to go do something now. See you later." After waving her hooves at the departing Qunxing Huanghuang, Beaky hopped into the library. When Qunxing Huanghuang returned, she found Beaky and others having a party, and at that moment, Yunbao popped out from the doorway. 3 months and 26 days. 3 months and 26 days. Hi, Zeus. Aren't you excited? Qunxing Huanghuang was eating a cupcake while watching Yunbao tell the story of the Fearless Pegasus at the party. In 3 months and 26 days, it would be the publication date of the Fearless Pegasus. Just then, Zeus interrupted Yunbao's conversation. "The next publication date has been delayed by 2 months. Delayed by 2 months? I've already waited so long. I don't think I can wait another 2 months. I can't do it." Seeing Yunbao lying on the ground, Qunxing Huanghuang felt a bit strange. Was the Fearless Pegasus really that good? She had only skimmed through it to look for clues, and the seemingly dangerous plots were not a big deal for her. At that moment, the library's main door was knocked on, and a voice from the postman called out, "Qunxing Huanghuang, you have a letter." Hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang felt it was quite magical. Truly, a postman who could deliver to the chaotic space was fast. So, Qunxing Huanghuang walked over to open the door and receive the letter. Just as Qunxing Huanghuang opened the door, Beaky suddenly jumped out from behind her, and with ribbons fluttering. She said to the postman, "Happy National Casual Party Festival." "Oh, thank you, Miss Beaky. Happy National Casual Party Festival to you too." Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but be stunned. There really was such a festival? After closing the door and walking back inside with the letter, Zeus, seeing this, looked puzzled and asked, "Did another pony write to you? Is it a pen pal?" "Oh my gosh, I didn't know you had a pen pal. If you had told me, I would have given you my pen pal set." "Wait, I haven't seen you write since you came to Ponyville. So did you have that pen pal before coming to Ponyville? Is it an evil villain?" Upon hearing Zeus' suspicion, Qunxing Huanghuang was momentarily taken aback and replied, "No, it's not a pen pal, just business correspondence." "Oh, so that's what it is, business correspondence? What kind of shady business are you involved in?" "Oh, Zeus, you're too tense. We should trust Qunxing Huanghuang. I have a lot of business to communicate through letters. I'm very familiar with this." Jinshi came over to comfort the startled Zeus. and after Qunxing Huanghuang gave Jinxi a thumbs up, she took the envelope and went upstairs. After entering her room, Qunxing Huanghuang closed the door and opened the envelope. There was no way around it. Ziyue had guessed correctly. Qunxing Huanghuang was indeed in contact with no good ponies. Dear collector, we are honored to receive your letter. We will trade the scapular ring as requested on time. And we will conduct the transaction in the forest of Tenochtitlan. Dr. Kabalarin, seeing the letter, Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but rub her hooves together and began to laugh wickedly at the letter. The next day, Qunxing Huanghuang, are you really not planning to come with us to find the fearless Pegasus? No, I have other things to do, so I can't accompany you. All right, but why are you following us? What do you mean I'm following you? I'm also going in that direction. What a coincidence. In the end, Qunxing Huanghuang parted ways with Ziyue and the others in the forest. After arriving at the trading location early, she disguised herself as a giant winged spider and climbed up a tree. In the evening, Kabalarin and his 3 henchmen arrived, and then he shouted to the surroundings, Collector, we have brought your scapular ring. Where are you? Hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang jumped down from the tree, her fierce appearance immediately scaring the 4 ponies. Then Qunxing Huanghuang threw down a few diamonds and said, the trading reward. Now, give it to me. All right, collector. Kabalarin handed the ring to his henchman and ordered a white pony to take the ring to Qunxing Huanghuang. The white pony trembled as he walked over, placed the ring on the ground, and then quickly ran back behind Kabalarin. Extra, evil is just magic. Welcome to the Bad Guys Club. A paradise for villains and a hell for good ponies. Eventually, the group arrived at Ziyue's location. Ziyue walked to the door and looked at the 2 unfriendly guards. Huh, look, another little one who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Little girl, do you really want to go in? The other side of the trapdoor is not good. Ziyue glanced at the castle and said to the guards, no problem, you can ask. All right, then are you a villain now, or have you been a villain in the past? Ziyue tightened her lips slightly and then opened her mouth to answer their question. I should be a villain. I once sheltered an evil bad guy, and no pony knew of his deeds. Just then, the magic artifact's pointer began to turn and then stopped between Notorious and the blank space in the middle. Oh, little girl, just passed, go in. Ziyue let out a sigh of relief and quickly walked inside. Upon entering the castle, she was greeted by a huge casino, as if the entire castle was built for the casino. Here, you could see various evil villains from parallel worlds, all of whom were adept at burning, killing, and looting. This was the Chaotic Night Club, an entertainment venue established for the scum of various worlds, created by the Chaotic One, Princess Eris. Ziyue was incredulous at the characters inside. Some were evil beings from outside Ponyville, while others were creatures from some obscure books she had read, looking just like the illustrations. However, there were more creatures she did not recognize, but without exception, they did not seem easy to get along with. Then, from the corner of her eye, Ziyue saw Qunxing Huanghuang enter a performance room. Ziyue quietly took a black cloak from a nearby sofa and draped it over herself, then put on a top hat from a coat rack and quietly followed her in. Once inside, Ziyue was immediately drawn to a poster on the wall. Magic show? From the greatest and most versatile magician in this world, the all-powerful Starlight Sparkle will bring you the most shocking performance? What is going on? Ziyue looked puzzled. She was somewhat familiar with the name Starlight Sparkle, but most importantly, there was a poster of herself on the wall. After just seeing Qunxing Huanghuang enter this room, she decided to investigate further and stepped inside as well. As soon as she entered the room, Ziyue heard the sound of cheering. Now, the greatest and most versatile Starlight Sparkle in the world will bring you an exciting performance, cutting the little dragon. Amidst the cheers from the audience, Spike dove into the box, leaving only his head exposed. Starlight Sparkle simply took out a saw, opened the box in the middle, then closed it again. When the box was opened, Spike emerged unscathed. Ziyue immediately figured out how the magic worked, somewhat resembling Trixie. Starlight Sparkle continued to perform various flashy magic tricks, further confirming Ziyue's suspicions. Did the brilliant star find another version of me in another world? Ziyue was puzzled, unsure why this was happening, and quietly went backstage. She saw the brilliant star chatting with Starlight Sparkle, seemingly having a good time. Just then, after exchanging hoof bumps, the brilliant star walked towards the exit, and Ziyue quietly followed. Chapter 65, The Fearless Pegasus. The brilliant star looked at the ring in front of her and nodded in satisfaction, indicating that the ring was nice. Just as she was about to pick it up, a brown pony suddenly dashed out from the bushes, quickly snatching the ring and putting it on. She then addressed Kabalarin. Oh my, Kabalarin, I can't believe you would give the Skakello ring to such a terrifying creature. He looks far more dangerous than the water monkey. Hey, I don't care about danger as long as I get enough money. That's what matters, Kabalarin replied as he and his henchmen picked up diamonds from the ground. The brilliant star ignored them and spoke to the fearless Pegasus nearby. I know you, fearless Pegasus, right? I have 2 friends. Oh, I should say 6 friends, who are all your fans. The fearless Pegasus was taken aback and incredulously replied, that's great. I didn't even know I had fans like a terrifying giant spider. No, they're ponies. What I mean is, out of respect for them, I'll spare your life. Hand over that ring quickly, or I'll bury you in the ground. Suddenly, a commotion came from the bushes, and a deep blue creature jumped out, shouting, Cabalarin. Where's the ring? The water monkey then spotted the brilliant star standing in the clearing and pointed at her with its tail. Wow, I don't think I've seen you before. Did they steal your stuff too? What kind of guardian are you? One from the made-up forest. I remember they were all bug-like guardians. The brilliant star looked at the water monkey below, snorted, and then shouted at him, causing the water monkey to get splashed with her saliva. Well, you don't seem like a guardian, but I'm not afraid of you. I still have my friends. Sorry. The brilliant star suddenly gathered her magic, then multiplied her size by 1, 2, 3, and 4 times, towering over the water monkey and his pitiful animal friends like a small hill. Roar. The Skakello ring is mine. Your things are mine too. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the fearless Pegasus, the brilliant star spat out a thick strand of web, and the fearless Pegasus couldn't dodge in time. The web stuck to her wings, and the brilliant star easily took the ring from the fearless Pegasus. The brilliant star turned away, released the limbs pressing down on the water monkey, and said, Lead the way. Let's go to that whatever temple. It's Talon Fortress. Shut up. Lead the way. The brilliant star stomped through the jungle, and the water monkey glanced back, hesitating before leading his animal friends toward Talon Fortress, where the other rings were stored. The fearless Pegasus watched them leave, then tugged at her stuck wings, but they wouldn't budge. Damn it, this is nothing like the plan. This sudden collector has messed up everything. As the fearless Pegasus struggled, Yunju jumped out and said, Don't worry, fearless Pegasus. I'm here to help. No, don't come over. Yunju then grabbed the web and pulled with the fearless Pegasus, but unfortunately, Yunju's hooves got stuck in the web too. Sorry, I just wanted to help. Forget it. It seems we'll have to wait for the web's stickiness to wear off before thinking of a way out. But I hope they don't plan to return the ring and plunge the whole valley into 800 years of misery. Just then, a voice called from the forest. Yunju, Yunju, where are you? Hearing the voice, Yunju immediately perked up and shouted in the direction of the sound. Hey, I'm over here. Help me, I'm stuck in a web. Upon hearing Yunju's voice, other ponies quickly rushed over and saw Yunju and the fearless Pegasus stuck in the web. Yunju, what happened? How did you get stuck in a web? After hearing Ziyue's question, Yunju tugged at her stuck hooves and replied, It was a giant spider. What spider? The fearless Pegasus said to the other ponies. I know that kind of spider. They usually live in the wilderness far west of Ponyville, where the shapeshifters reside. I've only seen them from a distance. I didn't know how it got here, and it can talk too. I had no idea about that before. It took the Skakello ring from Cabalarin as a collector and forced the water monkey to go to Talon Fortress to get the remaining rings. Wait, giant spider? Shapeshifters? A deal? Okay, I think I know who he is. Oh, who is he? Ziyue asked. Wait, let me think. The cake seller? The donut maker? Oh, I know. He's the ice cream seller. No, stop joking, Pinky. Darling, I think I misunderstood you. His trading partner is Cabalarin? He's really making deals with the bad guys. It's okay, Rarity. None of this is your fault. It's all his fault. Yunju listened to their conversation, looking confused, and then said to Ziyue, Who exactly are you talking about? I didn't know you knew that giant spider. Yunju, he's the brilliant star. What? Ziyue said as she began to dissolve the web with her magic. The fearless Pegasus, hearing this, became puzzled and, after tearing off the web stuck to her, asked them, What do you mean? You know that collector? Wait, he said he has 6 friends who are my fans? The fearless Pegasus counted the ponies and found it was 6, plus their earlier experience of barging into her room, making her start to feel wary, while Ziyue shook her hooves in apology. Wait, we're not enemies. We actually came together. We just didn't know he was going to make a deal with Cabalarin. I'll definitely have a word with him when we get back. Then what does he want with the Skakello rings? Ziyue thought for a moment and recalled the design sketches posted in the library, suddenly coming up with an answer. He probably wants these rings as decorations for the Canterlot design competition. To use them as decorations? Okay, I think I understand. Another brutal creature. Meanwhile, the brilliant star followed the water monkey to Talon Fortress. Under the water monkey's watch, she directly grabbed the entrance with her forelegs and pulled hard, tearing down half a wall. Wait, this fortress has been here for 1,000 years. Can you be careful? Shut up, you're useless now. Get out of my way. Or I won't mind trying the taste of raw monkey brains. Upon hearing this, the water monkey quickly took off running, while the glorious stars continued to wreak havoc. The little ponies in the fortress also rushed out, and eventually, the glorious stars spotted the other Skochilo's rings in the center of the grand hall. The glorious stars dug its 4 claws deep into the ground, then pulled with all its might, uprooting the entire altar. As the altar was removed, the whole fortress began to shake. The glorious stars seized the opportunity and crashed through a window at the top of the fortress, flying out. With a loud rumble, the fortress collapsed. Meanwhile, over by Ziyue, just as they were about to set off, they suddenly heard a distant rumble. And then they saw the glorious stars soaring through the sky, holding a ring. "It's the Skochilo's ring," shouted Yongbao, quickly taking to the air. The glorious stars was flying in the sky when suddenly Yongbao shot up from below. The glorious stars appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Yongbao. "Yongbao, what are you doing here?" "Glorious stars? It really is you." Then the glorious stars descended to the ground, looking at the ponies present in disbelief. The glorious stars became confused by their reactions. "Well, I suppose this indirectly resolves the crisis, but I really didn't expect you to be friends." Listening to the fearless Pegasus, the ponies began to chat. While Yongbao felt a bit dejected, thinking she hadn't helped the fearless Pegasus at all. But the fearless Pegasus comforted her, saying, "It's okay. I'll mention you in my next book." "Really? That's great." Upon hearing this, Yongbao flew up into the sky, circling around, while the glorious stars and the fearless Pegasus talked about something. In the end, the glorious stars took all the rings. Back at the library, the glorious stars placed the rings down, only to find that they were too heavy and not very aesthetically pleasing, so it threw them away, where they were picked up by Peak, who happened to pass by. Ultimately, in the competition, the glorious stars won, and pulling along the pear cake. The glorious stars walked to Sweet Apple Acres. At that moment, Sweet Apple Acres was hosting a birthday party, and the ponies were gathered together. After giving the pear cake to Applejack, she looked very panicked. Applejack quickly glanced around, just as she was about to team up with Maytosh to hide the pear cake. The glorious stars broke off a piece from above and stuffed it directly into their mouths. Applejack chewed on the pear cake continuously, tears streaming down her face as she glanced at Maytosh, who was also crying, and then said to the glorious stars, "What a familiar taste. I haven't had this in a long time. So this flavor is from pears, huh? Glorious stars, what do you know? You should ask Golden Apple about that. Perhaps this old fellow can give you a clue." Applejack looked at the glorious stars, who was looking at a pony not far away. Then she and Maytosh slowly walked over. Chapter 66. The flag bearer of the competition. After Ziwe received a letter from the postal pony and saw its contents, she found it was addressed to the glorious stars. Ziwe felt puzzled, wondering who would send a letter to the glorious stars. Recalling a recent event, Ziwe immediately concluded that this must be from another villain. However, opening someone else's letter was not something an upright pony should do. Just as Ziwe was wavering, the glorious stars came down from upstairs. "What's wrong? What's happening? Oh, you have a letter. What? Who sent it?" The glorious stars was completely clueless, thinking it didn't seem to have any friends from afar. After opening the letter and preparing to go upstairs to check, Ziwe stopped it. Ziwe stared at the glorious stars, her expression changing constantly, as if she had decided something. Then she let out a breath and said, "Let me see it too." The glorious stars was confused by Ziwe's actions, but still handed the letter over. Ziwe quickly took the letter and began to read. "Dear Mr. Glorious Stars, I sincerely invite you to be the coach for the Pony Maria competition to help me select the cheerleading programs for Ponyville, finding the best performances among the children's selections. I look forward to your arrival. Miss Hashwini." After looking at the contents of the letter, Ziwe was somewhat incredulous and then happily said, "Oh my gosh, Miss Hashwini wants you to help select the children's programs. This is fantastic." Upon hearing this, the glorious stars expressed disinterest, saying that children's performances were boring, and then said to Ziwe, "Oh, please decline for me." "Okay, wait. Aren't you going to help the children participate in the competition?" "No, I'm completely uninterested in such things. Visiting programs is such a hassle." Ziwe immediately became anxious. This was a very meaningful event, and the glorious stars not wanting to participate was unacceptable. But then Ziwe thought of something and said to the glorious stars, "What if I help you? Then you can be the coach?" The glorious stars initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Ziwe's eager and excited expression, finally agreed. Then the glorious stars took Ziwe to Ponyville School to meet with Miss Hashwini. Just then, Yongbao suddenly rushed over. "Hey Yongbao. Sorry Ziwe, what are you all doing?" Miss Hashwini wants the glorious stars to be the coach for the Pony Maria competition to select the performance programs from the school. "What? The Pony Maria competition? The Ponyville flag bearer selection? Oh my gosh, why wasn't I chosen? I'm the flag bearer of Cloudsdale." "Wait, Ziwe, why are you going to? What else?" "Because the glorious stars doesn't want to watch such boring programs. I'm here to oversee." "What? Boring programs? This is the Pony Maria competition. The flag bearer." After wiping off the spit Yongbao sprayed on its face, the glorious stars finally took Yongbao and Ziwe along to the school. After meeting Miss Hashwini at the entrance and briefly explaining the situation, Miss Hashwini glanced at Ziwe and Yongbao behind the glorious stars, then nodded. At that moment Miss Kaney's voice came from the classroom. "Ponies, today a special guest is here to announce something special. Please welcome Miss Hashwini." Upon hearing this, Miss Hashwini walked in, and Yongbao couldn't help but laugh outside. "I'm so happy. The Pony Maria competition. I can't wait to interact with those little ponies." "Be patient, Yongbao. We have to wait for Miss Hashwini to finish speaking before we go in. But I can't wait." Ignoring Ziwe's obstruction, Yongbao dashed inside and started chatting with the little foals in front of her. The glorious stars and Ziyue exchanged glances before also walking in. Finally, the winning team will serve as the flag bearer for Ponyville at the Pony Maria competition. Oh, you're going to love it. Yongbao, can you rein in your excitement? Sorry. Now, let me explain the rules. You must participate in teams, and each team must choreograph its own flag bearer cheerleading performance. We will score based on poise, style, and originality. The scoring method is quite complex. I will explain it in detail. Before Ms. Hashwini could finish explaining, Yongbao started recounting her experiences as a flag bearer, only to be pulled down by Ms. Hashwini. Yongbao, mind your manners. Then Ms. Hashwini continued to explain her rules, while Yongbao was held down by the glorious stars and Ziyue to prevent her from doing anything too excited. All right, little ponies, remember one thing. Your performance should reflect the significance of your hometown. Make Ponyville proud of you. Everyone, let's work hard and be brave. Surprise me. Afterwards, Starlight Glimmer decided to start attending the pony performances at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow, and then they left the school to prepare for the rehearsal the next day. The next afternoon, at 2:30 p.m., Starlight Glimmer and Rainbow Dash began to attend the pony performances, standing in front of the cute crew, watching their performance. Since the dawn of time, 3 different kinds of ponies have lived together in this amazing little town. As the performance ended with a flourish from Lively Lulu, Apple Lily retreated from the side. We are Earth Ponies. Then Sweetie Belle bounced in from the other side. We are unicorns. Finally, Lively Lulu stood on a cloud hanging from the stage and said, we are Pegasi. In our hometown, Ponyville, friendship is the main theme. Now, welcome to the stadium. The flags represent our beloved hometown, forever Ponyville. Yay! Lively Lulu skated out from the hoop, spun around on the field, and lifted her 2 partners up. Starlight Glimmer, seeing this, applauded them. Very good, children. Your performance was a great success. Trust me, keep this up, and you might be the flag bearers of Ponyville. Now, I need to see the performances of other ponies. Excuse me, everyone. Upon hearing this, the ponies of the cute crew widened their eyes in disbelief and then joyfully applauded. Suddenly, Lively Lulu seemed to think of something and said to the other 2 ponies, everyone, it's not the time to relax. We need to keep working hard to achieve perfection. That's right, let's rehearse once more. Starlight Glimmer walked aside to discuss with Rainbow Dash. I just saw their performance. It was indeed perfect, but you can't say that directly. It will make them proud. You must remain calm and absolutely fair, showing your professionalism. Extra, the villain is magic. Trust and betrayal. The real plan has begun. Then, Twilight Sparkle followed Starlight Glimmer into the hall, where she saw Starlight Glimmer greeting a black pony. Huh, King Sombra? Before Twilight could comprehend, they exchanged a word and then parted ways. Starlight Glimmer greeted the incoming fire dragon and a black-clad lightning Pegasus before leaving the hall one by one. Then Twilight saw Starlight Glimmer sitting at a table, starting to play with the dice on it. Twilight was puzzled and then sat down too. At that moment, a suited diamond dog approached, placing 2 dice and a cup in front of Twilight. Seeing this, Twilight imitated the other ponies and shook the dice, while ponies began placing chips next to her, leaving Twilight looking confused. Eventually, the players holding the dice looked at Twilight, who hadn't spoken and was clueless about the rules. Just then, a fiery pony walked down the corridor from the 2nd floor. Welcome, villains, to the Chaos Night Club, the paradise for all villains. Now, let us welcome our princess, the queen of luck and chaos, Princess Eris. Upon seeing that pony, Twilight couldn't help but exclaim, Cosmic Princess. As the words of Destruction's sun faded, a peacock-like creature dressed in colorful attire descended the stairs, slowly walking down. Welcome, villains and scum, to my territory. I believe you can't wait any longer because today we will auction a collection from another world, the Kodo's Amber, which has the ability to petrify anything. Now, the bidding begins. As soon as Eris finished speaking, the venue erupted in excitement, and bids started pouring in. In the end, the final bid was won by King Sombra, who stood up and walked toward Eris. Congratulations, friend from another world, this amber now belongs to you. Just as King Sombra was about to take the amber, a black lightning Pegasus suddenly dashed from the 2nd floor, snatching the amber away, and Eris was furious upon seeing this. What a joke. No villain can gain any advantage from me. Saying this, Eris waved her staff, instructing Destruction's son to chase after that shadow lightning Pegasus. After Destruction's son left, King Sombra said to Eris, my dear Chaos Princess, there's no need to be so angry. It's just a piece of amber. I think during the time we retrieve it, we can have a chat. What do you say? After hearing this, Eris thought for a moment and nodded, then led King Sombra up the stairs. Of course, this minor scene didn't affect the atmosphere in the venue. The villains present continued to mock, debating whether it was Eris's joke or the Pegasus's. Starlight Glimmer exchanged glances with the fire dragon nearby, and they ascended the stairs one after the other. Seeing this, Twilight quietly followed them. Once Twilight climbed the stairs, she found that Starlight Glimmer and the others had disappeared. Just as she was puzzled, she suddenly heard sounds of a fight nearby, followed by the sound of walls being destroyed. Twilight peeked around the corner and saw the fire dragon flying with a staff, while King Sombra and Starlight Glimmer attacked the castle's princess. Eris, unable to withstand the two, hurriedly fled. Twilight hid behind a flower pot, narrowly escaping. When Eris ran back to the hall shouting for Destruction Sun, she saw Destruction Sun walking ahead, followed by the Shadow Lightning Pegasus and Starlight Sparkle. Extra, the villain is magic. Since I entered here, I have been eyeing the biggest chip. Twilight said to the fallen Eris, honestly, your lock is well made. But you don't understand. The great and omnipotent Starlight Sparkle is the best lock opener. After seeing this, Eris realized that she had been betrayed by Destruction Sunday. Watching the surrounding villains mock her, when she turned to see Starlight Glimmer approaching, she said to Destruction Sun, please, for the sake of our years of friendship, don't hurt me. I'm just a chaos princess. I did those things out of nature. I beg you, princess, I have learned my lesson. The shadow demon imprisoned me for 1,000 years. It's driving me insane, so I acted so crazily. I will never do it again. Upon hearing this, Destruction Sun raised an eyebrow and said to the disheveled former master, no, this was not my plan. In fact, I only joined this scheme not long ago. As for our captain, you should ask that one behind. Hearing this, Eris turned to look and found Starlight Glimmer steadily approaching. What? It's you. I knew it. I have never seen an evil soul like you, dwelling in the form of an illusion. I thought we were chaotic kin, but you are even more ruthless. Starlight Glimmer said nothing, then opened her mouth to reveal sharp teeth, and in an instant, she pounced on Eris, biting into her throat and devouring her life and magic. While Eris cried out loudly, no, you can't kill me. My cousin is chaos, and his power is far greater than mine. You don't understand him at all. He will help me get revenge. As Eris's voice grew weaker, he finally took his last breath. Stars Shining stood up, spat out a feather, and said to the disintegrating sun, all right, the plan is complete. Now it's time to divide the spoils. Fire Dragon. Starlight Sparkle. Understood. The Fire Dragon placed the staff in the middle of 6 animals, while Starlight Sparkle took out 6 crystal balls from her pocket. After Stars Shining chanted a spell, the magic from the staff immediately divided into 6 parts, merging into the crystal balls. Looking at the crystal ball in hand, Stars Shining put it into her satchel. And after the disintegrating sun received 1/6 of the magic from the staff, he glanced at the Eris on the ground. The fiery blaze emanating from his horn, as scorching as the sun, reduced Eris to ashes. Watching the disintegrating sun laughing maniacally in the center, Stars Shining shook her head. At that moment, the surrounding villains began to murmur among themselves. Oh, this is amazing. We witnessed a spectacular performance. Power struggles and murder, a classic among classics. Hey, I want to ask, does this mean there is no longer a master here? Can we steal something? Upon hearing this, the other villains became excited. Just then, the disintegrating sun suddenly burst forth with a fierce magical aura, and outside, the eternal night sky saw the long-awaited sun rise. Is it dawn? No. I remember this is not the eternal night sky, right? While the other villains were discussing, the disintegrating sun addressed them. Now, this castle has a new master, which is me, the disintegrating sun. This will no longer be an eternal night, but an era of eternal day. Watching the overly excited disintegrating sun, Ziyue, hiding among the animals, didn't know what to say. Stars Shining ignored what was happening and simply left the castle. When the disintegrating sun saw Stars Shining enter the mirror, he immediately cast a spell at the mirror, shattering it into pieces, turning it to ashes. You can never come back. This is my territory. Upon seeing this, Ziyue scratched her face with her hooves, feeling doomed. Suddenly, after hearing the sound of a snap, she miraculously found herself back in her room. What happened? As Ziyue looked up, she saw Chaos sitting at the table. Upon seeing Ziyue, Chaos said to her, I just sensed the disappearance of a chaotic life form. So I rushed over to check. Look what I found, a friendship princess. Chaos, you brought me back? That's right. To be honest, any creature that has even a hint of chaotic power can be called a relative. That foolish bird didn't know its place and ended up getting itself killed. How do you feel over there? It was simply terrible. Chapter 67, The Flag Bearer of the Competition. Yinbao, what the kids need is encouragement, and as you said, their performance was indeed good, so it's not a bad thing, right? But this will make them complacent. Ignoring Yunbao's advice, Stars Shining suddenly seemed to notice something happening behind her. The cute legion seemed to be arguing with the other 2 fillies. Stars Shining prepared to go over and intervene. And seeing that Stars Shining was ignoring her, Yunbao also followed after saying, hey, if you can't fly, it relates to everything, doesn't it? I think so. As a Pegasus, she should have learned to fly at her age. But my wings just won't work. What should I do? In my opinion, you shouldn't think about being a flag bearer for the competition anymore. Miss Hashwini would never choose a Pegasus who can't fly to represent Ponyville at the competition. Just as Sweetie Belle was about to speak, Stars Shining walked over. The fillies saw Stars Shining approaching with a stern expression and immediately fell silent. After stepping onto the stage, Stars Shining stomped heavily on the floor and said, "Mocking other ponies is not something a good child should do. Tiara, right?" "Yes." Tiara swallowed nervously at the sight of Stars Shining's grim expression, and Stars Shining turned to the alert Rulu and said, "I have magic that can help you regrow your wings, but there are gains and losses, so what you lose should be taken from these two ponies who mocked you." "Lose what?" Tiara and her minions looked a bit frightened, huddling together and trembling, while Sweetie Belle asked Stars Shining, "1 hoof per pony, isn't that too much?" As she spoke, Stars Shining's eyes began to turn completely red, with black-green magic seeping from the corners, and her horn crackled with black lightning-like magic. Suddenly, Yunbao rushed out from the side, scooping up all the fillies on stage and placing them aside, protecting them behind her. "Stars Shining, what are you doing?" "Clearly, teaching them a lesson." "Is this what you call teaching a lesson? 1 hoof per pony? You're taking their lives." "This isn't taking lives, it's just 1 hoof. You're a lunatic. They made a mistake. You could have told Teacher Colorful or their parents." "Why are you so violent? You've already left a psychological shadow on them." "You mind me? I'll just clear their memories later. And I don't need you to teach me a lesson, you little pony who doesn't know if you're good or bad. When I was the leader of the illusion tribe catching ponies, you were still playing with clouds. Catching ponies, ah." The fillies screamed loudly as they huddled together upon hearing this, and Yunbao felt a bit anxious. Just when the situation was becoming unbearable, Ziyue's voice suddenly came from the side, "Stars Shining. Memory clearing." Upon hearing Ziyue's call, Stars Shining instantly lit up with a flash, and then Ziyue's horn also glowed. Suddenly, the entire rehearsal scene fell silent, and the fillies fell into Ziyue's sleep magic. Stars Shining approached Ziyue, who looked at her and said, "You shouldn't be so impulsive. This isn't the illusion tribe, this is Ponyville. I'm sorry, but the alert Rulu reminded me of a previous friend of mine who was often bullied by other illusion spirits. How did you handle it?" "I didn't just scare them like Ferris. All right, no more talking. Now what do you plan to do? Do you have a way to restore Rulu's wings?" "Her wings are naturally grown. It's normal. To restore them, we can only make her wings belong to an abnormal state." They looked at the sleeping Rulu, exchanged glances, and suddenly thought of a creature. Yunbao woke up from her stupor, rubbed her head, and looked at the other fillies who were gradually waking up, raising the question, "Oh, my head hurts. What happened?" Stars Shining approached, pulled Yunbao up, and said to her, "Classmate Tiara violated the rules by using sleeping powder, causing chaos in the competition, which is why this happened." "What? That's too much." Meanwhile, the awakened Tiara, still not grasping what had happened, noticed a bag of powder scattered beside her. Before she could pick it up to inspect, it was snatched away by Yunbao. "Classmate Tiara, because you are now in violation of using magical items, you are disqualified." "What? Wait." Tiara didn't even get a chance to explain before she was pulled away by Yunbao to discuss the matter with Teacher Colorful. After Sweetheart Baby woke up, she saw eye-catching Lulu sitting next to her, crying. She then tugged at Apple Lily, who was beside her, and the two little Maras walked over. Sweetheart Baby waved her hooves and said, "Eye-catching Lulu, who bullied you? Let me teach her a lesson. That's right, our cute legion is one body. Bullying you is like bullying us. Tell me, eye-catching Lulu, which little mare is it?" Eye-catching Lulu glanced at Sweetheart Baby and then at Apple Lily, wiped her tears, and hugged them. After Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily exchanged glances and smiled, they embraced eye-catching Lulu as well. On the roof, Ziyue smiled knowingly after seeing this. "Thank you. Wushu. Giving a little mare a pair of healthy wings is just a small matter. All right, I have important things to do. A batch of little animals just arrived at the Cantalot shelter, and I need to help Little Butterfly fill out forms." "Little Butterfly?" Wushu realized what he had just said, then held a fuse in his mouth, took out a lighter gun from behind, lit the fuse, and was instantly burned to ashes, blown away by the wind. Ziyue was shocked and completely confused about what had happened. At the Crystal Empire performance scene, the show was proceeding normally. In the end, after Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily formed a circle, eye-catching Lulu dashed out from inside and flew into the sky, scattering a large handful of ribbons. In our hometown, friendship is the main theme. Now, welcome to the stadium, where the flags represent our beloved hometown, Forever Ponyville. Hashwini then stepped onto the podium and addressed the audience around her. In the Pony Maria competition, the flag bearer for Ponyville will be from the Cute Legion. On the podium, the ponies of the Cute Legion cheered. Chapter 68, Super Ponies. In the library, Starry Glimmer watched as Suilong lay on a chair laughing heartily, looking very engaged. Curious, Starry Glimmer approached to ask, "Suilong, what book are you reading?" Upon hearing Starry Glimmer's question, Suilong showed her the contents of the book. "Look, it's a comic book I bought, Super Ponies. I just saw an exciting part where Maniac is eavesdropping on the big drum. And now she knows there's a Powerball at the Meyer City Museum. She has an evil plan coming up. Oh, this is so thrilling." Starry Glimmer felt speechless upon seeing the content of the comic book. Is this some collaboration project with My Little Pony? Why does the content of the comic seem so familiar? Just then, Suilong suddenly clutched his stomach. Oh no, I ate too much gem cake. I think I might need to. Starry Glimmer, can you hold the comic book for me? I'll be right back. Suilong quickly dashed into the library's restroom. Starry Glimmer looked at the comic book on the table and sniffed it with her nose. There's a magical aura? Where did Suilong buy this? It doesn't look cheap. Curious. Starry Glimmer picked up the comic book and flipped through it. As she hurriedly skimmed through the pages, she finally discovered that the last page of the comic was blank. Then she noticed a line of small text at the bottom of the page, indicating that the magic in the book seemed to come from there. Whoa, it's a comic with a built-in spell. Let me see. Wait, why does this thing give off a chaotic energy? But it doesn't seem like Wushu's style. Does it? Could it be that other magical beings have discovered chaotic magic? The magic vibration feels a bit like that portal mirror in the castle hall. Let me give it a try. Starry Glimmer placed her horn on that line of small text and used her magic to match the frequency energy waves of the two. At that moment, a sudden suction force came, and Starry Glimmer felt delighted. The portal opened. She then released her resistance and was directly sucked inside. Just then, Suilong walked into the hall and noticed that Starry Glimmer had vanished. Suilong was a bit puzzled, but, seeing his comic still on the table, decided not to think about it and sat down to read the comic. The next day, Ziyue agreed to help the Cosmic Princess repair the old royal sister's castle. But after calling for Starry Glimmer several times without response, she kicked open the door to find Starry Glimmer was not in the room. Ziyue instantly became furious. We agreed to clean the castle together just yesterday, and now she's nowhere to be found. That annoying bug. Then Ziyue recalled what had happened in the castle before. Her cheeks flushed slightly. After snorting coldly, she decided to return and deal with Starry Glimmer later, so she hurried with Suilong to the old royal sister's castle. Returning to the point, after entering another world, Starry Glimmer rubbed her eyes and noticed something was off. It seemed that when she rubbed her eyes, she used her own hair. Looking at the large clump of green hair on her head, Starry Glimmer's already unhappy face drooped even more. Who would dye their hair green for no reason? She turned to look in the nearby mirror and was shocked to find she had indeed become a villain, just like the character in the comic book. The only difference was that her eyes were black and red, while the comic characters were green and red. Additionally, her skin had changed from purple to black. Looking at the purple bodysuit she was wearing, Starry Glimmer felt even more speechless. What kind of aesthetic does this villain have? Wearing a furry bodysuit. She realized now that she was the villain character from the comic book. What was her name? Barry, you love fatigue. Whatever, since I'm here, I might as well go with it. After all, this isn't Starry Glimmer's first time traveling. She surveyed her surroundings and found they resembled tall buildings, reminiscent of the previous Manhattan, but both the facilities and planning were closer to the human world. Thinking about the plot she had just skimmed through, she found she couldn't recall much. Childish goals, childish thoughts. Since I'm a villain now, the spell to return must be to fulfill the villain's dream. What do villains do? Oh right, take over the world. So that means once I rule the world, I can go back. Starry Glimmer then walked down the street, carefully avoiding the gazes of others. After all, her outfit was so obvious. The most important thing now was to dye her hair back to red. She remembered that this character's headquarters seemed to be at a shampoo company. After wandering around, she finally spotted the shampoo headquarters and confidently walked in. Upon seeing Starry Glimmer, the ponies in the shampoo company greeted her. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Starry Glimmer hadn't expected she still had quite a few subordinates, but they didn't seem very capable. They were probably just minor characters. She would need to transform them, but the most important thing now was, you, go get me a bottle of red hair dye. And you, get me a black jacket. Got it. After pointing at two of her lackeys, she plopped down in a chair and watched them leave. Starry Glimmer's gaze then unintentionally fell on the gigantic pink hairdryer situated in the center of the warehouse. What is that thing? Boss, don't you remember? This is our greatest plan. As long as we have enough electricity, it can amplify your mane's power by 1,000,000 times, causing an energy explosion that will make all the ponies in Meyer City's Manies grow wildly, and then we can rule over all the ponies in Meyer City. The stars twinkled as Qunxing Huanghuang listened to the exaggerated speeches and passionate gestures of his subordinates, feeling speechless. Who came up with this boring plan to control the entire city through hair? This plan was ridiculously dull. He then said, all right, you don't need to say any more. This plan is cancelled. Now, I am going to start a new plan. Seeing his two subordinates running over, Qunxing Huanghuang curled up hair dye and a jacket with his hair, then returned to the room. When he came out again, his hair had turned red, and he was wearing a black jacket with a black collar on his left front hoof. Qunxing Huanghuang stood on the upper floor and said to the subordinates below, now, take down this ridiculous hairdryer for me. I already have a new plan, a real plan, Chapter 69, Superpower Ponies. Qunxing Huanghuang stood on the upper floor, laughing loudly, while the subordinates in the warehouse looked a bit confused but started laughing to match the atmosphere. After laughing enough, Qunxing Huanghuang stopped. But his subordinates were still laughing. Silence. I think there are other villain characters in this world besides me, right? Are there any other evil ponies around? Yes, boss. There are several cities around Mayor City, each with its own exclusive villains, just like in Ponyville, where they don't hide their evil identities at all. Like the pharaoh who robs beautiful jewels, spreading toxic sadness gas everywhere, wanting to plunge the whole city into pain and panic. And the despicable despair poisoner with the sad face. Or the scorpion beauty who specializes in stealing precious shoes from the Ponyville fashion show. Or the filthy alien assassin who wants to pollute all pony kind with its unpredictable form. And the thief, Shadowside, who wants to steal everything from Ponyville, coming and going without a trace. Qunxing Huanghuang was speechless upon hearing this. It was just as ridiculous as his plan to control Mayor City with shampoo. What kind of hobbies are these? They are completely a bunch of lunatics. But it doesn't matter, as long as it's useful. Looking at the 6 super ponies, he counted and found that he had exactly 6, corresponding to the 6 super ponies in the comics. The masked hero could shoot various powerful energy beams. The speedster was the fastest pony. The lightning hero controlled powerful natural forces. The radiant hero created attack weapons from jewels. The rope hero controlled ropes telepathically. The berserker transformed into a super strong giant monster when angry. Qunxing Huanghuang looked at the newspaper detailing various super ponies, which made him feel increasingly familiar. How come their abilities seem so familiar? And they don't seem to be from the same world? Then Qunxing Huanghuang said to the subordinates below, now, I have a letter for you to deliver to the pony on it. I have a plan, understand? Understood. After watching the 5 subordinates leave, Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't help but smile. Generally, these superhero organizations are not very harmonious. And villains either work alone against the entire organization or unite instantly to easily destroy the whole hero organization, only to be defeated by love and justice in the end. But Qunxing Huanghuang wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He either didn't do it, or he did it absolutely. Looking at the colorful shampoo bottles nearby and his pile of disposable subordinates, it wasn't long before the villains arriving from Ponyville came to the shampoo headquarters one after another. Maniac, I heard you summoned us. Is there something going on? That's right, I'm busy right now. I saw a beautiful emerald and am planning to take it. Come on, what's so great about emeralds? If you ask me, those beautiful high heels are the perfect choice for ladies. The filth demon was right. We gentlemen don't wear high heels. Let's hear what Maniac has in store for us to make ponies sad. Qunxing Huanghuang seemed to hear something wrong. She, not he. Whatever, it's not the first time he turned into a mare. It doesn't matter. Then Qunxing Huanghuang directly hung his hair on the railing and slid down to the ground, tapping the ground to attract the attention of the other villains. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a plan. As we all know, we have been defeated by the superpower ponies more than once or twice. Do you know what this means? Because the superpower girls are too strong? Their abilities are too powerful? Blah blah blah. Qunxing Huanghuang revealed an evil smile upon hearing this, then said to them, no, you are all wrong. These may account for a small part, but you haven't gotten to the point. The point is that they are a group. Although they may not be very united internally, at least they still act together, which gives them a numerical advantage. But what if we unite? No, just us is not enough. We also need to unite all the ponies in the city to resist the superpower ponies together. What? Upon hearing this, the other villains were all taken aback. They felt that Maniac seemed to be going crazier, but Qunxing Huanghuang didn't think so. He looked at the large hairdryer being dismantled next to him and said to them, everyone, don't panic. This is just part of the plan. Outside the comic. In another world, Ziyue and the others were cleaning the castle when Applejack hung an apple portrait on the wall and walked over to Ziyue. Ziyue, why haven't I seen Qunxing Huanghuang? Where is he? Oh, I couldn't find him early this morning. I don't know where he went. What? How can he do this? Yunbao suddenly flew over, crossing her hooves in the air and starting to complain. Ziyue sighed and said, all right, we can talk about him when he comes back. It's time for afternoon tea now. Has anyone seen Suilong? No, he might be reading in another room. Then let's go find him. Just as the situation unfolded, Ziyue and the others found Suilong, who was absorbed in a comic book, while Ziyue and the others approached him one by one like the gored babies to their grandpa. Suilong scratched his head, then looked at the ponies in front of him, suddenly surprised. All new looks. You are the masked hero, the speedster, the lightning hero, the radiant hero, the rope hero, and the berserker. You are superpower ponies. Suilong felt very surprised, and at that moment, a shout came from downstairs. The ponies walked over and looked down, only to see with a bang that Shadowside burst out from the Mayor City Museum, closely followed by the Pharaoh and the Despair Poisoner. Seeing the commotion below, Suilong gasped. Oh no, it's the villains from Ponyville introduced in the comic. How did they come to Mayor City? This is not what the comic depicted. Suilong was shocked, but seeing those 3 villains causing destruction everywhere, he decided to do something, and then heard the Pharaoh say below, look up. It's the superpower ponies. Pharaoh, don't get into a fight, remember our plan. I know. Chapter 70, Superpower Ponies. Suilong turned to Ziyue and the others and said, I don't know how these villains got to Mayor City, but I can now confirm that only you can stop them. You are superpower ponies now. All right, I'll give it a try. As she spoke, Applejack flicked her lasso and quickly threw it down towards Pharaoh sitting in the car. However, the ropes suddenly turned in midair and went straight to tie around a nearby utility pole. Applejack pulled hard and was then yanked over, binding her to the pole. Suilong quickly turned to Ziyue and said, Hurry, Ziyue, you are the masked unicorn hero. Your ability is to unleash powerful magical beams. Quickly use your freezing magic to freeze them. Ziyue looked a bit confused but still tried to cast her magic, only to produce a spark that quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Suilong turned to the flying Yunbao in the sky. Yunbao, use the pendant around your neck. You can control powerful natural forces and summon lightning. Go strike them. Upon hearing this, Yunbao flew in the air, bit the pendant, and then a miraculous scene unfolded. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a tornado quickly formed, growing larger until it sucked in the other superpowered ponies. The three ponies, Yingshan, were puzzled by what was happening, but recalling their plan, Yingshan waved her hoof, signaling the other two ponies to slowly retreat. At the headquarters of the shampoo factory, Starsky was commanding his subordinates to remodel the huge pink hairdryer, while Wuyo and Gaojin patrolled around the factory to prevent other superpowered ponies from noticing it. At this moment, the three ponies returned to the shampoo headquarters. Starsky, seeing them chatting and laughing, was a bit puzzled and walked down the stairs to ask, What happened? Why are you all so happy? After Pharaoh finished speaking to the sad-faced pony, he turned to Starsky and said, Oh, ManeSix, you missed a great show. The superpowered ponies have gone haywire. Their powers are flying everywhere, just like a novice. What? Starsky exclaimed in surprise, What is going on? The superpowered ponies are in trouble? But this was even better. The more chaotic they were, the smoother her plan would go. Watching as the pink hairdryer was gradually transformed into something resembling a power tower, topped with a giant orb, Starsky then looked at Yingshan and asked, Did you bring the power orb? It's here. After Yingshan took the power orb out of her backpack, Starsky wrapped it with her hair and confidently walked towards the device. Great. Once the device is complete and the power orb provides infinite energy, the sensors on top will continuously emit light waves to control all the ponies in the city. Of course, this excluded the ponies with superpowers. After all, this thing was just a temporary assembly. Even so, once all the ponies in the city obeyed our commands, we would plunge this city into deep despair. At that moment, Wuyo and Gaojin walked over, and the five evil ponies stood together, looking at Starsky, who in turn looked at them, and they all laughed together. The device was quickly completed, and just as Starsky was about to insert the energy orb, she suddenly heard shouting from outside the factory. Get out here, you bunch of guys, or the superpowered ponies are coming in. Upon hearing this, the other evil ponies looked up at the factory's entrance, but Starsky remained unfazed, saying, Let them shout, I'll do my thing. After placing the power orb on the control device, she instructed the evil ponies, Go stop them. Don't let them touch my device. Starsky pulled the switch, and the machine instantly began to charge. Pharaoh exchanged glances with his comrades, then led their subordinates outside. As the rolling door opened, the five evil ponies stood in the center, with their subordinates behind them. Upon seeing this, Suilong gasped in shock. What? All the villains in Ponyville are here. What is going on? Ignoring Suilong's astonishment, the other ponies sharpened their hooves and rushed forward, engaging in a chaotic battle with the villains. At that moment, a pink light barrier suddenly burst from within the factory and quickly rushed into the city. The ponies hit by the barrier began to tremble, their eyes uncontrollably turning pink. The villain ponies, seeing this, were thrilled. Awesome. The device has succeeded. Now all the ponies in the city are under our control. Surrender, superpowered ponies. Ziyue and her friends were surrounded, watching as more and more residents gathered around them, swallowing hard as the situation grew increasingly dire. The villain ponies stood together, enjoying the beautiful night, when suddenly a puff of pink smoke emerged from the factory. Not good. It's the shaping spray. ManeSix, what are you doing? The superpowered ponies are over there. I know. Then why are you spraying towards us? Enough. I know, ManeSix. You've betrayed us. Starsky climbed out of the second-floor window, looking at the immobilized five villain ponies, ignoring them, and threw the spray to her subordinates. Then said to Ziyue and her friends, I just heard a familiar voice. Why are you here too? What do you mean here? Starsky, have you turned into ManeSix? What is going on? That is right, Ziyue. I just triggered a magical resonance and appeared in this book. I assume you've traveled here too. As superpowered ponies. What is your impression? Actually, it's not bad, but it seems like you have it easier. Yunbao flew in the sky, watching as circles of ponies gathered around, as if all the ponies in the city were converging here. Ziyue then said, Our mission to go back is to defeat ManeSix, but now it seems a bit troublesome. So can you let us defeat her? After thinking for a moment, and seeing Ziyue smiling at her, Starsky also smiled back and said, "No way. Use your brains. Once I'm done having fun, we'll go back." Starsky then picked up the spray and immobilized them as well, ordering her subordinates to lock the captured ponies in cages. Chapter 71, Superpowered Ponies. At this moment, in the Crazy Horse Institute in Ponyville, Ziyue and her friends were locked up there, and Starsky spoke to them through the bars. "Hope you enjoy it here. Have fun." After that, Starsky took Suilong out of the Crazy Horse Institute and placed her on the ground. "All right, Suilong, just like the games we played before. This time it's just a real pony version. You have two choices. The first is to defeat me, and then we leave. The second is to wait until I defeat the guardians of other cities and rule this world before we go back. Now, let the game begin." Watching Starsky's retreating figure, Suilong felt a bit disheartened, then thought of something and slapped her cheeks. "Get it together, Suilong. Ziyue and the others are waiting for your rescue." Suilong turned and looked at the fortress-like Crazy Horse Institute, took a deep breath, and quietly left the entrance. Suilong walked back and forth in an open area, constantly kicking the stones by her feet as she thought about how to rescue Ziyue and the others, when suddenly, she tripped over a stone on the grass and fell to the ground. Opening her eyes after falling, she saw a ventilation duct in front of her that led directly into the Crazy Horse Institute. "Great," Suilong thought, and then she forcefully pulled open the duct entrance, cleaned off the dust with her paw, and crawled inside. Inside the Crazy Horse Institute, Ziyue and her friends were being held together. "I can't believe we actually lost this game. How did Starshine play the villain so smoothly? I don't know, but I think we haven't lost yet. Suilong is still out there. That's right, he will definitely find a way to save us." Just then, a mocking voice came from another cell. "Are you talking about the big drum? That incompetent little sidekick? What can he do? He can't do anything." "Hey, what do you mean by that? Don't talk about our Suilong like that." "All right, Pharaoh, stop arguing. It's really sad to have been tricked by ManeSix. And we still don't know what she is doing. We can only wait and watch her rule the world without us having a place in it." Ziyue looked at the patrolling ponies around her. Based on her observations and calculations, although they were controlled in their thoughts, they could only carry out mechanical commands. Suddenly, Ziyue thought of a plan. "Hey, do you often get locked up here?" The high-heeled pony became a bit angry upon hearing this. Were they asking knowingly? That's right. "What do you want to ask, Masked Unicorn? Do you know if there is an escape route in this Crazy Horse Asylum?" "Come on, there is no escape route. Even if there was, we're still locked up. What do you plan to do?" Ziyue was also at a loss for words. "Do we really have to wait for Starshine to win the game before we can get out? What is the point of playing a game?" Just then, Ziyue suddenly spotted a small purple figure in the ventilation duct on the ceiling. "Hi, Ziyue," Suilong whispered, and Ziyue blinked to show she understood. Suilong quietly removed the cover from the vent and slid down the duct. Since the controlled guards were walking along their set routes, Suilong directly bumped into a delivery pony bringing in spray. The fixed spray immediately filled the entire prison inside and out. After a while, the moment the effect of the fixed spray was lifted, the filthy monster swayed its body and directly passed through the bars, instantly wrapping around a guard, searching him for keys, and throwing them into the cage. After receiving the keys, the high-heeled pony quickly unlocked the cell door and ran out of the cage, followed by the other ponies. After taking care of the surrounding guards, Ziyue and the others exchanged glances. "What? Do you still want to throw us in prison at this point?" "Oh, I almost forgot. We are in prison." "No. I just wanted to ask if we should team up against Starshine. ManeSix?" "Oh, let me think. Okay, we agree, but after defeating ManeSix, we're still enemies." "No problem." So, both sides clapped hooves to make a pact, and finally, 11 ponies plus a little dragon, when they charged out of the Crazy Horse Asylum, were shocked by the scene outside. The entire pony city was in disarray. The streets were filled with a chaotic pile of items, all parts taken from various things, while those controlled ponies were carrying parts towards the Manhattan Hero headquarters. "Oh my gosh, all the ponies in the city have been mobilized. I think not only that. Look at the airships in the sky. They came from the neighboring city. We must find that controller and shut it down." Listening to their conversation, Ziyue peeked around the corner to see the working ponies nearby, and then she heard someone behind her say, "The device should be in your hero headquarters. I think you're definitely more familiar with the environment there than we are. How do we sneak in? Hero headquarters?" Ziyue felt confused upon hearing this, while Suilong whispered to her, "I know. It was explained at the beginning of the comic that you use the fully automatic villain detection system at the hero headquarters to determine the enemy's location. I know where it is. Let us go." So, a group of ponies marched toward the hero headquarters, and they soon discovered that the ponies around them were just transporting parts, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Thus, Ziyue and the others easily entered the area around the hero headquarters. When they saw a group of security ponies surrounding the headquarters, Suilong thought of a plan and began to speak to them. "Not bad, Big Drum. It turns out you can be smart sometimes." "Hey, you're not allowed to say that about him." "All right, we need to focus on the task. Let us act quickly according to plan." The ponies split into two groups, Pharaoh and the back, along with the high-heeled pony to attract the guards on the left side, while Applejack, Rainbow Dash, and Pinkie Pie attracted the guards on the right side, with the other ponies as the main force to deal with the remaining guards. Once the two groups of ponies shook off their respective guards, they regrouped at the entrance, then crashed through the door and rushed in. The plan went smoothly, and they thought victory was in hand. But when Ziyue and the others entered the headquarters, they found something was wrong. Oh my goodness, what on earth is this? Applejack looked shocked, and the other ponies stared in disbelief at the massive creature before them. Chapter 72, Super Ponies. Legs made of serrated blades. A pair of scissor-like pincers resting on the ground. A complex steel structure supporting the entire body, with a thick hook connected to the back. A gigantic mechanical scorpion stood in the headquarters hall, and on its back. Look, it's the control device. Following Suilong's direction, the other ponies also spotted the glowing control device. After exchanging glances, the ponies scattered and charged forward. Watch out, Suilong. What? Just then, the machine suddenly started moving. The pincers on the ground broke free from their supports, the bent legs were forcibly extended, and the tail swung wildly with barbed hooks, causing the hero headquarters to begin collapsing. Demolition. Illegal modifications. Is there no law left? Is there no justice? Pinkie Pie ran wildly in the hall, continuously screaming loudly, while Ziyue urged the other ponies. Everyone, hurry outside. Upon hearing this, the ponies all ran out, and the mechanical scorpion followed closely behind, smashing through the walls ahead and jumping out. Looking at the mechanical scorpion, which was nearly the size of half a building, the ponies swallowed hard. Just then, the head of the mechanical scorpion suddenly opened a hatch, and sitting inside controlling it was none other than Starshine. Oh my gosh, I didn't expect you to escape so quickly. I'm only halfway through modifying this toy. Do you want to play with me? I must say, magic is great. But mechs are the romance of men. Not interested. Do you think if we go back to the Crazy Horse Asylum now, we would get a free pass? Starshine then closed the hatch and started the mech, causing the mechanical scorpion to start swinging, and the ponies scattered in all directions. Sorry, heroes, but I just remembered that my laundry isn't dry yet. I'm out of here. My cat hasn't been fed yet. I'm leaving too. Giggity giggity. Watching the villains flee, Rainbow Dash snorted coldly, and then hit again. What do we do? Ziyue? Wait a minute. Let me assess the situation first. The surrounding buildings were being destroyed one by one. Ziyue peered out from behind a box, and saw Suilong lying on top of the mech. Suilong. Suilong shakily grabbed the cover and forcefully lifted it. The cover that hadn't been screwed on was easily removed, and Suilong snuck inside. Cough cough, it's so dark. Wow. Suilong was walking inside, when suddenly something caught his eye. He began to feel around, and discovered it was a long pipe. With a strong tug, Suilong pulled out the inserted pipe. Outside, the dazzling stars were controlling a mech with hair, enjoying themselves, when suddenly, with a loud bang, the hook on the tail smashed through the control room. Dazzling stars looked at the hook that had landed next to him, and, before he could react, the warning lights above him began to flash red and ring loudly. Great, the toy is broken. The mechanical scorpion immediately went out of control, swaying back and forth. Ziyue saw this and knew the opportunity had come, so she waved her hooves to signal the other little ponies. Receiving the signal, the ponies rushed forward. Ziyue instantly froze the ground, but the blade slipped on the ice, causing her to fall to the side and crash into a nearby building. Yunbao struck the mech with lightning, which immediately started to emit black smoke. Then, Applejack tied one of the pincers with a rope, while the other was ensnared by Jinshi. Ruru, having just seen the mechanical scorpion kick a small mouse away, jumped onto the mechanical scorpion and started smashing it wildly. At that moment, Suilong climbed out from above, holding an electric ball. Without the power supply from the ball, the mechanical scorpion quickly collapsed to the ground, and Beaky swiftly rescued Suilong to prevent him from being crushed. In the end, Ziyue and the others reached the control room of the mechanical scorpion, only to find Dazzling Stars had just escaped from the control room. But her hair was trapped inside, leaving her dangling in the air. Damn it, why is my hair so tough? Get me out of here. Having noticed something, Dazzling Stars smiled at the approaching ponies. Hello, everyone. The weather is nice today. Seeing this, Ziyue and the others immediately became excited. Yay, we finally won. Strange. Why haven't we been sent out yet? Just then, Dazzling Stars revealed a different smile, and by the time Ziyue and the others noticed, it was already too late. Dazzling Stars pulled out a spray from behind her and was about to spray it at Ziyue and the others when Suilong jumped out, snatching the shaping spray and holding it tightly. No. Suilong raised his arm, looking at the shaping spray in his hand, and just as Ziyue was about to say something, a glowing passageway suddenly rose beside them, sucking them in. In the real world, the old royal sister castle. As Ziyue and the others emerged from the book, they were immediately exhilarated and started chatting excitedly, while Dazzling Stars quietly approached Suilong and said to him, "How did you know I still had a bottle of shaping spray?" Suilong thought for a moment, seeing the other ponies looking at him, cleared his throat twice, and replied to Dazzling Stars. That's because we hadn't displayed the end of the game yet, so you must have had a backup plan to turn the tables. Which is why I was able to grab this bottle of shaping spray. Wait, why is the shaping spray still in my hand? Looking at the shaping spray in his hand, Suilong fell into confusion, while Beaky, munching on a cupcake, said, "What's so strange about it?" Within half a second of coming out, I grabbed it from the cake shop in Ponyville, which is only 66 streets away from the scene. Dazzling Stars looked at Suilong and then said, "All right, you won this time. Our score is now 52-10. Congratulations, Suilong. You've successfully moved from single digits to double digits. That's great." Suilong scratched his head and then lay down next to the cushion. Ziyue walked over, snatched the shaping spray from Dazzling Stars, and said to Suilong, "Suilong, this victory was thanks to you. I want to tell you that even if we don't often need your help, it doesn't mean we think you're useless. You are still our good friend." Hearing this, Suilong felt very comfortable, while Dazzling Stars looked at the book on the table that suddenly disappeared and said to Suilong, "I had a feeling this book had magic. Now that the trip is over, the magic has also vanished with this book. Where did you get that disposable portal?" "What portal?" "This is what I got from the Canterlot Magic comic shop." Upon hearing this, Dazzling Stars understood something. The boring wizard made for an impromptu trip. How interesting. Chapter 73, Fruit Bats. Early in the morning, the bell of Sweet Apple Acres rang throughout Ponyville. Dazzling Stars and Ziyue were quickly rushing to Sweet Apple Acres. "What happened?" "What is that bell?" "That S Applejack S summons. She is in trouble and needs our help." Soon, the ponies gathered at Sweet Apple Acres, where they saw Applejack anxiously standing at the door of the barn. Ziyue asked, "What's wrong, Applejack?" "Oh no, the vampire fruit bats are attacking our sweet apple orchard." Hearing Applejack's explanation, Ziyue was a bit puzzled and asked, "Aren't they in the orchard to the west?" "What you're talking about are regular fruit bats. These are not ordinary fruit bats. They are vampire fruit bats. If they dare to touch my blue ribbon apples, I'll make them pay." Applejack walked over to a nearby apple tree and pulled off a cloth covering the apples, revealing an apple larger than a pony. Dazzling Stars looked at it in disbelief. "This is unscientific. This is my entry for the Apple Luna Agricultural Festival. Do you know how much effort it takes to grow an apple this big?" "Applejack, I feel something's off. This apple is thicker than the tree. Are you joking?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding ponies were puzzled, not understanding what Dazzling Stars meant. While Ziyue said to Dazzling Stars, "In the magical world, anything is possible." After hearing this, Dazzling Stars understood, "All right, it's a magical world. So it's understandable for apples to grow this big." Ruru flew over and began discussing with Applejack. "If we let them know how important this apple is to you, they won't bite it." "Oh, fine, then you go talk to them." The ponies then headed toward the vampire fruit bats, and on the way, Dazzling Stars asked Ziyue, "Hey, isn't Sweet Apple Acres Applejack's property? If those vampire fruit bats eat the apples, doesn't that mean they're stealing Applejack as property?" "Strictly speaking, yes. But you can't say it that way. These animals need to rely on ponies to survive. It's a natural law that has become common knowledge." "Oh, that's terrible." The ponies stood aside, watching Ruru walk over, only to be showered with seeds by the bats. Ruru walked back, dejected. "What did he say?" "Okay, it might not be good. This is my first time encountering them. I need a bit of time to understand their language." Hearing this, Applejack immediately became angry and said that these bats were devils, but Ruru held a differing opinion. Seeing the deadlock, they began to sing. Dazzling Stars listened to their song and unconsciously saw Ziyue and the others surrounding Ruru, spinning and singing. "The bats can't stay, drive them away. Tell them they can't turn back." Just as they were singing enthusiastically, Dazzling Stars interrupted their song. All right, stop singing. In short, it's just one thing. Get these bats out of Sweet Apple Acres, right?" "Exactly. These nasty bats must be driven out of Sweet Apple Acres. Otherwise, we won't to even have apple juice to drink this year." "What? Applejack, is that true? No apple juice to drink this year?" "That's right. If we can't drive them away, there won't be a single drop left." "No." Looking at the excited expression on Rainbow Dash's face, Applejack comforted her. "All right. As long as we successfully drive them away, we will definitely have enough apple juice to drink. We must surround the remaining apples to prevent those bats from eating them." After seeing that their opinions were almost unanimous, Starlight Glimmer prepared to take action, her horn glowing. Upon seeing this, Ziyue quickly asked, "Starlight Glimmer, what are you doing? Are you driving the bats away?" "We need to use physical means to drive them away, not magic. Once you surround the sweet apple orchard, those bats will starve." "What?" Starlight Glimmer was confused and shocked by this. And then Ziyue thought of something and said she had an idea to protect the sweet apple orchard's apples without harming the other bats. "All right, just call me when you need me," Starlight Glimmer said, then left the girls' group to relax a bit. Seeing so many apples in the sweet apple orchard, it should be fine to eat one or two, right? "Oh my gosh, how did I fall asleep?" In the quiet night, Starlight Glimmer lay under an apple tree, rubbed her eyes, and upon seeing the moon in the sky, she remembered what happened during the day. After eating an apple, she didn't feel very full. So she ate a few more and then fell asleep. Just as Starlight Glimmer was about to head home, an apple suddenly fell from the tree and hit her squarely in the face. Gravity. Starlight Glimmer shook the apple off her face and looked up, only to see Ro gnawing on an apple in the tree. Hi, Ro. Starlight Glimmer greeted her, and Ro, startled, quickly fled the sweet apple orchard. Got it, it's the bat Ro. Starlight Glimmer returned to the library and knocked on Ziyue's door. After Ziyue opened the door, she saw Starlight Glimmer standing at the entrance. Starlight Glimmer, it's you. Why are you back so late? Is there something wrong? Oh, nothing much. I just fell asleep in the sweet apple orchard. I just saw Ro hanging in the tree eating apples and wanted to ask what happened. What? Ro was hanging in the tree, Ziyue shouted, and Sui Long, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up, dashed to the ceiling, and then crashed down, fainting. Not good. It must be my magic causing this. I need to find Ro quickly. Ziyue threw off her nightcap and ran outside, while Starlight Glimmer thought for a moment upon seeing Ziyue run out and followed her. Ziyue, what's going on? Why did we come to Ro's house in the middle of the night? Friends, my magic went wrong. Ro has taken on the characteristics of a vampire bat. We need to fix her before it gets serious. What? Oh, it's all my fault. If I hadn't rushed to solve the bat problem, Ro wouldn't be in trouble. Alright everyone, we've arrived at Ro's house. Inside Ro's house, she was covering herself with a blanket in bed. And when the door was knocked, she was startled. Angel lifted the blanket and jumped to the door, opening it to see the panting group of ponies. After explaining the situation, Ziyue cast a spell on Ro, and after a flash of purple light, Ro came down. How do you feel? I feel. Okay, I'm sorry Ro. I shouldn't have forced you to do something you don't love. You're right, Applejack. But I also understand that even if you are my best friend, I should refuse you. Chapter 74, Return to Manhattan. Ponyville train station. Daring Do was standing at the station entrance with a pile of luggage. Sui Long immediately ran over to help, while the other ponies chatted and laughed as they walked by. Starlight Glimmer, once we arrive in Manhattan, you must not leave my side for even a moment, understand? Ziyue, relax. How can I relax? This is Manhattan. Don't you remember what you did before? That's all in the past, and since the aristocrats have left Manhattan, the new aristocrats are trying every means to settle in this city, making it even better than before. Starlight Glimmer. Seeing Ziyue's intense gaze, Starlight Glimmer could only sigh in resignation and agree to the arrangement. I want to stay in colorful Manhattan for a week and be with my friends. You're going to Fashion Week. Of course, we will support you. And we believe you will win. Upon hearing this, Daring Do smiled. Then suddenly thought of something and opened her backpack, pulling out several teal-colored tickets. This is for you. What is this? Is it a folding fan? No, it's a trick. We first remember a card, then you put it back and draw it out again. Pinkie Pie lay on the ground covering her eyes, while Daring Do shook her head and walked towards the other ponies. These are the hottest musical tickets to the Mountain Sheeny. Isn't this the Mountain Sheeny? I remember this ticket was sold out months ago. Starlight Glimmer was stunned upon hearing this and turned to Ziyue, asking, what? The mountain and mud? What is that? Oh my gosh, you must not have seen a musical before. That's the Mountain Sheeny, the best musical in all of Equestria. Watching Rainbow Dash rushing over. Starlight Glimmer thought for a moment that she hadn't done anything serious in Manhattan, so she wouldn't have time to watch a musical, and replied to Rainbow Dash. I want to watch it. Alright, Starlight Glimmer, I think after watching the Mountain Sheeny, you will have a different experience. Taking the ticket handed by Daring Do, Starlight Glimmer tucked it into her bag. As the conductor began checking tickets, the ponies boarded the train. Seeing Sui Long dragging her luggage at the station, Starlight Glimmer walked over and said, let me help you. Oh, thank you so much. Seeing Sui Long's grateful expression, Starlight Glimmer smiled and prepared to use magic to levitate the luggage, but unlike before, the magic actually malfunctioned. What? Starlight Glimmer felt something was wrong and continued to try, thinking about making the suitcase enter the carriage, with the red magic at the corners flickering. Suddenly, the suitcases grew 2 long legs and began walking one by one into the carriage, stacking up together. Wow, I didn't know you could do this kind of magic. It looks really interesting. Hearing Sui Long's remark, Starlight Glimmer became a bit distracted, as she intended to levitate the suitcases, not give them legs. What on earth is going on? Before Starlight Glimmer could think for a moment, Ziyue called out from the windowsill, Starlight Glimmer, Sui Long, the train is about to depart. You two hurry up. Coming. Sui Long waved her arms and boarded the train, with Starlight Glimmer closely following. She looked a bit lost in thought, and Ziyue, sitting beside her, said, all right. You don't have to be sad. I'm just staying by your side, not stopping you from having fun in Manhattan. As long as you don't go too far, we will definitely have a great week. No, it's not because of that. Then what is it? Starlight Glimmer didn't speak, and Ziyue, seeing this, was also puzzled as the train sped across the Cross-Sea Bridge directly to Manhattan Station. Come on, little ponies. I found a place to stay, just a block away from the train station, right in the bustling city center. Qunxing Huanghuang said to them. Hey Ziyue, don't you remember there's a palace built specifically for princesses in the noble district? Although there were some corners cut during construction, it's located right in the heart of Mahadon. And it must be much more comfortable than a hotel. Aren't you going? Ziyue rolled her eyes at Qunxing Huanghuang and said no. I don't think I'm above any other pony, so I won't go there. But it's really comfortable, and there's even a private little park. No. Can I at least transform into your form to stay there? Not only are there free gourmet meals to taste, but there are also other ponies to serve you. No. I don't agree. After Ziyue's firm refusal, Qunxing Huanghuang said no more, while Applejack felt curious and asked Qunxing Huanghuang, how do you know their SA garden? Have you been there? Of course. Applejack looked at Qunxing Huanghuang in surprise, and before she could ask further, Rainbow Dash pointed to a spot and shouted, look, there's a theater. The heist on the mountain is performing there. Wow, really? Jinchi, how did you get tickets? Jinchi chuckled and said, I provided some designs to the costume designer, and he helped me with a little connection. That's the most magical thing about Mahadon. When you do something good for others, you never know when they will return the favor. Exactly, just like someone giving you a ticket to the heist on the mountain. This is the best play in all of Ponyville, and I can't wait. It must be impressive to catch Rainbow Dash's attention, as she usually doesn't watch plays. I know. Ponies often break into song like that. Who would do such a thing? Just as Rainbow Dash finished speaking, Jinchi started singing and ran off. Watching Jinchi frolicking in the city, Qunxing Huanghuang looked at the little Sualong, who was carrying a suitcase much larger than herself. Little Sualong, you don't have to force yourself. Let me help you. Qunxing Huanghuang didn't believe that she had made a mistake with her magic last time, so she tried again. She made all the suitcases float. And just as she was marveling at her success, the suitcases suddenly grew 2 pairs of wings and lined up behind her. Sualong felt very happy upon seeing this, as she finally had a friend who understood her struggles. Wow, Qunxing Huanghuang, your magic is so interesting. No, Sualong, I think my magic malfunctioned. Chapter 75, Return to Mahadon. Qunxing Huanghuang then heard Ziyue calling for them to put their luggage in the apartment and then go for a good stroll around Mahadon. After boarding the cruise ship, the other ponies continuously discussed the scenery around them, while Qunxing Huanghuang stood on the ship, absent-mindedly pondering what had happened. Then she thought of that matter. In order to have a means to counter the rhythm cannon, the corresponding chaotic magic became one of Qunxing Huanghuang's goals. After all, the rhythm knights are not only present in Ponyville, but also exist elsewhere. Moreover, that group of self-righteous guys had already discovered it. So it was better to address it early. Qunxing Huanghuang had long made them her targets, and chaos was one of the means. The disorderly chaos was indeed powerful. After all, the Chaos King didn't just say it casually, and acting on a whim was one of his trademarks. Coincidentally, she had received a ticket from the Chaos Knight Club, so Qunxing Huanghuang set her sights on the luck and chaos of Eris. With the friendship of a villain, Qunxing Huanghuang received her reward as she wished. She stored the chaotic power she had consumed in her emotional storage device, and her magic mixed with chaotic power. Perhaps that was the reason, but Eris's aggressive chaotic magic became such a joke in the realm of disorder. In other words, oh no, I've been assimilated. What? Ziyue asked upon hearing Qunxing Huanghuang mumble next to her, and Qunxing Huanghuang replied that it was nothing. In fact, it was a big problem. Emotional magic and chaotic magic began to merge, and who knew what would happen? Subsequently, Qunxing Huanghuang instinctively followed this group of ponies. While her thoughts had long drifted far away, after Jinchi got off the cruise ship, she gave a flower to a knocked-over gentleman, then fixed the wheel of a carriage with Applejack, and stopped by the counter to look at the clothes inside. Oh, just thinking about my clothes being displayed in the most charming city center of Ponyville, on the most bustling fashion avenue, makes me feel like a dream is coming true. Is there anything else we can help you with? Oh, dear, no, those clothes have all been completed. It took me several months to develop them. It's a new fabric, exquisitely made, with good elasticity and understated elegance. Listening to Jinchi's speech, Qunxing Huanghuang inadvertently glanced up and said to them, in 10 minutes, it will be 2 o'clock. Is there anything else you need to do? What? 10 minutes? The showcase street is on the other side of the city. If I don't make it on time, I'll be eliminated. Taxi. Upon hearing this, Jinchi was instantly taken aback, then looked up at the clock tower in the center of Mahadon, which already read 1:50. Jinchi immediately ran out, shouting taxi. Then they saw a line of ponies also waiting for a taxi. Ziyue stepped forward and said to the first pony, please let her use the taxi first. She urgently needs to go to a very important place. That's impossible. She has to wait like all of us. Qunxing Huanghuang lunged forward and pinned the pony down. The other ponies in line were stunned and gasped, not knowing what had happened. You filthy guy. Can't you see it's the princess arriving? How dare you speak to her like that? I seriously suspect you're not a citizen of Ponyville. You might be a spy from somewhere else. The princess is going to exile you to the stars. Oh, I remember now. How dare you speak to the princess like that? Are you one of those shapeshifters from the Illusion Clan? Ponies, run. There are villains from the Illusion Clan here. They will eat your emotions and then turn your bodies into jam, pony jam, and then enjoy it deliciously. Hearing this and seeing that it didn't seem like an act, the ponies scattered in all directions. Even the taxi driver was ready to flee. Just as Qunxing Huanghuang was about to drag the pinned pony to a corner for a lesson, Ziwe stepped up. Let him go. Let's find another taxi. What? Isn't there one right here? That's enough, Qunxing Huanghuang. I never thought of using my identity to pressure others. And look at this poor taxi driver. He's terrified. Qunxing Huanghuang looked at the trembling taxi driver, realizing he probably couldn't run anymore, while the unfortunate pony pinned beneath her had already fainted from fear. Qunxing Huanghuang tossed him aside and said to Jinxi and the others, all right then. The other ponies did not move, just blankly watching all of this. In Ponyville, they had never seen such a thing, which completely overturned their understanding. Just then, another pony pulling a carriage came over and, seeing the trembling taxi driver, asked him, George, what happened? I just saw a group of little ponies screaming as they ran past. What happened here? Noticing that George ignored her and continued to shake, the little pony felt something was off. She turned her head and saw Rarity and the others, speaking to them. Hi, I know you. Thank you for helping me fix my wheels. I don't know how to thank you. Do you have anywhere to go? I can pull you there. After hearing the little pony's words, Rarity quickly snapped back to reality and said to the little pony in front of her, oh, thank you so much. I'm going to the exhibition hall. Okay, hang on tight. The driver pulled the cart and ran off quickly, while Twilight walked over to Starlight and said to her, from now on, no trouble, understand? Also, I've made a schedule for our week's itinerary, so no running around. And at night, you're not allowed to sneak off either. I'll be listening right next door. By the way, what were you going to say? Twilight. I wanted to say that Rarity forgot to take her luggage. What? Why didn't you say this earlier? You didn't stop talking. How could I say anything? Starlight looked at Twilight, who was spinning in place, and said, all right, don't worry. I'll take it to her. Are you sure? Of course, just watch me. Then Starlight cast a spell, but nothing happened, which was a bit awkward. She tried again, and in an instant, Starlight disappeared from her spot, replaced by a red uniformed hotel service pony. Chapter 76, Return to Manhattan. In the exhibition hall, Rarity hurriedly ran over to the front desk and said, I'm here for Fashion Week. All the participating ponies were gathered in front of the runway, preparing to go on stage. You just need to bring your outfit. You can store it backstage later. After hearing what the working pony said, Rarity suddenly panicked, realizing she hadn't brought her outfit. Just when Rarity was in despair, a giant smiling balloon floated over. Before Rarity could react, the balloon popped, and Starlight jumped out from inside. Oh no, even the teleportation magic is malfunctioning? Rarity, you're here. I brought your clothes. Seeing Starlight appear, Rarity wiped her tears away and quickly took the clothes to run towards the competition site. Starlight was about to leave when she suddenly felt an unfriendly gaze. Looking in the direction of the gaze, she saw the front desk pony looking glumly at the mess of streamers on the floor. Starlight awkwardly waved a hoof and quickly fled the area. To prevent any more teleportation mishaps, Starlight decided to wait for Rarity to finish rehearsing before heading back together. In Rarity's backstage room, Starlight was sitting in a chair, bored, when Rarity and another pony walked in, chatting and laughing. Seeing Starlight sitting there, Rarity was a bit surprised. Starlight, why are you here? You finally came to Manhattan. Why not go out and explore? You know me, I'm notoriously lazy, and it looks like you need a helper. We can't all go play. The main focus is your fashion show. That is why we're here, right? Oh, Starlight, you're so sweet. My fondness for you is skyrocketing right now. So please stay and help me. Can you grab that ruler from the table? Just as Starlight was about to move, the other pony with Rarity said, Rarity, your design is so beautiful. It's okay just like that. Oh, you're too modest. For example, my skirt design has no thought behind it at all. If I could embellish it with this fabric, that would be perfect. Can I take a little? After hearing this, Rarity used her magic to give the pony a roll of fabric and generously said, oh, it's fine, take it. I have plenty here. It's great chatting with you, but it's a bit rude, and I have to finish my preparations, so. Rarity turned around and found that Suri had already disappeared. Starlight, watching Suri leave, said to Rarity, Rarity, how much time do you have until your rehearsal? There's still half an hour. Although I was the last to arrive, my time is a bit more ample. If you let a tailor make your outfit. How long would it take to finish this outfit? About an hour, I guess. If it's an experienced tailor, plus an assistant or something, maybe just 20 minutes. Aren't you supposed to be going out? Why ask this? Starlight looked at Rarity, who had a puzzled look, and then said to her, your generosity will get you into trouble, but I have an idea, ha ha ha. Rarity glanced at Starlight, who was grinning evilly, and her eyelids twitched a few times. She ignored her and continued preparing for her work. Half an hour passed quickly. Starlight was pushing the clothes behind her while Rarity chatted with the front desk pony. Hi. Hello. I came half an hour early to practice. This is Prim's favorite way. Go line up over there. Oh my, this fabric is so beautiful. Did you make it yourself? Upon hearing this, Rarity covered her mouth and laughed, then said to the pony, "Oh yes, it's meticulously crafted, stretchy, and elegant without being flashy." Just then, a loud sound occurred, and Rarity felt puzzled. She squeezed into the crowd of participating ponies and saw Suri using her fabric to make the same style of clothing and introducing it. Seeing this, Rarity was furious, and Starlight awkwardly dealt with the pony who had just finished cleaning and walked over, seeing Rarity arguing with Suri about the clothing issue. "You stole my fabric." "Okay. I didn't steal it. You gave it to me, remember? Giving you this fabric was for embellishment, not for you to design a whole series. How did you make all the clothes so quickly?" "Quick. Coco Pommel is as slow as a turtle. Almost made me lose my chance to compete. I wanted to ensure you win, so I spent a bit more time." "Shut up. I hired you to work, not to talk and drink coffee. Understand?" After hearing their conversation, Rarity, feeling a bit overwhelmed, exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, how could this happen?" Suri then walked over to Rarity, putting a hoof on her shoulder, and pretentiously said, "Dear, don't blame yourself. The girl from the small town will take some time to understand that ponies in big cities have to be self-reliant. And have the ponies from big cities ever told you what the consequences are for digging your own grave in this precious Manhattan?" Starlight blocked Rarity, who was about to run out, and pushed Suri, who stumbled and fell off the stage. After getting back up, she shouted at Starlight, "Damn it. You rude little town pony. What is going on? What are you arguing about?" Prim heard the commotion and walked over briskly, just as Suri was about to say something. Starlight stepped forward and said to Prim, "This guy copied my friend S design." "No way. She clearly copied my design." Starlight snorted coldly, then pulled out a photo from Rarity's bag and handed it to Prim. Hypocritical ponies love to tell lies, especially those about to be banished to other places. The designer of this clothing collection is Miss Fancy Pants, who is the most sincere little pony, the great friendship princess, and the best friend of Starlight Sparkle. Think about it. Princess Melody has been sent to the far north to guard the borders, while the royal sisters have been guarding for over 1,000 years. Guess who the next ruler of Equestria will be? Princess Starlight Sparkle? Correct. Offending the friend of the next heir means offending the next heir. I remember there are more than just one star designer in Manhattan, right? Of course, we wouldn't be so unreasonable. Our Miss Fancy Pants has a saying. If I help other little ponies with a small favor, they will return the favor with something small, won't they? After that, Starlight Glimmer took back the group photo that Prim had handed over, and then she nodded, turned around, and said to Rarity, "As for you, you're done. I tell you, Princess Twilight is going to exile you to the dragon's nest, where you'll be trimming the toenails of the dragons. By the way, just a reminder, they never wash their feet." Chapter 77, Return to Manhattan. Hearing these despairing words, Rarity was almost scared to death, while Fancy Pants said to them, "All right, Starlight Glimmer. I want to do that, and Miss Prim, I want to use my friendship to pressure you. This dress is yours. I will create a better outfit. One that is twice as good as this one, just wait." After saying that, Fancy Pants flicked her tail and walked out. Starlight Glimmer saw Prim's confused expression and said, "What about the competition? Forget it, let us proceed normally. The main party has spoken, so just wait." After saying this, Starlight Glimmer bumped into the unsteady Rarity, who fell to the ground. When Pamela tried to help her up, Rarity pushed her away with a hoof. "Damn it, I didn't expect her to have this background. But since she isn't using it, this competition must be my victory. What are you looking at? No need to feel sorry for me. Let us go." Rarity walked ahead with her head held high, while Pamela followed behind, pushing the clothes. Inside the hotel, Fancy Pants walked in front, Starlight Glimmer followed behind. Fancy Pants opened the door and saw Starlight Sparkle and the others huddled together playing Jenga. "Oh, Fancy Pants, you're back. How did the competition go? Why do you look so unhappy?" Fancy Pants didn't reply, but instead threw herself onto the bed, wrapping herself in the sheets and covering her head with a pillow. Starlight Glimmer came over, closed the door, and said to the girls, "It's simple. Fancy Pants gave some fabric to other little ponies, and then they plagiarized her. I was going to use Twilight's identity to exile that contestant to the dragon's territory, but Fancy Pants disagreed and insisted on designing a new clothing collection herself." "What? You've only been in Manhattan for half a day, and you're already about to exile 2 ponies? If you lived in Manhattan, would you exile all the little ponies here?" Applejack looked incredulous, while Twilight frowned and walked to the side of the bed, saying to Fancy Pants, "All right, Fancy Pants. We believe you can design something better. You still have us as friends." Hearing this, Fancy Pants stopped her tears and was about to say something when she saw the blanket covering her. She looked around and said, "Guys, I think I have a new idea." "Oh, that is great. Good luck. Now I'm going out to play. Starlight Glimmer, come back. You have to help us make the clothes too." "What? You want me to make clothes? Are you joking?" Seeing Twilight's serious expression, Starlight Glimmer had initially planned to find a few unfortunate ponies to test her magic, but now she had no choice but to agree. The boring session began. Starlight Glimmer sat in a chair organizing the fabric on the table, cutting it, folding it, and placing it in a basket, then picking up another piece to cut, fold, and put in the basket again. Once the basket was full, Rainbow Dash grabbed it with her mouth and handed it to Twilight, who was at the sewing machine. Twilight hadn't finished yet, and another pile of fabric was on the table. "Oh, Starlight Glimmer, you're going too slow. I can't keep up." Hearing this, Starlight Glimmer felt a headache coming on. "What is this? I was going to review this delightful city, and now it has turned into heavy labor in a hotel. This is ridiculous. Oh no, I cut it crooked." Starlight Glimmer looked around and noticed that no pony was paying attention to her, except for Fancy Pants standing in front of her. Feeling embarrassed, Starlight Glimmer awkwardly threw the piece of fabric at her feet and picked up a new piece to start cutting again. Just then, Twilight said, "Fancy Pants, it's been so long. When are we going to eat? If we don't go to the Farland Tavern, you said there would be a working meal. Don't worry. We still have an hour before we leave, right? At that time, we will go to see the shining star on the mountain." Hearing this, Rainbow Dash said to Fancy Pants. But Fancy Pants replied dejectedly, "Oh, I see. I went to great lengths to get you tickets, and this is how you treat me? Abandoning me when I need you the most?" Seeing the little ponies show disappointed expressions, Starlight Glimmer leaned on the table and said to the others, "This is too easy. Twilight, just listen to me. You're a princess. The Moon Princess has a classic saying, if a princess can't do as she pleases, then what's the point of a monarchy? You have the right to see performances anytime and anywhere." When Twilight heard Starlight Glimmer's words and was wavering, Fancy Pants said, "All right. No need to put Twilight in a difficult position. I don't want you to change your principles because of me. Just let me work quietly." After saying that, she sat next to the sewing machine and started making clothes. The other little ponies exchanged glances and could only continue working. The next day, Fancy Pants dragged the completed clothes out, while the other little ponies were exhausted and collapsed on the floor, not bothering with anything and just starting to sleep. When Starlight Glimmer was about to jump onto the bed with the others, Twilight tossed her out at the door, pointed to the next room, and then closed the door. As Starlight Glimmer was about to open the door, she suddenly remembered that Fancy Pants hadn't given her the key, so she had no choice but to go to the scene. At the exhibition, since the competition had already started, entry to the backstage was not allowed, and the backstage staff was that cleaning pony from the front desk. Starlight Glimmer could only sit in the audience and then fell asleep. Next up was Fancy Pants from Ponyville, showcasing her brand new design that could give a refreshing hotel style. Soon, the model ponies walked on stage wearing the clothes, and the audience sitting above cheered continuously. Seeing this, Fancy Pants couldn't help but show an excited expression. "They like it. I think I might win. I can't wait to join them." Fancy Pants looked at Starlight Glimmer, who was fast asleep in the audience, and with no other ponies around. She thought about what she had done and hurriedly ran off the stage to shake Starlight Glimmer. "Wake up, Starlight Glimmer. Where are Twilight and the others? Why didn't they come?" Starlight Glimmer, who was sleeping soundly, felt some ponies shaking her and mumbled, "They left." Hearing this shocking news, Fancy Pants seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly ran out. "They left. Don't disturb my sleep." Uncertain how much time had passed, Qunxing Huanghuang rubbed her eyes and opened them to find herself on the floor, having fallen from her chair due to an awkward sleeping position. Is it over?" Rubbing her head, Qunxing Huanghuang was about to leave when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "It's Surpass. Damn, Pamela, not only did she quit without my consent, but she also went to accept the award on behalf of Jinchi. I was so close to success. I had deceived Jinchi and her friends so perfectly, and now it's all gone. Hey, watch where you're walking," Surpass said as she rubbed her head where she had bumped it and then looked ahead. Inside the musical theater, the little ponies were watching the He-Nay on the mountain. Just as the performance was ending, Qunxing Huanghuang and Pamela walked in. "Qunxing Huanghuang, where have you been? We couldn't find you anywhere." "Oh, I fell asleep. Jinchi, this little girl has something to say to you." Pamela then explained everything to Jinchi and handed her the trophy along with a gift. In gratitude for this kind girl, Jinchi decided to hire the newly resigned Pamela. On the way back, in the train carriage, Ziwe was being pulled by the other ponies. She kept waving her hooves at Qunxing Huanghuang, who was hiding in a corner of the carriage. Just as the train started moving, Beaky shouted "Flying Horse." Other little ponies rushed to the window to see, and Ziwe spotted Surue hanging upside down at the highest point of the Freedom Pony statue. The poor Earth Pony probably never imagined she could get so high. Her heart-wrenching screams scared the surrounding flying ponies away, and with the sticky, gelatinous goo, the elastic slime swayed up and down with her movements, making her mournful cries audible even inside the train. Chapter 78. The History of the Shapeshifters. In the library, Ziwe was lying on the floor reading, surrounded by piles of books. At this moment, she got up, pulled a book from the shelf, and Beaky suddenly appeared inside. "What are you doing?" You. But that doesn't answer my question. Just doing some family tree research." "I don't know what that is." Genealogy is the study of family history, where ponies come from and who their relatives are. Beaky then pulled out a scroll from the bottom of the pile, opened it, and began reading. She walked down the stairs, exited the library, and shouted, "What? This is an incredible subject. Why has no pony ever told me it's so amazing? Genealogy is more delicious than chocolate spraying cotton candy. You won't believe who I'm related to." After saying that, Beaky ran out quickly. Qunxing Huanghuang happened to return to the library and quickly brushed past Beaky. After spinning around a few times, Qunxing Huanghuang shook her head and saw scrolls strewn about the library. "Ziyue, what is going on?" Qunxing Huanghuang picked up the scattered scrolls and walked into the room. Looking at the books everywhere, unable to help but ask, Ziyue replied, "I'm studying pony genealogy. It's the study of pony relatives, where they come from, and so on." Suilong added something before going downstairs to do other things. Suddenly, Ziyue remembered something and excitedly ran up to Qunxing Huanghuang, her eyes wide open. Qunxing Huanghuang pushed Ziyue away and asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" "Qunxing Huanghuang, do you know the history of the shapeshifters?" "Are you kidding? I'm a shapeshifter. How could I not know their history? Quick, tell me what I don't know, like where you come from and what evil things you've done." Qunxing Huanghuang looked at the little bookworm in front of her, holding a lot of draft paper and several quills, eager to get started. After wiping her face with a hoof, Qunxing Huanghuang said, "As everyone knows, our generation of shapeshifters hatched from eggs. MHM, MHM, MHM. That's it. What? Just that? What about the previous events? Those major historical incidents? Didn't you learn about them?" "No, strictly speaking. The significance of our generation of shapeshifters being born is to replenish the forces lost in previous battles. Learning history isn't part of our curriculum. However, I do have a way for us to find out what happened before." After thinking for a moment, Qunxing Huanghuang walked upstairs, and Ziyue followed closely behind her into the room. Qunxing Huanghuang began rummaging through her box and finally pulled out 3 items, placing them on the table. Ziyue approached and saw 3 things on the table: a scroll she didn't recognize, a bottle of the white potion she had drunk before, and a vine from the star-absorbing vine. "What? When did you pick these up?" "That is not important. With these 3 items, we can go back in time and witness history firsthand. The time travel scroll can take us back. The white potion is used to locate time and significant historical events. The star-absorbing vine contains the magic of the rhythm tree, used to create a fusion agent, along with the magic of the celestial horned beast and the location of a shapeshifter. Do you want to do a historical research trip?" "Of course. This will allow my research report to have academic exchanges. I can't wait." Upon hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang transformed back into her pre-evolution shapeshifter form and looked at Ziyue, who also realized that she wasn't a shapeshifter and that there might be conflicts in investigating the history of the shapeshifters. However, this didn't stump Ziyue, who found a book from somewhere, returned to the room, wrapped herself in magic, glanced at Qunxing Huanghuang, and transformed into a different-looking shapeshifter. Only her eyes and wings were purple instead of yellow like Qunxing Huanghuang's. "Are you ready?" "Always ready." Qunxing Huanghuang dipped the star-absorbing vine in the potion and wrote something on the scroll, which then began to emit white light. Seeing this, Ziyue used her magic to control the scroll, and Qunxing Huanghuang did the same. As the surrounding books began to fly around, forming a small vortex in the room, with a flash of light, Qunxing Huanghuang and Ziyue disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Suilong walked in with a tray of cupcakes. "Who wants to eat cupcakes?" Suilong opened her eyes to see the library in disarray and looked around, finding no ponies there. Helpless, Suilong could only put down the cupcakes and start bending down to pick up the scattered papers. Oh, how annoying. On the other side, Ziyue and Qunxing Huanghuang successfully returned to the past. Chapter 79, The History of the Shapeshifters. In an unknown volcano, Qunxing Huanghuang and Ziyue landed in a place surrounded by heat waves, with lava licking the walls around them. Many shapeshifters scattered in all directions. Where's this place? Why is it so hot? The sealed volcano, where the cosmic princess sealed the shapeshifters. Do you remember Tylowote? It seems like it was mentioned in Ponyland's history. Is this the story after that? Oh my gosh, I have no idea what happened next. I'm so excited. Seeing Ziyue's excited cheers attracting the attention of the surrounding shapeshifters, Qunxing Huanghuang quickly covered her mouth and said to the other shapeshifters, "She's just overheated." "Oh, I can tell. Poor thing. I feel like I'm about to go crazy too. Oh my gosh, when can we get out?" The glorious stars watched as the other shapeshifters no longer looked this way, then released their hooves. Ziyue felt a bit awkward. One of the conditions for traveling through history was not to change it, as such things could potentially alter the future. Just as Ziyue was about to say something, the glorious stars walked down the steps and waved their hooves at Ziyue, who then followed. After traversing the winding path in the volcano, the glorious stars and Ziyue arrived at a high ground, where the Cocoon Queen was lying on a rock, panting from the heat. "I'm dying of heat. Why is this volcano so hot?" The glorious stars approached the Cocoon Queen and said, "Your Majesty, what should we do now? It's unbearably hot here." "How would I know? I guess we have to wait until the sentence is over. Isn't that princess always turning her enemies into statues? I'd rather be a potted plant than stay here." That would be terrible. Just then, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the volcano, startling the shapeshifters lying around. What? What is happening? Are we getting freedom? Is the sentence over? Wait, is the volcano about to erupt? As the shapeshifters grew anxious, the Cocoon Queen spoke towards the volcano's mouth. Is the entrance opening? Is our sentence over? Are we free? Then, a gigantic blue-purple dragon lifted the stones covering the volcano and poked its head inside. Overthinking, freedom my foot. Upon seeing the dragon, the glorious stars joked to Ziyu, while Ziyu looked somewhat uneasy. After all, even during the dragon migration, she had never seen such a gigantic dragon, nearly as large as the volcano itself. A dragon? Are you kidding me? It's this completely loveless creature that came. The Cocoon Queen screamed loudly, looking very anxious. During their time of imprisonment, she and her kin had not consumed even a hint of love, meaning they lacked the energy to cast magic. How could they possibly confront such a unique dragon? Oh, not bad, this is good. I was looking for a place to rest my wings, and instead, I found a pantry full of food. Thank you for the hospitality. The dragon lay at the volcano's mouth, speaking to the shapeshifters below in a deafening voice that echoed throughout the volcano, causing the shapeshifters below to scatter in panic. Yes, that is how it is. Ziyu quietly approached the Cocoon Queen and said, Quick, think of a way, or we'll be eaten. What? To be eaten by a majestic and powerful creature like you is truly an honor. What? After thinking for so long, that's the best you could come up with? Upon hearing the Cocoon Queen's words, Ziyu felt a bit overwhelmed. What kind of monarch is this? Meanwhile, the glorious stars sat beside, stifling laughter. It is indeed an honor. Do you know? I'm the king of all dragons. Have you heard of the great Sergio? Of course, I've heard of him. With your shining scales, could you show us before you eat us? Upon hearing the name of the dragon, Ziyu fell into contemplation, as if she had heard that name somewhere, but couldn't recall where. My scales are indeed radiant. I polish them every day, so you have good taste. Listening to the dragon boast, the Cocoon Queen then turned to the glorious stars and said, Soldier, you must find a way to get him away from the entrance. What if he breathes fire? The Cocoon Queen felt that made some sense and said to the dragon, Yes. How bright are your scales? I once saw a dragon in Ponyland that could breathe fire. Its flames were so hot they could melt rocks. Can you do that too? Wait, melt rocks? Boss, you're mistaken. It's all rocks in the volcano. Shut up. This was all your idea. The dragon, hearing this, was clearly a bit displeased. Then took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of intense flames towards the volcano. Breathing fire? Are you joking? I'm the most powerful fire dragon in the north. My flames could burn down an entire forest. The fierce flames ignited the volcano, and the bubbling magma began to boil like boiling water, causing the shapeshifters to panic even more. Just then, it seemed Ziyu thought of something and loudly exclaimed, I remember now. Sergio was the leader of the dragons at that time. There's a pure silver statue carved for him in Central City, right in the royal garden. Oh, you really have an eye for this. That little pony indeed has great taste. I even carry a statue with me. Would you like to see it? Hearing this, the Cocoon Queen suddenly had an idea and said to the giant dragon before her, Oh, my noble dragon king, what is a statue? It's merely a replica of your body. We wish to witness your magnificent wings in person. Could you show us your former glory? Of course. Upon hearing the calls of the shapeshifters, the dragon immediately spread its wings and flexed at the volcano's mouth. The Cocoon Queen seized the opportunity, grabbed the nearby glorious stars, placed a helmet on him, and then threw him out with a standard shot put technique. The glorious stars was confused and then pierced through the dragon's wing. While the shapeshifters seized the chance to fly out, the dragon, with a broken wing and unstable balance, crashed into the volcano. The volcano, specially chosen by the Cosmic Princess, had magical powers, with lava temperatures far exceeding other volcanoes, enough to melt a super giant dragon, pouring molten rock all over the Dragon King. Oh, it's so hot here, Al. Ziyu looked at the dragon wailing in the lava and then said to the glorious stars, who was patting the helmet beside her. Legend has it that Sergio disappeared during a journey and became a legend among dragons, but I never expected it to end up like this. After the Cocoon Queen cursed idiot, she led the remaining shapeshifters back to their territory to recuperate and prepare for the next attack. The glorious stars and Ziyu seized the opportunity, quietly slipped out of the group, cast magic again, and disappeared. Chapter 80, The History of Shapeshifters. As a flash of white light flickered, when Ziyu opened her eyes again, she found herself in a unicorn city, with unicorns all around the streets. Alright, I think this is talent. Let us transform back into unicorns. Otherwise, we won't be able to fool them. Ziyu then dispelled the magic and hid her wings. And the two ponies walked through the city. Ziyu looked at the surrounding architecture and couldn't help but exclaim, My goodness, glorious stars, look at these things. They are at least 1,000 years old, truly magnificent. But according to the textbooks, they were all destroyed in a war. What a pity. Oh, I don't find these buildings beautiful at all. It's completely a city of narcissism. The glorious stars had a different perspective from Ziyu, focusing on various self-portraits. Sculptures, posters, etc., all featuring a unicorn with a prominent chin. How narcissistic could this unicorn be, with a portrait every 5 steps and a statue every 10 steps? As they walked down the street, they suddenly heard the discussions of the unicorns in the city. Have you heard? Our Majesty is getting married soon. Really? When is that? Last night, a pony from another country proposed to Majesty, and she agreed on the spot. Tomorrow is the wedding celebration. Oh my god, that's really hasty. Upon hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang and Ziyue exchanged a glance and understood the current time period. It is said that Emperor Yingxitatus is a complete narcissist. But there has always been confusion in history about how he could distinguish the Cocoon Queen. Perhaps today we can unravel that mystery. Watching Ziyue's impatient steps, Qunxing Huanghuang followed her, and they arrived at the square outside the castle, where a life-sized statue stood in the center, surrounded by a large open area. Qunxing Huanghuang glanced at the enormous castle in front of them and suddenly thought of something, saying to Ziyue, "We can't really see anything from here. It's just a statue of a narcissist, and there's nothing else. Should we go inside the castle to take a look?" "What? Break into someone else's castle? That is not a good thing to do. Come on, this is for science. Think about it. So much exquisite art in the castle could be destroyed by fire. Don't you want to take a look? For the sake of future little ponies, they might never see these things or even hear about them." Hearing this, Ziyue hesitated. But when she looked up again, she found Qunxing Huanghuang had already walked towards the castle. After thinking it over, she decided it was for historical investigation and followed him. At the castle window, Ziyue and Qunxing Huanghuang climbed in and quietly slipped inside. Walking down the castle corridor, Ziyue widened her eyes and began to take notes on all the surrounding architecture, while Qunxing Huanghuang appeared less interested. This castle was simply hell. The narcissist's portraits were plastered one after another on the walls. No, it shouldn't be said that they were just pasted on the walls. The entire wall was covered with the large-chinned emperor's carved images, staring back at him, causing Qunxing Huanghuang's sanity to drop rapidly. Just as they rounded a corner, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. In a hurry, Ziyue and Qunxing Huanghuang quickly hid in a nearby room. After the patrolling soldier left, Qunxing Huanghuang turned on the lights in the room and was about to say something when Ziyue tapped him on the shoulder. "What's wrong?" Qunxing Huanghuang turned around to check and found that he had a strange connection with the castle's owner, the last time they hid in the castle. It seemed to be the bedroom of the cosmic princess, and this time was no exception. The big-chinned emperor was lying on the bed asleep, with 4 huge self-portraits plastered on the walls. As Ziyue and Qunxing Huanghuang approached, they discovered that the other was even using a cucumber as a face mask, mumbling about how handsome he was. After looking at the 4 large self-portraits on the walls, Qunxing Huanghuang couldn't hold back any longer. The magic broke, and he transformed back into his changeling form, slamming a hoof into the sleeping Yingxitatus's face. "You narcissist, you big fool." Yingxitatus, in the midst of his beauty sleep, was suddenly jolted awake and crashed through the bedboard, landing underneath the bed. "No, what have you done?" Ziyue saw this and was clearly startled. Hearing the panicked footsteps outside, she quickly stopped Qunxing Huanghuang, who was still beating Yingxitatus, and pulled him into a nearby cabinet. Just then, the Cocoon Queen pushed open the door and walked in, seeing the broken bed in confusion, while Yingxitatus crawled out from underneath the wreckage. The two locked eyes. The Cocoon Queen had yet to understand what was happening, but Yingxitatus immediately became enraged. "You vile changeling, daring to harm me. Guards, where are the guards?" Upon hearing this, the Cocoon Queen was startled. Could her plan be exposed? Seeing the Cocoon Queen's guilty expression, Yingxitatus confirmed his suspicions. Just moments ago, he was being beaten. Now she had transformed back into a pony. Who was she trying to fool? If it weren't for his thick skin, he might not have been able to keep his handsome face intact. Then, swaying his body, he lunged forward. The Cocoon Queen, seeing the attack coming, twisted her waist and dodged it. She then walked to the window and signaled outside, transforming back into her changeling form, preparing to forcibly consume Yingxitatus's love. Just then, the guards arrived, rushing in upon seeing their majesty in trouble, and a battle ensued. By the time it ended, there were no ponies left in the room. Ziyue emerged from the cabinet, her expression incredulous. What on earth was happening? Qunxing Huanghuang walked to the window and noticed that a protective shield had already been raised around them. The changelings that had been lying in ambush around were now angrily leaving the area. "What should we do?" "Don't worry, I have plenty of experience with this. Now let's go to the kitchen and get something to eat." Qunxing Huanghuang and Ziyue squatted in the kitchen, munching on wheat bread and drinking milk. "This stuff is really terrible." "Come on, Qunxing Huanghuang. This is at least food from 800 years ago. It's pretty good. I just found a storage room. We can sleep there for the night, and tomorrow we'll witness history." Chapter 81, Changeling History. The next morning, Ziyue heard what sounded like an argument outside. So she got up, rubbed her eyes, and nudged Qunxing Huanghuang before stepping out of the room. Ziyue then saw the castle in chaos. Changelings and ponies were fighting. She was shocked. Had it really gotten so late? Other changelings, seeing Ziyue, started to approach her with unfriendly expressions, just as Ziyue was preparing to face them. A wave of fiery light like the sun surged forward, instantly knocking the surrounding changelings out of the castle. When Ziyue moved her hoof from her eyes, she saw the cosmic princess standing in front of her, looking at her with a puzzled expression. This princess, why have I never seen you before? Where are you from? Teacher, I what? Realizing what she had just said, Ziyue quickly covered her mouth. Just as the cosmic princess was about to ask more questions, a flash of light appeared, and Qunxing Huanghuang pulled Ziyue away. Seeing the scroll emit a bright light, Qunxing Huanghuang caught a glimpse of the cosmic princess's enlightened expression as they traveled through time. He quickly took out his camera and snapped a photo of her before he and Ziyue disappeared from that place. Oh my gosh, Qunxing Huanghuang, what do we do? Don't worry, the cosmic princess won't hold a small matter like this against us. This is not a small matter. Time travel is not allowed. And now we've been discovered. It's over. Are we going to be exiled to the moon and locked up for 1,000 years? My thesis isn't finished yet. What should we do? Ziyue, relax. This is 800 years later. The cosmic princess won't remember such things. Well, I guess that's all we can hope for. So where are we now? Looking at the ancient architecture around them and the clouds below, countless Pegasi and flying creatures were bustling about. Qunxing Huanghuang looked around and said, the ancient Pegasi kingdom, Cloud City, Timatuk, ruled by King Orion. Ziyue stood on the clouds, gazing at the various commercial buildings around, and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this is truly amazing. Ziyue could no longer resist the urge to explore the environment, stepping on the clouds and wandering around the stalls, looking to the left and right, clearly having a great time. Heavens, is this a pure handmade copper bowl? It's even engraved with the patterns of Pegasi. Oh, could that be the cloud-painted device I've only seen in books? It's simply wonderful. The stars were shining brightly when Qunxing Huanghuang turned his head and saw Ziyue leaning over a simple decoration, constantly stroking a device, while the Pegasus selling it expressed dissatisfaction below. Sorry. After being pushed away, Ziyue was about to say something when another item caught her attention, and she quickly ran over. Qunxing Huanghuang looked around and found nothing particularly interesting. Just as he was about to wander elsewhere, he suddenly noticed something was off. Hey Ziyue, what's wrong? Isn't this place amazing? No, didn't you notice? All these Pegasi around are shape-shifting spirits. What? Ziyue became somewhat alarmed upon hearing this. And a shape-shifting spirit running a stall looked over curiously. Just as it was about to approach, Qunxing Huanghuang stuck out his tongue at it, causing the spirit to return to its position in confusion. Hey, I said, can you not be so jumpy? Sorry, but what do you think about their distribution? After hearing this, Qunxing Huanghuang looked around and delivered some bad news to Ziyue. There's some really bad news. Do you see the spot where Orion is sitting? More than 80 of the Pegasi are likely shape-shifting spirits. It's ridiculous. His own trusted followers have been replaced, and he hasn't even noticed. What? Oh no, it's nothing. And didn't you notice? This used to be a commercial hub for all flying creatures, but now there are only Pegasi here. There are no griffins or dragons. Do you know what that means? Timatuk is isolated? Today is the day of the shape-shifting clan's debut in this world, so no surprises are allowed. Other creatures have been intercepted outside, and now we just wait for the signal. What signal? With a loud bang, explosions began to erupt around Timatuk. And Qunxing Huanghuang said to Ziyue, this is the signal. Upon hearing this, the shape-shifting spirits no longer pretended and transformed into their true forms, starting to wreak havoc everywhere. Qunxing Huanghuang and Ziyue also transformed into shape-shifting spirits to avoid being mistakenly harmed. Watching this one-sided battle, Ziyue didn't know what to say. This was inevitable. After all, no creature had heard the story of the shape-shifting clan before, and they had no idea about their abilities to disguise and devour love. Timatuk, being a trade city, was widely known, making it an unequal war. However, since this was a trade city and the headquarters of the Pegasi, even though many Pegasus soldiers were injured, there were still plenty of forces to resist the shape-shifting clan. At that moment, the transformed captain of the guard, Worm Cocoon, shouted for retreat. Upon hearing this, all the Pegasi immediately fled into the palace. Orion, noticing something was off, decided to heed the guard captain's advice due to his long-standing arrogance and led the way into the palace. Qunxing Huanghuang watched as Ziyue frantically recorded various things, her feather pen nearly smoking from writing so fast. The battle continued into the night, and after suffering such a devastating defeat, Orion hurriedly escaped through the back door with the cover of his guards. He flew into the air, and after taking a photo of him, Qunxing Huanghuang put the camera back in his pocket. What? You brought a camera? Why didn't you tell me? Ziyue exclaimed angrily. She had been drawing so intensely that her mouth was nearly smoking, and Qunxing Huanghuang had brought a camera without telling her. Seeing Ziyue's angry expression, Qunxing Huanghuang quoted a famous saying. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times makes its meaning clear, but writing it down once is more impactful. Doesn't that leave a deeper impression? Alright, I actually have a lot of photos stored in here. I can just develop them at the camera shop later. Next scene, let's go. Chapter 82, The History of Shapeshifters. In the distant west, there is a vast and boundless forest, which is covered in snow all year round. And there is a terrifying legend of a magical pond, a creation of heaven and earth, the source of all evil. Legend has it that all the world's evil comes from here. Wow, how do you know so much? I made it up. Hearing this, Ziyue looked somewhat devastated. She had just listened seriously to Qunxing Huanghuang's explanation and had taken special care to record this in a new area. Only to find out it was made up. The report was ruined. This page had to be rewritten. As Qunxing Huanghuang was being chased and hit by Ziyue, he suddenly seemed to sense something, and Ziyue, unable to stop in time, crashed straight into Qunxing Huanghuang's rear. What are you doing? Look, there seems to be a little pony over there. Ziyue turned to look and indeed spotted a little pony pulling something. She squinted to take a closer look. And then she rushed over as if she had gone mad. Star spin. White-bearded star spin. Qunxing Huanghuang pulled his head out of the snow after being bumped and, seeing Ziyue rushing over, said with a twitching eye, "Oh, enough already. Wait, Ziyue, come back. White-bearded star spin will notice the time magic on us. Come back." At this moment, Ziyue disregarded everything and excitedly ran over, while white-bearded star spin was busy with his travels. Suddenly seeing a frenzied little purple pony charging toward him, he quietly calculated the opponent's speed and his own bone sturdiness. If I calculate correctly, I will at least break 3 ribs, plus 2 random hooves, and most importantly, I might have a brain hemorrhage. After conjuring a magical shield, Ziyue, seeing this, spread her wings and desperately tried to slow down her impact, finally stopping half a meter away from him. White-bearded star spin then removed the shield, causing the accumulated snow on top to fall to the ground. Ziyue was so excited to see her idol right in front of her that she couldn't speak, while white-bearded star spin looked at Ziyue in surprise. "You are a princess?" "Yes, white-bearded star spin. I've always wanted to meet you. You are simply my idol. I can't believe I see you here. I'm so excited. I am also honored to meet you, Your Highness. Did you escape from the unicorn camp?" "Unicorn camp? Do unicorns still have a tribe?" Seeing Ziyue's astonished expression, white-bearded star spin narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming subtle. What is going on? Knowing him means she lives in Ponyville, but not knowing about the unicorn camp is contradictory. "Did you transform into a unicorn later?" "Yes, I was actually a unicorn before, but I understood the concept of friendship, so I became a princess." "Oh, that's good to say. Wait, the aura on you is time magic. My goodness, you are not from this time." "That's right, I actually am." "No. Do you know what you've done? Time magic is the most dangerous magic. A slight misstep can destroy the entire world. Didn't your teacher tell you this?" The Cosmic Princess once told me, but I forgot when I got excited." "Wait, the Cosmic Princess is your teacher? It seems I need to teach her a lesson when I get back." Ziyue realized what she had done wrong and drooped her ears, looking very dejected. At that moment, Qunxing Huanghuang hurried over. "Ziyue, why did you run so fast?" Before Ziyue could say anything, white-bearded star spin became overly excited. An evil chaotic creature. What? The white-bearded star swirl launched an attack without any warning, and upon sensing it, the starry radiance also attacked. The two energies instantly blew away the surrounding snow, creating a whirlwind. Ziyue covered her hair and shouted at them, "Wait, stop. You two, stop fighting, please." Just then, the magic of starry radiance seemed to malfunction, turning the original beam into bubbles that completely enveloped the energy of the white-bearded star swirl, floating in the air before being absorbed into the chest of starry radiance. What? Seeing the bubbles surrounding him being completely swallowed, the white-bearded star swirl suddenly felt danger and was about to use another spell when Ziyue yelled again, "Everyone be quiet." The sound shook off the snow and collapsed the ground, creating a large pit below, causing starry radiance and the others to fall in. The white-bearded star swirl stabilized his body with magic and looked at them in the air. He checked his bottles and jars, finding they were all intact, and breathed a sigh of relief. Ziyue, on the other hand, stood on the ground, staring dumbfounded at the strange pine tree in the pond, where fear was palpable. The withered white pine tree exuded a mix of death and vitality, with roots continuously emerging from the pond, sweeping through various small pony bones and dirt. Above the pine tree, countless carnivorous flowers had bloomed, hunting the surrounding insects and swallowing them whole. Look, this is the origin of the illusory shape clan. So the first generation of illusory spirits emerged from the ground. Got it? What? This is unscientific. How can animals grow from a tree? This completely contradicts the laws of nature. The white-bearded star swirl, after hearing this, glanced at the pine tree, then at starry radiance, and back at the pine tree several times before sighing. "I suppose this is your goal, right?" Fine, let it be. He took out a wooden board from a small cart and carved some words on it. May contain magic. Beware of danger. Do not approach. Respectfully by Star Swirl. Have you read it? Now, while nothing unexpected has happened, you should hurry back. I'll keep an eye on things. Oh, then we'll go back. But could you sign something for me? Seeing Ziyu staring at him with wide eyes, the white-bearded Star Swirl helplessly rolled his eyes and signed his name in her notebook. All right, go back. The time travel was halted. After all, this was the magic of the white-bearded Star Swirl, and he knew how to use the incantation. Looking at the sealed scroll, Starry Radiance was lost in thought while Ziyu sat at the library table, organizing the materials from this trip. Footsteps approached from the stairs. It was Sui Long. Oh my gosh, where have you two been? Starry Radiance, do you know? I couldn't find you at all. We specifically went to find an old man to scold us. What? Sui Long didn't understand. Watching them both inexplicably engaged in their own activities, Starry Radiance was in a daze, while Ziyu was writing furiously. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Sui Long said, Do you still want cupcakes? I'll get one.